The vast and magnificent temple plaza was already filled with countless young men and women. All eyes were fixed on the towering, dark boulder several meters high in the center of the plaza, their gazes filled with tension and excitement. That is the fusion stone. It will also be the medium through which they will undergo their awakening ceremony, communicate with the vast star field, connect with billions of planets, and ultimately become the creator. Qin Tian, standing in the crowd, was also staring intently at the fusion divine stone in the center of the square, his heart pounding with tension, for this awakening ceremony would completely determine his future. Due to an accident, he was transported to a different world where everyone was a creator. In this world, some people merged with a savage beast planet, established a savage beast civilization, and the roar of countless beasts shook the heavens. Some merged with technologically advanced planets to create technological civilizations, their starship legions sweeping across the land. Others merged with magical planets to create magical civilizations, where a single forbidden spell can destroy the world. More importantly, all creators can summon the civilizations and races they create into the real world to gain supreme power. In this world, everyone who reaches adulthood has the opportunity to enter the temple for an awakening ceremony and merge with the planet. Once the fusion is successful, one can become a supreme creator, establishing civilization, cultivating races, and building legions on their own planet, ultimately becoming a hegemon commanding billions of troops. From then on, they will defy fate, wield extraordinary power, and enjoy supreme authority. Those who fail to awaken will forever remain at the bottom of society, clinging to the powerful for survival, and may even die in this dangerous world at any moment. Today is the day Qin Tian awakens. The awakening ceremony began quickly. As time passed, those at the front of the line completed their awakenings one after another. Some successfully merged with the planet, their faces flushed with excitement, cheering wildly. Some failed to awaken, their faces turning pale, weeping bitterly. Some even fainted on the spot, unable to accept the blow. Such is the myriad nature of human existence. A moment later, it was finally Qin Tian's group's turn to awaken. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing all the emotions in his heart, and then quickly walked up to the plaza and came to the fusion divine stone. Let's begin. At the signal of the temple elder, Qin Tian suddenly felt everything go black before his eyes, and his mind became hazy. When the dizziness gradually subsided and his vision returned, Qin Tian found himself inside a fiery red planet. At the same time, an incredibly hot aura surged into his mind. Success! Qin Tian was overjoyed. This was the sign that consciousness and the planet were beginning to merge. The intense heat he felt was the energy emanating from the planet itself. Once the fusion is complete, the two will truly become one. This also means that he will officially become the creator of this planet, thus defying fate. However, just as Qin Tian was fantasizing about his rise to power and becoming a top expert, he suddenly discovered that the environment of the planet he had merged with was extremely harsh. Looking around, all that could be seen were volcanoes and scorching lava, making it impossible for any life to survive. This was a dead planet. Qin Tian never imagined that he would merge with such a desolate and barren planet. This meant that he was completely unable to establish a civilization here, let alone cultivate his own race. This cruel reality instantly plunged Qin Tian into utter despair. Just as he was sinking into despair, a clear system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, the host is detected to be merging with a planet with a poor environment. The God-level creator auxiliary system is beginning to bind. Ding, God-level deduction technique has been obtained, capable of deducing all things. No life signs detected on the creator-fused planet. The God-level creator assist system has automatically activated rescue mode. The species suitable for survival on the creator planet in the universe has been locked, the Zerg. Zerg species, 10 million. Number of organisms, 10 billion. Begin migration. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Qin Tian's despair vanished instantly. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. He never imagined that he would activate a system so perfectly suited to him during his most desperate moment. It was truly a gift from fate. The next moment, a plan for rapid development took shape in Qin Tian's mind. He wanted to use the system to transform his planet into a Zerg civilization. Next, he will make billions of Zerg evolve and grow to the highest level, building a Zerg army that can sweep across the universe. He wants to lead this invincible Zerg army to conquer all the planets, create a powerful Zerg empire to dominate the universe, and become the supreme Zerg emperor. The system notification continued to ring in Qin Tian's mind. Ding! All Zerg have successfully migrated. The next second, Qin Tian felt the previously violent and chaotic planetary aura instantly become gentle and majestic. This is the breath of life. It is the vigorous vitality formed by the convergence of countless lives. At the same time, an incomparably vast planetary energy suddenly surged into Qin Tian's consciousness. The fusion was successful. The entire planet was completely integrated with his consciousness. From this moment on, he was the planet, and the planet was him. At this very moment, like all creators who have successfully merged with planets, Qin Tian couldn't wait to see this world that truly belonged to him. With a slight thought, Qin Tian appeared above the planet in the next instant. Below, on the earth, volcanoes were everywhere, and lava flowed freely. The scorching heat even caused the air to distort slightly, forming visible heat waves. In the clearing between the volcano and the lava, a black ocean surged. It was made up of countless black worms crawling about. They were so numerous and densely packed that their numbers were impossible to count. Each one was the size of a millstone, resembling an N magnified countless times. They used their sharp mandibles to grip pebbles and dirt, constantly moving in and out of a huge pit. After observing for a moment, Qin Tian's mind stirred again. The next instant, he appeared in front of a towering volcano. This is also one of the most fundamental abilities after becoming the creator of a planet. With just a thought, one can reach any place on the planet. At the foot of this colossal volcano, towering 10,000 meters high, lie hundreds of enormous creatures, each the size of a ship. They were covered in thick, fiery red carapaces, had 6 pairs of robust limbs, and constantly emitted deafening roars, as if declaring their territory. The next second, Qin Tian found himself once again above a river formed from magma. Inside the river, scorching magma churned and bubbled, bursting one after another. Even in such harsh conditions, life still exists. Insect-like creatures, resembling giant crabs, constantly crawl out of the lava and then burrow back in. The temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius seem to have no effect on them. Qin Tian's figure disappeared again. Next, he continuously changed positions, observing hundreds of different insect creatures in a short period. Finally, Qin Tian returned to his initial location. On the one hand, the initial novelty had worn off. On the other hand, there were a full 10 million different types of Zerg creatures that had migrated from the system, making it impossible for him to examine them all. To create a Zerg civilization within a biological civilization system, Qin Tian murmured softly. The civilization integrated by the creator is divided into 3 major systems. The strongest among them is the energy civilization. Also known as the extraordinary civilization, its individual combat power is extremely strong. Next is the technological civilization. While the technological civilization also possesses immense development potential, it is heavily reliant on external equipment and prone to technological bottlenecks. The weakest are biological civilizations. Biological civilizations generally have low racial intelligence, weak individual combat strength, and face extremely harsh survival limitations. Within these 3 major civilization systems, countless different branches have emerged, each with its own hierarchy. If we were to say that the cultivation civilization is the most powerful among the extraordinary civilization systems, so the Zerg civilization, in this world's ranking of biological civilizations, belongs to one of the lowest levels. However, Qin Tian wasn't too disappointed. Being able to successfully create a civilization was already fortunate enough. Even the lowest ranking civilization was far better than failing to awaken. Soon, an information panel appeared before Qin Tian. Planet name, none terrain features, volcanoes, lava planet environment, extremely harsh overall rating, under exploration planet name, none civilization race, none evolutionary stage, none number of races, none auxiliary function, God-level deduction technique. Each creator who successfully merges with a planet will automatically generate a civilization/race interface, in addition to basic planetary information. At this point, the planet's overall rating is not yet fully displayed, and the race interface is also blank. Only after the creator officially determines the dominant civilization/race will the corresponding race data be refreshed. After pondering for a moment, Qin Tian suddenly asked the system the question he cared about most. Can the God-level deduction technique even predict my future? Yes. Upon hearing the system's answer, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Start the deduction. Ding, insufficient conditions, unable to deduce. Please determine the race and civilization first, Creator. Do I need to choose the main biological race first? Qin Tian looked down at the swarm of insects below that resembled giant ants. He then casually pointed. Let's take them as the main race and civilization on this planet. Let's do some calculations and see if I can survive in the Great Xia Kingdom in the future. A few seconds later, the system's voice sounded again. Civilized race, rockworm. Calculation result 1. Hidden in the mountains, creator's survival rate, 80%. Calculation result 2. Residing in a remote corner, creator's survival rate, 50%. Calculation result 3. Heading to Kyoto, creator's survival rate, 0.1%. The survival rate is so low? Qin Tian never expected that even after becoming the creator of a planet, his chances of survival in the Great Xia Kingdom would still be so slim. However, upon closer reflection, this is quite normal. Before the race is truly invoked into reality, there is no fundamental difference between the creator and ordinary people. Both are still just ordinary people. Even with racial protection, it doesn't guarantee absolute safety. For example, if he had created a rockworm civilization, summoning just one rockworm would be incredibly difficult. Let alone creators with more advanced civilizations, even a common wild beast could easily kill him. This is probably why, in the system's simulations, even hiding in the mountains doesn't guarantee a 100% survival rate. Of course, Qin Tian couldn't actually choose the rockworms as his primary civilization. That was merely an experiment. Qin Tian looked again at the diverse insected creatures on the distant planet's surface. He had to select the strongest among these 10 million species. Just then, the system seemed to sense Qin Tian's thoughts. A massive light screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, clearly displaying information on all the Zerg species on the entire planet, sorted by strength. Whenever Qin Tian's gaze lingered on a particular species, the corresponding information would immediately magnify. Not only would a three-dimensional, realistic image of that species appear, but its advantages and disadvantages would also be displayed in detail below. Truly worthy of being a god-level system, Qin Tian couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The first-ranked insectoid race. He had seen them before. They were the colossal creatures that lurked beneath the giant volcano. Flame gold-eating insect, size 50 meters, ability, breathes flames, capable of releasing fire at tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Advantages, extremely strong carapace defense, extremely powerful attack. Disadvantages, slow movement, extremely poor reproductive ability. System, using the flaming gold-eating insects as the primary civilization of this planet. Begin calculating my survival rate in the capital region and major towns of the Great Xia Kingdom. Qin Tian used a more precise approach this time. The previous question was too vague, resulting in a rather general answer from the system. Prediction route, the future fate of the creator in the capital and towns of the Great Xia Kingdom. Civilized race, flaming gold devouring insect. Prediction result 1. Act discreetly and cautiously, the creator's survival rate, 30%. Result 2. Acting voluntarily and without arrogance or impatience, the creator's survival rate is 10%. Result 3. Unruly and reckless, the creator's survival rate is 1%. The system quickly provided 3 different results. The first was easy to understand. Simply put, it meant that even if someone slapped you, you could only smile and endure it. The second meant not actively causing trouble, but also not always backing down. As for the third, it didn't need any explanation. The survival rate is still so low. Qin Tian sighed helplessly. Even if he chose to keep a low profile, he only had less than a 50% chance of survival. But there was no other way. Because the flaming gold-eating insects were already the most powerful species on the entire planet. Biological civilization was the weakest of the 3 major civilization systems. Moreover, the Zerg civilization is at the very bottom of the biological civilization system. Let alone cultivators and mages who can destroy the world with a wave of their hand, even a high-energy particle cannon from a technologically advanced civilization would be enough to instantly blast the flaming gold-eating insect into ashes. Moreover, even choosing the flaming gold-devouring insect civilization wouldn't be as simple as it seems. Their reproductive capacity is far too poor. Among the 3 major civilization systems, extraordinary civilizations rely on cultivation to enhance their overall racial strength. Technological civilizations rely on continuously breaking through technological bottlenecks. Biological civilization, however, relies entirely on the evolution of life. The evolution of all things in the world is inherently an extremely long process. But due to the intervention of the Creator, this time has been greatly shortened. After centuries of continuous exploration, the creators of biological civilization have already summarized a set of the simplest and most effective methods of evolution. That is, by devouring the flesh and blood of other species on the planet, constantly influencing and modifying themselves. Through generations of reproduction, a mutant, even more powerful than the original individual, is eventually born. This mutant then serves as the new reproductive core, driving the entire species to complete its evolution at the life level. Therefore, in this process, reproductive ability acts as the connecting link. If this link breaks down, it will inevitably significantly reduce the efficiency and speed of racial evolution. If only their reproductive capacity were stronger. And, ideally, they could possess even greater intelligence. Thinking this, Qin Tian suddenly realized a crucial point: the strength of a race doesn't necessarily depend entirely on the power of its individual members. This is especially true for the Zerg. Moreover, there is one word that can completely replace intelligence in determining the true potential of a race. This word is even sufficient to encompass both technological and extraordinary civilizations. That word is potential. The overall development potential of a race. Reorder according to racial development potential. Qin Tian immediately issued the command to the system. The information screen in front of him flashed rapidly. A moment later, the new ranking results stabilized completely. Sure enough, after being ranked by potential, the first place was no longer occupied by the flaming gold-eating insect, but by a small insect called the parasite insect. System using the parasite as the primary civilization of this planet. Begin calculating my survival rate in the capital region and major cities of the Great Xia Kingdom. A moment later, the calculation results appeared. However, the instant he heard the results, Qin Tian froze on the spot. Chapter 5 Deduction Results. Invincible in the world, the system's deduction results have finally been revealed. This time, there were no complicated conditions, only 4 simple words: deduction result, invincible in the world. Upon seeing this line, Qin Tian immediately turned his attention to the detailed information of the parasites, wanting to understand why they were judged to be invincible. The parasite is about 50 centimeters long, resembling a black earthworm, and appears quite fragile. It has no offensive or defensive capabilities, and moves extremely slowly, seemingly placing it at the very bottom of the food chain. But what's truly crucial are its 3 abilities. First, they possess parasitism, allowing them to burrow into other organisms to survive. Second, they absorb genes, constantly improving their own genetic chain and achieving evolution. Third, they have a collective consciousness, with all individuals sharing a unified thought network. The combination of these 3 abilities grants this race limitless potential for growth. Qin Tian quickly grasped the core of the problem. Parasitism ensured survival, gene absorption led to limitless evolution, and collective consciousness enabled the entire race to achieve efficient unity. The combination of these 3 elements, once developed, could easily give rise to an invincible civilization. It was not an exaggeration, but rather an inevitable trend. The ability to absorb genes, in particular, almost completely breaks the randomness of evolution. While other organisms need to go through generations of trial and error, parasites can directly replicate their advantages. If you have a strong attack, it will evolve the same attack. If you have high defense, it will also have the same level of defense. They can even absorb and integrate any advantage the opponent possesses, such as flight, speed, or special abilities. Ultimately, they use your strengths, combined with the advantages of countless races, to completely crush you. This method of growth is truly terrifying. But there's only one prerequisite: successful parasitism. And the initial weaknesses of parasites are extremely fatal: slow speed, no defense, and no aggression. This means they are very likely to be devoured by other creatures before they even have a chance to grow, never even having a chance to begin. Qin Tian had just scouted the area. The swarm of parasitic worms was nearby, and below them was the rockworm's nest. Once the rockworms ventured out to forage, the slow-moving parasitic worms were unable to parasitize them, and would ultimately become food. It could be said that this was a contradictory race possessing both the strongest potential and the weakest start. However, all of this was no longer a problem for Qin Tian. As the creator, he wouldn't let such potential go to waste. With a thought, he appeared above the flaming gold-devouring insects, his powerful will instantly pressing down. The next moment, the earth trembled, and hundreds of flaming gold-devouring insects, as large as small mountains, moved simultaneously, rushing madly towards the host insect. This is precisely the creator's most important ability: control. His will can drive all life, even determine life and death. Even the most powerful beings in the cultivation world, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, are powerless against the Creator. Then Qin Tian descended upon the parasite's territory once more, his terrifying pressure spreading outwards, causing all the surrounding creatures to flee in terror. The rock worms to the south retreated, the fire bees to the north scattered, the giant crabs to the west scrambled for their lives, and the ironclad beetles to the east ran with their heads down. In a short time, the area was cleared out, becoming an absolute forbidden zone, where no creature dared to approach even a step further. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the fiery gold-eating insects were racing at breakneck speed. They traversed volcanoes, crossed lava rivers, and even sacrificed their own kind, all to reach their destination faster. Originally numbering over 500, fewer than 100 arrived, but that was enough. At this moment, the parasitic insect swarm numbered only 18, almost on the verge of extinction. Under Qin Tian's control, they slowly wriggled and crawled towards the flaming gold-devouring insect, burrowing into its body through the gaps in its carapace to complete their first parasitism. The remaining flaming gold-devouring insects quickly dispersed, surrounding their parasitized companions in the center. Their existence is not for defense, but for another purpose. Because under Qin Tian's will, the only resource needed for this forbidden area is food. Chapter 6 Under the Spotlight. The Chosen One, the light screen in the temple square kept refreshing, broadcasting the fusion results of each person. Number 85, fusion complete, rating, intermediate. Number 82, low rating. Number 87, failure. The system would give an initial rating based on the detection data, ranging from infinite to low. Generally, civilizations below the intermediate level are mostly biological civilizations, while those above the advanced level represent technological or extraordinary civilizations. Although this is only a preliminary judgment, and will be revised later, the overall error should not be too large. As the announcements continued, the crowd sighed and murmured intermittently. Number 89, advanced. Number 86, failure. Just as everyone was becoming numb, a voice suddenly broke the rhythm. Number 80, fusion complete, rating, infinite. At that moment, the entire arena erupted in cheers. Unlimited level? This is definitely a transcendent planet. Some excitedly analyzed its attributes, while others began to fantasize about the possibility of a cultivation civilization. Just as everyone was discussing this, someone exclaimed, "Look, number 80 has woken up!" Inside the temple, the elder greeted the young woman with a broad smile. Not bad at all. An infinite rating must mean it's a transcendent planet." He lowered his voice and asked, "What attribute?" Bai Shusher suppressed her excitement and softly replied, "Spiritual energy." The elder's expression shifted, and he immediately exchanged the 500,000 gold cards he had prepared for 1 million. He then pulled her to the front of the stage and loudly announced, "This year, the first cultivation civilization has been born." As soon as he finished speaking, the square erupted again, with cheers sweeping across the area like a tidal wave. "It really is a cultivation civilization! A meteoric rise to the heavens!" Bai Shusher's cheeks flushed slightly, unable to hide her excitement any longer. Countless eyes were fixed on her, a mixture of admiration and awe filling her with elation. Soon, the crowd chanted her name in unison. From initial envy to this moment of reverence, everything had changed. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the cultivation of immortality signifies reaching the pinnacle, and she has already stepped into that realm. Bai Shusher was already exceptionally beautiful, but now she appears even more unattainable. As is customary, she will receive a title bestowed by the emperor and be sought after and nurtured by various vassal states. Almost without exception, she will become a pillar of the nation, leading her family to its zenith. She gazed at the crowd, a slight sense of intoxication washing over her. Is this what it feels like to be a top-tier expert? At this moment, she seemed to see power, wealth, and fame simultaneously opening their doors to her. The elder was also thrilled, proclaiming loudly, "This year may see the birth of multiple cultivation civilizations. This will be the most glorious year for Great Xia." As he spoke, he had already prepared the $1 million gold card, intending to present it to everyone as a gesture of friendship. However, halfway through his speech, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. The once bustling square had eerily fallen silent. All eyes were fixed on the light screen on the other side. Number 88, fusion complete, initial planet rating, infinite. Upon seeing this, the elder was instantly stunned. He clearly remembered that Planet 88's environment was extremely harsh. Under such conditions, it should have been a dead planet, an immediate failure. Yet now, it was rated as infinite. This couldn't possibly be a system glitch. It could only mean one thing: that planet, in its dire circumstances, gave birth to an even more terrifying civilization. Thinking this, the elder's expression changed drastically. Like everyone else present, a chilling legend surfaced in his mind. Chapter 7: The Demon Lord Appears. The whole nation shakes the legend. 800 years ago, a cultivation planet with an extremely harsh environment appeared in the Great Xia Kingdom. At that time, the creator system was still in its exploratory stage, and the means of investigation were lacking, so this matter initially attracted almost no attention. Over the decades, the creator gradually realized that most people could only summon one or two planetary beings. But the creator from that harsh environment could summon hundreds of cultivators with a wave of his hand, his strength far exceeding common sense. His origins are long lost to history. All that is known is that he led cultivators to sweep across the Great Xia dynasty, unleashing a reign of terror. Single-handedly, he nearly destroyed two of the Great Xia's vassal states, shaking the world. In this crisis, the other two states, feeling the pinch, united to fight him. That battle lasted either 10 days and 10 nights or several months, stretching from south to north, across all directions, its flames engulfing the entire Great Xia. In the end, the four kingdoms paid a heavy price to finally slay that demon. This catastrophe severely weakened the four vassal states, causing the fall of many creators, plunging the era into a deep abyss, nearly causing its collapse. Even worse off were the civilians. After the war, the population of the Great Xia dynasty, numbering in the hundreds of millions, plummeted to less than 10 million, with 9 out of 10 houses empty. It wasn't until a century later that the population and the creator system gradually recovered to their former prosperity. Yet today, a similar situation has occurred again. A cultivation civilization planet born in an extreme environment has once again descended upon the world. In the square, everyone stared at the information screen, then at Qin Tian, number 88, who was still unconscious, their expressions filled with fear. The temple elders, however, were descendants who had truly experienced that shadow. In their memories, the demon was a symbol of fear for their elders. "If you don't behave, the demon will eat you." This phrase accompanied them almost throughout their childhood. At this moment, Qin Tian detached from the planet's consciousness and slowly awoke. He had already found a host for the parasite, and its subsequent evolution could not be interfered with for the time being. The time difference between the inside and outside of the planet was enormous. What had happened to him for more than 10 hours was only a few minutes outside. However, when he opened his eyes, he found the square eerily silent. Everyone was staring at him, the air seemingly frozen. "What's going on?" Qin Tian frowned, walking to the front of the stage and scanning the crowd. Anyone who met his gaze instinctively looked away. He then looked at Bai Shishir beside him, who trembled, involuntarily taking a step back and lowering her head, unable to look him in the eye. From a celebrated genius to someone no one dared to look him in the eye, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Bai Shishir felt no jealousy, only a pounding heart and a sense of oppression. Born into a powerful family, she knew more. Within the same cultivation civilization, those raised in harsh environments were fundamentally different from those raised in gentler ones. The tragedy of a century ago was the most direct proof. That kind of civilization, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, was utterly overwhelming to ordinary cultivators. When something becomes so powerful that even looking up to it is impossible, all that remains is instinctive fear. Qin Tian then looked at the temple elder, who also avoided his gaze, unwilling to respond. He had no choice but to step down and leave, all eyes following his retreating figure. Only after he disappeared did the square gradually return to silence, but the oppressive atmosphere lingered. This scene quickly spread throughout the city, and various families and forces sent people to investigate Qin Tian's background. Spies from the four major vassal states immediately sent out urgent reports. The contents of the secret letters were almost identical. "A calamity of a century, a demon has appeared!" In an instant, the entire four major vassal states were shaken. Chapter 8: Special Envoys from Four Nations. Vying for invitation, as the person directly involved in stirring up this storm, Qin Tian now arrives at the library in the capital. While undercurrents surge outside, Qin Tian remains completely unaware. Having only been in this world for a year, he is naturally ignorant of these secrets. Standing in front of the bookshelf, Qin Tian skillfully flipped through several history books, namely the brief histories of the Great Xia Empire, and the four kingdoms of Jinbei, Jingnan, Anong, and Pingxi. He had already read these many times before, since he had transmigrated here, understanding the world as Giju, a term referring to the overall situation or overall landscape, was the most basic thing to do. The beginning of this world felt quite familiar to him. The initial Great Xia Empire was similar in structure to the Ming dynasty in his previous life. To stabilize the borders, the founding emperor left his 4 sons as vassal kings to guard the 4 directions, but this also sowed the seeds of a huge hidden danger. With the emperor's sudden death, the problems quickly erupted. The vassal kings became too powerful, the new emperor was weak, and he was even powerless to push forward with the reduction of the vassal king's power. If things continued this way, the world would inevitably fall apart sooner or later, and warring kingdoms would be almost unavoidable. But just as the empire was on the verge of collapse, a strange phenomenon occurred. A meteorite fell on the outskirts of the capital, and when someone touched it, their consciousness was able to bind to an alien planet. As similar occurrences continued, the situation miraculously stabilized. The massive population loss rendered the 4 great vassal kings powerless to contend for supremacy. Having witnessed the power of the Creator, they began to develop alien planets and recruit creators who owned them. For the next century, these nations focused on strengthening themselves. After all, as long as there are enough creators, it is not impossible to sweep across all countries in the future, so no one is obsessed with temporary territories anymore. Although the Great Xia Empire has been able to continue, the imperial power has long been a hollow shell. The emperor was treated as a symbol, nominally worshipped but utterly powerless. Even the capital was firmly controlled by the 4 kingdoms. Among the 4 vassal states, Jinbei Kingdom was the most powerful, absorbing a large number of creators from the Immortal Cultivation civilization and was known as the Immortal Cultivation Kingdom. Jing'an Kingdom was second, primarily based on magical civilization, and was therefore also known as the Magic Kingdom. Anong Kingdom ranks third, attracting a large number of technological creators due to its ruler's preference for technological civilization. Pingxi Kingdom, the weakest and located in a harsh, cold region, can only accept the biological civilization creators rejected by the other 3 kingdoms. As is customary, after a successful planetary fusion, the creators must choose one kingdom to develop in. Although the 4 nations appear to treat each other equally, they have diverged over the past century, with each civilization going to the place most suitable for it. Otherwise, if a technologically advanced civilization went to a cultivation-based nation, would they expect cultivators to teach them how to build electromagnetic cannons? Such a mismatch simply wouldn't work. So I have no choice but to go to Pingxi Kingdom. Qin Tian closed the book, his mind made up. He had originally hoped for a world of cultivation or magic, or even a technological civilization. As for biological civilization, although he believed the parasites had considerable potential, they were still considered the weakest system in the early stages, and it would be difficult for them to compete with extraordinary civilizations. However, precisely because of this, he was even more confident in standing out. It was better to be a leader in a weaker country than a follower in a powerful one. With this in mind, Qin Tian no longer hesitated. After leaving the library, he returned to the small house in the suburbs where he had lived for a year, only to find the door already crowded with people. Each of them was dressed in fine clothes and possessed an extraordinary air, clearly indicating high status. Even more extravagant was the presence of top-tier mounts parked nearby, including a golden magic spaceship, a sublight-speed airship, a golden Qilin beast, and an 8-winged crane, a truly impressive display. Leading the group was a portly middle-aged man who, upon seeing Qin Tian, jogged forward and shouted from afar, "Brother Qin, you're finally back!" Qin Tian looked at the other person, his brows furrowing slightly. "Who are you?" He was certain he had never seen this person before. The fat man quickly introduced himself. "I am Fan Yixuan, the Inspector General of Jinbei Kingdom stationed in the capital. I have come specifically to invite you to join my Jinbei Kingdom." Seeing that Qin Tian still had doubts, he patted his chest and said boldly, "Name your terms, and I'll admit defeat if you even frown." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 stepped forward, clasped their hands in greeting, and bowed respectfully. "Inspector General of Jing'an Kingdom, we cordially invite Mr. Qin to our Jing'an Kingdom. Inspector General of Anong Kingdom, we respectfully invite Mr. Qin to our Anong Kingdom. Inspector General of Pingxi Kingdom, we earnestly invite Mr. Qin to our Pingxi Kingdom." Chapter 9 My Kingdom of Anong. Foolish and rich, inside the room, Qin Tian sat at the head of the table, with the inspectors from the 4 kingdoms standing on either side. The atmosphere was oppressive and subtle. He could tell at a glance who these people came from. After all, with a century of development since the Creator era, each country had long since evolved unique clothing based on its own civilization, which was especially evident in a mixed place like the capital. One could identify someone simply by their attire. Fan Yixuan wore a white veil, which, despite her plump figure, still exuded a certain elegance. The inspector of Jing'an Kingdom wore a black robe and hood, typical of a magic-based society. The one from Anong Kingdom was impeccably dressed in a suit and wore gold-rimmed glasses, appearing remarkably modern, As for Pingxi Kingdom, he still wore the old-style long robes of the great Xia dynasty, which were magnificent but also gave off an old-fashioned feel. The Pingxi Kingdom had always harbored resentment towards this. While other countries were adopting new styles, they alone clung to their old ways. But they were helpless. They couldn't very well emulate those primitive biological civilizations and revert to barbarism. "Gentlemen," Qin Tian began, but hesitated. Foreign nations coming to recruit him, such treatment was rare even for ordinary extraordinary civilizations. Usually, only cultivation civilizations were qualified. Even more outrageous was that it had alarmed the Inspector General himself. These people held positions equivalent to ambassadors. Normally, even when cultivation civilizations appeared, they would only send people for symbolic contact. After all, each country has a distinct system, and geniuses usually choose a path that suits them. But he was merely from the lowest level of the Zerg civilization, so why was he being fiercely fought over by foreign nations? Qin Tian's heart tightened, and he could only think of two possibilities. Either his system had been exposed, or the parasite's potential had been discovered. Either way, it was enough to trigger the current situation. "Brother Qin, enough with the nonsense. Name your terms, and I, on behalf of my king, will agree." Fan Yixian spoke first. Quite the boast. "Would you give me your throne?" The Jing'an Kingdom's inspector sneered, then turned to Qin Tian. "Mr. Qin, Jing'an Kingdom is practical. 5 million gold coins plus." "Haha, comparing money?" The Inspector General of Anong laughed out loud. Among the four countries, Andong's wealth was unmatched, its technology industry spread throughout the land, and its reconnaissance system alone brought astonishing profits. He looked at Gray with disdain. 5 million? That's like begging. Then he said to Qin Tian, "Anong has nothing but money. A 50 million gold card, plus an additional 1 million in expenses every year." This figure carried immense weight. An average family spends no more than 5,000 a year. 50 million is enough to support 10,000 families for a year. Gray's face darkened. He was about to retort when a single sentence shut him down. "No matter how much you offer, I'll multiply it tenfold." In terms of financial resources, Jing'an Kingdom was no match. Guowenzu didn't stop there, continuing to raise the stakes. "Choose any residence in the most prosperous area of the capital, styled to your liking, designed entirely by top designers." "You, surnamed Gua!" Gray jumped up and roared. "Don't go too far. What's the rush?" "I haven't finished yet." Guowenzu adjusted his glasses, his tone becoming increasingly relaxed. "And give me an 80 million sublight speedboat as well." Gray was so angry he couldn't speak. "Oh right," Guowenzu added casually. "My country, Anong, is located by the sea, so I'll also add a 200 million ultra-luxury anti-gravity yacht." The air instantly went silent. Gray was completely speechless. Chapter 10 Acquiring such a person. Unifying the great Xia Fu Wahai, the Inspector General of Pingxi Kingdom, sitting at the lowest position, watched the two inspectors generals arguing heatedly, their faces flushed and their expressions uncertain. He wanted to speak up several times, but he never had the confidence. Compete with them in financial strength? Pingxi Kingdom was located in a harsh, cold region, its treasury perpetually in deficit. Speaking up would only invite ridicule. But the king's decree was strict. If he couldn't win over Qin Tian, he shouldn't return. He should find a river to end his life. Fu Wahai knew the weight of this order and understood the king's urgency. A century ago, the catastrophe nearly destroyed the Pingxi Kingdom, causing its national strength to plummet from its peak. Now, with the reappearance of a peerless prodigy like Qin Tian, who wouldn't be tempted? If they could bring him under their command, once he matured, the Pingxi Kingdom might be able to turn the tide, perhaps even sweeping across the three kingdoms and unifying the great Xia. Not only him, but the inspectors of the other three kingdoms had probably received the same order, to win this person over at all costs. Thinking of this, Fu Wahai felt a bitter taste in his mouth. With the resources of Pingxi Kingdom, what could they possibly offer to compete with others? Qin Tian finally broke the silence. He had just confirmed with the system that the detection methods were completely unable to identify him. It was most likely just a misunderstanding. He had barely opened his mouth when Gray from Jing'an Kingdom interrupted him. "Mr. Qin, there's no need for further words. Although our country is not as wealthy as Anong, you can take whatever you want from the national treasury. Tens of millions are nothing, billions are fine too. The entire nation's resources will ensure your wealth and prosperity." "Ignorant!" Fan Yixian of Jinbei Kingdom sneered. "Wealth is merely an external thing. Our nation's elixir can prolong life. That's the fundamental thing." Guowenzi laughed upon hearing this. Coincidentally, our Anong kingdom has just developed a gene serum that can extend lifespan by 10 years. A lifespan of 100 years in the future is not impossible. Upon hearing this, the other three's expressions changed drastically. Not from shock at the news, but from understanding they had lost their eligibility to compete. Seeing Qin Tian slightly moved only sank their hearts even further. If they failed to win him over, not only would they be in danger, but their families might also be implicated. The atmosphere instantly froze. After a long silence, Fu Wenhai suddenly gritted his teeth and stood up. Wait! Mr. Qin is so young, surely he is not yet married? He changed the subject, almost openly proposing to find a son-in-law. Before Qin Tian could respond, he said directly, My king has no sons, only one daughter. If you are willing to enter Pingxi Kingdom, you can be granted the title of Prince Consort, marry the princess, and inherit the position of Crown Prince. Before he finished speaking, everyone understood clearly if you help Pingxi unify the Great Xia in the future, the Crown Prince will become the Crown Prince, and even the throne is within reach. For a moment, the room was completely silent. Fu Wenhai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He believed no one could refuse such conditions. Once the Great Xia was unified, gene serums would be readily available. As for the arranged marriage, there was no royal decree. He had simply acted on his own, sending the princess as a hostage. But in his view, what did this price matter as long as it brought Qin Tian? After all, compared to his ambition for lasting power, what was a woman? Chapter 11 Selling the princess first, then the prodigy. The atmosphere in the room froze again. The three inspectors' expressions flickered. They knew that Fu Wenhai was falsely conveying the king's order. Given the Prince of Pingxi's doting on his only daughter, it was impossible for him to marry her off easily. But facing Qin Tian, this former devil, none of them dared to gamble. If they went back on their word, they could very well bring about the destruction of the country. After a moment's deliberation, Fanny Xian gritted her teeth and said, To be honest, my king also has this intention. Princess Champing is of marriageable age, so Mr. Qin can be granted the title of Prince Consort and inherit the position of Crown Prince. Since someone had spoken first, Gray and Guo Wenzu no longer hesitated and echoed. My king also has this decree, granting him the title of Prince Consort and the position of Crown Prince. They all knew in their hearts that they couldn't avoid this blow, so they might as well go all out. If you dare to betray the princess, so do I. Anyway, the outcome was uncertain, and if they didn't fight, they would only wait to die. Qin Tian was about to explain. Gentlemen, I think you may have misunderstood. Before he was interrupted by the impatient Gray. Mr. Qin, no, Prince Consort, you don't need to say anything. Come to my Jinan kingdom, and you will immediately be second only to the emperor. Guo Wenzu wasn't to be outdone. Your Highness, come to Anong kingdom, and you'll have endless wealth and a long life. Fanny Xian was even more ruthless. Enter my Jinbei kingdom, and you'll enjoy the same glory, with cranes for transportation. My king is even willing to bestow upon you the Kunping he just summoned as your mount. He even used the opportunity of becoming a prodigy as a bargaining chip. Fu Wenhai's face turned ashen. The advantage he had desperately gained by selling out the princess was instantly wiped out by these people. Not only did the other party sell out the princess, but they also summoned the prince consort and the young master in advance, and even offered elixirs, gene potions, and a kunping, a mythical bird. He simply couldn't offer any more decent bargaining chips. Helpless, he could only grasp at the last glimmer of hope and asked in a low voice, May I ask, young master, what planet are you merging with? This was his only chance to turn the tide. He could only gamble that Qin Tian was following the path of biological civilization. Fanny Xian suddenly realized what was happening and quickly asked, Young master, is it a planet of spiritual energy? Qin Tian shook his head. Gray's eyes lit up, and he cautiously probed. A planet of magic? Qin Tian still denied it. It's not a supernatural civilization. Guo Wenzu immediately perked up. Then it's a technological civilization? But Qin Tian shook his head again. No, it's not either. The three of them guessed wrong one after another, and the scene became awkward. Fu Wenhai was taken aback at first, then his emotions suddenly erupted, and he laughed wildly. Ha! Heaven is on my side! It's a biological civilization! He was so excited he almost lost his composure, and he quickly stepped forward to grab Qin Tian's hand. Young master, is it a monster planet? Or perhaps winged people? The ocean? Savage beasts? He asked repeatedly, his tone becoming increasingly urgent. But Qin Tian kept shaking his head. Fu Wenhai's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and he tentatively asked one last possibility. Could it be a plant planet? Qin Tian said calmly. It's an insectoid planet. Chapter 12 We are like a clown. Fu Wahai released Qin Tian's hand, sighed softly, and returned to his seat. The other three straightened their robes and sat down again, their expressions instantly shifting from obsequious to serious, regaining the dignity of a national envoy. You brat, why didn't you say so earlier? Were you playing us for fools? This is outrageous. The three rebuked him in succession, their faces showing both shame and anger, their tone clearly filled with dissatisfaction. In their view, if Qin Tian had awakened a normal biological civilization, such as a monster planet, where he could summon hundreds of monsters with a wave of his hand and possess combat power comparable to a transcendent creator, they wouldn't have reacted so irrationally. Even a slightly weaker savage beast planet, with a few hundred savage beasts gathered, would be enough to form a powerful fighting force. But Qin Tian, unfortunately, awakened an insected civilization. What good are a multitude of insects? 100 are not enough, 1,000 or 10,000 are still no match. Before a true savage beast, they are utterly helpless. The saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant, but it has to be a dead elephant. The thought that they, the dignified inspectors of 4 kingdoms, had argued so heatedly over such a lowly civilization, even going so far as to promise the princess, invoke the king's decree, and finally address someone as Crown Prince, filled them with utter shame, making them feel like mere clowns. However, amidst their shame and anger, they felt a sense of relief. If Qin Tian was truly the creator of an extraordinary civilization, no matter who succeeded in winning him over, the other three would be unable to escape the king's wrath, and might even lose their lives. Gentlemen, I have other matters to attend to and will take my leave first. Fan Yixian rose, cupped his hands, and left. The other three did not linger and followed closely behind. The area outside was already packed with people. Representatives from the major families of the 4 kingdoms had all arrived, some carrying treasures, others carrying exorbitantly priced gold cards, all vying for a chance. For them, there was the struggle between the 4 kingdoms above and the infighting within their own families below. Once they managed to win over a powerful figure, their family's status would inevitably rise, perhaps even changing their destiny. After a long wait, Fan Yixian finally appeared. An elderly man with a cane hurriedly greeted him. Lord Fan, how is it? Has our Jinbei kingdom succeeded? His tone was full of tension and anticipation. This old man was the head of a powerful family in the Jinbei kingdom, and he was even prepared to spend his entire fortune for this. In his eyes, this might be a once-in-a-century opportunity that could change the fate of his family. No, Fan Yixian replied coldly. The old man was stunned, while the other family members secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was still a chance to compete. However, when the other 3 inspectors also stepped forward, their faces equally gloomy, unease gradually arose in everyone's hearts. Fan Yixian suddenly sneered. Just the creator of an insected civilization, is it worth making such a fuss? What a joke! With that, he turned and left, his laughter tinged with self-mockery. The old man sighed. What a pity! He then turned and got into his car, leaving. The rest of the group also dispersed, their faces full of regret. Inside the house, Qin Tian wasn't disappointed by being ignored. On the contrary, like the other inspectors, he secretly rejoiced that he was merely a member of the Zerg civilization. He knew very well that there were no free lunches in this world. What you gain, you must pay back later, especially in the power struggles between great nations. Qin Tian, however, failed to realize that if he truly chose one of the 3 nations, the other 3 would not stand idly by. Before he matured, he would face relentless assassination attempts. After calming his mind, Qin Tian focused his consciousness on his own planet. What was merely a few hours outside had passed on his planet over several months. The nearly 100 flaming gold-devouring insects had vanished, and the entire insected territory had undergone a dramatic transformation during this time. Chapter 13 First Generation Evolution. Journey into the nation. Within the restricted territory, where there were originally only 18 parasitic worms, the number has now expanded to several thousand. Looking out, a crimson expanse surges. The parasitic worm war worms that have completed their first-generation evolution, densely covering the entire area. These war worms resemble miniature versions of the flame-eating gold worm, about 1 meter tall, but unlike their original form, they possess a sharp, single horn on their foreheads. The troop moved with orderly efficiency. Some carried the carcasses of their prey back to their nests, while others went out hunting in packs. Though seemingly chaotic, it possessed its own rhythm. In the center of their territory, a gigantic queen lay silently, the troop's queen. Her body had swelled to over 10 meters long, resembling a giant python from afar. Aside from her feeding head, almost the entire body was a bloated abdomen, her sole purpose being to reproduce continuously. As Qin Tian watched, the Queen Mother rapidly laid over a dozen half-meter-tall insect eggs from her tail, an astonishingly efficient process. Hundreds of auxiliary insects around her busy themselves, some breaking down the prey, some feeding the Queen Mother, and others carrying the prey and eggs into the underground pit. Qin Tian's consciousness penetrated deep into the pit, discovering its simple yet interconnected internal structure. One side was piled high with thousands of insect eggs, while the other side contained a similar number of larvae. The newborn larvae were entirely soft white, while the slightly more mature ones had begun to turn reddish and harden, clearly undergoing evolution. These rudimentary pits effectively insulated against the intense external heat. Qin Tian had only given one order: full-scale reproduction. He wouldn't allow the parasites to waste time building nests. This area had been designated an absolute no-go zone. Leaving the nest, Qin Tian arrived at the outer edge of the restricted area. Hundreds of meters away, beside a lava river, a swarm of war insects was hunting a 3-meter-tall giant crab. They split into two teams, one to distract it, and the other to spew high-temperature flames to scorch its carapace. When the giant crab turned around in pain, the distraction team immediately charged, striking the softened parts with their spikes. After more than a dozen rounds of attacks, they finally broke through its defenses and killed it. After reviewing the data, Qin Tian uttered only one sentence. Weak! Too weak! Even though these war insects possessed the ability to coordinate attacks, he was still unsatisfied. Their combat strength was far from sufficient. The next moment, he issued a series of orders. Select the species with the fastest speed, strongest attack, and most agile reaction. The system responded swiftly, filtering out nearly 1,000,000 advantageous targets from among tens of millions of species. Qin Tian's will descended upon the territories of various races like a ray of light, but this time he was not in a hurry to merge them. Instead, he ordered these species to converge on the Forbidden Zone, ensuring their safety. After all, while they were strong individually, they were fragile as a whole, and long-distance migration would easily lead to their being devoured. At the same time, he conveyed the order to the Queen Mother to suspend reproduction. After everything was arranged, Qin Tian began to name the planet Mars. Covered in lava volcanoes, this name couldn't be more fitting. The system interface updated accordingly: Mars, parasitic Zerg, first-generation evolution, totaling over 5,000. Each war insect is 1 meter tall, with a combat power of 135 points. Although a significant improvement over the original form, they remain relatively weak within the overall civilization system. Qin Tian, however, was not worried. This was just the beginning. Each future generation of evolution would integrate the advantages of more species, resulting in a geometrical increase in combat power. Back in the real world, Qin Tian quickly packed his belongings and headed to the Creator Recruitment Office in the capital of Pingxi Kingdom. He ultimately chose to join the nation because only in this way could he obtain resources, status, and opportunities for upward mobility, such as being granted a noble title. Chapter 14: Zerg Civilization. Encyclopedia. The creators who settle in Pingxi Kingdom will be uniformly settled in 5 major cities: the Royal City, Immortal Slaughtering City, Demon Slayer City, Alien Extinction City, and Linen City. The names of the 3 cities correspond to the 3 major powers of today. Although it sounds a bit exaggerated, it also carries the ambition of King Pingxi to unify the great Xia dynasty. Aside from the higher entry requirements of the Royal City, creators from the 3 dominant civilizations, Beastmen, Winged People, and Oceanic civilizations, were mostly assigned to the top 3 cities. Linen City, located at the easternmost point, became a concentration of weaker creators from civilizations below the Beastman level. Qin Tian, as a creator from the Zerg civilization, was naturally assigned to Linen City without any surprise. The city houses 3 major academies: Beastman, Plant, and Insect. Each academy is further subdivided into multiple branches, forming a very complete system. Welcome, students, to the 8th branch of the Insect Clan in Linen City, a burly middle-aged man announced from the podium. My name is Su Jian, and I am your instructor from the Ice Crystal Giant Scorpion civilization. He scanned the crowd with a satisfied expression. This year is the most exciting one ever. The 8th Division has 308 creators, including many powerful races such as the Ghost Mantis, the Unicorn Golden Beetle, and there may even be unknown new insect species. He then changed the subject, his tone becoming firm. People outside say the Zerg are weak and have no potential, but I don't agree. There are no inherently inferior civilizations. What is called weakness is simply that their potential hasn't been tapped yet. So-called limitations can perhaps be overcome by devouring a species, Su Jian said, looking at the crowd. So don't be discouraged, and don't despair. Remember this: there are no weak civilizations, only weak creators. These words immediately ignited the entire audience, and many students were moved. Well said! My fate is in my own hands. With effort, anything is possible. Seeing that everyone had regained their fighting spirit, Su Jian gestured for them to return to the main topic. The preliminary test is in 3 days, and it will determine your future. You must prepare diligently and build your own planetary civilization. The enthusiastic atmosphere instantly cooled down, and many people showed expressions of worry. The preliminary test assesses the strength of a civilization through practical combat, and will also determine whether to enroll in elite or ordinary academies, directly impacting resources and future career prospects. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. There are so many people this year, it'll probably take 3 rounds of elimination. Your Sand Scorpion clan will be in the top 20, no problem. I'm in trouble, the demonic flying ants are too weak. The atmosphere grew tense. Instructor Su interrupted the discussion. Start distributing the teaching materials. Let's learn about the characteristics of the various Zerg races. The so-called teaching materials were actually a compilation of Zerg data from previous years, ranked by strength, essentially a Zerg encyclopedia. Qin Tian, sitting in the back row, received the textbook, but froze after opening it. He thought he had misread the first page, started frowning at the second, and finally raised his hand at the third. Excuse me, is my textbook wrong? Su Jian walked over and looked at it. No problem. It's the Myriad Insect Manual. Qin Tian was silent for a moment, then could only say, Then I might have made a mistake. He then lowered his head and continued flipping through the pages, his expression becoming increasingly strange. The book clearly recorded, the Mantis, 50 centimeters in length, combat power 58, the Golden Beetle, 46 centimeters in length, combat power 52, the Tiger Tarantula, 40 centimeters in length, combat power 48. He was speechless at the data. What are these things? Qin Tian was stunned. This past year, he had mostly encountered powerful civilizations, and he had assumed that even the weakest Zerg would be considered a monster. But it turned out they were just slightly larger insects. At this moment, he finally understood why the world underestimated the Zerg, and he understood the reaction of the 4 envoys. Because in most people's minds, the Zerg civilization was nothing more than an enlarged version of ordinary insects. Chapter 15 Myriad Planets. After the ruling race dispersed, Qin Tian returned to the academy and immediately channeled his consciousness back into the planets. Within the Forbidden Zone, the parasitic civilization continued its high-speed operation, with all evolution proceeding smoothly under his control. Of the millions of hosts previously selected, dozens of nearby races had already arrived. Under Qin Tian's will, these creatures dared not resist. Even the aerial races landed, allowing the war insects to slaughter and devour them. After the first generation of evolution, the Queen Mother's abilities had significantly improved. She no longer relied on parasitism. She only needed to devour her prey, and her internal organs could automatically extract superior genes and integrate them into the next generation, greatly increasing her evolutionary efficiency. After surveying the area, Qin Tian returned to the Queen Mother and issued the command to continue breeding and evolution. Several days later, the Queen Mother began laying eggs again, and within a month, a new batch of war insects hatched. This generation of war insects is completely different from the previous ones. They are only a foot long, but they have 6 long limbs as sharp as bayonets, supporting a body that is 5 meters tall. Their entire bodies are covered with hard black carapaces, and their appearance is ferocious and terrifying. This is the strongest individual born from the fusion of multiple superior genes, including speed, defense, and attack. Qin Tian named it the Slayer. Their sole purpose is slaughter. Sure enough, the newly born Slayers immediately pounced on the first-generation war insects. Even those that had fought to the death for their clan were slaughtered without hesitation. The Zerg have no emotions, only the instinct to perpetuate. The birth of a new generation means the elimination of the old, and the only fate of the eliminated is to become nourishment for the swarm. Half an hour later, the massacre ended. Apart from a little over 1,000 Zerg responsible for transportation, the remaining 4,000-plus first-generation war Zerg were all wiped out, and the red tide within the Forbidden Zone was completely replaced by darkness. The system data was updated accordingly. Mars, parasitic Zerg, second-generation evolved beings, totaling over 2,000. The Slayer is 5 meters tall, with a combat power of 980 points. Its overall strength has leaped again. Although the increase is not as dramatic as the first evolution, it is still close to a 10-fold increase. However, according to the system's assessment, as long as the combat power doubles, the evolution level will only increase by 1 tier. Even so, a force of nearly 1,000 was already extremely astonishing. Qin Tian even felt a sense of oppression. The ghost-faced mantis, ranked first in the myriad insect ranking, had a combat power of only 100 points, completely on a different level from the Slayer. At this moment, he gradually realized the problem. These species, migrated by the system, are likely not ordinary organisms. Even the weakest rock worm is enormous, far exceeding conventional understanding. To survive on a desolate planet, they must have already evolved to their limits, possessing a complete and powerful life structure. In other words, these species were very likely originally the apex predators of their respective planets' food chains. 10 million species meant 10 million planetary rulers. And now, these former masters were all gathered on his Mars, at his mercy, to be selected and utilized. Thinking of this, Qin Tian couldn't help but gasp, muttering to himself, "This is too extravagant." Chapter 16. The preliminary examination begins. A battle of strength. On the day of the preliminary examination, the 8th branch of the Zerg was bustling with activity once again. After 3 days of development outside and 3 years of development on the planet, the new generation of creators gathered together. As everyone expected, the preliminary examination consisted of 3 rounds, using an elimination system. In the first round, there were 308 people, fighting in pairs, with the winners advancing. The final 77 people would enter the Elite Academy. This battle was both a selection process and the first direct clash of strength. Under Instructor Su's direction, the projection screen lit up, randomly matching the battle list. Soon, the first match was decided: Fenglu versus Zhao Wenbo. Fenglu is finished, he's running into the Unicorn Golden Beetle. That's the second-ranked race, he has no chance at all. The crowd discussed among themselves, almost unanimously pessimistic about Fenglu's chances. The two stepped forward, placed their hands into the device, and their consciousness entered the battlefield. Within the light screen, a vast plain unfolded, with spatial rifts slowly opening at both ends. Fenglu appeared first, followed by hundreds of blood beetles, small in size but densely packed, spreading out like a crimson wave. On the other side, Zhao Wenbo appeared, leading fewer than 100 golden unicorn beetles. These were much larger, their carapaces gleaming with a metallic sheen, and their sharp spikes on their heads radiating a chilling light, exuding a completely different aura. The difference between the two sides was immediately apparent. Although the blood beetles were numerous, their individual combat strength was only around 20, while the golden unicorn beetles had completed their first generation of evolution, with each possessing a combat strength exceeding 100. As the command was given, the two swarms of insects clashed violently. The result was a foregone conclusion, a near one-sided rout. Blood beetles were knocked away, pierced, and fell in droves. They couldn't even break through the other's carapace. The battle quickly devolved into a massacre. In just a few minutes the battle was over. Zhao Wenbo wins! Instructor Su announced the result. The battle continued relentlessly. Li Weiran wins! Pu Gaoyu wins! The pace was incredibly fast, with most duels ending in a single, decisive blow, and some even choosing to surrender outright. Qin Tian, watching from the back row, found nothing of interest. In his eyes, this swarm clash was more like a chaotic free-for-all, lacking variety, even bordering on childish. He simply hoped it would be his turn soon, to end this selection as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, the screen finally flashed. Qin Tian's parasitic insect clan versus Xiong Hanlin's tiger-striped wolf spider clan. The news caused a slight stir in the crowd. Tiger-striped wolf spiders, the third most powerful race. Most of the top 20 have already made their appearances. Many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, everyone noticed Qin Tian's race. A parasitic worm? Never heard of it. It should be a parasitic worm, the bottom kind. This gap is even more exaggerated than the first match. Almost everyone believed that this duel wouldn't really begin. He'll definitely concede right away. Why even fight? In the arena, a fat man weighing over 200 pounds slowly stood up. It was Xiong Hanlin. His face showed no excitement, only regret. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to show off, but instead encountered such a weak opponent. He didn't even immediately go on stage, but waited with everyone else for Qin Tian to concede defeat. After all, the difference in skill was obvious to everyone. But just as everyone was discussing, they suddenly froze. Because Qin Tian, who should have conceded, had already stood up and walked straight to the dueling platform. Chapter 17. Unparalleled Genius. Completely stunned. Chapter 17. Unparalleled Genius. Completely stunned in the schoolroom. Inside the classroom, a crowd stared in astonishment as Qin Tian walked directly onto the stage. He actually dares to go up? Hoping for a miracle? The gap is so huge, it's a complete waste of time. Discussions rose and fell, with many feeling the outcome of the duel was a foregone conclusion. Even Xiong Hanlin was stunned. He hadn't expected Qin Tian to actually accept the challenge. But soon, a look of wild joy appeared on his face, and he immediately dragged his obese body to the front of the battle platform, quickly pressing his hand into the instrument, fearing that Qin Tian might concede defeat at the last minute. Soon, the battlefield of consciousness unfolded. On a wide open plain, Xiong Hanlin's consciousness floated in midair, with 50 tiger-striped wolf spiders lying in wait below, emitting piercing hisses and exuding a terrifying aura. These tarantulas are a meter long, with sickle-shaped fangs. The tiger stripes on their fur have turned dark gold, and their 8 long legs are spread out, making them look like ferocious beasts ready to pounce, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Xiong Hanlin tilted his head back, his expression one of rapture. He could almost imagine the astonishment of the students outside. Both their numbers and forms indicated that his race had completed its second-generation evolution. The second-generation evolved form has a combat power of nearly 200. It completed 2 evolutions in just 3 years, a speed that is extremely rare in all previous generations, let alone the third-ranked tiger tarantula. In his view, entering the elite academy was a foregone conclusion, and he was even very likely to secure first place. Compared to having the results announced by the instructors, the feeling of crushing his opponents in public was much more addictive. At the same time, the school was in complete uproar. A second-generation evolved form? How did he do that? And a tiger-striped tarantula at that? That's too incredible! Exclamations of surprise rang out continuously. Someone recalled. The last person to evolve to the second generation in the preliminary test was that genius 5 years ago, who was later directly granted a title. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Xiong Hanlin completely changed. Even some girls' eyes lit up. What was once considered undesirable as obesity now seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Faced with absolute talent, all appearance becomes unimportant. Su Jian was equally excited. He knew very well that a genius could change an instructor's fate. With the example from 5 years ago before him, and now that the opportunity had presented itself again, he naturally couldn't hide his anticipation. However, just as he was envisioning the future, the school suddenly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared intently at the light screen behind him, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Su Jian frowned and turned around. He only glanced at her before his pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze on the spot, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Xiong Hanlin's expression completely collapsed. He stared wide-eyed, his previous confidence and elation vanishing instantly, leaving only endless fear. In just a few minutes, he plummeted from the heights of success to the depths of despair, as if swallowed by a chilling aura. The dramatic fall left him frozen in place, almost unable to think. Opposite him, Qin Tian stood silently in midair. Below him, the earth cracked open, and countless terrifying, utterly unimaginable insectoid monsters surged forth like a black torrent. Chapter 18: A Devastating Slaughter. Instant carnage. Chapter 18: A Devastating Slaughter. Instantaneous massacre inside the schoolroom. The students stared blankly at the black monster in the light screen. Its streamlined, slender, and smooth body seemed to have been machine-polished. Those long, sharp limbs, like swords and spears. The dense, sharp barbs covering its entire body. And its enormous size, as tall as a house. What the hell is this? Which bastard said it was a parasitic worm? This has even the slightest connection to worms? A stark contrast. This caused everyone's minds to freeze for a long time. Within the battlefield, Qin Tian stood in midair. A group of killer insects has assembled below. The quantity is not large. Only 10. But this also means that each one is several times stronger than a tiger tarantula. The instant I appeared on this unfamiliar grassland, a group of war insects immediately set their sights on the group of tiger-striped wolf spiders on the other side. In their simple understanding, there is no distinction between friend and foe. Any other creature is prey in its eyes. No order from Qin Tian is required. The next moment, the 10 killer insects then pounced fiercely on it. The chilling screech of the war insects. In an instant, the sound resounded throughout the battlefield. Until this point, Xiong Hanlin suddenly woke up with a start. In a panic, he ordered his tiger spiders to engage the enemy. But it was clearly too late. The two sides had closed the distance to within a few dozen meters. This effectively deprived him of his last chance to fight back. Certainly, it was nothing more than a struggle. The webs sprayed by the tiger tarantula have little effect on the war insects that are charging at high speed, even if you get entangled with it. Its six-bladed legs can easily cut through spider webs. A distance of tens of meters can be covered in the blink of an eye. The dozen or so tiger tarantulas in the front row were immediately gutted. But the swarm of killer war insects did not stop hunting other prey nearby, and continued to advance at high speed. Their attack method does not involve biting. Instead, it has 6 sharp limbs, as sharp as knives. From the moment of its birth, the war insects knew their own advantages. And during hunting, they can maximize this advantage. This is an instinct etched into our genes. 10 killer war insects. Like a series of high-speed meat grinders, it slashed fiercely into the tiger tarantula swarm, which resembled blocks of tofu. In the blink of an eye, juice flowed freely, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. After just 2 rounds of sprinting back and forth, more than 50 tiger tarantulas were slaughtered. On the huge field, it was almost impossible to find a complete corpse. Some were cut into several pieces. Some were trampled and trampled by the killer insects. It turned into a messy pile of minced meat. In the school, a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the image on the screen, speechless for a long time. Some were still reeling from the shock of seeing the black insects. Then, in the blink of an eye, the battle ended so easily and decisively. Xiong Hanlin's gaze was also vacant. Even to withdraw from planetary consciousness and return to the outside world, he still looked dazed. How could that be? How is that possible? Xiong Hanlin murmured as he looked up. Staring at the group of tiger tarantulas in the still image, their shapes indistinguishable and nearly turned into puddles of flesh. In a short time, he simply couldn't accept this cruel reality. The preliminary test was suspended for the first time in history. After announcing in public that Qin Tian would directly advance to the elite academy and would not have to participate in the next 2 rounds of battles, Su Jian went straight back to the instructor's room. Close the door. Su Jian, with a flushed face. I could no longer suppress the surging emotions in my heart. He would sometimes burst into laughter. At times, he would excitedly swing his fists a few times. He was completely out of his mind. He couldn't help but be so agitated. I waited for 5 whole years. He was already extremely satisfied with the fact that a genius like Xiong Hanlin had emerged. Unexpectedly. Suddenly, another being appeared who could wipe out all the species under Xiong Hanlin's command with a wave of his hand. This kind of person. It's beyond what you can describe as genius. It's simply evildoer. He quickly walked to the desk. Among a pile of case files, Su Jian pulled out Qin Tian's naturalization file. The file information is very simple. It is difficult to discern his family background from this. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Su Jian immediately closed the case file. He quickly got up, went over, and opened the door. Instructor, you wanted to see me? Qin Tian stood outside the door and said, Yes, come in quickly and tell me. They let Qin Tian into the house. Su Jian personally moved a chair. I sat down next to him as well. And in a very friendly manner, he took Qin Tian's hand. He asked with a smile. Brother Qin, where are you from? How are your parents? Qin Tian subtly withdrew his hand. His brows furrowed slightly. This inappropriate and nonsensical name. This subconsciously reminded him of the scene when he first met Fan Yixian, the special envoy of Jinbei Kingdom. But he immediately replied. A native of the capital, born an orphan, without father or mother. Haha, that's great. No, what I mean is, from now on, our Zerg 8th branch will be your home. Su Jian was so excited that he was incoherent. I was overjoyed. If you are not born into a prominent family, or even have no family at all, you will not have any ties. Like plain water. Only then can you better build relationships. Thank you, instructor. Yes, that's right. Su Jian managed to calm himself down. Now let's get down to business. You know about the annual college competition, right? No. Qin Tian nodded. This was his main purpose in coming to Pingxi Kingdom. In 3 months. Then the annual academy competition, hosted by the Linen City Guard, will begin. Preliminary test. It was actually preparation for the competition. At the time, the 3 academies of insectids, plants, and savages in Linen City will each select their strongest warriors to fight. Firstly, it is to test the achievements of the new generation of creators. Secondly, it was also to generate some revenue for the already impoverished city of Linen. At that time, not only will people from surrounding towns flock to Linen City, countless families, large and small, as well as royal envoys, will come to observe. A huge flow of people. This will directly boost the city's economy. Certainly, these weren't things Qin Tian cared about. Rather, it's a reward for the competition. According to the rules of previous years, the highest reward of the competition. It's a title. It is a title that allows an ordinary creator to directly ascend to the noble class. Chapter 19 The Grand Competition in Linen. Warcraft Civilization. Chapter 19 The Grand Competition in Linen. Since the arrival of the Warcraft civilization in this world, Qin Tian deeply understood one principle. To live a better life, not only do you need to have strength, they also need to have corresponding power and status. Otherwise, ultimately, they can only become tools manipulated by those powerful families, at the mercy of others. You will only give birth if I want you to. If I want you dead, you will surely die. Even the fiercest tiger. Ultimately, they couldn't defeat a pack of wolves. As for the conditions offered by the special envoys of the 4 countries, he neither cared about them nor regretted them. Those are all fleeting moments. Only what you earn yourself truly belongs to you. As in previous years, each department will select 10 people to compete in this year's competition. Su Jian glanced at Qin Tian. He continued, smiling. According to the rules, before the competition, the elite academies of each branch will conduct an internal selection to determine the top 10. However, based on today's preliminary results, Brother Qin can be a slated candidate for our Zerg 8th branch. There is no need to worry about the second round of selection. You can focus on developing your skills. Thank you, instructor. Qin Tian responded. He knew that Su Jian had given him special treatment, which was also a form of recognition. Even if we follow the rules, there would be no problem for a parasite to compete for a spot in the competition. 3 months outside. That is, the past 100 years on this planet. Such a long time. He could no longer imagine how terrifying his parasites would evolve. Forget about instructors, that's too formal. We're not that far apart in age, how about we call each other brothers from now on? Yes, teach Brother Su. Haha, that's more like it. Come to think of it, I'm the one who got the better deal. Su Jian laughed heartily twice. Then he got up and poured 2 cups of tea. He handed one of the cups to Qin Tian. Brother, I come from humble beginnings and am a rough man with no particular manners. If you think I'm a good match, let's have tea instead of wine today and become sworn brothers. To be honest, I have my own selfish motives. I'd like to take shelter under your wing and benefit from your influence in the future. Qin Tian. He initially thought Su Jian was just saying it casually. I didn't expect them to actually do it. And he said it so bluntly? Qin Tian smiled. They had no choice but to accept the tea. The 2 clinked glasses. He drank it all in one gulp. Haha, Brother Qin, to be honest, I was a little worried that you wouldn't appreciate my favor. Su Jian wiped his mouth, put down his teacup, and smiled. What if I don't answer? If you didn't answer, you didn't answer. I wouldn't make things difficult for you in the future over such a small matter. Su Jian said matter-of-factly. After today's battle, anyone with eyes can see that you are no ordinary person. If I weren't tired of living, I wouldn't have done anything to offend you. Brother Su is joking. Qin Tian felt somewhat helpless. The strong, rugged-looking man in front of me truly lived up to his appearance. She has a straightforward personality, doesn't beat around the bush, and says whatever she thinks. Oh, right. Su Jian got up and went to the table, taking out a blue gold card. The color of the gold card represents its face value. Green represents 10,000. And blue represents 100,000. This is the reward for first place in the preliminary test. Please accept it. Although the preliminary test is not over yet. But Su Jian doesn't think that among the remaining trainees, whose race could be stronger than Qin Tian's. First place in the preliminary test. Well deserved. So much? Qin Tian knew that there were rewards for the preliminary test. But over the years, the top student in each department only gets 50,000. Consider the extra money as my early investment. Brother Qin, please don't refuse, otherwise it means you don't think much of me. Okay, thanks Brother Su. Now that things have come to this point, Qin Tian didn't hesitate any longer and accepted it directly. Brother Su, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Alright, go back and focus on your development. If nothing unexpected happens, with the strength of your race, getting into the top 20 in the competition after March shouldn't be a problem. No, Brother Su. Qin Tian stopped upon hearing this. Looking at Su Jian, he said seriously, I don't want to be in the top 20, I want to be number 1. After all, only the first place winner receives a noble title. First place? Su Jian was taken aback. He then sighed and said, Brother Qin, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but in previous years, based on your performance in the preliminary rounds, if you had developed for a few more months and evolved a few more generations, you wouldn't have had no chance of winning first place, or at least securing a place in the top 3. But this year is truly a bit special. Special? I just received the news that 2 creators from the magical beast civilization have come to the Beast Academy this year, and they are powerful races such as the demonic dragon and the fire phoenix. How did the Warcraft civilization end up in Linen City? Qin Tian asked in surprise. It is said that the woman is a member of the local Dawn family, who stayed because she was attached to her homeland, while the man is the son of the Lin family from Wanqing, who traveled a great distance to Linen City to pursue the Duan family's daughter, so... Su Jian sighed helplessly again. He genuinely felt resentful for this brother he had just recognized. They felt it was unfair to themselves and even to the 8th Division. 5 whole years. The 8th Division has finally produced a prodigy who has the potential to soar to great heights. However, it was forcefully suppressed by 2 suddenly descending mountains. The Warcraft civilization was inherently incredibly powerful. They can also use all sorts of powerful magic. How could the Zerg, which has only evolved a few generations, possibly contend with it? Chapter 20 Invading the Planet. Stealing Genes. Chapter 20 Invading the Planet. Stealing Genes inside the library of Linen City. Qin Tian was flipping through several documents about Warcraft civilization. For the college competition, he was initially very confident. But the 2 magical beast races that suddenly appeared. This undoubtedly creates some gloom. No wonder the system's prediction of a win rate is so low. The strength of the Warcraft civilization is indeed beyond imagination. Qin Tian put down the documents. The first thing I did after receiving the news from Su Jian was, he immediately had the system simulate and predict a battle between the parasitic insectoid race and these 2 magical beast species 100 years from now. The results were very unsatisfactory. The win rate is less than 50%. However, after looking at the information in front of him, Qin Tian felt relieved. In fact, the Warcraft civilization and the Magic civilization share significant similarities. Both can use a variety of powerful and even world-destroying magic. Difference. It's just a matter of varying levels of wisdom. Or rather, the Warcraft civilization was a failed product of a planet with magical energy that could not give rise to intelligent species. But even if it fails, it also cannot erase its magical creature nature. The insectid species on Mars are all ordinary organisms. No matter how much parasites evolve, ultimately, they could not break through the limits of ordinary living beings. This planet has an upper limit. Only invade the planets of other creators. Steal the genetic material of the organisms on their planet. This is the only way. Having made up my mind, Qin Tian left the library. Invading a planet with a creator is unrealistic. No one wants others to run rampant and commit mass killings on their planet. So, Qin Tian plans to find an unclaimed planet to test his skills first. When the creator dies naturally or falls unexpectedly, he will leave behind a fused planet. Countries will gather these unclaimed planets together. It is generally used for the trials of other creators. Or it could be used by those who failed to merge to tour the alien landscape. Over a century, it has gradually developed into a stable industrial chain. Not long after, Qin Tian arrived at the Planetary Merchant Guild in the city. This place specializes in the business of dealing with unclaimed planets. In the lobby on the first floor, It was bustling with people coming and going, very lively. Long queues have already formed in some places. However, they were mostly rich kids who hadn't successfully integrated into the family. They were just there to see something unusual. Qin Tian glanced around. His gaze lingered briefly on the Warcraft planet counter. Then he shook his head. Walked towards the Beast planet counter next door. With the current strength of the war bugs, going to challenge Warcraft is pure suicide. Sir, please go first. Upon seeing the clothing worn by Qin Tian, which symbolized his status, the person at the very front of the line immediately and obsequiously gave up their place. As the creator, with this privilege, there's no need to queue. Even the Chamber of Commerce clerks behind the counter, who had been listless, immediately perked up. He said with great respect, "Hello, Your Excellency Creator, are you looking to rent a planet? I want to lease a level 2 planet." Qin Tian nodded in agreement. Planetary levels represent stages of biological evolution. Level 2 planet. It is a planet where the main race has evolved to the second generation. How long would you like to rent it for? 1 day. 1 day outside. Equivalent to 1 year on a planet. It's sufficient for experimental purposes only. Okay, renting a level 2 savage beast planet for 1 day will cost 500 gold. The waiter said familiarly. The price is not expensive. It's cheap, at least for Qin Tian. The creator receives a monthly stipend. The Zerg branch's monthly salary is 100 gold. After being promoted to the Elite Academy, the reward increases directly to 1,000 gold. In addition to the initial test bonus of 100,000. A mere few hundred gold coins is just a drop in the ocean. Qin Tian handed over the gold card. All done. The waiter waved for a maid to come over. They led Qin Tian to the rental room at the back. The indoor space is not large, but it has all kinds of facilities. On the middle table, a light blue crystal ball was placed there. It stores the coordinates of the corresponding planet. Close the door. Qin Tian took the crystal ball and sat down on a recliner. I changed to a more comfortable position. Close your eyes. Sinking into consciousness. Planet name Mars. Civilized race, parasitic insect race. Evolutionary stage, second generation evolution. Population size, 20,580. Auxiliary function, God-level deduction technique. Killer war bug. Rank, second generation evolution. Size 5 meters. Combat power, 980 points. Quantity 18,500. Abilities, none. Above the penalty area. Qin Tian brought up the information interface and checked it. After 3 days outside. That is, the planet's development over 3 years. The entire parasite population has reached more than 20,000 individuals. Among them, there were 18,500 war insects. The queen mother lays 500 eggs each time. The egg-laying and growth cycle takes about a month. That's 6,000 a year. Converted to external time, that's 6,000 second-generation war bugs per day. It's still a bit slow. Looking at the entire Zerg civilization, the parasite's reproduction rate is already terrifying. But since the plan is to invade an unclaimed planet and steal the genetic material of its inhabitants, the faster the reproduction rate, the better. After all, the number of war insects. This will directly affect the efficiency of the theft. However, there's nothing we can do about it right now. The development of an ethnic group has its own balance. If we forcibly interfere to increase fertility, this will inevitably lead to an overall decline in the combat effectiveness of adult insects. It's not worth the risk. Close the information interface. Qin Tian's gaze swept towards the restricted area. Under its will, swarms of black war insects immediately gathered like a tide. At the same time, using the coordinates inside the crystal ball in one's own hand from the outside world, Qin Tian quickly sensed the exact location of the level 2 savage beast planet called Myriad Beast Star. The next moment, a spatial rift then slowly opened. Qin Tian was the first to float into the passage. As a conscious entity, there is absolutely no danger in entering an unclaimed planet. A short while later, Qin Tian stepped out of the passage. What was presented to him was, it is a vibrant and extremely peaceful world. Chapter 21 Hundreds of Millions. The War Insect Legion. Chapter 21 Hundreds of Millions. At the end of the War Insect Legion passage. Lush and verdant, full of life. On the earth. It is a vast expanse of lush green grassland. Countless creatures live in it. Some deer-shaped horses are grazing peacefully. Some of them, with slender bodies, were chasing and playing. Further away, several ferocious beasts were running and hunting. Compared to its own Mars, the environment here is simply paradise. Qin Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. After the Creator died, the planets they merge with will not be significantly affected. Without the interference of the Creator. This significantly slowed down the evolutionary speed of the dominant civilization race. Life on the planet will continue to reproduce and develop according to the laws of nature. At this time, more than half of the more than 20,000 killer war insects have already emerged. Qin Tian glanced at the horde of savage beasts that had fled far away in fright. He waved gently. In accordance with its will and commands, the massive, dark waves below instantly transformed into torrents of black water that swept outwards. We arrived on this alien planet. Qin Tian lost his ability to create. It's impossible to travel thousands of miles in an instant, and do whatever you want like you would on your own Mars. I want to go and observe the warbugs hunting. It can only float slowly. However, there are still compromised solutions. Immediately, Qin Tian stood with his eyes closed. To inject one's consciousness into the swarm. Gradually, the darkness before my eyes disappeared. Instead, a dimly lit space was created. The space was filled with countless intertwined, shimmering points of light. This is the collective consciousness of the swarm, huh? Qin Tian quickly understood. Parasites do not possess independent consciousness. All individual consciousness is concentrated in a unique network of consciousness. Every point of light he saw. They all represent a killer war insect. At this time, Qin Tian suddenly noticed that several points of light in a certain area were rapidly disappearing. At the same time, the war insect swarms on the outer planets seemed to sense something. The person who was running and chasing stopped. The hunters, who were in the process of encircling and hunting, abandoned their prey that was almost within their grasp. All the war insects turned their heads in unison. Look in the same direction. Squeak! Squeak! The swarm of war insects roared to the sky. A piercing, sharp shriek instantly echoed across the land. The next moment, one by one, the war insects turned around. It rushed towards that area at breakneck speed. Qin Tian focused his consciousness on a nearby war insect. Soon, a scene of violent turbulence appeared before Qin Tian's eyes. A gray sky. Gray earth. A gray grassland. This is from the perspective of the war bug. Their world has no other colors except for a monotonous gray. After running wildly for several minutes, the gray, jittery animation gradually stabilized. One after another, enormous and majestic figures began to appear in sight. Those were ferocious beasts, each larger than a 5-meter-tall war insect. It looks like a tiger and a bear, with fangs covering its mouth and sharp claws several inches long sticking out from between its paws. Not far ahead, lying there were the mangled corpses of 8 killer insects. Roar! As the number of war insects gathered around, it increased. A group of tiger bear beasts sensed the threat, crouched down with their mountain-like bodies, and roared with wide eyes. A powerful sound wave. It was almost like small whirlwinds rising up in the air. Squeak! The insect swarm showed no weakness, even under the other party's provocation. This triggered the warrior insect's instinctive ferocity, causing them to hiss and pounce on the attack. Qin Tian hurriedly released a burst of will. Suppress the restless activity of this possessed war insect and let it act as your eyes. As expected of a savage beast, their combat strength is incomparable to that of the Zerg in the preliminary rounds. This pack of tigers and bears. Each battle must involve at least several thousand people. Qin Tian watched the one-sided massacre unfolding before him. One glance. The killer insects suffered heavy casualties. Some were slapped away. Some were torn to pieces. Some were pounced on by tiger bear beasts, and had their heads bitten open. Its ferocity was truly terrifying to Qin Tian. This is just a creature from a level 2 savage planet. and they are not the dominant civilization or race. The main race will definitely not consist of only a dozen or so individuals. Surprised as I was, Qin Tian was not worried about the outcome of the fight. Even the strongest tiger bear beast is still made of flesh and blood, and its strength has its limits. Under the onslaught of tens of thousands of fearless and valiant war insects, their deaths are only a matter of time. However, but things happened much faster than Qin Tian had anticipated. As more and more war bugs from the periphery joined the battle, they were stacked up one by one. Not long after, a group of tiger bear beasts were submerged in a dense sea of insects. Qin Tian withdrew from the war insect consciousness and returned to Mars. The Zerg Swarm's highly efficient collective combat model, where help comes from all sides when one is in trouble, is a prime example of this. As long as you don't encounter a large-scale main beast race, you can rest easy. An hour later, some more insects began to return with their spoils. A group of camel-carrying insects gathered around the Queen Mother immediately crawled over and dragged the prey to feed her. Basically, the Empress always only dabbled in things. Mars has no shortage of food. The Empress's actions were also carried out at Qin Tian's behest, allowing her to extract the genes of savage beasts. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.001. Qin Tian was stunned. I thought I had misheard. But very soon, 2 more system notifications sounded in succession. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.001. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.002. Qin Tian seemed to realize something. He immediately turned around and looked towards the entrance of the passage. Most of the prey brought back by the war insects were already dead. But inevitably some still have a breath left. As expected, as a war insect carrying a deer-like beast that was not yet fully dead emerged from the passage. And in the instant that the savage beast succumbed to the harsh, high-temperature environment of Mars, it perished. The system notification immediately sounded. Planetary origin. It can actually be obtained by sacrificing the lives of living beings? It has been confirmed. Qin Tian was initially somewhat taken aback. Then came a burst of ecstasy. The origin of a planet is the core energy of a planet. At the same time, it is also the basis for summoning creatures to accompany you. But when summoned, the consumption of vital energy is terrifying. The entire original reserves of a planet. It can barely be summoned twice. Over a century, countless creators and sages have tried countless methods. No method has been found to increase the planet's origin or the number of summons. But unexpectedly, is it possible to increase the planet's origin through this method? This means Qin Tian's breathing suddenly became rapid. This means that he will not be subject to the limit on the number of summons. He will be able to summon Martian war bugs continuously. From the outside world. Summon 1. An army of hundreds of millions of war insects. Chapter 22 2 months of accumulation. 3rd generation war insects. Chapter 22 2 months of accumulation. 3 generations of war insects under the setting sun. The setting sun was like blood. Thousands of wild beasts fled in terror across the land. Slightly slower, they will be swarmed by the outer war insects. After scattering, all that remained were pools of scarlet blood. A brutal expulsion. Its effect. It is obvious. In less than half a day, thousands of savage beasts were driven into the crevice passage. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.001. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.001. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.002. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.001. Listening to the system prompts constantly ringing in my mind. Qin Tian's emotions had already stabilized. I just feel a bit sentimental. Perhaps countless creators, in their quest to find a way to increase the planet's origin. They have also attempted to plunder creatures from unclaimed planets in a similar manner. But there would never be a large-scale raid involving tens of thousands of animals. It's mostly experimental. The meager, almost negligible, increase in origin power gained by a few dozen or so creatures. It is impossible to perceive. If it weren't for a deliberate system prompt. They themselves were completely unaware of it. Planet name Mars. Civilized race, parasitic insect race. Evolutionary stage, second generation evolution. Population size, 20,580. Planetary origin, 81622. Auxiliary function, God-level deduction technique. Qin Tian summoned the system information. On the interface, an additional original value has been added. This is a new feature added to the God-level creator auxiliary system. It presents the origins of planets in a more intuitive way through data. The original Mars was only about 80,000 tons. The difference between having the ability to summon countless war insects to accompany you and having the ability to do so is enormous. However, once a method is found, the rest is just accumulation. We will achieve this goal someday. And, in comparison, the speed at which biological genes are stolen, simply driving them away is far faster than hunting and killing them. After conveying a will to the Queen Mother, Qin Tian then left the planet. The war insects that hatched afterward. The Queen Mother will follow his command and continuously send supplies to the Beast Star. As for that spatial rift passage, it won't close unless he actively disconnects. Back to the outside world. Qin Tian took the crystal ball and went to the counter. Under the astonished gaze of the waiter, they bought the Savage Beast planet for 5,000 gold coins. Subsequently, Qin Tian went to the counter on the Warcraft planet again, seeing the same surprised look on the other man's face. They bought 2 Warcraft planets for a total of 90,000. The 2 men stared blankly at Qin Tian's departing figure. They couldn't help but shake their heads. He sighed inwardly. Being rich means you can do whatever you want. After all, in their view, used solely for training the creatures under my command. They just bought a few expensive planets. They're incredibly extravagant. Back at the school dormitory, Qin Tian re-entered his consciousness onto Mars. The 2 Warcraft planets purchased. One Grade 1. Another second-order satellite. He did not intend to immediately open a spatial portal to capture the monsters on the 2 planets, both in terms of the strength and the number of war insects. Right now, it's far from enough to develop a new Warcraft planet. Furthermore, opening the passage also requires a continuous strain on the planet's energy, although extremely small. But compared to obtaining 1 point of essence from nearly 1,000 savage beasts, that makes it incredibly precious. The province still needs to save money. Above Mars, Qin Tian habitually first surveyed the area inside and outside the restricted zone. Now that we've bought that savage planet, so he wasn't in a hurry anymore. The millions of insect species selected earlier are still arriving. The most distant groups may still need hundreds of years. Mars is too big. According to Qin Tian's estimate, it must be at least 10 times the size of Earth in its previous life. The distance is too far. It was another large-scale migration of the entire ethnic group. They traveled over mountains and valleys along the way. They also had to avoid countless other insected species along the way. It's easy to imagine how long it would take. This can't be rushed. After the inspection, Qin Tian then entered the Myriad Beast Star. Next, aside from resting and eating, Qin Tian basically spent all his time on the planet. Occasionally, they would patrol their own planetary territory. Occasionally, I would wander around the planet of beasts to see the alien scenery. Or you could adopt the perspective of a Zergling and personally command several capture operations. In addition, the consciousness entity has no concept of time on the planet. The days didn't seem boring at all. Unbeknownst to them, 2 months have passed in a flash. 2 months outside. The time on the planet is as long as 60 years. Planet name Mars. Civilized race, parasitic insect race. Evolutionary stage, second generation evolution. Population size, 405,681 individuals. Planetary origin, 127435. Auxiliary function, God-level deduction technique. Killer war bug. Rank, second generation evolution. Size 5 meters. Combat power, 980 points. Quantity 357,486. Abilities none. 60 years. This caused the entire parasite population to expand wildly to over 400,000. Besides the more than 40,000 camel-carrying insects that resemble worker ants. Then deduct the casualties from deaths in battle. The number of war bugs has reached nearly 360,000. Within the planet of 10,000 beasts. What catches the eye? It was a swarm of black insects. It stretches as far as the eye can see. But such a large number of war insects. It did not improve the efficiency of obtaining the source. On the contrary, they are gradually decreasing. According to the time on the planet. In 60 years, only 45,000 new sources have been added. On average, you can only earn 2 to 3 points per day. But there's nothing we can do. The savage beasts near the spatial passage were all captured. The war insects must travel long distances to find herds of beasts. Now, the journey has reached thousands or even tens of thousands of miles. The further along, the lower the efficiency, the better. Turn your gaze away. Qin Tian returned to Mars. The selected insect population of nearly 1 million has reached more than half of its target. Besides selecting a few from each group for the Queen to absorb genes, the vast majority of the rest scattered around the restricted area to survive. The area of the restricted zone at this time. To satisfy the enormous population of parasites. It is no longer limited to the initial mere dozen or so miles. Under Qin Tian's will. Its range extends for tens of thousands of miles. Arriving above the Queen Mother. Evolution! Qin Tian conveyed a slightly trembling command to him. There is excitement. I have some feelings. It has weathered many changes. So much accumulation over such a long time. After such a long and arduous wait. For the purpose of. Isn't this the moment? Below. The Queen Mother's enormous body trembled slightly. It probably fused with the genes of countless insects and savage beasts within its body. Qin Tian waited patiently. This wait. It's only half a month. Finally. On the 16th day, the Queen Mother made a move. They began to lay their eggs one by one. Unlike the previous white, these insect eggs, reaching up to 2 meters in height, are speckled with various colors. It also exudes a very clear and fierce aura. 2 more months passed. Roars gradually emanated from the newly expanded, enormous insect nest. Buzz! A loud roar, like a fighter jet passing by, followed. Under Qin Tian's expectant gaze. Huge black shadows. Take flight. Soaring straight into the sky. Chapter 23 Hybrid Species. Tens of thousands of battle power. Chapter 23 Hybrid Species. Qin Tian's gaze sharpened as he surveyed tens of thousands of combatants. The will of the Creator surged forth in an instant. The group of enormous creatures that had just soared into the sky immediately suppressed their ferocity. They all became as docile as little lambs and flew down, bowing their bodies low. A hybrid species? It's completely unrecognizable. Qin Tian sized him up for a moment. The color of the creatures in front of us hasn't changed. Pitch black all over. There wasn't a single impurity. But it has almost completely lost its insect-like appearance. It's more like a combination of insects and wild beasts. The most striking feature is their mouths. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a beak. It is nearly 1 meter long. When closed, it resembles a sharp spear. These wings. That's way too exaggerated. It should have evolved from the genes of the main race on the planet of 10,000 beasts. Qin Tian looked at the enormous wings of these creatures, which span tens of meters. The main race of the beast star was encountered by the war bugs 30 years ago. They were a group of flying species that closely resembled pterosaurs. Due to the lack of air attack capabilities. At that time, it took nearly 1,000 killer insects to barely kill a dozen or so pteranodons. However, unlike the fleshy wings of pterosaurs, the Queen Mother likely incorporated some genes from flying insects. Its wings are almost entirely composed of bones. Only a thin layer of skin adheres between the bones. It also has a pair of exaggerated bony claws under its body. Overall, it still has more characteristics of insects. After a little thought, Qin Tian named it the Annihilator War Bug. Striker War Bug. Rank, 3rd generation evolution. Size, 68 meters. Combat power, 25,800 points. Quantity, 300. Ability 1, rapid piercing curling up the body to transform oneself into a weapon. Capability 2, Bone spur ejection, ejecting bone spurs from the body using cavity pressure. He actually has two abilities? Qin Tian looked at the information about the Slayer war bug that appeared in front of him with surprise. As for combat strength, it's barely passable. This was something he had kept bottled up for 60 years. The third-generation war bug was hatched by combining the genes of countless insects and savage beasts. Of course, in order to balance the structure of life, the Queen Mother only selected the best parts of the genes. It's impossible to actually pile up the genes of millions of organisms into one species. That would only produce a deformed creature that is neither fish nor fowl and has no fighting power. A short while later, Qin Tian led this batch of Slayer insects to the Beast Planet. As soon as they exited the spatial passage, the Slayer warbug then set its sights on the killer warbugs below, which were driving away the savage beast horde. Their gazes all turned fierce. This is their instinct. A stronger generation emerges. This foreshadows the obsolescence of the previous generation. Just like how the second-generation warbugs slaughtered the first-generation warbugs after hatching. Qin Tian immediately released a burst of will. This prevented the eager striker warbug from launching its attack. Now is far from the time for upgrading and replacement. He also needs a massive number of killer warbugs to plunder the biological essence of Beast Planet for him. Suspended above the passage, Qin Tian turned his gaze to the distance on the ground. Will burst forth and descends. A swarm of fighter insects immediately spread their wings and flew rapidly in the southeast direction. 1,000,000 kilometers away in that direction. The dominant race on this planet is the Pteranodon. Back to the outside world. It was early morning. Qin Tian got up and stretched. I was just about to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Then Su Jian suddenly arrived. Brother Qin, how have you been lately? Good. Qin Tian poured Su Jian a glass of water. There wasn't much polite talk afterwards. Asked directly. Brother Su, is there something you need? The other party obviously wouldn't come to the temple without a reason. It's impossible for someone to come over so early in the morning just to chat. It's nothing major, it's just that my brother just received a notice that there have been some adjustments to this year's competition. Before Qin Tian could ask a question, Su Jian continued. Previously, each of the 3 colleges had 10 slots for the competition. Our Zerg Academy has 8 divisions, which adds up to 80 places. This year, we have made significant reductions, with each of the 3 colleges having only 30 regular participants and 1 seated participant. A total of 31 people. And it will no longer be divided equally, but will be subject to elimination. In 2 weeks, our Zerg Academy will hold a centralized internal competition among its departments. Select the 31 strongest individuals from among them to represent the entire Zerg Academy in the grand competition. Qin Tian nodded upon hearing this. I didn't pay much attention to it. For him, it was just a formality anyway. Brother, notifying me about this trip is secondary, hee. Su Jian smiled somewhat embarrassedly. He then subconsciously rubbed his hands together. With a hint of expectation, he said, Actually, I mainly wanted to ask how Brother Qin's racial evolution is going? Not bad, it just evolved to the 3rd generation. 3rd generation? Su Jian's smile froze. He originally thought. 2 months later. Qin Tian can evolve to at least 3 or 4 generations. Can. Compared to the preliminary test, it has only evolved for 1 generation. Su Jian stood there stunned. I felt incredibly disappointed. Before coming here, he made a special inquiry about it. It is said that many people in other branches have already evolved their races to the 7th generation. Some rare geniuses. It has even reached the 8th generation of evolution. If Qin Tian continues to develop at this snail's pace, even if it evolves into another generation in half a month, it is still far from being a match. Seeing Su Jian's expression, Qin Tian quickly understood the other party's concerns. He opened his mouth to comfort her. Don't worry, Brother Su. Racial strength isn't determined by the number of generations of evolution. Although my Zerg has only evolved to the 3rd generation, its combat power has reached over 20,000. In the internal competition in half a month, securing a spot in the grand competition will be no problem at all. Yes, racial strength isn't determined by evolution. Su Jian responded listlessly. A moment later, he suddenly woke up with a start. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Startled, I jumped up from my chair. He shouted with wide eyes. Etc. What did you say? A combat strength of over 20,000? Chapter 24 The Foundation. The Viscount's Fiefdom. Chapter 24 The Foundation. Su Jian, the Viscount, was truly terrified. The path of biological civilization evolution is widely recognized as rugged and arduous. For a biological species to meet the requirements of evolution, the next generation of combat power must be more than twice that of the previous generation. Countless creators have tried and struggled, cautiously and continuously. After more than 10 times, even hundreds of reproductions, almost in a slow, cumulative way, it was only with great difficulty that the combat power of the new generation gradually increased to twice the rating standard. The effort and energy required for this. For the creator of biological civilization, this is equivalent to immense mental torment. But this monster before me. The combat power of the second generation evolved form in the initial test was clearly less than 1,000. It evolved only once. It directly caused his race's combat power to skyrocket by 20 times? To be precise, the combat power of the third generation seems to be... Qin Tian recalled the information about the Slayer War bug. Finally, it was confirmed that. That's right, it's 25,800 combat power. Su Jian felt his head buzzing. My heart was in turmoil, like a stormy sea. In another 2 weeks, before the internal competition, it won't be a problem to evolve another generation. Qin Tian didn't pay attention to Su Jian. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. He hesitated and said, But this will inevitably slow down the reproduction rate, which is not worth the risk. Su Jian opened his mouth. I want to say something, but I don't know what to say. People go to great lengths and painstaking efforts to evolve their species. When I arrived here, is it as simple as eating and drinking? Evolve whenever you want? If you don't want to evolve, then you won't evolve? Still think it's slowing down reproduction? Do you think it's not worth it? If someone else said this, Su Jian would definitely slap him without saying a word. Curse. Stop spouting nonsense, and get back to developing your business. But it comes from a once-in-5 years event. No. It is a monstrous mouth that is unprecedented in a century. Nothing is impossible. At least, in Su Jian's memory. He evolved his species to the second generation in just 3 days of the initial trial. Furthermore, the combat power of the second generation evolved form is as high as nearly 1,000. Only Qin Tian was there. Brother Qin! Su Jian reached out and patted Qin Tian's shoulder forcefully. He suppressed his joy and excitement. He said in a deep voice, Just focus on your development, and don't worry about those internal competitions. Your goal is the big competition. Good. Qin Tian nodded. He didn't really care about the internal competition. Also, although the number of participants in the major competitions for each branch has been reduced this year, the rewards have been significantly increased. The number of titles alone has increased to 2. It is said that the first place winner was exceptionally given the title of Viscount. However, these 2 titles may also be intended for those 2 creators of the magical beast civilization. So, to put it bluntly, brother, let's forget about the title. Even 3rd or 4th place is probably out of reach. But there's still a chance for 5th place, and at the very least, we can get into the top 10. If you can get into the top 10, you will not only receive a more generous bonus than in previous years, but you will also be included in the inspection department's reserve list. After graduation, you will be directly appointed to the inspection department and become an inspection commissioner. The last sentence. Su Jian emphasized his words. The censorate is an office that specifically manages the creator of the country. It holds real power and is not like those nominal positions assigned in previous years. Fearing that Qin Tian wouldn't understand, Su Jian added another explanation. Viscount? Qin Tian's gaze narrowed slightly. He came to pacify the Western Kingdom. Enter this Academy of the Creator. All for the sake of obtaining a title. In previous years, it was always a barren of the lowest rank. Barren. They can establish their own government and military headquarters, recruit soldiers, enjoy a fief, and receive a noble salary. And the Viscount. Although it's only 1 level higher. But they can have their own fiefdom. This is the true foundation. Qin Tian sighed inwardly. As for the inspector mentioned by Su Jian, he didn't take it to heart at all. Even the most powerful government offices. It was also controlled by those powerful families. If in the end I'm still working for them, why not just find a master early on? After leaving the school, Su Jian went straight to the dean's office. He placed a pre-prepared list on his desk. Dean Ma, this is the preliminary list of participants from our 8th branch. Dean Ma was a thin man, not much older than Su Jian. I am currently reviewing a case file. Hearing this, he didn't even raise his head. He simply waved his hand casually, as if shooing away a fly. At this time, 2 more instructors from the branch school walked in. They all submitted their respective departments' list of participants. Dean Ma put down the case file in his hand. While receiving the list, he looked at one of them with a smile and asked, "Old Chen, how's your branch going? Are you confident about the competition?" "It's alright. A lot of geniuses have emerged this year. Getting into the top 50 in the competition shouldn't be a problem." "Oh?" Dean Ma's eyes lit up. The Zerg branch has never broken into the top 100 in any of the years. Immediately, he then looked at another person. The man hurriedly said, "My second branch can't compare to Old Shen's, but getting into the top 80 shouldn't be a problem." "Old Lu, you're too modest. I heard that one of your students has just evolved to the 8th generation. Just one person is nothing compared to you. Your first branch is full of talented people every year." "Haha, that's how it is." After the two finished joking around, it was as if he had just noticed Su Jian standing next to him. "Hey, isn't this Instructor Su? How's Instructor Su's 8th branch going? I heard that 2 geniuses have emerged from there?" "2 is far too few." "Haha, indeed, this year is different from previous years. There are only 31 spots for the grand competition in the entire Zerg Academy. Coach Su needs to work harder. It would be bad if he didn't get a single spot and ended up empty-handed." The two joked and teased each other. It seems they've become accustomed to it. It is well known that the 8th branch is suffering from a severe shortage of talent. Every year, he is eliminated in the first round of the competition. This is actually related to the dean's deliberate suppression. Perhaps the way someone rises to power is the one they least want others to emulate. He usually assigns the best talents among the newly promoted creators to other branches. The 8th division consisted of ordinary people. In fact, the branch number. This basically represents the strength of each branch school. In previous years, Su Jian could only silently endure the teasing and slink away. But at this moment, in his eyes, the 2 people in front of me were talking nonsense like idiots. First 50? The first 80? Oh. Once I become the dean, the first thing I'll do is fire you all. Su Jian glanced at the 2 of them. After leaving the dean's office. At the same time, I couldn't help but silently say to myself, "Brother Qin, my reputation depends on you, so please don't make any mistakes." Chapter 25 The First March. Warcraft Planet. Chapter 25 The First March. Evening on the Warcraft planet. Qin Tian woke up. After dinner, we entered Mars. Inside the penalty area. 1 day on the outside world equals 1 year on the inside of the planet. The Slayer war bug has also reached a certain scale. Looking around, swarms of war insects soared through the sky. Its enormous body blotted out the sky and the sun. The shadow cast. This occasionally causes a disturbance among the insect populations outside the restricted area. Compared to the killer war bug, the reproductive rate is still too slow. The queen mother can only lay 300 insect eggs at a time. The in vitro ovulation and development cycle can take up to 2 months. Nearly twice the number of killer war bugs. Over the course of the year, we only added 1,800. Qin Tian checked the information interface. After inspecting the area, Qin Tian followed the spatial passage to the beast star. Imbue your consciousness into a slayer insect. This year on the planet, the first batch he brought consisted of 300 slayer war bugs. Besides hunting and eating from time to time, the rest of the time was spent traveling. At the end of the line of sight ahead, hundreds of towering ancient trees can already be faintly seen. That area of ancient trees is the territory of the pterosaur race, the main civilization of this planet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the Slayer war bug drew closer, Groups of pterosaurs immediately flew away from the ancient trees and swarmed over. Kill! Qin Tian released his will. He sent these slayer insects 1,000,000 miles away. One reason, of course, was to capture the pterosaur pack that he had previously been forced to abandon because he couldn't defeat them. Another reason was to see the power of the third-generation war bugs with their own eyes. Roar! Upon receiving the order, the slayer insects let out a series of low growls. But they did not immediately charge forward. Instead, they are arranged in rows. They began to flap their wings violently in unison. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a large black shadow swept out. Those were sharp bone spurs, several meters long, like spears. It is ejected through the powerful special cavity pressure in the abdomen of the fighter insect. The pterosaur herd was still several thousand meters away at this time, faced with bone spurs flying at high speed from an extremely long distance. Plus, there were too many of their own kind crowding together. They simply have no way to dodge effectively. The first 100 or so pterosaurs to be hit were immediately pierced through their bodies and fell downwards with mournful cries. From Qin Tian's perspective, it was as if a rain of beasts had fallen from the distant sky, a truly spectacular sight. Unfortunately, the bone spur can only be shot once. If continuous launches are possible. Qin Tian watched as a swarm of slayer war bugs charged forward. Unfortunately, this unrealistic idea was abandoned. The bone spurs need to slowly regrow inside the war bug's body. How could it possibly be infinite and uninterrupted? However, even if only one volley can be fired, that's an extremely powerful ability. Distance. Fast. Faced with an equal number of enemies, a single volley of long-range fire can wipe out most of the enemy. Far away, the swarm of war insects and the pterosaur horde are getting closer and closer. When the two sides were less than 500 meters apart, a swarm of slayer insectoids suddenly began to twist their bodies and spin as they flew. And it continuously retracts its wings to tightly wrap its entire body in a spiral. The speed is getting faster and faster. It's getting more and more urgent. Final. They transformed into rapidly spinning spears and plunged fiercely into the pterosaur horde. In the blink of an eye, screams of agony filled the air. A series of mournful cries. The sound resounded throughout the land. After passing through, a swarm of slayer war bugs unfurled their bodies and flew forward a short distance. Subsequently, the group turned around. The same method was used to transform the pterosaurs into spinning spears that pierced and weaved through the horde. Fine. The war insect's ability can be used repeatedly. Qin Tian nodded with satisfaction. This is actually the main attack method of the striker war bug. Their long bodies, exaggerated bony wings, and spear-like beaks. This was designed specifically for this purpose. After watching for a while, Qin Tian then issued an order to surround and drive away the group of slayer war insects. Back to Mars. I glanced at the swarm of war insects soaring in the sky. 1,000 or so slayer insects should be just about enough. It's time to develop the Warcraft planet. Ideally, we can evolve the 4th generation war bug within half a month. Qin Tian weighed the options. This decision was not made for the sake of the internal competition. To deal with those Zerg civilizations, the Slayer war bug is more than capable. But the competition. He dared not let his guard down. The stronger the war insect, the more complex the genes in the body. Correspondingly, the longer the incubation speed and growth cycle, the better. Stealing and plundering Warcraft genes in half a month. The remaining 2 weeks will be used entirely for breeding. Upon thinking of this, Qin Tian no longer hesitated. Immediately communicate with one of the lighter-colored purple crystal balls outside. A short while later, a spatial rift began to gradually take shape. As before, Qin Tian was the first to enter the crevice. As soon as I stepped out of the passage, a blinding light from a large patch of Angelica suddenly swept over. Immediately afterwards, it was an immense and overwhelming pressure. A profound and powerful force. Caught off guard. It felt almost like my own consciousness was being crushed. Chapter 26, The Wrathful Invasion. The Swarm Unleashed. Chapter 26, The Wrathful Invasion. The swarm of insects pours forth before our eyes. It was a vast, cold, white world. On the earth, The cold wind howled and the snow was white. The air was filled with energy, both violent and chilling. I remember when I bought this planet. The accompanying planetary information suggests that it is called Ice Crystal Star. Snowflakes filled the sky, and ice crystals covered the ground. It certainly lives up to its name. And the rich aroma in the air. Is it magical energy? Qin Tian carefully sensed the immense and powerful force emanating from the air. The pressure he just felt didn't really break him. That was just a temporary discomfort caused by entering an energy planet for the first time. It's like being unaccustomed to a new environment. It poses no threat to him. Not to mention, he entered the planet as a wisp of consciousness. Manifested consciousness entity. It was actually formed from the condensation of the Martian origin. Below, following closely behind, were swarms of destroyer Zerglings. A momentary commotion also occurred. But they calmed down quickly. As for the cold, icy environment, it had no effect whatsoever on the war bugs. The system migrated millions of insect species. It's not like we're born into an environment with volcanoes and high temperatures like Mars. There is a gradual process. It is possible that vegetation degradation is caused by gradually rising temperatures. It's also possible that the melting snow and ice gradually covered the volcano. When the Queen Mother absorbed these races, their original genes were naturally preserved and incorporated into their offspring. So, the war bug can adapt to a wide variety of extreme environments in a very short time. Qin Tian controlled his consciousness to rise into the sky, to gain a wider perspective. Not long after, to the due north direction, a kilometer away from the passage, Qin Tian discovered a large group of wolf-like creatures with white fur. The quantity is extremely large. It's densely packed at first glance. There are at least tens of thousands of them. But compared to the vast ethnic group, they are incredibly tiny. Less than 2 meters. Faced with war insects that could stretch for tens of meters. Like tiny ants. Qin Tian glanced downwards. More than 1,000 slayer insects immediately ascended into the air and fired a volley of bone spikes at the wolf pack. After bone spurs, they were bodies that transformed into spinning spears. They're not even going to dodge? Qin Tian was somewhat surprised. Faced with the oncoming bone spikes and a swarm of destroyer insects that turned themselves into weapons, the wolf-like creatures did not flee in terror. Instead, they gathered together. It emitted threatening wolf howls. Soon, Qin Tian then witnessed an extremely shocking scene. With the howl of wolves, they were only visible in the air above them. Similarly, sharp ice spikes were formed. A huge number. It almost completely covered the entire land. Clang, clang, clang! Amidst a series of loud crashes, more than 1,000 bone spurs were quickly neutralized by the ice spikes. Without any preparation. Maintaining a rapid sprint state once again. The swarm of Slayer warbugs didn't have time to react much. In an instant. Then they were met with countless ice spikes. In a short time. A mournful cry. A painful roar. The sound resounded through the sky. The intense barrage prevented the destroyer warbug from maintaining its spinning state. They all spread their wings. But before they could fly away, the deafening howl of wolves rang out again. Ice spikes had already formed in front of the war insects. Qin Tian watched as the annihilator warbugs fell to their deaths under the second wave of ice spikes. Heart. It's bleeding. Anger. It's rising. Buzz! In boundless rage. As the will of the Creator. It was released instantly. At the same time, countless swarms of insects surviving on the outskirts of the Martian Forbidden Zone. They suddenly raised their heads. Squeak! Chirp! Grumble! Roar! The swarm of insects roared to the sky. They felt the wrath of the Creator. They sensed the will of the Creator. The next moment, the earth roars. The roar was deafening. Hundreds of millions of insects. They stretched out their limbs, crossing the restricted area. They ran hysterically toward the passage. Inside the Warcraft planet, Qin Tian's face was gloomy. A surge of intense emotions. It even caused the consciousness to twist and deform for a while. Below it, at the exit of the passage, At this moment, it's like a dam bursting. Black torrents are pouring outwards in a frenzied manner. All the insects that swarmed out. His eyes had turned completely a blinding crimson. They are not afraid of the cold. They are fearless and undaunted. Almost like moths drawn to a flame, it screeched and pounced toward the wolf pack. Under Qin Tian's will. From this moment on. No longer hunting. It's no longer a roundup. It's no longer about driving them away. Instead, an invasion of species across the entire planet. Chapter 27 Fighting to the Death. Dragon Clan Creatures. Chapter 27 Fighting to the Death. As a creator, the dragon race. At this moment, that's when their truly ferocious side was revealed. Choose a single dominant race. It is for better development and evolution. This does not mean that the creator cannot command other creatures on his planet to wage war. The invasion of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, of species across the planet. For another unclaimed planet without a creator. It was almost catastrophic. Ahead, in less than an hour, tens of thousands of ice wolves were then slaughtered. The entire territory was completely wiped out. No matter how powerful their ice spike magic is, it cannot go on forever. After leaving behind the corpses of hundreds of thousands of their kind, the remaining swarm of insects began to rush towards a more distant location. Rear. The passageway was still being swarmed with insects. A black torrent is rapidly spreading across the entire surface of Ice Crystal Star. Qin Tian arrived in the Ice Wolf territory. The original 1,800 Slayer insects were mostly lost. The rest were all wounded. Some wings were pierced and unable to fly. Some were so badly injured they were on the verge of death. Only about 500 remain who can rejoin the battle. Angry? Of course I'm angry. The third-generation war bug, which took 60 years to evolve. To suffer such heavy losses against the not-so-powerful Ice Wolf clan. But the idea that revenge is driven by a loss of reason goes far beyond that. A single Ice Wolf is no match for a Slayer war bug. This battle. The main problem was that the war insects were thrown into disarray by the magic released by the monster species when they first encountered them. Furthermore, the number of ice wolves was too large. More than 1,000 against tens of thousands. Outnumbered. To be caught off guard again. It's already quite good that the entire team wasn't wiped out. Regardless of the losses, they poured Martian species into scavenging the icy planet. This was also a last resort for Qin Tian. The competition will be held in a month. He didn't have time to wait for the number of Slayer war bugs to grow slowly. They then gradually hunted down the monster races to obtain their genes. Unfortunately, the other Zerg lack collective consciousness. And their intelligence is too low. Give them a simple kill command, and they can do it. But the encirclement and capture. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. Let alone surrounding and driving them away. Even getting them to bring the carcasses of their prey back to Mars is a pipe dream. This is also why he only used the killer war bug on Beast Planet. Back on Mars, Qin Tian transferred 200,000 Slayer war insects from the Beast Star to the Ice Crystal Star. Their mission is not to hunt down. Instead, they followed behind other Zerg, hauling away the corpses of monsters. The remaining 500 or so Slayer insects. Under his orders, they all flew away from the Ice Wolf territory. To broaden our horizons on this planet and search for the dominant race. The hatched striker Zerglings will then be continuously deployed. In the following days, the first thing Qin Tian does every day upon entering the planet is. The mission was to check whether the Slayer warbugs had detected the main race on Ice Crystal Star. As a dominant race that transcends all magical beasts. It is undoubtedly the most powerful. But behind this power, it is the result of evolving by devouring countless demonic beast races. What Qin Tian wanted. It's their genes. Finally, on the 8th day, that is, 8 years later on the planet, Qin Tian received feedback from a striker warbug. Possessing one's consciousness into the past. At the end of the line of sight. It is a majestic mountain covered by swarms of black insects. On the mountaintop, 2 enormous, dragon-shaped magical beasts, resembling ice crystals, were roaring towards the sky. Such an exaggerated size? Qin Tian was instantly stunned. From a distance, The two frost dragons occupied an area of several thousand meters on the mountaintop. Each one is at least 500 or 600 meters long. It's a full 10 times the size of the striker war bug. Moreover, that naturally evolved and powerful body. It is far superior to the slender, stick-like body of the striker war bug. In terms of visual impact, it is absolutely awe-inspiring. Fighting. Or rather, it was a one-sided massacre. It may have been going on for a long time. The mountaintop was surrounded by a dense mass of insect carcasses. Area magic? Qin Tian noticed the ice blades that appeared in the insect swarm. At first glance, the ice blades affected an area of at least several kilometers. All insects within the range were crushed into piles of minced meat. This creates a huge vacuum zone. Qin Tian also possessed the body of the Slayer war bug during this period. I specifically went to check out some monster species. The strongest were only a group of snow apes that were a dozen meters tall. It only released a small area of magic. Such a large-scale spell. And yet another figure with such an exaggerated physique. This is the first time I've seen this. At this time, one of the frost dragons leaped into the air. It unleashed a continuous stream of white, icy dragon breath. The refilled open space, along with the surrounding swarm of insects, was transformed into ice sculptures. Come closer! Qin Tian transmitted the order to the possessed war insect. They didn't pay attention to the large-scale death of the insect swarm. He drove these ordinary insects in. The purpose was to send them to their deaths. They used their lives to forcefully whittle down and destroy the monsters. No traces of civilization. Not a mainstream civilization or race. Qin Tian carefully sensed it for a moment. After the creator selected a dominant race or civilization, because of prolonged contact, the main race will gradually be imprinted with the primordial aura of the creator. However, neither of the two dragons showed any sign of primal energy fluctuation. But it is indeed ridiculously strong. Even if it's not the dominant race, they deserve my special attention. Qin Tian did not hesitate. Immediately spread your will. Summon all the nearest striker zerglings. Relying solely on those distant swarms of insects, it's estimated that it will be very difficult to overwhelm those two giant dragons. The distant horizon. Sunlight shines on the earth. To add a touch of warmth to this cold world, Qin Tian controlled the possessed destroyer insect to raise its head. I glanced at the sun, which had risen for who knows how many times or how many 20th times. Then he looked at the ongoing killing on the mountaintop. There must be at least 1 million dead insects by now. Is this never going to end? It must be said. Qin Tian truly admired the two giant dragons' perseverance. It lasted for such a long time. So many insects were slaughtered. They stubbornly refused to back down, clinging to their single-minded approach. But it will be soon. The two dragons' crystal-clear bodies had long since faded. This means that they have very little magic left in their bodies. A few days later, the two giant dragons let out low, mournful cries. After annihilating a large swarm of insects, they then spread their wings and soared into the sky. That is, Qin Tian was taken aback. He finally understood why the two dragons were so persistent. Inside the dragon's nest where the giant dragon had just been lying down, 2 dragon eggs. Under the sunlight, it was shimmering with a crystal-clear luster. Chapter 28: The Second Generation Mother Queen. Hatching from her shell. Chapter 28: The Second Generation Mother Queen. The 8th branch of the Zerg emerges from its shell. On the way to the canteen, you can see people rushing around from time to time. The internal competition is about to begin. Those who are qualified to participate are all striving to evolve their race. They hope to improve their racial strength as much as possible before the competition and secure a spot in the grand tournament. To this end, I don't want to waste a single second. Even when eating, they would wolf down their food and rush back immediately. I watched as several more people hurried past me. Qin Tian couldn't help but smile. Compared to these people, I am undoubtedly lucky. They were free from evolutionary obstacles. What he needs to do, it is merely the accumulation of primitive genes. Others have to go through dozens or even hundreds of breeding cycles to reach the combat power rating standard of the next generation of evolved beings. And each time they reproduce, Not to mention that they can all meet the standards. Furthermore, their combat power far exceeds the standard by several times or even dozens of times. Back at the school dormitory, Qin Tian entered the planet. According to convention, he first surveyed the area inside and outside the restricted zone. When passing through the insect's nest, Qin Tian paused for a moment. In the end, I still put my consciousness into it. In the middle of the wormhole, 2 dragon eggs, each over 10 meters tall, stand tall. These are the children of those 2 frost dragons. As for their parents, Qin Tian naturally wouldn't let it go. Even after exhausting all magic power, without magic as a support. After dozens of days and nights of continuous fighting, millions of insects were wiped out. When both energy and physical strength have dropped to an extremely alarming level, Qin Tian still lost more than 4,000 Slayer warbugs before he finally wore them down and killed them. The power of dragon creatures. It completely overturned his understanding. 8 years on the planet. The more than 14,000 Slayer warbugs that we had finally managed to develop. Nearly a third of it was lost in one go. However, Qin Tian was not distressed by the loss of the Slayer warbugs. How large were the battle losses? This shows just how powerful the dragon is. War insects hatched by incorporating dragon genes. Its combat strength. Qin Tian could no longer imagine. The 2 dragon eggs were just side prizes. At the time, Qin Tian felt it was a pity to leave the dragon egg there to fend for itself. They had the Slayer insects transported back along with the dragon's corpse. I don't know if it will hatch. But even if it hatches, compare it to the cold environment of Ice Crystal Star. It would be impossible to survive on Mars. In response, Qin Tian didn't take it to heart. A short while later, he then entered another, separately established nest. Here, it also contains a batch of enormous eggs. Not many. Only 100 pieces. But it's much smaller than a dragon egg. Each is less than 10 meters long. This was born from the fusion of the Queen Mother's genes with those of a giant dragon. Overall, it completely transcends species. It has moved beyond the realm of eggs. It rises to the level of an egg. I remember when the Queen Mother fused with dragon genes. It only took a little over 6 months. Let's calculate the days. 2 days have passed so far, which is equivalent to 2 years on this planet. A full 2 years. There's still not the slightest sign that it's going to hatch. Qin Tian entered the planet these past few days. Each time, he forced himself not to pay attention to the batch of dragon eggs that made him so eager. But I can't control myself every time. At last, let me grumble like this again. He looked just like a father anxiously waiting for his child to be born outside the operating room. After leaving the nest, Qin Tian arrived at the center of the restricted area. The place where the Queen Mother originally lived. At this moment stands a giant white cocoon, hundreds of meters long. Since laying the 4th generation of dragon eggs, the Mother Queen immediately laid a special insect egg. At the same time, a sense of sorrow washed over him. They have reproduced continuously for decades. This had already placed an unbearable burden on the Empress. Those dragon eggs drained its last bit of life force. It brought its life to an end. The Empress Dowager is dead. Before it died, it gave birth to offspring to succeed it. More than 2 years. It has also reduced the size of the insect egg from its initial dozen meters. It slowly grew into a cocoon, reaching its current length of several hundred meters. Decades on the planet. It's only been a few dozen days for the outside world to experience this. Qin Tian sighed somewhat. I looked up and saw a hill not far from the insect nest. There. It is the place where the Empress Dowager was buried. They have worked so hard to propagate the entire tribe for so long. It's not good to die without a peaceful place to rest and be eaten by its offspring. Squeak! Roar! Just then, a series of loud hissing and roaring sounds suddenly came. Killer insects were moving in and out of the passage, carrying away the corpses of monsters. Groups of camel-carrying insects are dragging their prey back and forth from their burrows to feed the larvae. Even under Qin Tian's perception, this includes countless parasitic insect swarms within the Beast Star and Ice Crystal Star. Everything stopped moving at that moment. They raised their heads. It emitted a series of sharp, trembling roars. Qin Tian could clearly sense the emotions within. They were cheering. They were jumping for joy. They are excited. They are. Welcome! Qin Tian seemed to realize something. Immediately look in the direction of the giant cocoon. Really? At this moment, the huge cocoon was covered with cracks. Crack gap. A jet-black body is struggling to emerge. The new generation of Empress. Arrive. Chapter 29. You guys are awesome. You're so arrogant. Chapter 29. You guys are awesome. Your arrogance lasts. It's passing by quickly. The days of the internal competition. After countless hardships, we finally arrived. Inside a spacious and enormous battlefield at the Zerg Academy. It was overcrowded and noisy. More than 2,000 students in total across 8 branches. Today, everyone gathered together. Although 99% of people are not eligible to participate. But this is, after all, the first ever internal competition. Furthermore, not eligible to participate. They can always cheer for their own team members participating in the competition and boost their morale. Qin Tian arrived later. As soon as I stepped into the venue, I couldn't help but slow down. The people from the 8 departments were not as chaotic as one might imagine. On the contrary, they are clearly distinct. They deliberately left an entire vertical row of empty seats between each other to distinguish them. At first glance, it was divided into 8 parts. You can faintly hear the sounds of students from different departments hurling insults and hurling accusations at each other. No one would give in to anyone else. If it weren't for the instructor standing in front of the stage. It is estimated that before the start of the game, the people below are likely to start fighting first. But where is the 8th branch? Qin Tian looked at the densely packed crowd in the arena, with each department sticking together. He couldn't just randomly pick a seat and sit down. Otherwise, it would be easy to incur public wrath. The key point is, people from each branch. They've broken up. However, they are not arranged according to the branch numbers from left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4. For example, as soon as Qin Tian entered, he heard the people sitting in the second section, pointing to the group of people on the far left against the wall. They were cursing the little trash from the 6th division. More importantly, in the past 2 months, besides the preliminary test, he rarely went to school. I hardly know anyone from the 8th division. Brother Qin! Brother Qin! Here it is! At this time, a shout came from over. Qin Tian looked in the direction of the sound. Seeing the big fat man sitting in the front row waiting at him, he breathed a sigh of relief. The fat man was none other than... It was Xiong Hanlin, whom he had defeated in the first examination. She was also the only person he was familiar with. After all, that enormous mountain of flesh. Once you see it, it's hard to forget. What's with your arrogance, 2nd division? Calling us trash? Alright, I'd better not run into any of your people later. You guys from the 6th division are laughing, don't you know what kind of pathetic you are? How dare you have the audacity to laugh at others here? And the 5th branch hospital over there. Don't think I didn't hear you whispering that our 8th division is just here to make up the numbers. When I run into your people later, I'll beat them to a pulp. After calling out to Qin Tian, Xiong Hanlin immediately launched into a tirade, his face flushed and neck red. They even turned their attention to other departments that were far away from them. Upon seeing Qin Tian approaching, while shifting his buttocks. While doing so, he didn't forget to unleash a barrage of curses. As you approach, Qin Tian discovered that there was a reserved seat here. However, it was blocked by Xiong Hanlin's obese figure. The front row seats. They should all be participating students from various departments. Come, Brother Qin, have a seat. Xiong Hanlin squeezed his buttocks and greeted them warmly. What's wrong? Qin Tian gestured to the group of people that fatty Xiong had just been cursing. Damn it! These little brats are just asking for it. They've been mocking our department. Xiong Hanlin said angrily. Then, as if he had thought of something, he hurriedly said to Qin Tian. By the way, I have to thank you for your help, brother. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get into the elite academy, let alone participate in this internal competition. Oh, you're too kind. Qin Tian knew what the other person was referring to. Some time ago, Su Jian came to see me specifically about Xiong Hanlin's matter. Originally, given Xiong Hanlin's racial strength, they are more than qualified to enter the elite academy. But he was eliminated in the first round simply because of bad luck, as he ran into himself. It's such a pity. At that time, Su Jian asked if he could make an exception and allow him to enter the elite academy. Qin Tian naturally had no objections. The two had no grudges or animosity towards each other. The opponent in the first test is not a mortal enemy. He wouldn't be so absurd as to care about this. This didn't require his consent. Su Jian was also trying to express an attitude. Otherwise, the person who was clearly defeated and eliminated by him, they actually advanced without making a sound. Without telling him. It's inevitable that they're taking him too lightly. However, on the other hand, if Qin Tian doesn't agree, Su Jian would never risk offending himself for this. Is that the genius from the 8th Division that's been rumored to be there? I think so. Didn't you see the way the people from the 8th Division looked at him? I remember the preliminary exam caused quite a stir, and this person was almost praised to the skies by the 8th Division. I've heard about it too, things like second-generation evolution, and a size of 5 or 6 meters. The funniest thing is that they actually boasted that their combat strength had exceeded 1,000. They don't really have any outstanding people, so they just grab someone who's somewhat presentable and start praising them. Ha ha ha, only the 8th branch hospital would do something so shameless. In our department, this person probably wouldn't even qualify to participate. As soon as I sat down, the undisguised laughter of a group of people could be heard from not far away. Qin Tian frowned before he could speak. Then I heard the fat bear next to me shouting in a sarcastic tone. Oh, so what if you're from the 2nd Division? You're so high and mighty. Our 8th branch is nothing special, not even worthy of your attention. Right. Continue. Keep showing off. If I don't beat the shit out of you later, I'll change my surname to yours. Chapter 30 Competition Rules. Unfair Treatment. Chapter 30 Competition Rules. Unfair Treatment. Yes, keep showing off. Haha, if you don't show off now, you won't have the chance later. A bunch of snobbish bastards. Pa! What a piece of junk! Under the leadership of Fatty Bear, the group of people from the 8th Division immediately started shouting. Humph, you're all just talking big. A bunch of worthless trash. Wait a minute, let's see who beats the crap out of whom. The people from the 2nd Division were equally defiant and retaliated with insults. In a short time, this made the already noisy atmosphere even noisier. They are all young people. Everyone has a temper. Neither side would back down. They continued hurling insults at each other, as if they wouldn't back down even if they lost. Among them, Fatty Xiong was the one who cursed the most enthusiastically. He relied on his obese figure and loud voice. He single-handedly withstood almost the entire majority of the enemy's firepower. Various foul language was almost constantly heard. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. As Dean Ma walked onto the opposite platform with a microphone in hand, the noise gradually subsided. Hello everyone, welcome to observe our Academy's first internal competition. Compared to the decline of the creator in previous years, this year is particularly prosperous. Our Zerg Academy alone has enrolled as many as 2,157 people. Among them, a great many talented individuals have emerged. As the Dean, I feel very gratified. But it is precisely because of the large number of participants that this internal competition was held. Those who are qualified to participate should not feel too much pressure, just do their best. Those who are not qualified should not be discouraged. This competition will be a rare learning opportunity for you. After finishing the opening remarks, Dean Ma didn't waste any more words. Let's begin explaining the rules. In this internal competition, each department will send 20 people, for a total of 160 people. The list of participants has been submitted in advance by the instructors of each department. Also submitted were the seated players from each department. Dean Ma reached out and opened the projection screen. The names of the seated players began to appear above. The rules of the internal competition are entirely modeled after the major competition. Therefore, seated players were also set up. In the light screen, in the list of seated players, Qin Tian's name was prominently listed, according to the branch number. Ranked 8th. The seeded players are the strongest candidates selected from various departments through competitions in the past few days. Although Qin Tian did not participate. But naturally, he became a top pick in the 8th division. Su Jian reported it to the authorities. In response, no one questioned it. On the light screen, in addition to the names of each seeded player, there are also corresponding generations of racial evolution. For example, under Qin Tian's name, the markings indicate the 3rd generation of evolution. However, 8 seeded players were displayed. It didn't stop there. Then a series of names gradually emerged. There are a total of 23 people. Just as everyone was wondering, Dean Ma stepped in front of the light screen, pointing to the 23 extra names. He opened his mouth and said, "These are the top 23 people selected based on the number of generations of racial evolution and time among 160 ordinary contestants. They will also be seeded players, including the 8 people in front. A total of 31 seeded players, corresponding to 31 spots in the main competition. So, the rules for this internal competition will no longer follow the elimination system of previous years. It's a challenge system. The remaining 137 people, you are free to choose to challenge a seeded player. The winner will replace the seeded player's name and accept challenges from other players. Unlimited attempts, unlimited opponents, absolutely fair and just. The final 31 people will participate in this year's competition." As soon as he finished speaking, this immediately caused an uproar among the students below. Didn't the instructor say it was an elimination tournament with 2 teams of students competing against each other? When were the rules changed? Why haven't we received any notification? The participating students from the 8th branch were all puzzled. Xiong Hanlin nudged Qin Tian beside him. "Brother Qin, did you know this beforehand?" "I don't know either." Qin Tian shook his head. He subconsciously looked at Su Jian on the stage. Su Jian also looked completely bewildered. In contrast, the other instructors all appeared calm and composed. Obviously, they know. Even the students from their branch who were participating in the competition showed no surprise whatsoever. So, this was during the dean's discussion of the internal competition rules with the instructors. Did they completely exclude Su Jian? Xiong Hanlin soon noticed this situation as well. He sneered. "Hey, do you see that, Brother Qin? This is what the dean meant by fairness and impartiality. As expected, the weak have no voice. They simply won't include you anymore." On the platform, Dean Ma picked up a cup of tea and slowly took a few sips. He didn't look at the angry, questioning gaze that Su Jian, whose face was ashen, was casting over him. They also ignored the protests of some contestants from the 8th branch who had come to their senses, shouting that it was unfair. A moment later, Dean Ma put down his teacup, pointing to the bamboo tubes that several instructors had placed under the names of each seeded player. Loudly, "Under! Please come up to the stage to receive a bamboo stick with your name engraved on it. Who do you want to challenge? Place your bamboo stick in the bamboo tube corresponding to your name." The students quieted down. Even the people from the 8th division stopped causing trouble. In short, it's unfair, but that's all. The internal competition will continue. One by one, the contestants went up on stage to receive bamboo sticks and choose their opponents. If we follow this challenge system, Qin Tian sighed inwardly. Look at the 3 generations of evolutionary forms displayed after your name. Really? Not long after. As he expected. But in that utterly speechless gaze, the number of challenge bamboo sticks in the bamboo tubes under his name is increasing. In the end, it was almost overflowing. Chapter 31 Furious. Dare to bet? Chapter 31 Furious. Dare to bet on picking on the weak? This is a truth that everyone knows. Among the 31 seeded players, only Qin Tian is an extremely dazzling 3rd generation evolved being. All 23 seeded players have reached the 7th generation. The 1st through 7th original seeded players. They were all 8th generation evolved forms. 137 challengers. Almost 80% of the people voted for Qin Tian. In addition, of the 20% who didn't vote, we have to remove the 20 people from the 8th division. As for the remaining students from the other departments, perhaps they didn't want to compete with so many people. There's no limit to the number of challenges you can take. Haha, so this is the genius from your 8th division? They boasted so much, and this is all they've got? Why are you all so quiet? Have you all become mute? Where did your arrogance go? This is hilarious! A 3rd-generation evolved being can actually be selected as a race's champion. What's so strange about that? There's just no one else around. That's true. Of these 31 seeded players, apart from those selected by the 8th division themselves, not a single one is from the 8th division. TSK, everyone knows that your 8th division is suffering from a lack of talent, but I never expected it to have fallen to such a state. Don't fight me for it, I'm the first one to vote for the challenge. Alright, you can have it first. The last few 7th generation students are all from the 1st branch, so this competition spot is definitely ours. He was met with loud laughter from the group of students from the 2nd division standing nearby. The people in the 8th division remained silent. One by one, their faces flushed red, they wanted to refute but couldn't find any reason to do so. After all, the facts are there. Although Qin Tian's initial test showed that the 2nd generation race had a combat power of nearly 1,000. However, according to twice the rating standard, the combat power of the 3rd generation evolved form is only a little over 2,000. In fact, the 8th branch wasn't as bad as the 2nd branch had been. No one had the talent to select a 3rd generation evolved form as the seed player. At least half of the participants from the 8th division have reached the 6th generation. In terms of combat strength, their numbers are naturally far higher than Qin Tian's 2,000. If it weren't for the desire to unite, and avoid being labeled as traitors and lackeys, many people from the 8th branch wanted to cast their bamboo sticks for Qin Tian. Even if they ultimately cannot withstand the challenges from others, they can always put their names on the list to show their faces and bring honor to their department. Below the stage, Qin Tian ignored the noisy clowns around him. I don't have that in mind. He stared bitterly at the bamboo tube filled with challenge sticks under his name. How long will this fight last? On the contrary, Fatty Xiong couldn't stand this rudeness. He suddenly stood up. He angrily said, "So what if they're 3rd generation evolutionaries? They'll still crush you." Ha, yes, keep bragging, keep using your mouth to beat us to a pulp. The people from the 2nd division laughed even harder. In their view, this fat guy is just being stubborn. A bunch of bastards. This is outrageous. Xiong Hanlin glared at a group of people from the 2nd branch. His face turned red as if a sore spot had been touched. So what if I bully you? Ha, that's right, the weak should be aware of their weakness. Being weak is one thing, but acting so arrogantly is another. What an idiot. Just lie there obediently. You all. Fatty Xiong pointed at the group of people. He was so angry that he became incoherent and trembled all over. His body was covered in fat that even formed layers of waves. Finally, in a fit of exasperation, he angrily rebuked. A bunch of scum dare to bet. Let's gamble, I'm not afraid of you, you fat pig. Okay. Xiong Hanlin stared intently at the person who responded. He seemed to be red with anger. He blurted it out without any regard for the consequences. I'm the banker, I pay out 10%. I bet you'll lose. The man was taken aback. He immediately replied. Okay, I'll bet 100, no, I'll bet 1,000, and we'll win. He immediately ran over after saying that. As if afraid that Xiong Hanlin would change his mind, he forcefully snatched the gold card from his hand. Then stick your gold card on. In addition to special denomination gold cards, the public gold card issued by the Academy in the hands of the creator, which is specifically used to receive monthly salaries, can be used for card payments. The people from the 2nd division stared at this scene in utter bewilderment. But he quickly realized it. I'll also bet 500, betting we'll win. I'll bet 1,000. I'll bet 2,000. A group of people took out their gold cards and shouted. That fat guy was clearly out of his mind when he did something so stupid. This is practically free money. Etc. Seeing so many people suddenly emerge, Xiong Hanlin finally came to his senses. She hurriedly snatched her gold card from the man's hand and hugged it to her chest. What? Trying to slack off? You said yourself that you wanted to be the bookmaker and place bets. Damn it! You're going to gamble today whether you like it or not! A group of people shouted in unison. especially when you see the smug look on the face of the person who swiped their card. This made them extremely envious. Bet 1,000 gold coins. That's 10,000 gold coins if you multiply it tenfold. It's almost equivalent to a year's salary at an elite academy. This is equivalent to nearly 10 years' worth of monthly salary for an ordinary school. Driven by the lure of enormous sums of money. A few with fiery tempers. He grabbed Xiong Hanlin's collar tightly. It's as if I'd beat you up if you dared to go back on your word. Take it easy, I didn't say I wouldn't gamble. Fatty Xiong broke free from the men's hands. He straightened his clothes. With 7 parts timidity and 3 parts stubbornness that refused to admit defeat, he said weakly, I just don't care about betting hundreds of dollars at a time. If I'm going to place a bet, the minimum is 2,000 gold coins. Okay. I'll bet 2,000. I'll bet 2,000 too. I'll bet 3,000. Some of the students from the elite academy immediately started swiping their cards without hesitation. 2 months' salary is exactly 2,000 gold coins. Some even paid out of their own pockets to increase the stakes by varying amounts. I'll bet 100,000. Sudden. A low shout came. Xiong Hanlin's cheek twitched, and he looked up. A man dressed in luxurious clothes stood up in the second courtyard, holding a blue gold card with a face value of 100,000. He slowly approached Xiong Hanlin. What? You're afraid to answer? Humph. What's there to be afraid of? Fatty Xiong gritted his teeth and snatched the gold card from the other person's hand. The man in fine clothes didn't pay any attention. He simply chuckled lightly, a hint of aloofness in his expression. Do you know who I am? I know, the second young master of the Song family, a powerful and wealthy family in Linen City. Don't worry, I'll honor my bet and won't renege on it. Hey, brother Qin, don't pull me away. It's alright, really alright. Winning or losing is a small matter, but saving face is a big deal. Besides, my Xiong family is a well-known wealthy family in the area. A few million is nothing, we can afford to lose. Qin Tian, who was watching the show with great interest. Hearing this, he looked completely innocent and bewildered. Did I just pry him apart? Chapter 32, How joyful they laughed. How tragically they died. Chapter 32 The more they laughed, the more horribly they died. Inside the battle room, the number of people placing bets is increasing. The level of madness was almost terrifying. Not only did people from other departments rush to participate, but they also joined in. Even the people in the 8th branch no longer cared about being labeled as traitors. They all pulled out their gold cards to bet on their own people losing. And then there are those students who genuinely can't afford the 2,000 gold coins but are extremely envious. Finally, it almost came down to a threatening and intimidating approach. They forced Xiong Hanlin to lower the betting standards again and again, starting from 2,000 at the beginning. Ultimately, they simply stopped setting any limits. No one is worried that Xiong Hanlin will dare to shirk his responsibilities. Besides the original second son of the Song family, among those who placed bets. Later, more than a dozen other members of prominent families also placed bets ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan. Unless Xiong Hanlin doesn't want to live anymore. Otherwise, they would never renege on their debt. Of course. Similarly, no one would think that Xiong Hanlin couldn't afford it. Many locals know about this fat man's family background. Just as he said, the Xiong family were wealthy merchants in Linen City. Although the family's business could not compare to that of truly powerful clans. But its heritage is quite rich. And everyone, without exception, everyone bet on Qin Tian to lose. Can I place a bet? Get off, get off. Xiong Hanlin slumped in his chair, looking utterly hopeless. Okay, I'll bet 1 million gold coins on Qin Tian to win. Okay, swipe your card. Xiong Hanlin didn't even look up. Numbly, he took out his gold card, ready to throw it over. He seemed to be filled with utter despair at the prospect of impending bankruptcy. Immediately, his body trembled. He suddenly jumped up from his seat. After recognizing that the speaker was Qin Tian beside him, he then breathed a sigh of relief and said, Brother Qin, let's stop joking. Can I bet on myself to win? It's possible, but... Keep pretending. Hey. Fatty Xiong suddenly smiled sheepishly. Then, he narrowed his already small eyes and quickly scanned the area from left to right. Seeing that quite a few people were still looking at him, He immediately slumped back into his seat. He put on a desperate face. Whisper. Brother Qin, don't worry, we'll split the money in half after this is over. Are you so sure I'll win? Qin Tian asked curiously. Of course, with a combat strength of over 20,000, I really can't think of any reason to lose. Did Instructor Su say that? He mentioned it casually when he talked to me about the elite academy last time. So. Qin Tian smiled. You deliberately provoked them and exchanged insults with them before, just to provoke them and set up this bet? I had that idea, half and half, but I never expected the rules to become a more convenient challenge system. What if I lose? How could that be? I mean, what if? Qin Tian emphasized his words slightly. Definitely not. Fatty Xiong was taken aback. They quickly understood. He immediately sat up, no longer bothering to pretend. With a mournful face, he said, Brother Qin! Brother Qin! Don't scare me like that. If you deliberately let us win, my Xiong family is definitely finished. Split it 30/70ths, you get 30% and I get 70%. Okay, no problem. Fatty Xiong agreed without the slightest hesitation. Although he didn't have time to calculate the exact amount of gambling winnings he collected. But I reckon it must be at least 1 million. Once we lose. Tens of millions in compensation. His dad would probably beat him to death. Sigh, those kids are just causing trouble. Old Chen, that's not right of you. If I'm not mistaken, you placed a bet too. Hey Lao Lu, you're actually making fun of me? I saw you spend a whopping 80,000 yuan. How can this be the same? All the students from the first branch are out, so the spots for the 8th branch's competition will definitely go to our second branch. I'm just going to support our branch, Oh look, Instructor Zhao and the others just came back from placing their bets. Old Zhao, how much did you bet? Not much, just joining in the fun. He took 50,000 gold coins to join in the fun. And you're talking about me? Didn't you also bet 50,000? Ha! On the sidelines, several instructors gathered together, chatting and laughing. There were people setting up betting operations inside the competition venue. They not only didn't stop it. Instead, they happily participated in the betting. The Creator Academy is unlike those rigid, traditional Chinese academies that simply teach and impart knowledge. There are no strict rules or regulations. They also don't value being a role model for students. That's Dean Ma. They also tacitly approve of this. They even deliberately delayed the start time for this reason. We cannot be too harsh. They didn't dare to be strict. Leaving aside some scions of powerful and influential families. Even ordinary students would receive an official position upon graduation. A few of them will hold important positions or be granted high-ranking official titles and honors. How could he dare to offend them so easily? In fact, those who stayed to teach. They are mostly people with mediocre talents, and no other way out, who have only studied the evolutionary path of species in great depth. Hey, Instructor Su, how much are you betting? Instructor Lu from the second branch turned to Su Jian, who was passing by, and asked him with a smile. Old Lu, have you forgotten? He's an instructor from the 8th division. Haha, what's the big deal? You can bet on your own people to lose. Who doesn't like money? The 8th branch has really suffered a lot this time. Not only did they lose their spot in the competition, but they also have to lose one student's entire fortune. I always feel like I bet too little. It's such a loss, 10 times the odds. Go on, add some more, or the game will start soon. Let's go together, I'll add some too. Su Jian ignored their teasing with a cold face. He walked straight past them toward the old man near the door, who was not far away. Xiao Su, don't take it to heart, just bear with it, and it will pass. The old man offered a word of comfort. He was an instructor at the 7th division. He was also the oldest among all the instructors. At the same time, he was also the former dean who had been replaced. As the former dean, naturally, they also became the target of the new administration's crackdown. They weren't involved in setting the internal competition rules this time. The two were in the same boat. Fine. Su Jian glanced at the laughing and joking group. Laugh. Laugh as much as you want. How happy they are now. They'll die a horrible death soon. Chapter 33 No payment upfront. One-shot deal. Chapter 33 No payment first. The uproar gradually subsided. The prelude to the internal competition. It officially kicked off amidst the excited gazes of more than 2,000 people. A competition that was originally only open to a very small number of people, because of the off-field betting. Yet it involves everyone. At this moment, nobody cared about any of that bullshit competition quota anymore. At least, most people didn't take it to heart. The competition had nothing to do with them. Our branch has secured a spot in a major competition. At most, they have something to be proud of. Where is the real value of money more important? World War I. All it takes is one decisive battle. They can then reap a reward so great it would drive them mad. Even the scions of those prominent families couldn't hide their joy at this moment. They are not short of money. But nobody wants money to burn. Just casually throw in a few 100,000 yuan of pocket money. One could reap millions in profits. This is making money much faster than the businesses under their family name. Under the spotlight. Among the participating students from the Second Branch Academy, a thin man stood up in a daze. He was the first to vote for Qin Tian. He should be the one to take on the first challenge. Feeling the envious glances from other contestants, and countless burning eyes, Zhou Feng felt as if he were in a dream. It was all unreal. He never imagined he would be so lucky. They won the first game by taking the lead in the draft. It wasn't to compete for a spot in the competition. He is self-aware. Their race has just evolved to the 6th generation. Not to mention other branches. Even among the contestants from this branch, they ranked at the bottom. In the end, he will definitely be challenged and defeated by someone else. But in any case, his name always manages to appear first on the competition roster, and hang there for a while. You can brag about it when you go out in the future. Lao Tzu was the first person to defeat a seeded player in the Zerg Academy tournament. But things are unpredictable. A bet completely changed the nature and importance of the first battle. We won. Everyone will receive a huge amount of gambling money. In other words, everyone received tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars. It was all thanks to Zhou Feng's hard work. This is no longer just about saving face. It also involves personal relationships. He will gain countless favors as a result. The male student would be grateful to him. Female students will favor him. Those scions of powerful families would also think highly of him. After this battle, not only can he thrive in the academy, it could even directly affect one's future career. A double win of fame and fortune. A true win-win situation for both fame and fortune. Thinking of this, Zhou Feng's face flushed with excitement, and his whole body trembled. If it weren't in front of everyone, he really wanted to burst out laughing. Seeing Qin Tian already walking towards the stage, Zhou Feng quickly suppressed his excitement. After thinking for a moment, he immediately went up and quickly chased after them. Wait, Brother Qin, how about we discuss something? What's up? Qin Tian slowed his pace and asked. Hee, Brother Qin, don't give up later, how about a fight with me? Zhou Feng changed his previous disdain and contempt, and became extremely respectful. After all, his future depends on the person in front of him. If the other side surrenders immediately after the battle begins, what business is it of his if other people win money? Admit defeat? Qin Tian glanced at Zhou Feng. They were looking at him like he was an idiot. He then ignored them and went up to the battle room. The battle room is designed to resemble a large-scale competition. It was enclosed on all 4 sides like a side room. This can minimize external interference for both sides in the battle. 5,000 gold coins, fight me! Qin Tian looked up at Zhou Feng, who had followed closely behind. Is this how you give away money? 10,000 gold pieces, no bargaining. Qin Tian silently doubled the price. Why not take money that's free? 10,000? Zhou Feng's expression changed. But considering the significance of this battle, finally he nodded. Okay, but you have to drag it out as long as possible, you can't finish it right away. The longer this battle lasts, the more intense the battle, the more thrilling it becomes. The greater the effort and cost he paid. The more favors you ultimately receive, the greater the amount of goodwill you will gain. This does put you in a bit of a difficult position. Zhou Feng nodded in complete understanding. A mere third-generation evolutionary being confronts its own sixth-generation evolutionary being. A gap of 3 whole generations. No matter how much you suppress it, it won't last long. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Here's the deal, a minimum of 10,000 gold, and an additional 10,000 gold for every minute you drag it out. You can drag it out for as long as you can." Qin Tian's eyes flickered. "I think I understand something." A short while later, he nodded and said, "Okay, pay me first." "I don't have that much money right now, I'll pay you later." "Then why should I trust you? Either pay up front, or we'll start a war and wipe you out in one fell swoop." "Okay, I'll go borrow it. Wait a minute." After saying that, Zhou Feng then left in a hurry. They arrived again in a hurry not long after. Looking at the blue gold card handed to him by the other party, Qin Tian suddenly felt a pang of pity. What an innocent child. "Are you sure you just want to stall for time, or that you want me to deliberately admit defeat?" Qin Tian felt it was necessary to confirm. "No, Brother Qin, just stall for time. Just stall for time, but don't be too pretentious, don't let people see through your act at a glance," Zhou Feng said hurriedly. "His future hinges entirely on this battle. How about this? 100,000 gold coins to stall for 10 minutes, right?" Qin Tian accepted the gold card. After thinking about it, "I still feel a little embarrassed to accept this money," he added. "An additional 5 minutes will be given away for free." Chapter 34. The war insects appear. The entire arena falls silent. Chapter 34. The war insects appear. The entire Martian restricted area fell into dead silence. A giant beast lay prone on the ground. Its jet-black body stretches for hundreds of meters. Beside him, groups of camels carrying insects kept going back and forth. They were tirelessly dragging the carcasses of their prey to feed them. After incorporating the genes of the frost dragon, the image of the second-generation Queen Mother underwent a dramatic change. Overall, it clearly presents itself as a creature that is half dragon and half insect. A body as black as ink. Layers upon layers of hard dragon scales. A pair of inverted fleshy wings attached to the forelegs. The ferocious dragon head and the deep, star-like dragon eyes. If it weren't for the enormous, fleshy abdomen that also took up most of the body, it's hard to see any resemblance to the Queen Mother anymore. Parasites evolve primarily for survival. First, it will instinctively focus on selecting the strongest biological genes. Subsequently, in order to balance the structure of life, or strengthen a specific area, then, select and integrate some special genes in a targeted manner. Like the striker Zerglings, they are primarily based on mammalian genes and the power of the dragon race. It is clear that the previous generation of female insects completely eliminated other genes. Choose a single dragon gene as the main component. Only the second-generation queen, who evolved from this lineage, exhibited such dragon-like characteristics. Suddenly, the Queen Mother stopped eating, raising its massive dragon head, looking towards the figure that was gradually appearing in the sky. "Dominate!" the Queen Mother spoke. At the same time, they bowed their heads to welcome the arrival of the Creator. "How is the group cohesion?" Qin Tian flashed to the Empress Mother's side and asked. "Incorporating dragon genes." It gave the Queen Mother the ability to speak. Qin Tian was initially taken aback. "You'll get used to it eventually. Not too surprised. Dragons are intelligent beings, although they cannot be compared to truly intelligent species. But it's not much different. In accordance with the will of the Overlord, 38,465 third-generation war insects have been assembled. Yes, from this moment forward, focus all efforts on breeding the 4th generation of war insects." Qin Tian relayed the order. Besides intelligence and appearance, the dragon gene also greatly enhanced the 2nd-generation queen in all aspects, especially physical fitness. It is almost comparable to the real dragon race. This directly affected the Queen Mother's reproductive efficiency. A strong physique can support the greater energy consumption required for laying eggs. For example, the previous queen could only lay 300 slayer eggs at a time. The number of Queen Mothers increased to 1,200 for the 2nd generation. The 4-day continuous reproduction of the outer planet has lasted for 4 years, adding to the nearly 10,000 remaining from before. The number of third-generation Slayer war bugs has increased to over 38,000. He glanced around at the swarms of war insects that had landed on the ground of the restricted area. Qin Tian randomly selected 10,000 people to step onto the gradually opening space passage in the air. There are no combat strength requirements for the competition. The number of restrictions was set according to the relative strength of the three major civilizations. For example, the Zerg civilization limits its population to 10,000. An internal competition modeled after a major tournament. This rule is naturally maintained. On the surface covered by yellow sand, Zhou Feng's consciousness stood proudly in midair. Behind him, a dense swarm of bluish-gray bees, each over 10 meters long and resembling a fighter jet, gathered together. The buzzing roar from the flapping wings almost pierced the entire earth. We need to suppress some of it later. No, at least half of the tribe must be forced to their deaths. It would be best to win this battle with an extremely painful, Pyrrhic victory. Only in this way can we maximize our benefits, win favor, and gain goodwill. Zhou Feng muttered to himself. This battle. He was prepared to harm the vast majority of his ethnic group. The races under his command are gone. It will recover after a period of reproduction. If we miss this rare opportunity. How could he possibly accept this? Zhou Feng looked up at the spatial passage opposite him. A look of worry crept onto his face again. It's easier said than done. But it's difficult to do. The most crucial thing is that the opponent cannot be too weak. Brother Qin, you'd better be strong, otherwise no matter how much I sacrifice myself, it will be in vain. Zhou Feng suddenly got stuck. What is that? Inside the spatial rift opposite, a sharp, straight spear was the first to extend. Then, they were a pair of eyes, as fierce as a hawk's. Then, it has a streamlined head covered with grooves. And those jaw-droppingly exaggerated giant wings. Zhou Feng stared blankly at the thing that took a full half-minute to slowly float out. The pupils gradually contracted. The mouth grows bigger and bigger. In the end, the entire person was completely frozen into a human-shaped sculpture. The massive battlefield also remained frozen in time. Everyone maintained the same expression as a second ago. Some had smiles on their faces. Some raised their eyebrows slightly. Some of them curled their lips in disapproval. As if at this moment, time seemed to stand still. It instantly captured the myriad expressions on everyone's faces. They stared in shock at the enormous object that almost filled the entire field of vision of the light screen. In a completely blank mind, the same question emerged at almost the same time. What kind of creature is that? No. That's not a living thing. That slender, spear-like body was designed entirely for slaughter. Those wings, tens of meters long, were so enormous that they completely transcended the structure of normal life forms. Combined together, it completely overturned everyone's inherent concept of life. Under the platform, the instructors instinctively held their breath. I almost completely forgot to breathe. Even Su Jian was no exception. Even if he knew Qin Tian's species' combat strength in advance. But I never imagined that the species would look so terrifying. Through the light curtain, he could almost feel the ferocious aura emanating from those javelin-like creatures. A long time. Su Jiankai snapped out of his daze. His gaze swept over the other instructors from different departments who were still standing there in a daze. He uttered a cold, nasal sound. Not smiling anymore? Stunned? A bunch of snobs. You deserve to lose money. Chapter 35 Bloodstained Sky. Instant kill. Chapter 35 Bloodstained Sky. A swift and decisive victory beneath the dim, yellowish sky. Two species with vastly different body sizes. An extremely unusual and evenly matched battle is taking place. Even more unusual is, you can still see them from time to time. Those who should have been stronger were defeated and fled in panic. Damn it! I shouldn't have been so greedy! In midair, Qin Tian looked pained, while doing their utmost to suppress the war insect swarm. Countless times, he felt resentful and regretful towards himself for his past actions. Heaven have mercy. He must be so exhausted right now. He had considered that the opponent's sixth-generation evolutionary body, with a combat power of less than 4,000, would be very weak. You'll definitely need to put in some effort to control the war bugs and buy time. But I never imagined those wasp-like creatures would be so ridiculously weak. Its speed is less than 1/10 that of the Slayer war bug. Their only means of attack is to shoot venomous needles from their tails. But it couldn't even break through the exoskeleton of the Slayer war bug. And the accuracy is terrible. In this case, he could only imbue each war insect with his will and perform an extremely complex micromanagement. The instinct to retaliate against the emergence of war bugs at all times. Constantly suppress the speed of the war bugs and keep pace with the opponent. It's like holding 10,000 puppets in your hands. I dare not be distracted in the slightest. Sometimes, Qin Tian had no choice but to order some of the war insects to flee in order to relieve the operational pressure. If it weren't for the money I received, the promises I made, and the fact that I've held on for so long. He really wanted to let go. Let the Slayer war bug end this torment in an instant. I knew it! How could a third-generation evolved form be that much stronger? It's just a bit big. It looks nice but isn't very practical. Haha, that just startled me. It looks pretty intimidating. What's the use of intimidation? They have absolutely no fighting ability. TSK, it can't even beat Zhou Feng's 6th-generation Ghost Bee. On the battlefield. Laughter returned. A battle of 20,000 insects. A huge scene. The vast battlefield area. This forces the system to repeatedly raise the viewing angle. The overhead view presented is concentrated within a limited external light screen. The battle between the two insect swarms. As tiny as a swarm of ants. It only allows people to get a general overview and a rough sense of the whole situation. It's impossible to suddenly show a close-up like in a movie. But the enormous Slayer war bugs were still quite conspicuous in the light screen. Their defeat and retreat were quite evident. This student Qin is too foolish. What's the use of only evolving his size? And its appearance, with such a slender body and such large wings, is simply contrary to the life structure of a living creature. Such disregard for the balance of life is destined to only breed a bunch of useless, deformed wastes. Not only that, it can also easily cause the ecological collapse of the entire species, gradually leading to extinction. Didn't Professor Su teach you this most basic knowledge of evolutionary theory? Ha, he's just desperate to turn his life around. As an instructor, he only cares about his own future and doesn't care about the lives of his trainees. There is a reason why the 8th branch has been mediocre and has failed to produce any outstanding talents over the years. Humph, he's a bad influence on students. The dean has disliked him for a long time. After this battle, do you think the dean will keep him around? After the initial shock. Seeing the battlefield scenes on the light screen. Several instructors, looking embarrassed, began to offer their critiques. He would occasionally shake his head slightly and glance sideways at where Su Jian was standing, with a disdainful look. The voice was not concealed. I'm too lazy to even try to cover it up. How is that possible? Su Jian paid no attention to their jeers. He stared in disbelief at the battlefield shrouded in light. I felt extremely disappointed. He didn't believe Qin Tian would deceive him. But the defeat in the picture is so obvious. And the chubby bear in the audience. At this moment, it was as if all the strength had been drained away. I completely slumped into the seat, staring blankly at the image on the screen. In his chaotic mind, all that remained was the enormous sum of tens of millions in losses. On the other side of the battlefield, Zhou Feng stared blankly at the fierce battle unfolding before him. Unlike outsiders who can only see the overall picture, he can clearly capture every detail on the battlefield. He did indeed harbor a sliver of wishful thinking. Perhaps the other race is not as powerful as it appears. Perhaps they are just a bunch of empty, ineffective creatures. However, reality quickly and ruthlessly shattered all his illusions. His own ghost bees, known for their speed, could barely keep up with the opponent's pace. Even the most prized venomous bee stings cannot pierce the skin of its prey. Shoot it on top. It bounced off like it hit a steel plate. Those seemingly defeated figures. It's more like a ridiculous joke or a farce. 15 minutes are up. The voice in his mind brought Zhou Feng's gaze back to focus. He stiffly raised his head. He looked at Qin Tian, who was staring at him from the opposite side. Soon, Zhou Feng then understood what was going on. He actually. Zhou Feng opened his mouth wide. A profound sense of humiliation instantly filled his mind. Before he could react, a series of piercing screams shattered the sky. All that could be seen were those enormous figures. With a series of roars cutting through the air, they collectively flapped their wings and soared into the sky. The next moment, arrows rained down. In the blink of an eye, a deafening scream shattered the silence of the battlefield. Splattered blood. Moreover, in this desolate and barren desert, scattering patches of scarlet. Chapter 36, 10 please. I'm in a hurry. Chapter 36, 10 to start. I'm in a hurry inside the battlefield. Silence reigned. Everything happened too fast. It happened so fast that no one was prepared at all. What was just a closely fought tug-of-war? It ended in an instant? And will the winning side or the side that is clearly losing be the one that wins? Smack! Inside the battle room, Zhou Feng slammed his fist on the table in anger and stood up. You surnamed Qin! You've gone too far! How did I bully you? You! Zhou Feng's face turned ashen. Yet I felt incredibly frustrated. He begged the other party to stall for time. He repeatedly emphasized that the other party should not go easy on them. They've already done it. Is there something wrong with it? But what kind of situation is this? I'll take 100,000 gold coins myself. In exchange, was it merely to delay the inevitable defeat? How can I avoid losing too badly? I must have been out of my mind to do such a stupid thing. Qin Tian ignored Zhou Feng, who was furious. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one came in, the second round of the challenge began. He then got up and went outside. Who's next? Qin Tian shouted something to the silent audience. A long time. In the second courtyard, a man in fine clothes slowly stood up with a troubled expression. All eyes instinctively turned to that direction. It's Song Zipping, the second young master of the Song family who was the first to bet 100,000. That's right. I heard from the instructors that he's the strongest contender for a spot in this year's competition. Then why weren't they selected among the 23 reserve seeds? It seems to have evolved to the 7th generation, only half a day later than the last few, but its racial combat strength is stronger than all of them. As expected, they have the confidence to spend 100,000 gold coins. With him in charge, there shouldn't be any problems, right? You never know. Didn't you see Zhou Feng's 6th generation ghost be get instantly killed? But alas. Off the field, a gloomy and desolate atmosphere prevailed. They are from the second branch, including Song Zipping himself. None of them had much confidence in winning. After all, that battle ended too quickly. No one really saw clearly what happened. It felt as if those deformed creatures swooped down and instantly annihilated their opponents. When this happens, either the gap between the two sides is too large, and they were playing cat and mouse. Alternatively, the opponent may have been accumulating strength to deliver a fatal blow. Regardless of which one, all of this is enough to demonstrate the opponent's strength. It's not difficult for a 7th generation evolutionary form to defeat a 6th generation evolutionary form. But no one was confident that they could carry out a massacre in a short period of time. The second young master of the Song family, is that right? Fine, come up on stage, let's finish this quickly. Qin Tian remembered this person. But I didn't pay much attention to it. He turned around, preparing to enter the battle room. My gaze inadvertently fell upon the numerous challenge bamboo sticks bearing my name on the table. His body paused for a moment. He turned around and shouted again. Forget it, let's not come one by one, it's too troublesome. Let's bring 10 together first. Wow! The next moment, the audience erupted in cheers. 1 against 10? Has he gone mad? No matter how strong his species is, it's impossible for it to be so outrageous as to be 10,000 versus 100,000. Song Zipping's face darkened even more. He shouted sharply, as if he felt deeply humiliated. Qin Tian! What do you mean? Some of the challengers also looked furious. They all angrily shouted. Damn it, he's so arrogant! Who gave him that confidence? Absolutely arrogant! While shouting and cursing, these people were quick to act, immediately getting up and leaving the field. Fine, I'll see if you really have the right to be so arrogant. Song Zipping angrily rebuked. Instead of insisting on a dignified one-on-one fight. Instead, as if afraid that Qin Tian would change his mind, she quickly followed him onto the stage. The trainees watched as one by one the figures went up on stage. For a moment, I felt a burning sensation on my face. The instructors on the sidelines also felt their eyelids tremble, and were somewhat ashamed. Those who went on stage. Besides Song Zipping's 7 generations. The 3 people from the 2nd division are also 7th generation. The remaining 6 are the strongest of their races in the 6th generation. It can be said that these 10 people represent the remaining 137 people. The most competitive and powerful player. People say one can take on 10. It would be fine if you all immediately accepted the challenge. They also lack any sense of martial ethics and only pick on the strong. Have you no shame at all? Certainly. At that moment, no one was foolish enough to speak up and stop it. With gambling as a base. One-on-one or not. Group fight or not. As long as we can win, that's all that matters. Wait. Wait. Xiong Hanlin, who was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, saw this scene. He was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he hurriedly got up and ran onto the stage. Where is your face? Where is your face? How shameless! How shameless! How dare you even step onto the stage? Fatty Xiong glared at the group. Immediately moved closer to Qin Tian. He pleaded in a low voice. Brother Qin, can you stop being so reckless? What if you lose and have to pay out tens of millions in compensation? What am I going to do then? Qin Tian pursed his lips. He was also holding back his anger from the last battle. In addition, seeing that there are still so many challenges. That's why they simply suggested that all 10 of them play together and finish the game as soon as possible. They completely forgot about the betting game. However, Qin Tian still comforted him. Fatty, you can't. But I'm not confident and I don't feel at ease. These people are all top experts in their respective departments. That's perfect. One game decides the winner, saving us the trouble of going through round after round. No, 28-19, Brother Qin, as long as you beat them one by one, we'll split the bet 19 out of 10. How about that? Don't worry, if you lose, I'll pay out all the bets. Qin Tian didn't want to dawdle any longer. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the battle room. Sink into consciousness. Entering Mars. Qin Tian flashed to the sky above a lava lake that was bubbling with intense heat. Thousands of giant crabs live here. They had long been slaughtered and their corpses lay scattered everywhere. Instead, a group of enormous monsters with dragon heads and insect bodies appeared. That batch contained a total of 100 dragon eggs. They hatched on the 3rd day. After another 4 days, the planet underwent a 4-year growth cycle. Yesterday, they have all grown into adults. The overall appearance has been changed from dragon scales to the glossy black carapace unique to the Zerg. It is roughly the same as the Frost WIRM. It's just that the size has shrunk a lot. Only 100 meters. Also, the most significant difference. There were 3 sharp whip-like tails, each tens of meters long, resembling steel chains. They can be closed together to support body balance and turn during flight. It can also be used as a weapon for close-quarters strangulation. The 4th generation whiptail dragon boasts a combat power of up to 200,000. That's the source of his confidence in taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Chapter 37 The Dragon Appears. The crowd erupts. Chapter 37 The Dragon Appears. The entire arena erupts in cheers above the battlefield. 10 spatial rifts opened one by one. Swarms of all kinds of insected creatures poured out of the passage. Without exception, all Zerg. They are all flying species. This is an inevitable trend in the development of the Zerg and even the entire biological civilization. Regardless of maneuverability. Still, it's about the limitations of survival. Flying species are far superior to terrestrial creatures. 10 challengers stood suspended in midair. They gazed down at the vast, densely packed ocean of Zerg below. They were all in high spirits, their faces beaming with smugness. 100,000 against 10,000. They couldn't think of any reason why they would lose. At the end of the opposite line of sight, a solitary spatial passage gradually took shape. They saw the terrifying beasts slowly appearing. I could feel the violent aura emanating from them as if I were there. even if the 10 people here were mentally prepared. Yet I still couldn't help but feel a chilling sense of dread. But they adjusted quickly. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how fierce you are, only about 10,000. We have a total of 100,000. Even if it's a pile, even if it's a waste, that would be enough to wear them all down to death. However, when they saw the final group of even larger creatures appear, they were suddenly stunned. A bone-chilling cold instantly swept through my body. That is, dragon? A dragon? How is that possible? How could a Zerg civilization have dragon-like creatures? Am I fucking dreaming? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! In the outdoor venue, after a moment of stillness, then it boils violently. Everyone stared in horror at the dragon-like creatures flying out of the passage through the light screen. The screams that erupted were almost enough to pierce eardrums. Several instructors also showed expressions of fear. Dean Ma, sitting on the stage, the hand holding the teacup trembled uncontrollably. He had long intended to humble himself and curry favor with Su Jian. Upon seeing this scene, he could no longer hold back. He immediately got up and walked quickly towards Su Jian. In her panic, she even lost her footing and almost fell. However, no one noticed the Dean's disgraceful behavior at that moment. Dean Ma didn't care about his image at all. He hurriedly came to Su Jian's side. He bent slightly forward. He asked nervously, "Old Su, is this student Qin really from the Zerg civilization?" "Perhaps." Su Jian gave a blank reply. My heart was filled with a turbulent mix of emotions. At this moment, Su Jian suddenly remembered when he was looking for Qin Tian. The generational evolution that Qin Tian mentioned is not a problem. So, he was referring to the random evolution of one generation. Did they just evolve into dragons? Kill! Above the battlefield, Qin Tians will cover the entire swarm of war insects. A very brief command was issued. The next moment, all the slayer insects took flight in unison. A dense barrage of bone spurs immediately shot out. Less than a kilometer away. It will arrive in an instant. Puff! Puff! Accompanied by a series of sounds of bones piercing the body. The insects' mournful cries and screams instantly pierced the sky. An excessively large population. It even caused individual bones to pierce through the body and protrude like a string of gourds. At least two. There are often 3 or 4 huddled together. It fell helplessly to the ground. Spread! Scatter, everyone! The mournful cries of the dying insect swarm. Finally, the 10 challengers were awakened. Their consciousnesses were connected. There were no communication barriers. Significant efficiency. The results were indeed quite remarkable. The destroyer war bug followed closely by the spinning bone spikes. After the other side dispersed into a dense group, the number of enemies killed was extremely limited. Fortunately, the striker war bug flies fast enough. Through repeated back and forth chiseling, little by little it adds up. The opponent is too fast. Gather in the middle. Draw fire. Hold on and don't move. Hold them off. Flank from both sides. Quickly. The 10 people opposite were communicating in a chaotic and heated manner. The intense fluctuations of consciousness that spread outwards. It was almost clear to Qin Tian's side. Call. Qin Tian closed his eyes. He let out a very comfortable sigh of relief. It seems that the pent-up resentment from the last battle. And so it was all released. There is no harm without comparison. The opposing side was frantically and urgently directing the battle. He completely let things slide, acting like a bystander. In fact, under a simple kill command, his war insects neither need nor require his intervention. Each slayer insect will follow its hunting instincts to kill its prey. And under the network of collective consciousness, they can achieve near-perfect coordination. However, the opponent's command was not entirely useless. Under the encirclement that disregards losses, soon, some of the striker Zerg were blocked from advancing. Then, a large swarm of insects frantically pounced on it, tearing it apart and causing it to fall. Hee, I overestimated their strength. It depends on the situation. This number is 100,000. It's estimated that it could barely consume 10,000 war insects. Qin Tian gazed at the carnage on the battlefield. The constant death of the Slayer war bug. It didn't cause him much concern. The initial wave of bone spikes wiped out nearly 30% of the enemy's clan. After several rounds of drilling and excavation, nearly 30% was taken away. The remaining 40,000 or so. It generally takes the loss of 3 or 4 to barely take down one destroyer Zerg. He can afford to risk it. Can the other side afford to fight back? Moreover, he also had 100 whip-tailed dragons by his side. Unless necessary. He had no intention of using this batch of 4th-generation war bugs. Time. It's gradually passing by. On the ground below the battlefield. It was covered with thick layers of insect corpses. Fresh blood. Mixed with various juices. It dyed the sand and soil with all sorts of colors. And in the skies above the battlefield, the number of tribes fighting each other is decreasing. Finally, the last Slayer insect, along with 5 insect corpses, fell to the ground. Qin Tian's consciousness floated forward. Behind, following a group of whip-tailed dragons that were already eager and ready to pounce. He glanced at the 10 people in front of him. He glanced again at the few hundred creatures remaining behind them. Qin Tian sent out a slightly weary thought. Should we continue? Chapter 38, Another Expedition. Warcraft Planet. Chapter 38, Another Expedition. Warcraft Planet. Should we fight again? The 10 people looked at each other in bewilderment. He was filled with shame and anger, and his expression turned dejected. Beat? I'll beat your sister up. How can we challenge a group of dragons with the remaining, flawed creatures? Of course. It's not that no one has thought of it. Perhaps we can use several times the population to try and create a miracle? Who knows? But his gaze swept over the group of dragon-like creatures that were so close at hand. They immediately and fearfully extinguished the tiny spark of hope that had been rising in their hearts. No one believes that these dragons are merely empty shells with no substance. The scorching dragon breath spewing from the nostrils of the dragon's head. And the terrifying aura emanating from his body. Especially those 3-tail whips that crackled and whistled through the air like steel cables whipping around. Every word speaks volumes about its terrifying combat power. If the fighting continues, they will only bring shame upon themselves. Not to mention the remaining few hundred Zerg creatures. Even adding 2 more zeros at the end would probably be difficult. Faced with overwhelming strength, a numerical advantage will always seem so pale. The recent battle perfectly illustrates this fact. 100,000 against 10,000. In the end, they ended up in a ridiculous mutual destruction. Back to the outside world. Stepping out of the battle room, Qin Tian looked down at the audience. He opened his mouth and said, "Who else?" The voice was neither too fast nor too slow, either too soft nor too loud. But it resonated in everyone's ears like a bombshell. No one spoke. The remaining challengers unconsciously lowered their heads even further. Even the 10 strongest players in this competition were defeated. How can we fight like this? After waiting for a moment, Qin Tian turned his gaze to the dean standing next to Su Jian on the sidelines. Dean Ma suddenly jolted awake. They were preparing to go on stage to announce the results, and what would happen next. Suddenly, something occurred to me. She took another step back, looking dejected and forlorn. This step. It expressed a stance. At the same time, it is also a form of early transfer of power. A good teacher produces outstanding students. Conversely, this statement also applies to the teaching system of the Zerg Academy. Which branch has the strongest creator students? The instructors of the branch institutes will have a higher voice and status. When it becomes strong enough, he would then replace the dean and take charge of the Zerg Academy. This is a rule that has been passed down for centuries. After this battle, regardless of Qin Tian's performance in the competition 2 weeks later, all of these factors are sufficient to lay the foundation for Su Jian's promotion to dean. What is lacking? It's just a legitimate official document. Su Jian did not hesitate. He glanced at the several instructors beside him who were bowing and scraping to him. He went straight up on stage and began to speak. Qin Tian is a fixed-seed player for this year's Zerg Academy competition. Does anyone have any objections? After inspecting the area, Seeing that there were no objections and no one was likely to object, Su Jian operated the instrument for a while. Removed Qin Tian's name from the list of names displayed on the screen. There are 30 remaining challenge slots. Now, the challenge continues. Participants can re-enter the challenge. Qin Tian said goodbye to Su Jian and then left. His goal has always been the Grand Slam, and the Viscount title in the Grand Examination. As for this internal competition, he was just there to go through the motions. I never took it to heart. Back at the school dormitory, Qin Tian sank his consciousness into the planet. He slipped to the edge of the penalty area. What catches the eye? It was a vast, dark swarm of insects. Previously, the proposal was made to fight 10 against 1. Aside from being genuinely angered by the battle with Zhou Feng, the main reason is that I don't want to waste time on internal competitions. He has been preparing to invade Thundercloud Star for the past few days. Lei Yunxing. That's the name of that level 2 monster planet. Qin Tian planned to do so before the competition. Try to accumulate enough Warcraft genes to evolve into the 5th generation of war bugs. When they invaded Ice Crystal Star, he then expanded his will. He ordered all species on Mars to gather outside the restricted area. 7 days. 7 years on the planet. Tens of millions of species and nearly 10 billion insected creatures. Less than 1/10 arrived. It's still far from enough. The estimated number is less than 600 million. But we can start even if it's just make do. Qin Tian blinked around in several directions to estimate the size of the insect swarm. Invading Ice Crystal Star. He sacrificed all the tribes that originally occupied the outer perimeter of the restricted area. The number is approximately 500 million. It looks like a lot. But for a planet, it's like throwing a pebble into a lake and creating ripples. After 7 years of relentless fighting on the planet, the swarm of over 500 million insects has long since died out. The 200,000 killer insects originally tasked with cleaning up the mess. He also summoned me back some time ago. They were reassigned to the beast planet to drive away the beast hordes and plunder their origins. Moreover, with all the magical beasts near the Ice Crystal Star space passage slaughtered, then, the subsequent 600 million insect swarms that arrived were also thrown in. We can only move further afield. In the short term, it won't have much effect. The only way to see returns is to develop a new planet. There are still more than 28,000 striker warbugs remaining. It's enough for exploration purposes only. Qin Tian turned around and glanced at the densely packed dark figures gathered in the restricted area. He then looked away. Regarding communication with the well-prepared crystal ball on the Thundercloud Star, a spatial passage has been opened. The moment I stepped out of the passage, Qin Tian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Before our eyes, a gray sky, gray earth, gray plains. This is not from the perspective of the war bug. Rather, it was the real senses he perceived. Also, and there was that overwhelming sense of decay. So, is this a dead planet? Chapter 39 Ecological Collapse. Species Extinction. Chapter 39 Ecological Collapse. Species Extinction in the haze smoggy sky. A fierce wind swept through. On the barren plain, dust filled the air. Qin Tian controlled his consciousness to rise higher and higher. What one sees is still a scene of decay and desolation. The entire planet is devoid of any green vegetation or signs of life. It rose all the way up to several thousand meters. Finally, Qin Tian felt a little relieved. This is indeed a decaying planet whose vitality is fading away. But some creatures still stubbornly survive. Below, a swarm of striker zerglings has emerged. Qin Tian floated down. Attach your consciousness to one of them. It was driven to fly with all its might toward the species it had discovered. A dozen minutes later, a group of magical creatures resembling golden-winged rock gradually came into view. Its size is comparable to that of the 4th generation of whip-tailed dragons. Its wingspan reaches around 100 meters. The quantity doesn't seem to be too much. There are probably only a few dozen. Moreover, they seem to be killing each other. From a distance, figures leaped and tumbled, chasing each other. The fierce struggle was interspersed with bursts of mournful cries, which never ceased to be heard. A dozen or so smaller, slender rock beasts were being hunted down by their own kind. A lightning-type magical beast? Qin Tian noticed the purple lightning magic weaving through it. He wasn't too surprised by this. From the name of a Warcraft planet, you can basically tell its magic type from that. After all, the names of each planet, they were all named by the creator based on the characteristics of the planet. In this short interval, under the brutal siege of a large number of their own people, the group of thin, weak rock birds soon let out miserable cries and fell to the ground. The strong members of their kind immediately pounced down and began scrambling to eat the corpses on the ground. Boom! Just then, Qin Tian felt a loud bang. My vision suddenly blurred violently. Then comes the shaky animation of a rapid fall. In the last glimpse of the warbug's perspective, several giant rock-like demonic beasts appeared and began to pounce. Have we been discovered? Qin Tian lost consciousness. They didn't care about the death of a mere striker Zergling. My gaze swept across the passage below. They gathered outside the other entrance. All the flying insects that received the order immediately rushed into the passage. It frantically pounced towards the location of the rock. How could a Warcraft planet have fallen to this state? What exactly happened? Qin Tian gazed curiously at the surface of Thundercloud Star. Under normal circumstances, without the interference of the Creator, a planet, on the contrary, will thrive and prosper according to the laws of nature. It is simply impossible for it to head towards self-destruction. Unless... Qin Tian looked up at the gray and gloomy sky. The only possibility. Only external factors can influence it. For example, the ecological extinction caused by a huge meteorite falling to the surface of a planet. A short while later, Qin Tian conveyed the spirit of exploration. Swarms of slayer insects immediately scattered and flew away into the distance. But soon, Qin Tian summoned it back again. Only about 200 remained to continue exploring the surrounding area. There's no need to waste a war bug's life for a moment's curiosity. Those giant rock beasts should be the dominant species on this planet. Even they've reached the point of cannibalism among their own kind. One can imagine just how scarce food was on that planet. Very likely, those dozens of rock birds, they are the only surviving life forms on the entire planet. Given the high probability that there will be no food supplies along the way, allowing the strike Zerg to fly aimlessly into the vast wilderness is tantamount to sending it to its death. 2 million? Qin Tian had just left the planet and returned to the outside world. Then Xiong Hanlin arrived in a hurry. He was holding 2 purple gold cards in his hand. Purple denomination 1 million. The internal competition was still ongoing at this time. It will last at least 1 or 2 days. These 2 gold cards must have been obtained by Fatty Xiong from the money shop when he had some free time. The total amount of gambling money received was less than 2.03 million. According to our prearranged 10/90th split, I'll just round it up. Brother Qin, please don't be so polite. I do love money, but I enjoy the process of making it even more. Besides, my Xiong family is a very wealthy and powerful family, so a few million is really nothing to us. Anyway, Fatty Xiong gave a rather subtle but understandable look. She squinted her small eyes. Okay, thanks. Qin Tian accepted it without hesitation. The other party was clearly like Su Jian. They wanted to take this opportunity to curry favor with me, regardless of how things develop in the future. Based solely on the strength he has displayed so far, she certainly has the qualities that make people want to befriend her. Brother Qin, I'll be going now. The internal competition isn't over yet. Okay, take care. After Xiong Hanlin left, Qin Tian didn't stay in the dormitory for long either. After leaving the academy, they arrived at the Planetary Merchant Guild once again. That planet, Thundercloud, whose ecosystem is nearly extinct. Their plan to plunder large amounts of Warcraft genes to evolve the 5th generation of warbugs failed. We currently have sufficient funds on hand. I'll just go and buy another one. However, Qin Tian was not in a hurry. Upon entering the Chamber of Commerce, head straight to the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is for rent and sale. It represents a biological civilization planet. The 2nd floor is a planet of technological and extraordinary civilizations. Compared to the overcrowded 1st floor, the 2nd floor was much quieter. You can hardly see any people. There was only one counter, The other two major civilizations in Pingxi had very few creators to begin with. The planetary legacy left behind is naturally very limited. Rare quantity. This results in extremely high rental prices. It far exceeds what most people can bear. "Hello, sir." The clerk at the counter greeted Qin Tian as he approached. "Are there any planets that are not yet leased?" "Yes, sir, there's one more." "Oh?" Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Although the rental prices for the other two major civilization planets are very high. But there will never be a shortage of rich people in this world. Moreover, whether it's the various novel technological weapons and equipment on the technological planet, or perhaps it's the various magical arts and immortal techniques from extraordinary planets that can move mountains, fill seas, and destroy the world. In addition, there are national alliances established by intelligent races, as well as cultivation sects and magical factions. Everything. All of these deeply attract people's curiosity. Even at exorbitant prices, demand still exceeds supply. Those wealthy family scions who don't lack money. They wouldn't queue up like the ordinary people downstairs. Generally, people arrive on time according to the rental license plate number they receive. Qin Tian's trip was also a chance to try his luck. I didn't expect to actually find a bargain. They paid an exorbitant price of 1,000 gold coins per hour. Qin Tian followed the maid to one of the rented rooms. The interior decoration is magnificent. The space is also much more spacious than downstairs. Besides a deep blue crystal ball, there was also a table in the center. It also includes a brief history of the planet. Oh? No wonder you can find bargains. After reading the information about this planet and a brief history, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile. Chapter 40 Intelligent Races. Endless Ambition. Chapter 40 Intelligent Races. A brief history of the planet of endless ambition, in detail. To summarize, it can be seen as a process of destruction leading to rebirth. This planet is called Blue Sun Star. It was originally a highly advanced technological planet. Intelligent races are also human. But without the intervention and suppression of the Creator. The Human Federation, which had once unified the entire planet, gradually fell apart. And it quickly escalated into a global war. Several countries on the verge of defeat used weapons of mass destruction. Its power is countless times greater than the nuclear weapons Qin Tian knew from his previous life. With countries unleashing their superior weaponry on each other, the destruction of the entire human race became inevitable. However, they were not all extinct. A small number of humans hid underground and survived. Tens of thousands of years have passed. The harmful substances on the ground gradually dissipated. Humans who had multiplied underground for hundreds of generations had become like savages. The technological heritage has long been lost. The ruins of those former high-tech buildings on the ground, and all traces of the existence of our ancestors. It was also completely wiped out by the newly grown, lush vegetation. But relying on their innate survival wisdom, after thousands of years of development and the efforts of countless generations, humans, after returning to Earth, eventually stood atop the pyramid on this planet. We are currently in the era of cold weapons. It is similar to the ancient Xia dynasty of 100 years ago. Dozens of feudal dynasties, large and small, were established on the planet. And that's why Qin Tian was able to snag a bargain. Familiar local customs and traditions. A familiar ancient country. Who would pay exorbitant prices to travel the world they know? Human beings. No. It should be all intelligent races. They will all have endless greed and ambition. At this point, they can never compare to biological civilization. Qin Tian put down the brief history in his hand. Although technology and extraordinary civilizations are powerful, but how to control them is a major headache for those creators. Qin Tian had read related books in the library. Under normal circumstances, the creators of technological civilizations always choose the upper echelons of a particular country, using the power of the creator to support its rapid unification and integration of other small countries. This allows them to control the overall situation and guide the direction of technological development. The creators of extraordinary civilizations would then take on identities such as immortals, gods of magic, or gods of war, to single out and command the world by mastering the strongest sect. But intelligent races are called intelligent races because they will think. They would suspect. They will rebel. So, wars frequently broke out between the two great civilizations on their respective planets. To this end, the Creator had to intervene and eliminate those sovereigns or upper classes who tried to break free from his control. On the one hand, they need to support a new puppet to take power. On the one hand, they also have to clean up the mess caused by the chaos. One bad thing. War and destruction on a technologically advanced planet could set back technology by decades or even longer. On extraordinary planets, even those sect geniuses who had the potential to break through to higher realms may perish. Biological civilization doesn't have these kinds of troubles. Low-level collective intelligence. Let them never think about the origin of the Creator. And we will not question the will of the Creator. Qin Tian chuckled. Calm down. Appearing in the restricted area of Mars, Qin Tian couldn't help but look in the direction of his mother. The Queen Mother has now evolved a certain level of intelligence. Fortunately, it is not very intelligent. Moreover, for the sake of the tribe's hunting efficiency, the Queen Mother's instinct to breed war insects did not endow them with the genes of intelligence. Qin Tian was suddenly taken aback. The blue sun star crystal ball, which was used to communicate with the outside world, was shut down. Puzzled, he slipped into the space passage of Thundercloud Star. Under the relentless attacks of countless flying Zerg, the few dozen remaining rock demonic beasts on Thundercloud Star were almost all killed or wounded. But one is still putting on a stubborn struggle. Furthermore, the battlefield has shifted to a location less than 100 meters from the entrance of the passage. Help me! Help me! Qin Tian gang appeared outside the passage. The intermittent cry for help echoed in my mind once more. Disperse! Qin Tian shouted and drove back the fighting swarm of insects. Following the open enclosure, they arrived at the rock in the middle, its wings broken and covered in wounds, lying on the ground struggling. He asked in a doubtful voice, "Is that you speaking?" The rock's eyes are very intelligent. It almost clearly revealed the despair he felt at that moment. What surprised Qin Tian even more was that it seems to be able to see itself. His eyes remained fixed on his own consciousness floating in the air. "Save me! Save me! Save me! Me!" The weak voice continued for a while. The rock suddenly screamed and turned its head in terror to look at the sky. Qin Tian followed his gaze and looked in that direction. The sky remained gray. There's nothing special about it. But upon closer inspection, the entire sky seemed to be peeling away rapidly. Gradually, a vast expanse of angelica light began to appear on the distant horizon. The light grew brighter and brighter. It's like a sun rising rapidly. But how is that possible? How could the sun rise so quickly? Just as Qin Tian was surprised, a dark curtain gradually emerged below the sun on the horizon. At first, Qin Tian thought it was an asteroid blocking the sun. But as the boundless gray sky descended and obscured the sun and the asteroid, then immediately flip it upwards and pull it away. Suddenly, Qin Tian seemed to realize something. I instinctively tried blinking. The mouth opened wider and wider. A sudden roar filled his head. If I'm not mistaken, that was actually so enormous that it completely obscures the eyes of the entire planet beneath our feet. Chapter 41 Cosmic Creatures. Terrifyingly so. Chapter 41 Cosmic Creatures. Terrifyingly, Qin Tian stared blankly up at the sky, as the sky rapidly disappeared. At this point, the view in the sky was completely clear. That was indeed a huge eye. There is white in the eye. Having pupils. Has eyelids. It also blinks up and down from time to time. The gray we saw earlier. What color is the sky there? It's clearly the dark gray skin around that eye. No. His eyes were fixed on the swarm of insects at the entrance of the passage. The skin above the corners of the eyes sometimes folds up slightly. At times, it slowly relaxes. Qin Tian watched this scene with shock. One can almost picture the owner of this eye, as it tilted its enormous head and looked at the ground strangely. The bewildered expression on his face. Seemingly curious. Where did these ants come from? Run! Run! Run faster! A terrified scream came from the rock on the ground. It flapped its damaged wings and rushed frantically toward the entrance of the passage ahead. Just then, The eyes in the celestial canopy seemed unwilling to remain confused any longer. Or perhaps their curiosity got the better of them, and they were annoyed by being bothered by these ants. The enormous eyes suddenly turned backward and moved away. It's like tilting your head back slightly. But even such a tiny movement for them. However, it stirred up the air currents across the entire planet, forming a terrifying vortex that rushed rapidly toward the eyes. Then, Qin Tian gradually saw the area below his eyes clearly. Nostrils like black holes. She slightly opened her mouth, which resembled a galaxy. And a dazzling, radiant light, imbued with terrifying energy, spewed from its mouth. Qin Tian's expression changed. He immediately turned around and quickly floated into the passage. Turn it off! Turn it off immediately! Close the passage immediately! The rock that burst forth from the spatial passage. One side emitted a series of hysterical screams. Wrapped in a lightning shield covering his entire body, he scrambled forward as he continued to run. Qin Tian followed closely behind. Without any hesitation, they immediately cut off the source of the supply. The passage is slowly closing. But in the instant it was completely shut off. A small streak of light still shot out. The scattered energy turbulence surged forth instantly. Buzz! A violent tremor erupted in the air. A terrifying gust of air swept across and spread rapidly. Wherever they went, countless swarms of insects fell in droves. And in an instant, it dissolved into dust and scattered. Call out! In the midst of the panic, Qin Tian had a thought. They instantly teleported thousands of miles away. Just as its form appeared. Turbulence then reached you. Laugh. Outdoor rental indoors. Qin Tian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen as he frantically rubbed his head, which felt like it was about to explode. The images of planets on Mars and the indoor scene in front of you are constantly switching and interweaving. At this moment, it was as if consciousness was forcibly torn out of the brain. It caused him immense pain, and his expression became contorted. Splash! The tea set on the table was accidentally swept off the table by Qin Tian. It shattered into pieces all over the ground. My lord, are you all right? The maid who had been waiting outside heard the noise and knocked on the door to ask what was wrong. Fine. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and forced out 2 words from the corner of his mouth. He then closed his eyes tightly. His body trembled slightly as he endured the tearing pain in his mind. A long time. Qin Tian let out a breath. The trembling body gradually came to a stop. The distorted expression slowly subsided. When I opened my eyes again, the indoor scene in front of us has stabilized. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I straightened the wrinkled clothes. Qin Tian summoned a maid to clean up the mess inside the room. What kind of creature is that? That terrifying? A cosmic being, perhaps? Qin Tian took a sip of the freshly brewed tea, still feeling a lingering sense of unease. The fleeting glimpse I had seen on Thundercloud's star last flashed through my mind. The eyes alone are like stars. The entire head and the body behind it. In fact, the planet merged by the Creator. It is a real celestial body that exists in a certain plane of the universe. A cosmic creature, larger than a planet, has appeared, roaming the vast star field. Qin Tian was not unable to accept it. What truly horrified him was that cosmic creature's attack was actually able to damage the Creator's consciousness. The breath that was casually exhaled. Even if it's just a wisp. And it has already spread far and wide, leaving only a tiny trace. It almost caused him to suffer brain death. Could it be that? Is this how the creatures on Thundercloud were wiped out? And the creator of this planet? Did they die in the same way? After a moment of reflection, Qin Tian didn't pursue the matter any further. After resting for a while, reintroduced consciousness to Mars. The original passage was located within a radius of thousands of miles. It has completely turned into a white expanse. White powder piled up like mountains on the dark red soil, stretching far into the distance. An attack from that cosmic creature. This resulted in a devastating loss for him. The people on the other side of the passage hadn't had time to evacuate. Adding to the nearly 600 million insects gathered near the Martian passage. They all died and vaporized into dust. Not even a body was left. Fortunately, He had previously deployed over 28,000 Slayer insectids. They are currently scattered throughout the ice crystal star, continuing their search for the main race. Moreover, to facilitate the invasion of insect swarms, he set up the entrance to the passage connecting to Leyun's star outside the restricted area. The disaster did not affect the Queen Mother and the insect nest, which were thousands of miles away within the restricted area. Otherwise, "Help me! Help me!" He heard a cry for help coming from within his consciousness. Qin Tian's face twitched involuntarily, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "That rock is still alive? So tough?" He darted to the location from which the sound came. The rock is indeed not dead. But it's pretty much the same. The bird's appearance was beyond description. It was utterly miserable. Its already severely injured wing was completely broken off and drooped to the ground. Almost all of its feathers had fallen out, making it look like a plucked chicken or duck. And his body was covered in open wounds. The blood dripped onto the ground and evaporated due to the high temperature of Mars, producing puffs of white smoke. His entire head drooped limply. Now, it was peering at Qin Tian in the sky with its still intelligent eyes, as if pleading for help. It seems that even the power to speak has been lost. Qin Tian didn't rush to rescue him. He squinted, staring into the eyes of the rock. A short while later, he suddenly asked, "You are the creator of Thundercloud Star?" Chapter 42 Dare to act tough again. I'll destroy you right now. Chapter 42 Dare to act tough again. I'll wipe out your entire beast star right now. It was several hundred meters away from the entrance of the passage. The rock perched under the shade of a large tree. Although his breath was weak and he was almost dying. But at least it's not like being on Mars where the heat is so intense that even breathing is incredibly difficult. The extremely mild environment of the beast's planet. It can basically adapt to the survival of most organisms. Qin Tian floated to the side. After a moment's thought, separate a wisp of the essence from the consciousness body. It was slowly injected into the dying rock on the ground. Originally, it was a desperate attempt, a last-ditch effort. The effect was surprisingly good. Some of them are even quite unbelievable. Having absorbed that wisp of primordial energy, aside from remaining listless, the rock, external wounds begin to heal and scab over rapidly. It was almost to the point of being visibly exaggerated. On second thought, Qin Tian, on the contrary, felt it was only natural. Primal energy can be obtained by sacrificing lives. It contains immense vitality. This trace of essence doesn't seem like much. Converted to numbers, it would only amount to a few points. But it would require the consumption of tens of thousands of wild beasts. In other words, it's equivalent to pouring the life energy of thousands of savage beasts into the rock's body. It's no surprise that the damaged body was quickly repaired. In less than a few minutes, the wounds on the rock's body were completely healed. Even the broken bones inside the wings miraculously recovered. The rock uses its wings to support its body, leaning against the tree trunk behind him. They made a very humane move. At the same time, it nodded to Qin Tian in the air. That answers the previous question. So it really is the creator. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. I wasn't actually that surprised. This rock's eyes are as expressive and lifelike as a human's. It can transmit consciousness for communication, knowing the spatial passage. In addition, the stream of light energy emitted by that cosmic creature caused a sense of disruption to his consciousness. This is simply stating a fact. Consciousness possessing one of one's own creatures. This is something all creators would do. Qin Tian also frequently possessed the Slayer war bug to conduct reconnaissance. Therefore, perhaps when the creator of Thundercloud Star attached his consciousness to this rock, suddenly attacked by that cosmic creature, cut off its consciousness from the external body. Therefore, it could only remain inside the rock's body. What's the deal with that cosmic creature on Thundercloud Star? Qin Tian asked. The rock turned its head away. Looking towards the distance, they saw the Slayer war insects driving a horde of savage beasts into the spatial passage. He turned back and stared at Qin Tian in the air for a while. His eyes flickered. They seemed to be hesitating and weighing the options. After a while, it transmitted a message. My name is Qin. Okay, Qin, what happened to your planet? You're not surprised at all? A strange fluctuation of consciousness emanated from the rock. What's so surprising? The name? What's so surprising about a name? You're not surprised by the name. How could you not be surprised? The rock glared with its bird eyes. His tone was full of disbelief. Qin Tian stared speechlessly at the rock. Could it be that this guy suffered too much damage and burned his brain? He kept giving irrelevant answers. The two are simply not on the same wavelength. Aren't you one of this world's people? The rock tilted its head and emitted another thought. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's heart skipped a beat. But soon after, the rock muttered to itself. It is indeed possible that outsiders or villagers on the borders of the great Xia dynasty would not know this. Alright, just answer the questions, stop arguing with me about names. Qin Tian was getting impatient. Well, first you need to know this name. Oh. I sensed a clear smile in my mind, mixed with a hint of contempt and arrogance. Qin Tian smiled too. It's already like this. How dare you act so arrogantly here? Buzz! A command of will was issued. One of the fighter insects in the sky immediately flapped its wings. Bang! A bone spike instantly embedded itself in the tree trunk against which the rock was leaning. It was less than half an inch from the bird's head. Floating in front of the rock. Qin Tian lowered his body slightly, staring into the other person's panicked eyes, which were so close to his own. He said coldly, If you keep putting on airs, believe me, I'll wipe you out right now. I can only answer your question if you know my name, otherwise, I would need to expend a great deal of effort to explain. I can transfer some more of the source to you. The source cannot repair trauma to consciousness. Okay, if I see you again and you dare to spout nonsense like that, you'll never need to answer again. Qin Tian did not press the matter further. Damage at the level of consciousness is indeed unlikely to be restored by the source. Moreover, the severe damage to the rock's consciousness suggests that it is not faking it. The sounds that came through were intermittent and exhausted. It doesn't get tired of talking. Even I find it tiring to listen to. You should rest and recuperate. I have ordered my tribes not to harm you. And they will provide you with food. Qin Tian summoned several killer war insects, which dragged the corpse of a savage beast and threw it in front of the rock. Without further ado, they returned directly to the outside world. After this incident, he also lost interest in continuing his sightseeing on Blue Sun Star. Back on the first floor, Qin Tian also purchased 2 warcraft planets. Certainly, we learned a lesson from Lei Yunqing. Payment was made for both warcraft planets, only after it was confirmed they were not Death Stars. Before leaving, Qin Tian thought of what the rock had said. He then turned back to look at the counter clerk. Asked, By the way, do you know who Qin is? The waiter's eyes narrowed sharply upon hearing this, staring at Qin Tian in terror. He was as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 43, On the Road to Conquest. The Human Planet. Chapter 43, On the Road to Conquest. Back at the Academy on the Human Planet. Qin Tian had a smile playing on his lips the whole time. He offered 100 gold tip. The man immediately recounted everything about the name Qin in detail. In fact, this is a story that has been passed down through generations of the great Xia dynasty. Only he, an outsider, knew nothing about it. The catastrophe of a century ago? A cultivation planet born from an extremely harsh environment? A demon who can summon hundreds of cultivators with a wave of his hand? Killed countless people and nearly destroyed 2 countries? It took the combined might of the 4 nations, who exhausted all their resources, to finally slay this demon? Hee hee, what a pity, this thing not only didn't die, but is still alive and well inside a rock. And those 4 envoys, no wonder they were so obsequious and flattering to me back then. So they mistook me for another demon being born. I learned about this legend from 100 years ago. The question that had been puzzling Qin Tian was immediately dispelled. But, to some extent, I can indeed be called another version of the devil. Having a channel to obtain the planet's origin. Given time, let alone summoning a mere few hundred creatures to accompany him. Even if tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even countless war insects come out, it's no problem. Qin Tian smiled. Then came a bitter taste. That's why. Even if it becomes possible to summon war insects in large numbers in the future, but without the ability to truly guarantee one's absolute safety, he cannot summon it easily. Otherwise, to avoid future troubles, Shikoku is just like it was 100 years ago. Let's launch another joint annihilation campaign, drawing upon the combined might of all the creators within the country. He's definitely going to die. Qin Tian took out the crystal ball he had purchased. 2 Warcraft planets. A star named Xingmu Star, which belongs to the wood element. The other one is called Blazing Star, which is of the fire element. Both are level 3. That is, the main race has evolved to the 3rd generation. It cost a total of 200,000 gold. In addition, after hearing the legend of the demon told by his companion, Qin Tian went back to the 2nd floor and bought the Blue Sun Star. The price is outrageously expensive. It's taller than 2 Warcraft planets combined. A full 300,000 gold. This is because the human race on Blue Sun Star has not developed a technological civilization. They had to offer significant discounts because they couldn't rent them out or sell them. I don't know if the plan will work. If it is not feasible, then this money was wasted. Qin Tian looked at the deep blue crystal ball in his hand. They spent an astronomical sum to buy this ordinary planet. What he values. They are the human race living on Blue Sun Star, not much different from the Great Xia. If we can summon them in large numbers in the future, at least it won't attract attention. However, this will raise many issues. For example, how much of the source energy is consumed? Or is it worth it if the combat power is too weak? Most importantly, absolute control is impossible. He is not the creator of Blue Sun Star. Naturally, it's impossible to control their life and death and guarantee their loyalty in a single moment. However, the main focus for now should be on the competition. They obtained the title. They have been granted fiefdoms. They now have their own troops. Only then can everything proceed smoothly. Otherwise, all our ideas will just be empty talk. Qin Tian sank into his consciousness. To enter Mars. Welcome, Sovereign! I will obey the will of the Sovereign. 100,000 second-generation war insects have returned from the Beast Planet and are now assembled and ready for deployment. 20,000 third-generation war insects have returned from Ice Crystal Star and are now assembled and ready for deployment. 100 fourth-generation war insects have returned from outside the territory and are now assembled and ready for action. The consciousness has not yet fully manifested. The voice of his mother echoed in Qin Tian's mind. This was the order he gave to his mother, the Empress, before leaving the Chamber of Commerce. The Queen Mother's increased wisdom. There are advantages and disadvantages. At least for now, it can serve as a medium for communication. It saved him a lot of trouble. Well done. How is the 4th-generation war bug breeding going? Qin Tian asked casually. Reporting to the Lord, 800 4th-generation insect eggs have been laid. So little? Qin Tian frowned. Upon closer examination, calmness was quickly restored. The deadline for the internal competition was set to breed 4 generations of war bugs. Only about 12 hours have passed since then. Converted to planetary time, that's half a year. It takes about 180 days. 800 pieces. On average, each batch lays 400 eggs. The in vivo ovulation cycle takes about 3 months. That is, a new batch is produced every 90 days within the planet. Compared to the first generation of queen mothers. Not counting the production of 100 pieces over 6 months of fusion. Indeed, there has been a several-fold increase. But take into account the 3-year incubation period. In addition, there is a 4-year growth cycle from childhood to adulthood. All things considered, it will take 7 days for the number of adult whip-tailed dinosaurs to increase. Too slow. However, Qin Tian could understand. Although the 2nd-generation queen mother had enhanced her physique by incorporating dragon genes, it can withstand more energy expenditure from egg production. However, it will not accelerate the growth rate. The 4th-generation war bugs are almost completely dragon-like. The time required for their growth is naturally incomparable to that of the Zerg. Connecting 2 Warcraft planets to the outside world. The spatial passage was opened. Qin Tian ordered 20,000 Annihilator war insects to enter in 2 batches for reconnaissance. It will take time for other ordinary swarms of insects on Mars to regroup. But he simply didn't have time to waste. We can only discard the dross and select the essence. To discover the dominant race or a more powerful species on both planets. Then concentrate efforts on hunting and obtaining genes. After the arrangements were made, Qin Tian communicated and opened the space channel of Blue Sun Star. Compared to the low intelligence, speechless monsters and savage beasts on those biological planets, an ordinary human planet, it is indeed very attractive, especially having the power to conquer. Qin Tian glanced at the swarm of war insects waiting below. He waved his hand. 100,000 slayer war insects and a 100-headed whip-tailed dragon. Immediately, a series of hissing and roaring sounds emanated from him as he surged into the Blue Sun Star passage. Chapter 44 The Emperor Dies. The Prince Seizes the Throne. Chapter 44 The Emperor Dies. The Prince seizes the throne on Blue Sun Star. Great Yan Kingdom. The Emperor of Yan passed away. A drama of princes vying for the throne has just come to an end. The most powerful prince, Qi quelled the internal strife. Even a few days ago, at the foot of the imperial city, he defeated his only and strongest opponent, the sixth prince. At this time, hundreds of miles away from the imperial city, a huge military camp stood tall. Inside the camp, morale was low and the atmosphere was listless. Many soldiers still bore the lingering fear and apprehension of defeat. Inside the commander's tent, I was equally immersed in the experience, especially with the reports from scouts coming back one after another. This made the atmosphere even more oppressive. Report! A main force of 200,000 enemy troops has been spotted 80 li to the west. Report! An enemy force of 80,000 men has been spotted on the flank 60 miles to the north. Report! Enemy forces of 50,000 men have been spotted on the flank 50 miles to the south. Report! 100,000 enemy troops spotted 100 li to the east. The generals inside the tent had somber expressions. Even if they are exceptionally talented, intelligent, and brave, faced with such a deteriorating situation, it was beyond saving. Report! Urgent report from Qianqing, border region. The sixth prince, who was seated at the head of the table. He reached out and took the military intelligence report handed to him by his personal guard. I opened the seal and glanced at it. The sixth prince's body trembled almost imperceptibly. He then slammed his fist on the table and stood up. He laughed loudly. Good! A report from Qianqing states that 150,000 reinforcements have crossed the Bian River and will arrive soon. All generals, listen to my command. You all hurry up and prepare the troops. Tomorrow at dawn, set up the cooking pots and cook the meal. At dawn, we will march eastward to join forces with reinforcements to attack the 100,000 rebel troops on the eastern route. The generals were overjoyed upon hearing this. They all stood up and clasped their hands in greeting. Here you go! Here you go! General Wen, please wait! The sixth prince called out to an old general with white hair and beard. Your Highness! General Wen turned around when he raised his head. But they discovered that the sixth prince, who had just been so spirited, at this moment, his face turned ashen, and he swayed uncontrollably as if he had lost all his strength. It's nothing. The sixth prince waved his hand to stop General Wen from coming to help him up. He slowly sat down, supporting himself with both hands on the desk. Your Highness, has something happened in Qianqing? General Wen seemed to have a vague sense of something. The sixth prince licked his dry lips. There was no response. A long time. He suddenly smiled and asked, Uncle Wenjiang, do you still remember how old Xiao was? This humble general certainly remembers. Your Highness is someone I watched grow up. You are 28 years old this year. I remember when Father Emperor exiled Xiao to Qianqing on the frontier. Xiao had not yet undergone the coming-of-age ceremony. In the blink of an eye, he is almost 30 years old. The sixth prince sighed with emotion. Another silence fell. Then he suddenly looked up and asked, Uncle, do you think Xiao did something wrong? What makes you say that, Your Highness? General Wen immediately said angrily, Qi murdered his father and brother, which is extremely rebellious. Later, he falsely claimed to have the late emperor's dying wish and forced his highness to commit suicide. This was an act that aroused the wrath of both gods and men, and everyone had the right to kill him. Your Highness is acting in accordance with the will of heaven and the hearts of the people, leading a righteous army back to the capital to punish the rebels. What is wrong with that? The sixth prince heard this. He shook his head with a wry smile. What talk of popular support and divine will? To put it bluntly, isn't it all about fighting for that chair? Your Highness. Furthermore, if there were truly any will of the people or divine will, why would my 200,000-strong army suffer more than half its losses? And why would I find myself in this desperate situation, surrounded on all sides? Your Highness, please do not be discouraged. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. We will soon reunite with the reinforcements. Do you really think reinforcements will arrive? Even without reinforcements, our army can force a breakout and return to Qianqing to hold the city, hoping to change the course of events in the future. Qianqing? Heh. The sixth prince unfolded the military intelligence document he had been holding in his hand. The 4 large characters clearly visible above read. Qianqing has fallen. Uncle, Qianqing is gone, our home is gone, our escape route is cut off, we are now trapped in fourth brother's clutches. Why? General Wen's expression changed drastically, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. The sixth prince rose sadly. He walked up to General Wen. Kneel on the ground. Your Highness, you mustn't! General Wen hurriedly tried to bend his knees. But the sixth prince reached out and supported him. Uncle, Shower has given up on the idea of vying for the throne and has no other thoughts. Please cut off Shower's head and hand it over to fourth brother to save the lives of the entire army. Your Highness! General Wen forcefully broke free from the sixth prince's grasp. Step back a few steps. Kneel on both knees, he said loudly and authoritatively. The Wen family and its army are not cowards who fear death. How could they betray their master for personal gain and break their promise? Your Highness, please retract this thought immediately. This humble general will rather die than obey. The sixth prince straightened up. Looking at the elderly general, who was over 70 years old, he said, I know you're not afraid to die, uncle, but even if you're not afraid to die, you have to think about your family in Qianqing. This humble general will not. Yes, you may not care about your family, but what about them? The sixth prince pointed outside the tent. The sudden defeat had already destabilized the morale of the troops, and the soldiers were filled with anxiety. Once news of the fall of Qianqing spreads, even if it doesn't immediately cause a mutiny, how much fighting spirit do you think they still have? Late at night, the sixth prince sat alone on a small hill within the military camp. Push yourself up with your hands behind you on the ground. I looked up, lost in thought, at the twinkling stars in the sky. For his last night. Everyone will cherish it all the more. Until the sky turned white. The sixth prince reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He looked at the sword that he always kept beside him. He knew it in his heart. The old general was loyal and righteous. I would fight for him to the last man. But why bother? They're all going to die eventually. Why sacrifice so many lives in vain? Do you want the throne? Sudden. A voice appeared in my mind. The sixth prince looked around at the empty space, puzzled. He glanced again at the guards in the distance. I initially thought it was a hallucination. But soon, that ethereal voice, seemingly emanating from Sangxiong, echoed in my mind once more. Want the throne? At noon today. We're heading towards the enemy's southern camp. Chapter 45 I can help you. Sweep away the mighty enemy. Chapter 45 I can help you. On the vast plains, we will sweep away the powerful enemy. More than 100,000 soldiers in black armor are moving south. At the front, the sixth prince sat high on a warhorse. He was followed closely by a group of generals. Your Highness, I know what you want to say. The sixth prince interrupted General Wen, who was standing beside him. But I must say, this is very likely a trick by the enemy to lure our troops into a trap. Is this necessary? The sixth prince glanced at the old general. We are already in a dead end, surrounded on all sides. If we besiege them without attacking, our supplies will run out in a few days, news of the fall of Qianqing will spread, and our army will collapse on its own. Why bother with all this trouble, fourth brother? Could it be that your Highness truly believes in those words of gods and ghosts? I don't believe it. Why then? Since the situation is already like this, why not go and take a look? At this time, squads of scouts began to return. Report! No enemy troops detected within 10 miles ahead. Report! No enemy troops detected 15 miles ahead. Report! No sightings detected 20 miles ahead. The sixth prince and General Wen exchanged a glance. The other generals looked at each other in bewilderment. According to yesterday's reconnaissance by the sentries, the enemy camp to the south is no more than 50 li away. They had already traveled more than 20 miles. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have failed to even encounter enemy scouts. After traveling another 10 miles or so, several scouts rode up at high speed, and they were all pale, terrified, and at a loss. Report! Enemy camp spotted 10 miles ahead. The enemy forces have been annihilated. Enemy forces annihilated. The sixth prince looked at the scout squad leader who was rushing towards him. Asked, "What happened?" "Your Highness, the enemy's southern camp of 50,000 troops has been completely annihilated. Can you see clearly? My men have penetrated deep into the enemy camp, and the camp is full of corpses, not a single one alive, and the deaths are all extremely gruesome." The sixth prince frowned. He then spoke. "Order the entire army to advance at full speed." Not long after, the army of over 100,000 stopped in front of a camp. The camp was situated in a wide open area, with a clear view of the surroundings. There is absolutely no possibility of faking death to lure the enemy into an ambush. They rode slowly into the camp. The sixth prince's expression shifted from initial astonishment to growing horror. The generals around him were in no better shape, even though they were seasoned veterans and accustomed to the bloodshed of the battlefield. They were also stunned by what they saw. In the camp, corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. Most of it was broken into several pieces. The face on each corpse. They were all frozen in a hysterical look of terror. It was the sixth prince, who wasn't very knowledgeable about military affairs. That's also evident. The entire camp of soldiers was massacred in one fell swoop. They were unable to put up any resistance whatsoever. Just then, a series of rustling sounds could be faintly heard. On the plain at the end of the line of sight, an endless black tide is rapidly sweeping in. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Form ranks! All troops form ranks! Messengers frantically shuttled through the army formation, issuing orders to defend against the enemy. My God! What is that? A monster! A monster from head to toe! There are monsters in the sky too! As the distance gets closer. In the distance, they saw rows of dark, ferocious monsters, as large as small mountains, charging forward. All soldiers, including the sixth prince who returned to the front lines and a group of generals. Their teeth were chattering. His body began to tremble violently involuntarily. Escape! Run! Dominated by endless fear. Just when everyone instinctively wanted to scatter and flee at all costs, the horde of monsters that filled their field of vision suddenly came to an abrupt halt. They all stopped a kilometer away. Come over! A voice that rang in his mind startled the sixth prince, who was stunned by the shock. He looked at the terrifying beast that had flown to the middle of the field and hovered there. He swallowed hard. He then turned to look at the soldiers beside him. Seeing that the others did not seem to have heard the sound, dawdle a little. He had no choice but to brace himself and ride forward, his body trembling. Your Highness! Hearing the old general shout, he then hurriedly led a group of his personal guards, who were also trembling all over, to follow. Do you want to be emperor? Another voice came. The sixth prince reined in his horse and stopped, looking up at the enormous body that stretched for hundreds of meters in the distance. Despite the chill running down his spine, he asked, What are you? There are no dragons or related legends in this world. Therefore, the sixth prince did not recognize the dragon as a creature. Answer the questions. Think. I can help you wipe out all enemies. Then what should I do? The sixth prince turned his head and glanced at the dense horde of monsters in the distance. He glanced again at the enemy's southern camp that had been trampled to death behind him. A sliver of clarity remained in my mind. No one was so delusional as to believe that divine intervention had descended from the heavens. You need to sacrifice tens of thousands of your most elite suicide soldiers. Now? 10 years later? Okay, but... The sixth prince was about to ask in detail. The next moment, a piercing roar shattered the heavens. The earth trembled. In his terrified gaze, that black torrent surged forth. It points directly towards the western imperial city. In a chaotic mind, Only a faint, fading sound remained. Remember the promise. I will come back to collect it in 10 years. Chapter 46. 6 sons assumed the throne, acting as shepherds of the people. Chapter 46. 6 sons assumed the throne. Soldiers! Ji Mingqing murdered the king and usurped the throne, cruelly harming his own brothers, causing the lives of my great Yen to be utterly lost and corpses to litter the ground. Such heinous crimes! They aroused the wrath of both gods and men. They have already incurred the wrath of heaven and brought down divine punishment. Today, I have been summoned by heaven, and thus I have gathered here to respectfully welcome the myriad divine beasts that heaven has sent down. Just now, heaven has appointed me as the sole and legitimate son of heaven of the great Yen. I, the emperor, have been ordained by heaven to uphold the state of great Yen and save the people from suffering. Before the army, the sixth prince shouted loudly. General Wen immediately dismounted. Kneel on both knees. Your Majesty, acting in accordance with the will of heaven and with its assistance, will surely crush the traitors and restore order to our great Yen. Long live the Emperor! 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 All the generals dismounted and knelt down. Tens of thousands of soldiers in black armor crowd out. The sixth prince's words about the divine beast were a pronouncement from heaven. No one doubted it. No one dared to question it. Those terrifying creatures as big as houses. It was far beyond their comprehension. It was such a large quantity again. Only the heavens could bestow such a miracle in an instant. Furthermore, they also witnessed the sixth prince walking alone on the front lines. It seems to be communicating with the heavens. It also seemed as if they were receiving orders. Subsequently, then they saw countless divine beasts rushing away. In this age of ignorance, the idea that the right of kings is divinely ordained will always win the hearts and minds of the military and the people. Emperor. Emperor. They were originally acting as shepherds on behalf of heaven. The divine beast sent by heaven has already cleared the way ahead. All troops heed my command. Follow my lead. Shoot straight for Kyoto. Annihilate the traitors. The sixth prince drew his sword. The sword is pointed at the west. Here you go! Here you go! Tens of thousands of armored soldiers rose to their feet. High morale. The roar was deafening. The fear I had felt earlier had vanished. Instead, there was a solemn excitement. Because they are an army of justice. They are truly the heavenly army favored by God. Report! Enemy retreating soldiers spotted ahead. Report. As the army advanced westward, scouts began to continuously report news of the enemy's routed troops. Issue the order! Gather the defeated soldiers. Those who surrender will not be killed. The sixth prince issued the order. At the same time, they couldn't help but speed up. The further you go, the more news of the fleeing soldiers they received, the more they became aware of the situation. From the initial 2 or 3 people who were routed, in the end, there were tens of thousands of defeated soldiers, almost as a whole. It was even large enough to rival the 100,000-strong main army of the sixth prince. But no one resisted. All the routed soldiers were terrified. Upon encountering the sixth prince's troops, they turned pale and surrendered immediately. Because when that group of enormous monsters, which appeared out of nowhere, charged forward, in everyone's mind a voice, seemingly emanating from the heavens, resonated deep within. With the blessings of heaven, the sixth son has ascended to the throne, serving as the shepherd of the people on behalf of heaven. 6 sons? He's just the sixth prince. After receiving confirmation from the soldiers under the sixth prince that they had received a divine mandate, the routed troops dared not even entertain the slightest thought of resistance. They were just ordinary soldiers. Having lost their general, they were filled with the same fear as headless flies. They can fight desperately. They can also fight valiantly. But how could they possibly fight against fate? How could they dare to wield their swords against the emperor appointed by heaven? So much so that wherever the sixth prince went, large numbers of defeated soldiers knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" The original army of 100,000. Before reaching the enemy's main camp, the number has increased dramatically to over 200,000. This is even more than when the sixth prince raised an army in Xianqing on the frontier. The entire enemy main force camp. It had by then been completely wiped out. The ground was riddled with gullies. It felt as if it had been plowed over. However, there weren't many corpses. It wasn't as horrific as the previous massacre of 50,000 flank troops. Those giant beasts should have been swept away in one go. They didn't linger or pursue them for long. Inside the commander's tent, the sixth prince saw the corpses of a group of enemy generals. Among them was an elderly man with white hair and beard, just like General Wen. He was the commander of this main force. "Give him a proper burial!" The sixth prince waved his hand. "I remember when I was young." He was also hugged by this old general. Pity. In the end, however, he joined the fourth brother's faction. 2 days later, the sixth prince arrived at the foot of the imperial city where he had suffered a crushing defeat. The army behind them. It has now grown to nearly 300,000. On the towering walls of the imperial city, the once formidable army is gone. Looking around, the scene was one of utter devastation. More than a dozen huge gaps. There were no piles of broken bricks and rubble below. It was as if the whole thing had been vaporized. Within the gap, on the city tower, inside and outside the city, everywhere you look, there are waves of black waves made up of ferocious beasts. On the open ground in front of the city gate, the enormous beast, which had been waiting for a long time, finally saw the sixth prince, who had arrived late. They immediately flapped their wings and took flight. He threw ahead, its blood already dried, in front of the sixth prince. "Is that fourth brother?" The sixth prince's eyelids twitched. He led an army of 200,000 men in battle for dozens of days and nights, but could not defeat his opponent. It just happened like that. At this moment, the sixth prince felt as if he were dreaming. "Shao, you will certainly live up to heaven's expectations, work diligently, and strive for excellence. Train the most elite soldiers. Train the strongest elite troops. Defend our great Yan. Protect my people." The sixth prince knelt down on the ground. The nearly 300,000 troops behind him trembled and worshipped. "Roar!" In response to him. It was a long, resounding dragon roar. Under the dragon's roar, all the ferocious beasts immediately retreated as quickly as the tide. A terrifying horde of beasts, as they drift further and further apart. They all disappeared into the afterglow of the setting sun at the edge of the world. Chapter 47. He was born to save the world, but he became a demon. Chapter 47. He was born to save the world, but he became the demon Lan Yanxing. Great Yan Kingdom. In a huge canyon deep in the mountains, Qin Tian broke free of the consciousness attached to the whiptail dragon. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Turning one's hand to make clouds, turning it back to make rain. In the blink of an eye. Then the world was turned upside down. To manipulate the regime of a country. The pleasure it brings. It would be far more powerful than invading and conquering those stupid, life-bearing planets. A mythical beast? Heh. That sixth prince really has the nerve to say that. They've abandoned all shame for the throne. The monstrous appearance of the killer war bug, capable of stopping a child's crying. Has it even remotely related to mythical beasts? But he's not stupid. Know how to seize the opportunity, promptly deify a group of monsters, and then put on the halo of divine protection for yourself. Thinking of this, Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. If it weren't for the war insects charging into the enemy camp. He took the opportunity to expend some energy to transmit the concept of 6 suns inheriting positions to each of the routed soldiers. The sixth prince's journey will not be so smooth. Even so, that's still a bit of a stretch. If he is the creator of Blue Sun Star, a single thought could cause the entire enemy army to die instantly. That would truly be called a miracle. It truly belongs to the power of heaven. In fact, this is also a common trick used by the creators of intelligent civilizations to feign divine intervention. It's a pity that sacrificing humans won't allow us to obtain the essence. Qin Tian sighed helplessly. Purchase Blue Sun Star. Besides summoning a group of humans in the future, this was intended as a temporary guarantee of one's safety from the outside world. He had also planned to open up channels for obtaining the origin of Blue Sun Star. But perhaps it's because humans are physically weak and have poor vitality. The humans he captured and threw onto Mars. After death, no system notification was received. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind staying on Blue Sun Star a little longer. To install the Sixth Prince as a puppet to unify some human kingdoms surrounding the Yen Kingdom, and even the entire world. After all the war insects returned, Qin Tian then closed the spatial passage on Blue Sun Star. Regarding the subsequent development of the Yen state, will the chosen Sixth Prince be able to secure the throne and eliminate the remaining rebels? He didn't care much. This was something he did casually. This lays the groundwork for future plans that may or may not be feasible. Moreover, heaven has already shown its face in this ignorant world. Regardless of who sits on the throne, he didn't believe this person would dare to defy the will of heaven. They really dare to resist. Deploy some more insects. Just crush them. Qin Tian looked down. Under its command, 100 dragons flew back to their roost. 100,000 killer insects were reintroduced into the beast's planet. After thinking about it, Qin Tian followed him inside. You've arrived. The rock has recovered well these past few days. The consciousness that was transmitted was no longer as intermittent as before. Moreover, feathers grew all over his body. It can barely maintain flight. However, he was always protected by 10 destroyer insects. It didn't dare to run far. Their activity area was limited to a small area near the passageway. You're the demon from 100 years ago? Qin Tian approached the rock and asked curiously. Demon? Demon! Is this the title that ungrateful and treacherous people of later generations gave me? Qin emitted a slightly agitated fluctuation of consciousness. Hell, what else? Qin Tian was amused. Are we supposed to treat you like a savior and worship you? Of course. They not only have to make offerings, but they also have to burn incense every day and pray every night. Without me, they wouldn't be where they are today. Qin Tian was speechless. This thought process is truly something else. They slaughtered 90% of the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Xia dynasty. It is only right that he is called a murderous monster. But this guy had the audacity to demand that people burn incense and make offerings. However, Qin Tian was too lazy to argue with him. He is not from this world. There wasn't much sense of identification with them to begin with. Just like not long ago when he ordered the war insects to slaughter tens of thousands of soldiers on Blue Sun Star. It's really hard to feel any emotional turmoil. At this time, a swarm of killer war insects is driving hundreds of savage beasts in a stampede. The rock turned its head and glanced in that direction. He opened his mouth and asked, You've discovered the method to obtain the source? Upon hearing this, Qin Tianxia felt a chill run down his spine. But I quickly felt relieved. Qin is now just a lonely ghost residing inside a demonic beast, unable to return to the outside world. What good would it do to know? Yes. Qin Tian readily admitted it. What about the other creators? If I said I knew everything, would you believe me? I don't believe it. Qi Yin's answer was resolute. Oh? Why? Because if this secret were made public, you wouldn't be alive. Qin Tian was initially confused. He quickly frowned thoughtfully. Then, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Until his eyes revealed a deep sense of caution. Ha, now, do you think that future generations should burn incense and worship me, or is it a joke? Qin let out a cold laugh. You slaughtered countless people back then to protect this secret? Qin Tian seemed to understand something. What do you think? I'm not a pervert who enjoys killing for fun. The secret of the method for obtaining the source had already been spread, and its reach was growing wider and wider. I have no choice but to kill all the creators of those generations who know the secret. Although countless civilians died as a result, it was all worth it. At least this secret was preserved. That's fucking ridiculous, all that I've done. Those beasts who survived, they're not even grateful. And they still have to call me a demon. Don't wait until I get out or else. Qin became more and more excited as he spoke. Finally, they started hurling insults and profanities. Qin Tian sighed softly. I could completely understand the other person's frustration. To describe Qin as a savior, it's really not an exaggeration at all. Imagine. Once the method for obtaining the original source is made public, countries will inevitably tighten restrictions on the outflow of unclaimed planets from their borders as soon as possible. The Planetary Merchant Guild will cease to exist. Further on, in order to seize an unclaimed planet, the 4 countries may clash over this issue. We'd fight a war if it meant war. After all, who can possess enough unclaimed planets? Whoever obtains the inexhaustible source can summon an endless array of planetary creatures. The war to unify the Great Xia dynasty has begun. At the time, dozens of them. Even on many more planets. Millions upon millions of cultivators, magicians, hordes of magical beasts, and all sorts of high-powered, cutting-edge technological weapons. All of them are concentrated within the small territory of Great Xia. The outbreak of horrific war. Chapter 48: The Great Rock Immortal Beast. The Evolution of Thunderstar. Chapter 48: The Great Rock Immortal Beast. The evolution of Lei Xing reveals that human nature is greedy. Blue Sunstar is one such example. Even a war that broke out in a technologically advanced civilization could lead the entire human race to destruction. Not to mention, within the territory of Great Xia, an earth-shattering war initiated by countless civilizations? Besides extinction, there is absolutely no chance of getting away with it. Like Lan Yanxing, even the few remaining humans who hide underground to eke out a living cannot do that. After all, the entire planet was destroyed and collapsed. Hiding underground. What's the point of using it anyway? I want to get out. After venting for a while, Qin suddenly conveyed an unusually resolute thought. Do you think that's possible? Qin Tian refused without hesitation. Sympathy is one thing, but he won't overdo it to the point of summoning it out. Leaving aside the question of how much energy is consumed and whether it's worthwhile. They didn't even discuss whether it was useful to them or the issue of loyalty. Knowing only the method of obtaining the source, he would never allow Qin to see the light of day again. Don't you want to know the secrets of Thundercloud Star? Qin asked. You mean, why would a creator of a cultivation civilization like yourself end up on Thundercloud Star? Or is it about that cosmic creature? Qin Tian smiled indifferently. He glanced at the body of the rock that Qin was residing in. Road. If I'm not mistaken, this rock was originally a celestial beast. So, it's nothing more than you possessing the body of the rock, while commanding other rock clans to drive away the demonic beasts on Thundercloud Star to obtain their essence. Perhaps life is unpredictable, or perhaps I was just unlucky. In short, you're unlucky enough to be suddenly attacked by that cosmic creature, severing your connection with your external body. Ultimately, it can only survive inside the rock's body. Over the past century, the rock has gradually degenerated. Probably in order to adapt to the environment of Thundercloud Star, they were assimilated into magical beasts. That cosmic creature never left, and it sneezes every now and then. This has gradually led to the near extinction of the creatures on Thundercloud Star and the flock of rock birds under your command. Until I happened to run into him. Oh, right, and one more thing. 100 years ago, the creators of the 4 kingdoms joined forces to kill those hundreds of cultivators you summoned and left behind in the outside world, right? As for that cosmic creature, what difference does it make whether you know or not? Could it be that I would dare to be so reckless as to open the spatial passage to Thundercloud Star again? To endure a sneeze that comes out of nowhere? Or why not simply order a group of planetary creatures to try and kill that cosmic being? Speaking of which, Qin Tian suddenly held his breath. It must be said, this idea was really attractive to him. No need to kill. Only a small amount of epidermal tissue was obtained, provided for the mother to absorb genes. Perhaps they could breed space-traveling war bugs. But I'll just think about it. Even the most powerful 4th-generation whiptail dragons are unable to escape their planet. Unable to reach anyone. What else is there to talk about? After, when the parasites evolve to a certain extent, perhaps he will give it a try. Alright, just stay here and don't have any other thoughts. This is the last bit of mercy I can show you. Otherwise, you should know. With a single thought, I could easily annihilate you. After saying that, Qin Tian returned directly to Mars. A calm expression. The instant they entered Mars, it immediately sank. System. Immediately simulate and use the exploration system to determine the time required for the sacrificial creatures to obtain the planet's essence. God-level divination techniques can deduce everything. This is clearly also within the scope of deduction. Based on the premise of Anong. Qin Tian thought for a moment, and then added a sentence. The detection system was originally developed by Anongwa. Currently, there is the capability to improve and upgrade it. Only the kingdom of Anong, which gathers countless creators of technological civilization, could do so. A few seconds later, the system's voice sounded. Deduction route. The exploration system determines the time required for the sacrificial creatures to obtain the planet's origin. The proposed nation is Anong. Result 1. Steady development, 2280. The second prediction is a technological explosion in 855. Call. Qin Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Although it lacks the sense of touch as a conscious being. But I still made that movement subconsciously. It will take at least 800 years. That's enough. As long as Qin is not released. At least, during his lifetime. This secret will remain a secret forever. As for more than 800 years later, he died. Who cares about the devastating floods that will follow? During the war. Whether the entire planet explodes or disintegrates. Want to die? No one can stop it. At this time, Qin Tian's expression shifted. Suddenly, I sensed the fluctuations in consciousness transmitted back by the Slayer war bug. And it was 2 streams in a row. They are located on Aoki star and Ice Crystal star, respectively. The Slayer war bugs should have already discovered the main races on these 2 planets. But he had previously stayed on Blue Sun star. Upon returning, they immediately went to the planet of 10,000 beasts. I chatted with Qin for a while about the impermanence of life and how the large intestine wraps around the small intestine. 2 spatial passages were successively isolated. This resulted in the inability to receive timely feedback from the Striker war bug. This is why the phenomenon of near synchronization occurred. The original creator of Ice Crystal Star. They abandoned the powerful Frost Dragon race. Instead, they chose other species as their primary civilization. Then this dominant race. What exactly does it look like? Qin Tian went directly into the Ice Crystal Star passage. This problem. It had been a mystery to him for a long time. Chapter 49 Feeling Insulted. Chapter 49 Feeling Intelligence. Deeply insulted by the biological civilization's creator choosing the primary race. First, let's look at its reproductive ability. The second factor is whether it is powerful or not. Some species initially appear weak. However, they have an extremely fast reproduction rate. This means there is a lot of room for evolution. When evolution reaches a certain level, it can far surpass those initially powerful species. Certainly, there are exceptions. For example, the dragon race. The dragon race was chosen as the dominant civilization. A slow reproductive cycle measured in decades. In addition to the range of egg production efficiency measured in units of number. It was destined that the starting point would also be the ending point. It is virtually impossible for them to evolve into even more powerful offspring. But conversely, many species have devoted countless efforts and resources to this. Even if they evolve to the strength of dozens or hundreds of generations, it might not even be as good as a fully grown dragon. In comparison, the choice is then quite simple. And the creator of Ice Crystal Star. They abandoned the dragon race, choosing other species as the dominant civilization. There could only be one reason. That is the evolutionary potential of this species and its eventual evolutionary offspring. Stronger than the dragons. We have arrived at Ice Crystal Star. Qin Tian attached his consciousness to the Slayer war bug that was transmitting the message. This is fucking ridiculous. I just got a clear look at the main group from the perspective of the war bugs. Qin Tian was so frightened that he shivered. In front of dozens of caves at the foot of a snow-capped mountain below. A large group of densely packed, monkey-like creatures lived there. The body size is about 5 meters. Its entire body was covered in thick, long hair. 2 strong arms hung down at his sides. Its lower body only has 1 thick, large foot. They walk entirely by hopping. Alternatively, one can move slowly by touching the ground with both hands. It looks both stupid and ridiculous. But that face. Like a centenarian woman, she had layers of loose, flabby flesh hanging down. The sight of them piled up together is enough to make your scalp crawl. And that gaping, blood-red mouth. It almost reached the base of both ears. The key is that not only are their lips thick and everted like sausages, it was also extremely disgusting, as if it had been smeared with lipstick, with a very conspicuous bright red color. Ugly is not even a sufficient word to describe these creatures. It's like a devil that was randomly fabricated and deliberately designed to be disgusting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After calming down for a while, Qin Tian barely managed to adapt. Take a closer look. It was discovered that these ice demons did not seem to have strong magical energy fluctuations. Ice demon. It was Qin Tian who named these ugly creatures. It was also the only word he could think of that matched its characteristics. The magic fluctuations are very weak. It looks like a typical low-level magical beast group. But low-level magical beast groups are basically food for those powerful magical beasts. It's impossible for an ethnic group to grow to so many. Even a territory wouldn't be this vast. Qin Tian glanced around in confusion. This majestic snow-capped mountain, nearly 10,000 meters high, and extending for thousands of meters down the mountain, the ice demon's hopping and skipping figure could be seen everywhere. Not counting the ice demons in those dozens of caves. Only those active in the outer territories. There are hundreds of thousands of them at a glance. Everything. They all conform to the characteristics of the dominant civilization. Most importantly, Qin Tian could easily sense the residual traces of the creator's essence on the ice demon's body. Even if the original creator was in a moment of madness and actually chose a low-level magical beast race. But without the protection of the creator, it can still grow and thrive steadily, without being devoured by other monster races. It must have its own unique characteristics. Qin Tian, out of curiosity, spurred the Slayer warbug to fly toward the edge of its territory. Gradually, in a forest covered in white snow, several ice demons, ready to hunt, came into view. Their gaze. They spotted a flock of giant white birds perched atop several large trees. Roar! Several ice demons let out a series of roars. It seems to be trying to lure its prey down. The flock of giant birds seemed to be passing by and taking a temporary rest on the tree. This grove is not their territory. And they might not be hungry after just having hunted. Completely too lazy to pay attention to the provocations of the ice demon below. Seeing that it had no effect, several ice demons slowly bent their bodies. A huge hand swept across the ground. I scooped up a large handful of snow. The thick arm was raised. Start by vigorously rubbing your palms together. Does the attack method require snow as a medium? Ice magic? Or some other special ability? Qin Tian guessed as he went. He ordered the war bugs to increase their distance, to avoid being caught in the attack that the ice demons were about to unleash. Wait a moment. Finally, under Qin Tian's expectant gaze, several ice demons completed their spellcasting animations. I weighed the snowball, which had been compressed and thickened, up and down. He slowly raised it. Then, was it thrown away? Qin Tian, who was far away at the exit of the passage, turned pale. I instantly felt that my intelligence had been deeply insulted. I carefully imagined it for a long time. And that's what his mother did. A snowball fight? Chapter 50 Special Ability. Incomparable to invincible. Chapter 50 Special Ability. Incredibly invincible, whoosh. A large snowball slammed into the giant bird. It is certain that no harm was caused. However, the effect was remarkable. At least it successfully provoked the ferocity of a flock of giant birds. They all immediately took to the air. Cuckoo! The giant bird emitted cries like those of a raven. Then the wings flapped. Sharp ice spikes, several meters long, quickly condensed in front of them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large expanse of ice spikes emitted a series of sharp whistles. It spun and shot towards the ice demon. Roar! The ice demons did not dodge. In fact, given their slow speed, it's impossible for them to dodge. Instead, he roared and puffed out his cheeks. Ugly, enormous mouth. It suddenly swelled up like a balloon to an extremely exaggerated and terrifying degree. It almost completely covered their heads and entire abdomens. The next moment, all the ice spikes that were shot at them, without exception, it swallowed them all. Soon, several more low growls rang out. The ice spikes that had just been swallowed by the ice demon were now visible. It then ejected an even greater quantity from its mouth. Could it be that? Qin Tian's brows furrowed. I glanced at the giant bird that had fallen to the ground, its body pierced by a large expanse of icicles. They immediately controlled the war insects to fly to other places. Not long after, the scene showed a group of ice demons attacking 2 snow apes. The snow ape is one of the few magical beasts capable of casting area of effect magic. Moreover, it is enormous. Their towering bodies, several meters tall, resemble buildings. But as before, the snow ape unleashed a large barrage of ice blades. They were all sucked into the mouths of a group of ice demons. It then quickly reflected out even more ice blades. Absorb? A rebound? These 2 words popped into Qin Tian's head. No wonder those ice demons had to provoke the flock of giant birds first. Because their magic is very weak. It is difficult to cast magic. Or it may be impossible to cast attack spells at all. But they can absorb magic. And it can bounce back in many times greater quantities, taking advantage of the enemy's attack. Go and kill the enemy. This ability is indeed very strong. On this magical beast planet where magic is used as a means of attack, it can even be called invincible. No wonder the original creator chose the ice demons as the main race and civilization. If they evolved to a certain level, even those 2 frost dragons might not be a match for them. Qin Tian secretly admired it. It's just that his appearance is disgusting. Perhaps before that creator made the choice, it must have been a huge internal struggle. The evolution of any organism. They will all fit their own abilities. In order to use its abilities to hunt for food and survive. The ice demon's face was covered with layers of sagging flesh. And that terrifying mouth. Obviously, it's to grow as big as possible. It uses the magic released by its prey to retaliate. As for beauty and ugliness, that makes it seem less important. It can reflect magic. I don't know. Can it rebound bone spurs? Qin Tian immediately ordered the Slayer war insects to fly down. At the same time, a bone spike shot out. The battle below is not over yet. However, the dozen or so ice demons on guard duty on the perimeter had already spotted the enormous figure in the sky. Faced with attacks from the air, the ice demon quickly raised its head and opened its blood-red maw. Pfft. Bone spurs posed no obstacle whatsoever. It pierced the ice demon's throat in an instant, emerging from the back of its head. And due to its powerful inertia, it was pinned to the ground. Fresh blood quickly flowed out, staining a large patch of white snow around them red. Cannot absorb substantial physical attacks? Can it only absorb magic? Qin Tian was somewhat disappointed. But then I thought about it again. That's quite normal. Whether it's ice blades, ice spikes, or ice cones, the magic unleashed by the monsters, they all appear to be solid-state features. In reality, they are all composed of magical elements. The ice demon's absorption and rebound principle. It's roughly similar to a process of reverse energy decomposition and reduction. Like an ice skate. The ice blade is decomposed in reverse into its most primal magical elements. Then convert and restore to batch copy more ice skates. And bone spurs. These are real, grown bones. After ordering the Slayer warbugs to retrieve the dead ice demon's corpse and return to Mars, Qin Tian broke free from the war insect's consciousness. They then arrived at Aoki Star. Hiss! Such powerful vitality! Floating at the exit of the space passage, Qin Tian couldn't help but close his eyes, revealing a hint of enjoyment. When we bought the Azure Star and the Blazing Star, to avoid buying a dead star like Thundercloud Star, he made a point of going to both planets to check them out. He was quite surprised by the vibrant life force of the Azure Star at that time. Returning to this planet, I couldn't help but be amazed. The air was thick with the scent of life. It gave his consciousness a feeling of being immersed in a hot spring. The land is also teeming with life. The towering trees stretch as far as the eye can see, resembling a primeval forest. The number of organisms living in it can almost be described as overwhelming. The planet of beasts is teeming with life. Using it here is practically an insult. For example, the woodland on both sides in front of the space passage. There, a two-headed wolf pack and a unicorn pack lived in distinct communities. Perhaps the group was too large and too crowded. Neither side had any sense of territory. You can do that? Their teamwork has reached this level? Under Qin Tian's incredulous gaze, a dramatic hunting scene unfolded ahead. Even in his mind. A scene that could never exist in nature. Yet it truly happened right before my eyes. Chapter 51 Continuous Evolution. Two dragons emerged simultaneously. Chapter 51 Continuous Evolution. Two dragons surged forward simultaneously. In the woodland formed by towering trees, a small pack of two-headed wolves were probably hungry. They left the herd and began hunting several unicorns. Neither side used magic. Instead, they used the most primitive methods of pursuit and killing. Aside from the few prey that were targeted, the other unicorn herds seemed not to notice. They remained leisurely, either grazing or lying on the ground playing, without panicking and scattering to escape. The pack of two-headed wolves were also very coordinated. Sometimes they would rather leap over a unicorn that's blocking their way. There was no other easier target to approach. There is absolutely no pressure to survive. Isn't this life too leisurely? And this recovery speed? That's terrifying. Qin Tian stared at one of the unicorns that had escaped after being bitten by a two-headed wolf. The wound on his abdomen was originally covered in blood. In the blink of an eye, the bleeding stopped and the wound began to heal gradually. Then, Qin Tian instinctively moved his consciousness to the side. We watched helplessly as the unicorn, having narrowly escaped death, frantically charged into the passage. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.02. The system prompts that appeared in my consciousness. Qin Tian was taken aback. Soon, the two-headed wolves, in hot pursuit, chased him into the passage. Two more notifications sounded in quick succession. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.03. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.05. He stood there for a moment. Qin Tian turned and looked at the crowd gathered in the woods. The dense, countless packs of two-headed wolves and unicorns. It felt as if a vast expanse of the origin was beckoning to me. The origin of this magical beast. They were dozens of times larger than the savage beasts on the beast star. Is it because the planet Aoki contains abundant life force? The powerful life energy aura caused by would attribute magical elements. So, a creature that has absorbed life energy. Is that why so much life essence was sacrificed? That's inevitable. Qin Tian hesitated for a long time. In the end, he suppressed the urge to immediately plunder the source. The swarm of 600 million Martian insects that had previously reached the periphery of the restricted area. They were completely incinerated by that cosmic creature. Other insect groups that are on their way will need time. What we can use right now. Only the host parasite family exists. However, the Slayer Warbug's combat power is too low. It's good at driving away a herd of wild beasts. The casualties from fighting monsters would be enormous. Even if all 300,000 plus killer insects were transferred here. The efficiency is also not high. It will also lead to the rapid depletion and annihilation of the warbug swarm. The striker warbug could barely handle the job. But the quantity is too small. There are only over 28,000. It won't do any good either. In addition, injuries and deaths were unavoidable during the drive-away process. The efficiency is even worse. The remaining 104th generation whiptail dragons. Sending them in would only be a waste of time. I adjusted my emotions. Qin Tian attached his consciousness to the reconnaissance fighter insect. The main civilization's magical beasts that appeared in sight. They were a flock of giant birds, similar to eagles and vultures. After ordering the war insects to charge and observe for a while, the attack methods of this main race were found to be nothing special. Released. It's a large patch of vines, a spell that's both binding and offensive. But its vigorous recovery is outrageously powerful. His body was pierced by several bone spikes. Not only did he not die, in just a few breaths, it was completely restored. After waiting for several days, the Slayer warbugs brought back the corpses of the main race from both planets. An ice demon. In addition, there were several eagle-like magical beasts. Qin Tian waited quietly for his mother to finish absorbing the genes. He opened his mouth and said, "Using Ice Demon genes as the primary source and Frost Dragon genes as a secondary source, we will fuse and evolve the 5th-generation war insect. Using Eagle Beast genes as the primary source and Frost Dragon genes as a secondary source, we fused and evolved the 6th-generation war insect." Qin Tian issued 2 orders in succession. Compared to the past, this time, his message was extremely clear. Currently, the dragon race has the strongest genes. If they were to reproduce according to the Queen Mother's instincts, they will only continue to evolve with the dragon race as the main gene. Even if the next generation of fighters is enhanced, it is estimated that they will not be much stronger than the whip-tailed dragon. In the limited time before the competition, he could only try to evolve some war insects with special abilities. "I will obey the will of the sovereign," the Queen Mother responded. The dragon lowered its head and closed its eyes. The gene sequences within the fusion body began to be adjusted. 4 days later, after dinner, I returned to the dormitory. Qin Tian sensed something. "Immediately sink your consciousness into Mars." Looking up, I saw 2 generations of war insects soaring through the sky after breaking out of their nest. More than 4 years. The first batch of 605th and 6th generation war bugs finally completed their long growth cycle. From hatching to juvenile stage, and then to adulthood. Both generations of war insects still exhibit distinct dragon-like characteristics. One of them has blue spots all over its body. Another type is covered with a dense layer of tiny, semicircular scales. Besides, the appearance and closed tail of the whip-tailed dragon are not much different. However, its body was slightly smaller than that of the whip-tailed dragon, which was over 100 meters long. It is also larger than the striker war bug. In terms of combat strength, more than 100,000 points for the entire parasite population. This is a very serious form of degeneration. It is almost half the size of the whip-tailed dragon. Although the 2 generations of war insects are not very powerful and have not reached the standard of evolution, they are only reproductive forms, not evolved forms. But they are all quite capable. It is especially effective against magical creatures. And then there's the whip-tailed dragon, facing the Fire Phoenix and the Demon Dragon clan in the grand competition. We should be able to win, right? Qin Tian stared at the information interface of the 2 generations of war insects. I was also a little unsure. The Fire Phoenix clan is easy to deal with, but the dragon race is known for its powerful physique. Moreover, it is an extremely rare dark attribute species. There's nothing we can do about it. The distance to the final match is getting closer and closer. The remaining time was insufficient for him to deal with even stronger dragon creatures. I pondered it for a while. Qin Tian named the 2 generations of war insects respectively. 5th generation reproductive war insect, devouring dragon. The 6th generation breeding war insect, blue-spotted dragon. Chapter 52 The Grand Competition begins. Black Maggot's Hearts. Chapter 52 The Grand Competition begins. May 10th, 149th year of the Great Xia calendar. For most people in Pingxi Kingdom, it was just an ordinary day. But for Linen City, it is an annual grand event. Early in the morning, the entire city of Linen was in an uproar. On the street, people were everywhere. The cacophony of noise piled up in the air, layer upon layer. Especially as the horse-drawn carriages slowly drove by. It further ignited the already high enthusiasm of countless people. The crowd pushed and shoved to make way for them. They shouted excitedly. Because of these carriages, the horses pulling the cart were not ordinary horses. Instead, they are various giant crawlers. Distinctive features. So it's obvious. The people sitting in the carriage are all contestants from the Zerg Academy who are participating in this year's competition. Inside one of the carriages pulled by a giant ice crystal scorpion, Qin Tian opened the car window. Whoosh! A powerful sound immediately surged in. Isn't the level of excitement surrounding this year's competition a bit excessive? Qin Tian looked at the dense crowds on both sides of the street. He frowned and rubbed his ears, which were still throbbing from the shock. Normal. Aren't there 2 creators of the Warcraft civilization participating this year? Xiong Hanlin, who was sitting opposite, shouted loudly. Fatty Bear is also a contestant in this competition. It is said that on the second day of the internal competition, this guy was incredibly lucky and evolved his tiger tarantula to the 7th generation. Finally, they will challenge the next seeded player. He lost to several more people in a row. In the end, they got a last place spot. Besides the two people, Song Zipping, who led the challenge against Qin Tian, was also sitting there. Both are contestants representing the Zerg Academy in the competition. At this point, none of the three harbored any resentment. Upon hearing this, he smiled and said, "It's all thanks to the Castle Lord's tireless and vigorous promotion. Not only people from more than a dozen surrounding towns came here. It also attracted many people from the other 3 kingdoms. Look at those." Song Zipping pointed outside. Really? There were many people in the crowd dressed in strange clothes. Also, where the carriage passed, many civilians knelt and kowtowed along the street. Upon seeing this scene, the 3 of them remained calm and showed no surprise. Normally, within the Creator Academy, they all seem to have the same, ordinary identities. It even led to events like internal competitions. Speaking without restraint and spewing profanities is like being a scoundrel. But in the eyes of those ordinary people at the bottom of society, even the worst Zerg civilization creator, they were all far more noble and transcendent than ordinary family members. If they got out of the car at this moment, grabbed a knife, and killed someone, the patrolling guards would not punish them. Instead, they will arrest and imprison the family members and friends of the murdered person for questioning. This is the privilege and status of the Creator. The carriages went straight out of the East Gate. More than a decade ago. In order to accommodate the large number of spectators, the city garrison then moved the entire competition venue outside the city. Once outside the city gate, then you can see rows of simple houses stretching out in the distance on both sides. It stretches as far as the eye can see. At the edge of sight, you can also see countless artisans at work. TSK, I heard a while ago that the inns and restaurants in the city were packed with people. The city garrison hastily constructed numerous shelters outside the city to provide for those who come to watch the battle. The price is outrageously expensive, just as expected. Damn it, when it comes to making money with a ruthless heart, no one can compare to the government. I'm cursing, the fat bear muttered. You're not bad either. Qin Tian made a joke. Song Zipping grinned sheepishly. He seemed to still be lamenting the 100,000 gold coins he had given away like an idiot during the internal competition. Brother Qin, do you know how much it costs to stay in those huts for a night? Before Qin Tian could speak, Fatty Xiong then held up 2 fingers and gestured. 2,000 gold coins a night. Not including meals. There must be at least tens of thousands of rooms on both sides. Compared to them, I'm just a nobody. Are people even staying at such high prices? Qin Tian asked in confusion. 2,000 gold coins is almost half a year's income for an ordinary person. Moreover, according to market conditions, a typical inn costs only a dozen or so gold coins per night. It is said that the starting price of newly built sheds has been driven up to 4,000 or 5,000 gold in the past 2 days, and even then, the supply cannot meet the demand. Song Zipping was clearly aware of the relevant situation. If it weren't for the government prohibiting outsiders from getting involved in this business, I would have done it long ago. This is blatant robbery. Fatty Xiong smacked his lips. He added, and the tickets for the competition venue, those private rooms cost hundreds of thousands, and even ordinary seats cost tens of thousands of gold coins. Damn it, they're really heartless. Hey, isn't the grand competition held by the city garrison just a way to generate revenue? Qin Tian smiled nonchalantly. Pingxi Kingdom was bitterly cold and impoverished. The funds allocated by the national treasury for the creator's stipend are limited. Most of the problems need to be solved by the 5 major cities themselves. If we don't rely on the annual competition to make a fortune, it is estimated that Linen City cannot even afford to pay the monthly salaries of the tens of thousands of creators in the 3 major academies. At this time, the convoy slowly came to a stop. A group of soldiers were setting up a roadblock ahead. A large crowd had already gathered in front of the checkpoint. They were all turned away outside even though it wasn't time to enter yet. Certainly, like wealthy families who have purchased private rooms, or members of distinguished families are eligible to enter in advance. Their carriages were all put inside. The ordinary people didn't have any complaints either. It was a society with a very strict class system. Where would you find the concept of equality for all? As participants in the competition, they naturally have special privileges. Enter the level. After driving for another 10 minutes or so. Finally, a massive building covering several kilometers. It gradually came into view. Chapter 53 Plant Civilization. Completely based on looks. Chapter 53 Plant Civilization. The carriage, drawn entirely by appearances, stopped in front of the giant venue. All the participating students got off the bus. Around the huge venue, aside from some high-ranking officials, wealthy merchants, and businessmen who arrived early, the largest group of people were soldiers arranging seats. They lined up in dense circles around the venue. Obviously, the competition not only had an inner field, an outdoor area was also arranged. Compared to the expensive tickets for the inner field, the outdoor area will inevitably be much more expensive. In front of the rows of seats, many engineers from Anong were also installing projection equipment. Dark blue modern work clothes and white round safety helmets. At first glance, it almost made Qin Tian feel like he had returned to his past life. As a major technological power, the industrial chain of Anong is spread throughout major cities and towns in the 4 countries. Large projectors, which are essential for preparing for large-scale events, are their most basic product. Pooh! A heartless maggot! When Fatty Bear saw those rows of seats, he then cursed again, his eyes filled with extreme envy. For someone who loves money and enjoys making money, this scene is like having purple gold cards scattered all over the ground, but being unable to bend down and pick them up, a truly frustrating situation. Inside the carriages ahead, the dean and several instructors got off the bus. Qin Tian's strength has not yet been officially recognized. Su Jian has not yet taken over the Zerg Academy. Therefore, this competition still requires the current dean to take the lead. But 7 instructors, including the dean, they all implicitly followed Su Jian's lead. He stood by with a smile. On Qin Tian's side, after getting off the bus, all the trainees spontaneously gathered around. Brother Qin, it's been half a month. How is your race developing? Qin Song, you're asking the wrong question. So what if Brother Qin hasn't made much progress in the past 2 weeks? That's true. With Brother Qin's strength in the internal competition, getting into the top 20 in the grand competition should be a piece of cake. It's not just the top 20. Have you forgotten Brother Qin's dragon creatures? Ha ha ha, in my opinion, those dragons are definitely no weaker than Brother Qin's 3rd generation evolved form. That's right, I wouldn't be surprised if Brother Qin makes it into the top 10. With Brother Qin here this year, our Zerg Academy can finally have some glory too. Faced with the adulation of a group of people around them, Qin Tian simply smiled subtly. However, he remained undecided. If it's just for a mere top 10, why should he spend all his time on the planet during this period? Look! People from the College of Botany have arrived. Someone shouted towards the rear. Far away, dozens of horse-drawn carriages were slowly approaching. The carts in front were pulled by various tall treemen. Not long after, one by one, students dressed in emerald green robes stepped out of the carriage. The creators of the 3 academies all wore clothes with similar styles. Uniform, specially made gold-threaded long gowns. But in order to distinguish them, besides the racial and cultural nameplate embroidered on his chest, the colors are also extremely vibrant. For example, everyone in the Zerg Academy is dressed in gray. The College of Plants, on the other hand, is green. I heard from people in the College of Botany that their college produced quite a few ancient civilizations this year. Isn't this normal? With so many students in the Botanical Academy every year, there are bound to be some lucky ones. No, there's more. I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard that there's a female student who fused with an ancient planet. Ancient times? Hiss! That's terrifying? The group of people who hadn't paid attention just moments ago, they all immediately paled and gasped. Even Qin Tian was startled when he heard this. In the branch of biological civilization, plant civilization is the most unique and also the most useless anomaly. They cannot rapidly evolve by cannibalizing their own kind. The strength of different plant species is not obvious. The only means of evolution, it can only be built up slowly over a long growth period. The longer the growth period, the stronger it is. the Creator cannot interfere. Therefore, plant civilization is unlike other biological civilizations. The strength of a race is measured by its number of generations of evolution. Its time. It is divided into 7 levels based on time. Those within the last 100 years are collectively referred to as the new generation. The next categories are near ancient, over 100 years, ancient, over 1,000 years, prehistoric, over 1,000 years, archaic, over 10,000 years, ancient, over 1 million years, and eternal, over 10 million years. The reason it's considered a chicken rib, meaning it's neither good nor bad. It was because when the creators of the plant civilization merged, the initial level of the plant races on its planet. This basically determines the final upper limit. The Creator's life is finite. Even if I could live for 100 years, 100 years outside, more than 36,000 years on the planet. Based on the general trend of new type planets formed within a century of the integration of plant civilization creators. Throughout his life, they can only reach the ancient level of civilization, and cannot break through to the primordial level. The endpoint can be seen at a glance during the fusion process. The evolution of other biological civilizations also requires an element of luck. But no matter how dark the face is, as long as you persevere and keep trying, each generation is slightly better than the previous one. Through repeated accumulation, the evolutionary standard will eventually be reached. Plant civilization, on the other hand, truly relies entirely on appearance. This is also the person who just spoke. The reason for describing it as luck rather than genius. New level fighters within the last 100 years have a combat strength of around a few hundred. There are several thousand ancient era artifacts. The number of ancient level artifacts is roughly in the tens of thousands. And the ancient level, Qin Tian silently calculated in his mind. The time range for classifying plant civilizations is extremely wide. There is also a significant gap in their combat capabilities. For example, the 2010 freshman class and the 1990 freshman class. Their combat capabilities are definitely not comparable. However, there has been a relatively accurate reference system over the years. Ancient level plant-based combat power. It is equivalent to the 11th or 12th generation of evolution under the normal standard evolution of the Zerg civilization. Starting from a minimum of 100,000. The highest is around 200,000. If the combat power is infinitely close to 200,000. Qin Tian pursed his lips. Looking towards the distance, there was a group of contestants from the College of Plant Sciences who were clearly surrounded by them. The female student seemed to be the center of attention. Suddenly I felt, this year's competition seems to be a bit tricky. Chapter 54 The Centennial Grand Competition. Last place in a century. Chapter 54 The Centennial Competition. Bottom of the list for a century. Oh, Dean Ma, you've arrived so early. Upon seeing the Zerg Academy that had arrived earlier, they realized that the Zerg Academy was ahead of them. The Dean of the Botanical College immediately came over with the instructors. The other participants naturally followed. However, these trainees did not approach. They deliberately kept their distance from the Zerg Academy members. Not that great, but they're pretty enthusiastic about participating in competitions. How could we not be eager? If we didn't arrive early, would they expect us to wait for them? That's called having self-awareness. Several instructors from the Botanical College whispered a few words to each other. But we weren't far apart to begin with. They were walking right over there. Even if you speak very softly, it's impossible for someone not to hear you. Dean Ma gave an awkward smile. I can only pretend I didn't hear it. He opened his mouth and said, Dean Wang, you've arrived. Hey Lao Ma, judging from your smug look, you must be pretty confident of getting a good ranking this year, huh? A genius has emerged. They should be able to break into the top 20. Dean Ma glanced at Su Jian beside him and gave a conservative estimate. That's alright, it's a big improvement over previous years. Dean Wang gave a perfunctory reply. The instructors behind him couldn't help but roll their eyes. It has never even made it into the top 100 in previous years. Still in the top 20? If you're going to brag, at least be realistic, okay? That. Dean Ma looked at Dean Wang, who had finished his perfunctory reply and was now staring at him with a smile, and then fell silent. He then glanced at the instructors behind him who were also staring intently at him. Although I was very reluctant to climb the ladder, but under so many eyes, he could only smile wryly and ask, And you? Call. Several instructors from the College of Botany breathed a collective sigh of relief. Comfortable. Dean Wang, who was just waiting for these words, immediately smiled and said, "It's all right. Only one genius emerged, who fused with an ancient-level race planet. It seems like there haven't been any ancient-level ones for over 50 years, right? What stage are they?" Dean Ma then asked the question. "The ladders are already up. So they wouldn't mind adding another one." That's how it is. We're lucky, probably in the middle stage." Mid-stage? Then he should be able to break through to the primordial level by the end of his life. The primordial era is a bit difficult, but it's a grand competition, after all. Hee hee. Dean Ma smiled but didn't reply. I really don't want to see their smug faces anymore. Dean Wang didn't pay any attention. He spoke loudly to himself. However, in the grand competition, we can certainly put up a fight against the two magical beast civilizations. Winning is probably unrealistic. I can barely manage third place, ha ha. After saying that, Dean Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter. The instructors behind them smiled and looked at each other with a knowing glance. Even the students from the Botanical Academy puffed out their chests and revealed a hint of disdain at this moment. This made Dean Ma, the instructors, and the Zerg Academy members extremely uncomfortable. Annual competition. The Zerg Academy consistently ranks last year without exception. Every year, he becomes the target of ridicule and mockery from the audience. I thought a genius had emerged this year. Finally, I can hold my head high. No longer do I have to endure the ridicule and mockery of outsiders. Unexpectedly, the College of Botany, which was originally supposed to take their place at the bottom, it suddenly became incredibly fierce. So fierce. A level they wouldn't even dare to imagine. So, still can't stand up straight this year? Humph, it's just that they were lucky enough to fuse with an ancient race. What's so great about them? Look at how they look down on people. Are they deliberately keeping such a distance from us because they feel ashamed to be with us? Pa! What a bunch of snobbish, petty people! A group of Zerg Academy participants looked displeased. I felt both frustrated and helpless. Some people glanced at Qin Tian, wanting to say something tough. But I really don't have that confidence. Even the usually stubborn fatty Xiong looked angry but dared not speak out. Qin Tian has evolved into a dragon-like creature. However, their insectoid characteristics are obvious, making them incomparable to true dragons. Secondly, no one has ever seen how strong these creatures really are. And, after the internal competition, Fatty Xiong revealed the combat power of Qin Tian's third-generation war insect. Combat strength of 25,800. With a reference point for comparison. Even if those dragon-like creatures are strong, there are limits to their power. They won't go too far. They could not possibly be a match for an ancient race. After all, that's an existence that can rival the two top-tier magical beast races. Midterm? Qin Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The middle stage of the ancient level is roughly 50,000 years ago. The corresponding combat power is around 150,000. I wouldn't say I completely overwhelmed the 4th-generation whip-tailed dragon with its 200,000 combat power. At least we can maintain a perfect victory. At this time, a group of ferocious beasts pulled a series of horse-drawn carriages at high speed. The car at the very front nearly hit the people from the Botany Institute. It simply stopped right in front of them. A burly man with a full beard was the first to jump out of the carriage. He laughed and shouted loudly. "Haha, Lao Ma, Lao Wang, you're here really early." Dean Ma. Dean Wang. A group of Beast Academy students dressed in black followed them down. He glanced in their direction and gave a disdainful snort. His disdain was palpable. The Plant College instructors and participating students who were just moments ago displaying an arrogant demeanor, they had all wilted long ago. Chapter 55: A Perfect Match. A match made in heaven. Chapter 55: A perfect match. A match made in heaven from the academy. Down to the branch campus. Whether externally or internally. This naturally forms a clear hierarchy of contempt. The strong look down on the weak. Human nature. The weak fear the strong. It's also due to our nature. Certainly. If it were any other year, the people from the Plant Academy might still dare to challenge the Beast Academy. But what can you do when they release 2 Warcraft civilizations this year? Chirp. A long, drawn-out bird song suddenly rang out at that moment. Then a large shadow fell over the area. In the sky, a colorful golden pheasant with a wingspan of 100 meters glided past. A man and a woman were sitting on it. The man was dressed in white, his eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright, and he was handsome and dashing. The woman's colorful dress flowed freely, and her long hair cascaded down, making her look like a celestial being. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. Upon seeing this, the group of Savage Beast Civilization students became even more arrogant and overbearing. The students from the Plant Academy and the Zerg Academy all looked on in awe. That's the Warcraft civilization. Since its opening a century ago in Linen City, the Academy has remained unchanged. The only 2 creators of the Warcraft civilization to be present. Furthermore, they are among the top 10 most powerful races in the Warcraft civilization. As expected of the creator of the Warcraft civilization, even his entrance was so stunning. The people up there are even more amazing. It is said that the man's name is Qin Tian, born into the Lin family, a powerful family in the royal city, and whose main civilization is the Demon Dragon clan. Oh? Where's the woman? The woman's name is Duan Yuding. She is the eldest daughter of the Duan family, a prominent local clan in Linen City, and her main civilization is the Fire Phoenix clan. A dragon and a phoenix? They make a good match. What do you mean by a perfect match? Whether it's family background, wealth, or appearance, they are a perfect match, okay? So, this young master of the Lin family pursued the young lady of the Duan family all the way to Linen City? Otherwise, why would a creator of a powerful dragon civilization condescend to come to Linen City? Logically speaking, Duan Yuding should have gone to the royal city, and the Fire Phoenix clan civilization is fully qualified to do so. It is said that he stayed in Linen because he was attached to his homeland and did not want to go far away. A group of Zerg Academy students looked up and discussed it with envy. If I'm not mistaken, that mount doesn't seem to be a magical beast, it's a savage beast. Someone looked up at the one bird in the sky and asked, "So what if it's a savage beast? It's not like it's a summoned companion." Bought? Nonsense, but the price is too high, most people simply can't afford it. It's not a question of whether you can afford it or not, it's a question of whether you're even eligible. That's right. My Song family is a very prestigious family in Linen City. Not to mention savage beasts, we're not even qualified to buy a single insected creature. The creator who has reached the end of his lifespan or died unexpectedly. Besides the planets it merged with, it will also leave behind the summoned creatures. This group of organisms far surpasses that of humans. It is truly a national treasure. They are usually nationalized. Some also ended up on the black market. However, their numbers are extremely small. It's basically available at a price but not in the market. Without some power and status, you can't buy it even if you have a lot of money. Only true nobles of the royal city like the Lin family. Only then can one casually buy a savage beast to serve as a mount for one of the family members. Amidst the envious murmurs of the crowd below, the golden pheasant circled once in the sky. It landed directly at the top of the venue. There is also an entrance at the top of the competition venue. All right, everyone, please follow me into the arena. Qin Ma gave a greeting. They led the Zerg Academy members behind the other 2 major academies. People began to enter the venue one after another. Wow! This place is spacious. It's so big, it must seat tens of thousands of people. As soon as I stepped through the gate, everyone was stunned. The venue is just too big. A team of nearly 100 people from the 3 colleges combined. Walking in the field, they felt like a group of tiny ants. In the middle of the venue, a high platform stands tall. On the stage is a battle room. Above, a straight pipe hangs down. At the very bottom of the pipe, 4 enormous light curtains were flashing. Several engineers from Etong were suspended by safety ropes as they conducted final adjustments. Around the high platform, it consists of countless tiered seating arrangements arranged in concentric circles. There are 5 more floors above. Each floor is densely packed with private rooms. Each floor has 4 light curtains around the corresponding pipes. It can present the best viewing angle. Damn it, I underestimated how ruthless the government can be. According to this layered private room design, prices will definitely increase. Those dozen or so private rooms on the top 5th floor must cost over $1 million. That's what Fatty Bear muttered to himself. Qin Tian found it amusing. Everyone who came in was amazed by the grand scale of the venue. The first thing this guy noticed was the price and how much profit he could make. They really are the kind of people from wealthy merchant families who only care about money. Chapter 56 Generous Rewards. Commander-in-Chief Position. Chapter 56 Generous Rewards. The positions of contestants for the Commander-in-Chief position. The seats were arranged in the first 3 rows for easy access to the stage for the match. A group of instructors were led separately to a private room on the 2nd floor by staff. Seats are arranged in rows of 10. There are upward passageways on both sides. To the left of the Zerg Academy is the Plant Academy. The 2 sides were separated by an aisle. Further down another passageway were the people from the Beast Academy. The contestants took their seats. Not long after, ticket holders began to enter the venue in an orderly manner. The number of people is increasing. The huge venue. From initial emptiness and silence to gradual bustling with activity. Tens of thousands of people gathered together. Even if everyone is talking in hushed tones, the combined sounds created a buzzing noise, much like a bustling market. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the hall. At the entrance, 2 elderly men in their 60s were being led up the side stairs by a large group of people. He was followed by dozens of guards with swords. Those following behind are all heads of prominent families in Linen City. Among them was the middle-aged man dressed in fine gray clothes. It is the city garrison commander of Linen City, the head of the Zhang family. The chubby guy sitting next to Qin Tian glanced at him and said, "As a local family of merchants." Some high-ranking figures were basically aware of the situation. Subsequently, this guy couldn't help but add in a low voice, "He is also the heartless boss behind this competition." Obviously, regarding the enormous sums of money amassed through this competition, this has always been something that Xiong Pengzi has been holding a grudge against. Those 2 old men at the front look unfamiliar. They don't seem to be locals. But even the city lord and the heads of various families are obediently following behind as his attendants. That speaks volumes about their status. They must be special envoys from the capital. Qin Tian responded. He remembered that during the grand competition, the capital city would send people to observe. Brother Qin is absolutely right. The one on the left is the special envoy from the capital, and the other one with gray hair is an official from the Ministry of Rights from the capital. Jian Yuanyan, who was sitting on the other side, spoke up. During a previous casual chat, the group had become quite familiar with each other. The Jiang family is a truly prominent family that can be ranked among the top 10 in Linen City. Their family background was far superior to that of Song Zipping, whom Qin Tian knew. Among those who had just accompanied the special envoy and officials from the Ministry of Rights. Then there was the head of the Jiang family. At the same time, Jian Yuanyan is also the strongest contestant besides Qin Tian. The races under its command have evolved to the point of approaching the 9th generation of evolution. The combat strength reaches over 18,000. Isn't it enough for the special envoy from the capital to come? Why send someone from the Ministry of Rights in Beijing? Of course, a ceremony to confer a title will be held. This year's first-place winner has been newly awarded the title of Viscount, so the Emperor of Great Xia will definitely need to issue an edict to confer the title. That's really unnecessary. Just going through the motions. Although the Great Xia Kingdom had long since ceased to exist in name only. But in the end, the country was not destroyed. None of the 4 major vassal states established their own independent kingdoms. In name only, they are still subjects of the Great Xia. So, the process of bestowing titles still requires going through a formality. However, the person in question entered the venue. This indicates that the competition is about to begin. Soon. Then a host carried a high-frequency microphone up to the platform. Gentlemen, welcome everyone to the annual 3 Academies Grand Competition in Linen City. Amid the impatient gazes of the audience, the host tactfully shortened their opening remarks. Let's begin explaining the competition rules. Because 2 creators of the Warcraft civilization are participating this year, some adjustments have been made compared to previous years. The competition is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is a group battle. The second stage is the battle for supremacy. The third stage is the championship battle. The Warcraft civilization will be the grand finale and will not need to participate in group battles. In response, the audience was not too surprised. The contestants took it all for granted. If you encounter the Warcraft civilization early on, what's the point of fighting then? Just admit defeat. Please watch the light screen for detailed rules. The host turned on the screen. Display according to the rules of the screen. The two Warcraft civilizations are not included in the Beast Academy's entry list. In other words, the Beast Academy is the same as the Zerg and Plant Academy. A total of 30 regular players and one seeded player will participate. And the group stage. First, the 3 seeded players were divided into 3 groups. Then, the regular contestants were divided into 3 groups. Each group has 31 people. In order to maintain fairness and impartiality, each of the 3 groups will be randomly assigned 10 Zerg players, 10 Plant players, and 10 Beast players. Battle mechanics. It involves 2-on-1 matchmaking. The winner advances to the next round. In addition, the seeded players in each group no need to participate in the first round of elimination. They can directly enter the second round of the group stage. They will compete against the 15 other contestants who advanced. Why does the group stage show 4 rounds of matches? Generally speaking, isn't it the case that each group ultimately selects one winner? Fatty Xiong stared at the light screen and asked curiously. The others around him also looked puzzled. A battle of 31 people. This should involve 5 rounds of competition, until the last person is decided. However, only 4 wheels are visible in the picture. So, this means that each group will have 2 qualifying spots. A total of 6 people advanced to participate in the next stage of the battle for supremacy. This is an arrangement made by the inspection department. It is said that the Linen City Supervisory Office is preparing to expand its scale. These 6 people who have qualified will be included in the list of candidates for Commander-in-Chief of the Linen City Surveillance Bureau. After graduation, he can directly assume the newly created position of Commander-in-Chief in the Inspectorate. It was Jiang Yuanyan who spoke. As a member of a prominent local family, they must have learned some information from their family beforehand. Commander-in-Chief? The contestants were startled by what they heard. Qin Tian was also somewhat taken aback. The censorate was an office dedicated to managing the creator. Furthermore, it was independent of the official system of the Pingxi Kingdom. It was directly controlled by the Prince of Pingxi. Its power is self-evident. The Commander-in-Chief was the second in command after the Chief Justice. He has hundreds of creators' watchers under his command. The power is so great. High status. Like the Jiang family, a prominent local family in Linen City. Or the city garrison commander of Linen. They don't even take them seriously. The most famous and also the most terrifying example. It is said that more than 10 years ago, a member of the royal family offended a military commander. That very night, the commander-in-chief led his men to massacre the entire family. The entire clan consists of 381 people. Leave no one alive. Chapter 57 Collective Despair. A Terrifying Generation. Chapter 57 Collective Despair. A Terrifying Era. The Pingxi Kingdom had 5 supervisory offices. They are distributed among the 5 cities where the creator is concentrated. Although the powers of the censorate offices in different cities varied, just like the Linen City Surveillance Bureau, it certainly can't compare to the Royal City Surveillance Bureau. But the words of a military commander carry weight. They were all superior to the many ordinary officials in the city. Within a region, he was truly second only to the emperor and above all others. Such power. Such a status. How could anyone not be tempted? If there are 6 qualifying spots in the group stage, maybe our Zerg Academy can secure one. In my opinion, besides Brother Qin, Brother Jiang is also very promising. Yes, compared to previous years, if we're a bit luckier, Brother Jiang might also qualify. In previous years, Zerg Academy contestants. They are mostly 5th generation evolutions. Very few 6th generations. The colleges of botany are not much different. The students from the Beast Academy were generally only 1 level stronger. And this year, Zerg Academies are springing up everywhere. Not only were the participants at least 7th generation descendants. Among them are several 8th generation descendants. The main reason is that we recruited far more students this year than in previous years. It nearly tripled. In this case, it's not surprising that there are more outstanding individuals. He was met with envious murmurs from a group of people. Qin Tian was fine. Aside from being a little surprised by the news, my mind quickly calmed down. He wasn't doing this for the mere supervisory department. Instead, it is the higher-ranking title of Champion Viscount. Jian Yuanyan was different. At this moment, it's inevitable to feel emotional and have a flushed face. He had no desire to compete for first place. That's not realistic either. His goal is to secure a spot in the knockout stage. And there is indeed a great deal of hope. Competition rules. Seeded players do not need to participate in the first round of the group stage. He just needs to avoid facing seeded players in the last 3 rounds. Based on the combat strength standards of the 3 major academies in previous years. With the strength of the 8th generation, qualifying shouldn't be a problem. Once they qualify. After graduation, he became a military commander in the Sensate. Subsequently, the head of the Jiang family took up the position of city garrison commander of Linen. It was just a matter of him saying a few words. However, Jian Yuanyan was lost in thought and receiving compliments from a group of people. The hosts on stage switched the screen to display the names of the contestants from the 3 colleges. The other 2 academies' names are followed by their levels and evolutionary generations. Everyone was stunned. They're all from ancient civilizations. How could the Botanical Academy possibly have so many ancient civilizations? A group of Zerg Academy members gasped in surprise. In the picture, except for that ancient seed player, everyone from the Plant Academy. The rest were all ancient civilizations. The ancient races that are comparable to them. At the very least, they are comparable to the 8th generation evolution of the Zerg. The maximum combat power can reach 50,000 for 10 generations. And there's the Beast Academy. It's at least a 5th generation evolutionary form. There are 2 more 6th generation and 1 7th generation. How are we supposed to fight like this? Seeing the name of the Beast Academy on the other side, a chill ran through everyone's hearts in an instant. Since the average combat strength of a primordial beast is nearly 1,000, it is equivalent to the 4th generation of the Zerg. So, the 5th generation evolution of the Beastman civilization is equivalent to the 9th generation of the Zerg. Old Ma, your class of students is still not very good. Inside the private room on the 2nd floor, the dean of the Beast Academy frowned when he saw the image on the screen. This person's surname is Zhao, and his given name is Meng. The person is as their name suggests. He has always been outspoken and blunt. He didn't mean it in a sarcastic way. Hey Lao Ma, I heard you could break into the top 20, and I thought it was true. You probably won't even make the top 50, TSK. Compared to Zhao Meng. Dean Wang's words from the College of Botany were clearly loaded with barbs. It's like slapping someone in the face. The highest is only 7/8 generation, which is equivalent to the weakest dozen or so people in our Plant Academy. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the top 50 will basically be swept by our 2 colleges. Isn't this the usual practice? But the Zerg Academy should at least be in the top 100 this year. That's right, there are only about 90 people in total, ha ha ha. A group of instructors from the Botanical College were not so polite. They all burst into laughter. The shrill laughter. This made Dean Ma's face turn red. The instructors from the Zerg Academy were extremely furious. At this moment, they finally experienced the feelings they had when they mocked Su Jian. In previous years, whether it's the deans or the instructors of the 3 academies, they actually got along quite well. Nothing else. The Beast Academy has never been on the same level as the other 2 academies. No matter how much you mock them, it won't give you much satisfaction. The Zerg and the Plant Academy are evenly matched. They were in the same boat, so the older brother didn't laugh at the younger brother. But this year, the College of Botany suddenly rose to prominence. It has become capable of competing with the Beast Academy. The brothers who were once in the same boat are still just as weak. This sense of superiority immediately arose. Huh! I'm not seeing things, am I? The Zerg Academy's top player is actually a 6th generation player? Dean Wang noticed Qin Tian's name at the very top of the image. Yeah, Lao Ma, your regular players are already at the 8th generation. How come the seeded players are only at the 6th generation? Could there be a mistake? Zhao Meng asked curiously. This student's 6th generation combat power is slightly higher than that of the 8th generation. Oh? How much combat power? It should be. Dean Ma glanced at Su Jian. After hesitating for a moment, to avoid being embarrassed again, he could only force a smile and reply reluctantly. A combat strength of over 25,000. Well, not bad, not bad. At least we have something that's somewhat presentable. Dean Wang immediately replied with a smile. You can't blame him for jumping so dramatically. After all, the image displayed on the light screen is clear at a glance. That 7th generation seed from the Beast Academy. It is roughly equivalent to the 11th generation evolution of the Zerg. Their combat strength is approximately over 100,000. The ancient seed players from the Plant Academy have a combat power of over 150,000. If we exclude those 2 Warcraft civilizations, this year, his Plant Academy is very likely to defeat the Beast Academy. They ultimately won the championship. This is the first time since he took over as dean. This is unprecedented in the history of the College of Botany in the past 50 years. His name. This will be recorded directly in the annals of the College of Botany. That's fine too. Zhao Meng casually replied. But I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Given the current favorable situation, it was a year that could almost be described as a miraculous year of the Creator's vigorous outburst. The Zerg Academy remains as decadent and weak as ever. A top seed. They're not even as good as the average players from their own academy. Is that really true? You can't make a good impression on someone who's hopeless. Chapter 58 Tiger Striped Wolf Spider. Dead Tree Man? Chapter 58 Tiger Striped Tarantula. The Dead Tree Man chuckled. Inside the venue, Jian Yuanyan gave a self-deprecating, bitter laugh. He was just dreaming of becoming the Governor-General. The bloody reality is, even the weakest average player is stronger than me. Let alone qualifying from the group stage. They'll probably be eliminated in the first round. Qin Tian wanted to offer a word of comfort. It also feels a bit like someone talking without understanding the situation. We had no choice but to give up. He turned his head to look at the fat bear on his right. This guy wasn't as pessimistic as the others. On the contrary, he seemed quite enthusiastic. Don't you feel even a little bit of despair? Qin Tian asked. Why am I so desperate? I'm not aiming for any ranking. I'll just go out there, fight, and make a show of it. Fatty Xiong shrugged. I have a good mindset. It's not that we have a good mindset, it's that we know what we're doing. Fatty Xiong winked. Then he chuckled again. Besides, if I can get free admission by being a contestant, I'll have made a huge profit. You don't lack that. Halfway through the conversation, Qin Tian paused. He sighed inwardly, no matter which world. The richer people are, the more stingy they tend to be. Actually, this is quite normal. Fatty Xiong pointed to the screen and said, Really? Qin Tian nodded. He understood what Fatty Xiong meant. Everyone knows that. This is because the Zerg Academy has enrolled several times more students this year than in previous years. This is why so many talented people have emerged. However, they overlook the fact that the other 2 academies also enrolled a considerable number of students. In fact, in biological civilization, the planets that merge each year, the most numerous were the savage beast civilizations. Even the Plant Academy is ranked above the Zerg Academy. A large number of people. This resulted in their average number of generations of evolution increasing by 2 levels consecutively. How could the other 2 be any worse? On the high platform, under the host's guidance, begin grouping. In the light screen image, the first group consists of seeded players from the Beast Academy. The second group consists of seeded players from the College of Plant Sciences. The third group consists of seeded players from the Zerg Academy. That is, the group that Qin Tian belongs to. The names of the 3 seeded players remain unchanged. The names of the remaining 90 ordinary contestants flashed rapidly and erratically. A short while later, grouping complete. I'm lucky, I was actually assigned to Brother Qin's third group. Me too. I'm in the first group. Damn it! What bad luck! I've been placed in the second group, which includes the top-seeded players from the Plant Academy. Looking at the frozen image, the Zerg Academy players experienced both joy and sorrow. But that's all. Seeing the strength of the other departments, most people have given up on having any illusions. Start matchmaking for the first game! The host shouted something. All the names then jumped around rapidly. Soon, 2 of the names are displayed in a frozen, enlarged frame on the screen. The first match of the first round of the group stage. The third group. Zerg Academy Xiong Hanlin vs Plant Academy Hanbo. Tiger Spider Clan vs Dead Tree Clan. The group stage matches are not in order. It uses a completely random matching system. Haha, I'm so lucky, I'm the first one to go on stage. Fatty Xiong stood up excitedly. He then glanced at a person who had stood up in the Botanical Academy next to him. 4 Zerg Academy contestants. Loudly. Fellow students, watch as I beat that plant college rival to a pulp. Come on. You'll definitely avenge us. Beat him up. Everyone immediately offered their blessings. Ha, you think you can be a mere 7th generation evolved being? What a joke. Let's see who beats whom. Keep it up, Brother Han. A group of people from the Botanical College also cheered on their own team without giving an inch. Fatty Xiong ignored it. He waved his hand. Like warriors who are determined to fight to the death. Having ascended the high platform, enter the battle room. A moment later, a vast plane appeared in the light screen. Xiong Hanlin was the first to float out of the spatial passage. 10,000 tiger tarantulas, which had evolved to the 7th generation, followed suit and emerged one after another. Compared to the first test, the tiger tarantula only increased in size by 1 size. It's not obvious. The physical form of biological civilizations will become fixed after evolving to a certain extent. It won't grow indefinitely. However, the stripes on the tiger tarantula have completely turned gold. It reflects golden rays of light in the sunlight. Opposite. One by one, treemen 5 or 6 meters tall began to slowly appear. It's genuinely slow, not just an adjective. He walks slowly, taking 1 step at a time. It gives the feeling of watching a slow-motion video. This is actually a common problem in the entire plant civilization. This is also the reason for their low combat strength. The weakness is too obvious. This is still an ancient civilization. One can imagine how sluggish the responses were for ancient and Neologism-level plant species. The dead tree figure is gray in color. It has a relatively clear head and limbs. Its entire body is covered with branches of varying lengths. A small tuft of green leaves still grows on the branches extending from its head. In terms of quantity, only 6,000. This is the rule for the competition, which is based on the relative strength of the 3 major civilizations. 10,000 Zerg. 6,000 plants. The number of savage beasts was even lower, only 2,000. After preparation is complete, there was no wasted words between the 2 sides. He immediately ordered his tribes to launch an attack. The tiger tarantulas sprayed patches of white webs from afar. A large group of dead tree people charged at each other with all their might. This scene. Many people in the audience burst out laughing. After all, with the slow pace of the tree man, they charged forward with all their might. In reality, it's no different from an ordinary person taking a slow walk. Moreover, the dense spider webs hindered the tree man's movements. Make its movements even slower. Even with his hands and feet bound, he was unable to break free for a while. The withered tree doesn't seem to be that strong? Indeed, they couldn't break through the spider web in such a short time. Several Zerg trainees discussed among themselves. Perhaps the fat guy might actually win this battle. Qin Tian unconsciously straightened his posture. The chubby bear in the picture clearly noticed this as well. At this moment, he had clearly abandoned the casual attitude he had displayed in the earlier battle. They became extremely cautious. The consciousness rapidly moved back and forth among the tiger spider swarm, directing the battle. Hee, that fat student is lucky. He actually ran into our weakest student. Han Bo only recently advanced to the ancient level, and has not yet fully solidified his races into humanoid forms. It's hard to say who will win this battle. It's alright, it's only the first battle, so what if we lose? Inside the private room, a group of instructors from the Botanical College were talking boastfully. But none of them took it seriously. And a group of Zerg Academy instructors, including Su Jian and Dean Ma. They all instinctively stepped forward and gathered in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Despite the hardships, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He stared intently at the battle scene on the screen. If we can win the first battle, regardless of the final result, at the very least, it can boost the confidence of the students from this academy in the competition. Incidentally, to save face. Chapter 59 Brother Qin takes the stage. Avenging our shame. Chapter 59 Brother Qin takes the stage. The scene unfolds as he avenges his previous defeat. A dense web of spider webs cascaded down. The withered tree spirit had just torn off the spider webs stuck to its body. It was soon covered by even more spider webs. Large swaths of white piled up like bloated cotton candy. Continue. This will only make the tree people more and more passive. Han Bo, who was in the sky, also understood this principle. Immediately, accompanied by a command from the will, he roared. Tree form! Strangle! The next moment, the tree men collectively stopped struggling. They remained still and exhibit a state of degeneration. Dense branches grew rapidly from their bodies. The lush green leaves bloomed rapidly, like a profusion of flowers. In the blink of an eye, towering trees rise from the ground. Treization is complete. All the tree men simultaneously plunged their hands into the ground. Boom, boom, boom! Accompanied by a series of dense sounds of earth breaking apart. Thick, intertwined roots. It moved rapidly forward, back and forth on the ground like an earth dragon. Squeak! Amidst deafening screams. At the very front, a group of tiger tarantulas took the lead. Its body was tightly bound by the roots that spread out from the soil. As the roots tightened further, nearly 1,000 tiger tarantulas were quickly strangled into several pieces. Disperse! Rush! Kill! In a moment of desperation, Fatty Bear shouted out 3 commands in quick succession. All the tiger tarantulas immediately scattered. They swarmed towards the opposite side in a massive, overwhelming attack. Treification? Is this the attack method of plant civilization? Qin Tian stared at the battlefield scene with great interest. He has always focused his attention on the civilizations of savage beasts and magical beasts. I haven't learned much about plant civilization. However, it is quite obvious. This long-range attack by plant civilization is extremely energy-intensive. Its roots grew and strangled a large group of tiger-striped wolf spiders in the distance. The green leaves on each tree man's body began to turn yellow at a visible rate. Han Bo probably wanted to get closer to him. Ideally, one should rush into a group of tiger tarantulas before manifesting in tree form. This forms a large-scale domain resembling tree people. This way, a lot of energy can be saved when fighting. In the picture, more and more tiger tarantulas swarmed into the tree-dwelling group. The poisonous needles protruding from its tail pierced wildly. Inject the venom into the tree's body. Highly toxic. The branches and leaves of the tree people withered rapidly. It gradually lost its vitality. But the tree man's final, desperate counterattack was equally fierce. They had the advantage of playing on their home turf in close combat. Countless branches sprouted from his entire body, entwining and pressing against him. This caused the tiger tarantula to suffer heavy losses. Almost every tree man that dies. This will cause 2 or 3 tiger tarantulas to perish along with it. The situation on the battlefield was chaotic. It's hard to tell who has the advantage and who has the disadvantage. However, as time went on, the situation in the battle began to become clearer. The numbers on both sides are decreasing. Finally, only a few tiger tarantulas remain. Under the combined strangulation of the 2 remaining tree men, it turned into clumps of minced meat. The first match of the first round of the group stage. Han Bo from the College of Plant Sciences, winner! The presiding officer delivered the verdict in a loud voice. This determined the outcome of the battle. We've lost! In the end, we still lost! The gleam in the eyes of the Zerg Academy players slowly faded. We won! We won! I told you, that fat guy was bound to lose. Ha ha ha, they can't even beat our weakest player. That's for sure, otherwise why would it be called the Zerg Academy? The people from the Botanical College cheered excitedly. I have no idea what they're so happy about. An ancient civilization attacked a 7th generation evolved being like us, and we almost perished together. They still have the nerve to laugh. It was a Pyrrhic victory. If it was someone from our 8th generation, Hanbo would be no match for him. The Zerg Academy members whispered amongst themselves in dissatisfaction. But no one argued about it. A victory is a victory. A defeat is a defeat. Even if the opponent wins a Pyrrhic victory, that cannot erase the fact that they were defeated. Inside the private room, the instructors at the Zerg Academy loosened their clenched fists. Dean Ma, who had just straightened his chest a little, unconsciously hunched over again. Listening to the unrestrained laughter of the group of botany instructors. This further dampened their already low spirits. It was so oppressive that it was beyond measure. On stage, Fatty Xiong walked down dejectedly. His face was full of disappointment. He returned to his seat, rested his head on his hands, and remained silent. Just do your best. Qin Tian offered a word of comfort. The fat bear raised its head. With soft, sticky lips. Unwilling to accept it. Brother Qin, I thought we could win. We were so close, just a tiny bit short. Try to think positively, it's not a big deal. Qin Tian offered some words of advice. Indeed. Fatty Xiong never took the competition seriously. Just as he said. Just play a token match, that'll suffice. His righteous indignation before taking the stage was just a frivolous thought. But under this intense public scrutiny, we can win. Who wants to lose? Especially when they encountered an evenly matched opponent. It gave him hope of winning. If we win, it's not just about yourself. It also represents the honor of the entire Zerg Academy. It's okay, we lost. It's nothing, this is only the first match. The Zerg Academy players around them didn't complain. They all offered words of comfort. It's obvious. Fatty Bear really did his best. With a mere 7th generation of evolution, facing an ancient race comparable to the 8th generation of the Zerg, they fought to the point of mutual destruction. They almost wiped out the opponent and ended in a draw. It's already extremely difficult, it can be called a miracle. Besides, even if we all lose, so what? We still have Brother Qin. That's right, once Brother Qin takes the stage, he will surely avenge our previous defeat. With the voice, everyone looked at Qin Tian. Facing a crowd of expectant eyes, Qin Tian could only nod in agreement. He opened his mouth and said, Everyone, don't worry, I'm here. Chapter 60 Zerg Trash. How dare you insult me? Chapter 60 Zerg Trash. How dare they call me? The 10th match of the first round of the group. The third group. Beast Academy Xinghu vs Zerg Academy Jiang Yuan. Storm Tiger Eagle Clan vs Ghost-Faced Mantis Clan. Beast Academy Xinghu, victory. The 38th match of the first round of the group stage. The second group. Yu Kaolan from the Zerg Academy vs Luo Jingxiang from the Plant Academy. Flaming Golden Beetle Clan vs Calamity Trant Clan. Luo Jingxiang from the College of Plant Sciences, winner. The battle lasted for several hours. The Zerg Academy was just incredibly unlucky. The jinx from before came true. The subsequent showdown. The Zerg Academy players suffered defeat after defeat. Don't even mention struggling. Even someone as evenly matched as Fatty Xiong couldn't achieve that. They were basically all pushed to a draw by their opponents. The most promising 8th generation players to advance to the second round. Without exception, they all lost. Jian Yuanyan was even more unlucky to run into one of the two 6th generation members of the Beast Academy. The 6th generation of the Beastmen is equivalent to the 10th generation of the Zerg in terms of combat power. More than double the difference. The battle situation at that time could no longer be described as simply overwhelming. It was an absolute and utter massacre. The 45th match of the first round of the group stage. The Zerg Academy is defeated. Wang Hishu from the Beast Academy wins. As the host announced the result of the final battle. This immediately caused the people from the botany department to burst into laughter again. As expected, the Zerg Academy has lost again. Haha, 30 consecutive losses. Not a single player advanced. It's hilarious, there's not a single one who can fight. In previous years' competitions, they were able to have several people advance in the first round. So, this Zerg Academy is getting worse every year. Faced with the ridicule from the College of Botany, the initial confrontation between the Zerg Academy and the Zerg Academy had long since subsided. They were all like wilted eggplants. He lowered his head dejectedly. She was so ashamed and angry that she wished she could disappear into the ground. Since the beginning of the century-old competition, an unprecedented first-round wipeout. This actually happened to their graduating class. This is an utter disgrace. Qin Tian frowned and looked at the botanical college students who were cheering and jumping for joy. Every time the Zerg Academy is defeated, those people all made a few sarcastic remarks. The words they spoke became increasingly harsh. It's understandable that their opponent is their botanical college. They were defeated by the Beast Academy. They also thoroughly enjoyed it. It's as if the Zerg Academy's defeat would inexplicably trigger their excitement. Even the best-tempered person. They also could not tolerate this repeated ridicule. Starting matchmaking for the second round of group stage matches. The host held the microphone and spoke loudly. The group stage has gone through the first round of eliminations. All the ordinary players from the Zerg Academy were wiped out. Those who advanced from each group. Most of them are from the Beast Academy. Like Qin Tian's third group. Of the 15 people who advanced to the second round, there are 9 Beast Academy. The remaining 6 people are from the College of Plant Sciences. In the picture, including the seeded players from each group, the names of a total of 48 people began to jump randomly for matching. First match of the second round of the group stage. Group 1. Beast Academy Meng Wu vs Plant Academy Peng Xinyue. Thunder Beast Clan vs Fearful Trant Clan. Beast Academy's Meng Wu, winner. The 8th match of the second round of the group stage. The third group. Qin Tian from the Zerg Academy vs Zhou Peng from the Savage Beast Academy. Parasitic Zerg vs Night Panthers. Finally, Qin Tian was impatient. My name appeared on the screen. What a pity! Qin Tian glanced at the group of people from the Botany Academy with some regret. What he most wants to fight right now is... These are the people. He got up and walked towards the high platform with a tall, strong male student from the Beast Academy. Enter the battle room. After the two sat down, Zhou Peng glanced at Qin Tian. He opened his mouth and asked, "You're the top prospect from the Zerg Academy?" "It's me, what's wrong?" "Although you only marked it as a 6th generation, since you can be a seeded player, you should be stronger than those 8th generation players in your academy." He's not completely brainless," Qin Tian commented in his heart. "But," Zhou Peng grinned, "if you run into that bunch of trash from the Plant Academy, you might still make it to the third round, but if you run into me, you're out of luck." "Oh? You're very strong?" Qin Tian asked with amusement. "Not strong, but dealing with you will be as easy as killing a chicken or a dog," Zhou Peng said confidently. Hee, sorry, I take back my previous assessment of you." "What kind of evaluation?" "You brainless idiot." "You." Qin Tian didn't waste any more time with him. Place your hand inside the instrument. Sinking into consciousness. Inside the Martian restricted zone, batches of war insects have assembled and are ready to be deployed. According to type, they gather together in batches. Besides the 3 strongest dragon clans, there are also 2nd-generation Killer Zerg and 3rd-generation Destroyer Zerg. However, these 2 generations of war bugs, there have been very obvious changes. Like the killer insects, her body was no longer as slender as before. It is already approaching the form of a savage beast. Whether it's the 4 limbs used for movement, or the sickle-like forelimbs, they all became extremely thick and powerful. And its protruding mouth is filled with fangs. Everything. Both are well suited for close-quarters combat. This is Qin Tian's order to the Empress. Primarily based on savage beast genes. It is supplemented with a certain amount of dragon genes. An upgraded version of the evolved killer insect. Designed specifically for the grand competition. The average combat strength reaches 50,000. In the past 2 weeks, a full 15 years inside the planet, he spent every day and night on Mars. It couldn't have been just for the sake of tinkering with Devourer Dragon and Blue-Spotted Dragon. Enter! Under Qin Tian's orders, 8,000 upgraded killer insects began to swarm into the open space tunnel. The opponents were not strong in the early stages. The current 5th-generation Shadow Leopard clan only has a combat strength of 20,000 to 30,000. The 3 major dragon species are mobilized. It's a complete waste. Moreover, 10,000 Zerg units can participate in the battle. He specifically reserved 2,000 units. In case of any unforeseen circumstances. It's not too late to have the whiptail dragon fill in. Damn Zerg Academy trash, how dare you call me brainless? Damn it, just wait and see how I wipe out your race. No! Wouldn't a simple massacre be too easy on him? I'll slowly toy with you and slowly watch your despair. Above the battlefield, Zhou Ping stared intently at the spatial passage opposite him, his face gloomy. He secretly made a tough decision. However, soon, he was stunned, staring wide-eyed at the tall, ferocious creatures pouring out of the passage. Wasn't it supposed to be Zerg? What the hell is this? Savage beasts? Chapter 61 Bloody Slaughter. Azura Hell. Chapter 61 Bloody Slaughter. Azura Hell. What is that? Brother Qin's newly evolved race? Why isn't it a dragon? That's right, why didn't Brother Qin's dragon creatures participate? Perhaps Brother Qin feels that a savage beast race is not worthy of the dragon race's appearance. The scene depicted on the battlefield. This slightly lifted the spirits of the group of dejected Zerg Academy players. Beside, just now, after this battle, the Zerg students can leave the Plant Academy early. The smiles froze on everyone's faces. Second floor. The instructors from the Botanical College stopped joking, staring at the screen in astonishment. Zhao Meng quickly walked up to Dean Ma. Frowning, he asked, "Old Ma, is your seated player really a Zerg player? Is that so?" Faced with this question that I myself had been very puzzled about at the time, Dean Ma also gave an uncertain answer. If it's an internal competition. Qin Tian's dragons also had some insectoid characteristics. But now the creatures in this picture have almost lost their insect-like appearance. They were like a pack of savage beasts. Inside the top-floor private room, Lin Tianyang, dressed in white, shifted his gaze from the chessboard in front of him, looking at the light screen in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He laughed and said, "Interesting, very interesting. A Zerg civilization has actually evolved savage beast characteristics. Who is this person? Young Master is joking. Does he truly not know who this person is?" "Oh?" Lin Tianyang looked at the stunningly beautiful woman opposite him, with whom he was playing chess. Asked away. "Miss Dawn, what makes you say that? Outsiders all think that the young master came to Linen City for Tinger, but Tinger knows her own limitations. With Tinger's looks, how could she possibly catch the young master's eye? Otherwise what?" A playful smile appeared on Lin Tianyang's lips. "Just like this game of chess." Duan Yuding placed a piece. He smiled and said, "Just now, young master made his moves arbitrarily, without any strategy. His eyes were on the chessboard, but his mind was outside of it." Inside another private room on the top floor, the head of the table, an elderly man with white hair and beard held a cup of fragrant tea. Looking at the screen outside, he exclaimed in surprise, "Am I mistaken? This Qin Tian seems to be an insectoid, but instead a group of savage beasts have appeared. Is there some mistake?" The old minister is unaware of this. The other elderly man sitting at the head of the table replied with a smile. "The path of evolution is ever-changing and unpredictable. When it evolves to a certain extent, it is inevitable that some abnormal characteristics will appear. What Lord Yu said is absolutely right. Biological civilizations evolve by devouring their own kind. With each generation of evolution, the changes from the original form are extremely different." The head of the Zhang family sat at the lower end of the table. Zhang Wuxian, who was also the city garrison commander of Linen, quickly chimed in to agree. "That's right. Those Zerg look like savage beasts, but they actually have many Zerg characteristics. Yes, for example, those 6 limbs, and that black carapace. Moreover, the battlefield system will check the race information upon entry to determine whether the player belongs to the dominant race, so there will be no mistakes." The other family heads below also spoke up. I forced a smile. The scene is set on a battlefield. Qin Tian didn't give his opponent much time to be surprised. Under its will, 8,000 killer insects immediately charged forward. Opposite, Zhou Pingqiang suppressed his fear. He ordered the 2,000 Shadow Panthers below to meet him. Battles between savage beast races. There are no fancy skills or miscellaneous abilities. Only through direct confrontation. The Shadow Panther's entire body has a streamlined, silky structure. Not exactly muscular. It's much thinner than the upgraded killer war bug. And its size is only 3 meters. Less than half the number of war bugs. But its advantage lies in its speed. The Shadow Panther is an agile type of beast. Their movements were so swift that they seemed to appear and disappear without a trace. If it's one-on-one. Even if their combat power is much higher. It's unrealistic for the killer war bug to kill its opponent in a short time. In situations where large-scale group battles leave no room for maneuvering or jumping. The Shadow Panther's advantage has undoubtedly dropped to rock bottom. From God's perspective in the sky. It was like a pack of hungry wolves rushing into a sheepfold. A vast black wave below instantly engulfed a group of swift gray figures. Facing the first wave of shadow leopards at the very front. The killer warbugs didn't even make any other moves. The sheer force of its massive body sent it flying. The second wave merely waved their sickle-like forelimbs. The third wave lunged forward, tearing at the ground with its mouthful of fangs. Under the onslaught and slaughter of swarms of killer war insects. Like harvested wheat. Shadow leopards fell in droves. The hard skull was cracked. Its small, thin body was torn to pieces. In a short time, blood flowed freely, and severed limbs littered the ground. Bloody and cruel scenes. It was like a hellish scene, too terrible to look at. The scales of victory. No. In Qin Tian's eyes. In fact, there was absolutely no possibility of a mishap in this battle. It's one thing that their individual combat strength is nearly twice that of the opponent. They had 4 times more of the quantity than the other side. 4 against 1. A blatant gang beating. Looking at the horrific battlefield strewn with blood and flesh. He glanced again at Chopin, who was now ashen-faced and looking like a puppet. Qin Tian pursed his lips. I suddenly felt quite embarrassed. Isn't this going too far? Chapter 62 Rest assured, everyone. I'll teach him a lesson. Chapter 62 Don't worry, everyone. I'll teach him a lesson. Ha ha ha, brilliant! Good! That's exciting! Compared to the previous dozens of matches. The reaction to this battle was exceptionally intense. As ordinary citizens watching the game. They don't care who wins or loses. They don't care why a Zergling would exhibit animalistic characteristics. What they want. It's this kind of bloody, fierce battle scene. The previous war between the 3 races. At most, it would bite through the throat, pierce the body, and leave a pool of blood. There's nothing as thrilling and exciting as this near-total dismemberment. One by one, the killer war insects. Each time the Shadow Panther's sharp scythe-like forelimbs were swung. The blood splattered everywhere, and limbs flew in all directions. This would cause a series of cheers and applause to erupt in the huge venue. Qin Tian from the Zerg Academy, victory! As the last Shadow Panther fell amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The host announced the results of the match. This is also the name of the Zerg Academy player who defeated the opponent. The sound reverberated throughout the venue for the first time. For the other 2 colleges. Maybe it's nothing. But for the Zerg Academy. But it is of great significance. At least. This allows the dean and instructors in the private box, as well as the Zerg Academy contestants in the audience, to participate. Slightly lift your chest. Humph, the seeded players from the Zerg Academy are nothing special. Their combat strength is at most 40,000 to 50,000, which is far inferior to our seeded players. If we really encounter it, it will be an absolute one-sided massacre. You overestimate him. With that kind of fighting strength, there's no need for us seeded players to step in. I could easily take him down myself. Just step down from the stage. Qin Tian then heard disdainful remarks coming from a group of students from the botanical college next to him. Upon witnessing the ferocity displayed by the killer war insects. They certainly couldn't be as arrogant and conceited as before. But his words inevitably carried a hint of sarcasm. I'm really looking forward to facing you. Qin Tian looked at the person who had just spoken. He wasn't provoking anyone. Instead, I really want to slap these people's faces. 1 hour later. The second round of matches has concluded. Still can't find them? Qin Tian looked at the list of those who advanced on the screen with disappointment. The people who advanced from the third group. Besides him, there are 4 beast players and 3 plant players. This lineup, encountering people from the botany department. It cannot be said that there is no hope, but the chances are really low. The matchups appear to be randomly matched. In reality, there is an inherent fairness mechanism. First, contestants from the same college. You generally won't encounter it. Unless, like in the first round of the group stage, each group has 10 players from the 3 major academies. Unequal distribution. That's when internal strife occurs. Secondly, when one college has more participants than the other 2 colleges. The cost will generally be distributed to the side with more people. Really. After several matches concluded in the third round, Qin Tian's opponents were from the Beast Academy. Damn it! How was it matched? A group of Zerg Academy members around them grumbled indignantly. During this period, they had endured far too much ridicule from the Botanical College. Qin Tian could also go on the field and fight to vent his frustrations. They could only suppress their resentment and anger. If it weren't for a sliver of hope still clinging to my heart, they had already left in anger long beforehand. Or you could just ignore everything and fight the people from the College of Botany to vent your anger. This battle. Qin Tian continued to choose the upgraded killer war bug. The enemy's race was a group of colorful giant pythons. Low combat strength. It is roughly equivalent to the previous Shadow Panther. Its most powerful attack is the venom it spews. In the Zerg civilization, what it has in abundance is all kinds of poisonous insects. The number of highly toxic genes fused in the war insects is unknown. It is basically immune to the opponent's poison attacks. There were no setbacks during this period. They easily defeated their opponents and slaughtered all 2,000 giant pythons. Another half-hour passed. Qin Tian and the Zerg Academy members around him, and the deans and instructors upstairs were eagerly waiting. The 4th round of the group stage of the competition has finally arrived. It was also the final round of the competition. What excited them even more was that the third group of contestants who advanced this time consisted of 2 plant-based contestants and 1 beast-based contestant. This means that the final battle, Qin Tian will inevitably encounter someone from the Botany Academy. Group play round 4 matchmaking begins. The third group. Qin Tian from the Zerg Academy versus Yanfeiyu from the Plant Academy. Parasitic Zerg versus Ironwood Treant Race. Brother Qin. Fatty Bear raised his head, which had been hanging down. Turning to Qin Tian, he opened his trembling lips. What do you want to say? But he seemed unable to speak. Rest assured, I will teach them a lesson. Qin Tian reached out and patted the fat man's shoulder heavily. He understood what Fatty Xiong meant. They can also empathize with the other person's feelings. Fatty Bear was the first person to be defeated by the Academy of Plant Sciences. She was also the first person to be laughed at. Given this guy's fiery temper, how could I possibly stand such rudeness? In the past, they were already shouting and arguing like they were in an internal competition. But since the defeat, the fat man may have really suffered a big blow. Despondent, feeling lonely and frustrated, faced with the constant barrage of malicious words, he remained seated silently with his head down and eyes lowered, without uttering a word. One can imagine just how much repression was in the fat man's heart. Qin Tian stood up. He looked around at the group of Zerg Academy classmates sitting there. At this time, no one spoke, but the intense longing and anticipation in everyone's eyes. It seemed to transform into streams of scalding flames. It landed on Qin Tian. Qin Tian nodded to everyone. There was also no word spoken. Everything. It's all understood without saying a word. Just as they were about to go on stage, Qin Tian unexpectedly discovered that the people who stood up in the College of Botany, it turned out to be the same person who had previously threatened to beat him to a pulp. The other party also seemed a little surprised. However, he quickly laughed and said, "You're lucky to have run into me, Qin Tian, right? Hee, you'll be the first seeded player to be kicked out of the group stage. Okay, I'll wait." Qin Tian didn't waste any more words. They went straight up to the high platform. There's no suspense in this battle. Of course, Yan Feiyu is the strongest person besides our seeded players. This kid's race is almost at the 10,000-year-old ancient level, isn't it? It's still 100 or 200 years away. If the competition were delayed by a few months, our Botanical Academy would have produced 2 ancient-level beings. What a pity. There's nothing to regret. With a combat power of nearly 100,000, it won't affect our chances of advancing from the group stage. It's just bad luck for the Zerg Academy to run into Yan Feiyu. Indeed, not to mention the difference in combat power, there is no solution to this kind of restraint alone. Yes, Yan Feiyu's Ironwood Treant has amazing defense, making it the nemesis of their seeded player. We've secured this qualification spot. Haha, with our seeded players from Group 2, our college is guaranteed 2 of the 6 qualifying spots in the group stage. Inside a private room on the 2nd floor. In contrast to the relaxed and excited atmosphere among the instructors at the College of Botany. The Zerg Academy instructors on the other side. My breath almost stopped. Especially by listening to the other person's conversation. This made them extremely nervous. Dean Ma hesitated for a moment. Arriving beside Su Jian, he asked with difficulty. Old Su, how strong are Qin's dragon creatures? This? Su Jian licked his dry lips. In fact, he didn't know either. Before the competition, he went to Qin Tian several times to try to understand the details. But each time, the other party was busy on the planet. He didn't disturb them. Can we win this battle? Dean Ma couldn't help but ask again. It's about 50-50ths. Su Jian gave a wry smile. We can only make the most conservative estimate. Upon hearing this, Dean Ma sighed helplessly. The other instructors also shook their heads bitterly. No one knows better than them the significance of qualifying for the next round in the final group stage match. This is no longer a matter of losing face after a defeat. Rather, it directly involves the personal interests of each individual. Group stage qualification spots. This means that he will be the future head of the inspectorate. Victory. All instructors, including Dean Ma, who is about to step down, because he trained a commander-in-chief. Their net worth will rise accordingly. Increasing monthly salaries is one aspect. Most importantly, everyone might find a better job than the instructor because of this. After all, with the authority of the commander-in-chief, several mere instructors were transferred. Even without them speaking, there will naturally be countless people below who want to curry favor with him and make proper arrangements. Defeat. The entire Zerg Academy has completely fallen into decline. The instructors in charge. The best outcome. It means spending one's entire life doing nothing but remaining a teacher in the academy. Chapter 63 Ironwood Treant. Heavy Armor Legion. Chapter 63 Ironwood Treant. Inside the battlefield of the Heavy Armor Legion, Qin Tian floated in midair. The black swarm of killer war insects beneath it has been fully assembled. In the opposite spatial passage, one after another, ironwood tree men surged out. These trees are 10 meters tall. His movements and steps were not sluggish or stiff in the slightest. His facial features are extremely clear and distinct. In the deep-set eyes, 2 faint, eerie green lights flickered within them, swaying endlessly like ghostly flames. Its entire body is not like the rough structure of ordinary tree people with vines and branches. Instead, it is encased in a complete, thick bark. It was as if it were wearing a heavy armor. Most strikingly, their left hand has a thick shield that is more than 5 meters high. His right hand transformed into a long, cold blade, several meters long, with a slight curve. Although they are all woody structures that grow from the body. But look at how it shimmers with a metallic luster in the sunlight. Hardness and sharpness. It goes without saying. And, after exiting the passage, the ironwood tree people immediately form neat and orderly queues between each other. Furthermore, it extends out vines that intertwine and become firmly attached to each other. Oh! Qin Tian smiled and glanced at the group of ironwood treants who were forming an array. She looked up at Yan Feiyu, who stood opposite her with an arrogant air. It must be said, they are arrogant. They certainly have the right to be arrogant. Previously, Xiong Pengzi's opponent. If we were to compare them to a group of second-rate, scattered soldiers. So, what he is facing right now is... It's like a well-trained, regular armored legion. Both. They are almost worlds apart. I'm actually afraid you won't last long. That's perfect. Qin Tian unleashed his will and command. The killer insects below immediately hissed and pounced. Clang, clang, clang! A dull impact. It resounded across the battlefield instantly. The physique of the ironwood tree man. That determines their power. Shields stood perfectly aligned in front of him. It remained completely still, like a giant steel boulder. It easily blocked the onslaught of the killer insects. Whoosh! The next moment, all the ironwood tree people were in perfect unison. Move the giant shield aside. He slashed out with his right hand, wielding a long sword. Fortunately, the armor shell evolved by the killer warbug is also quite formidable. The long sword fell heavily on it, leaving only cracks. It didn't kill him with a single blow. But the pain coming from my body. This completely unleashed the ferocity of the war insects. They all let out a series of high-pitched neighs. It swung its two scythe-like forelimbs, repeatedly slashing at the shield in front of it. The war insects that followed. Because of limited space, they could not reach the enemy. They immediately dispersed to both sides. Soon, the entire ironwood tree formation. They were then surrounded by layers of killer insects. This impenetrable formation might be surprisingly effective against those savage beasts. They couldn't bite through the outer shell of the turtle. They can only be gradually devoured by the other party. It is even possible to end a battle without losing a single soldier. But for a group of fearless war insects, it's a complete joke. It's essentially a formality. In the midst of crowding, the killer insects quickly piled up. They climbed up in no time. They charged fiercely into the treant formation, stepping over the bodies of their own kind. The number is increasing. The sounds of hacking and slashing grew increasingly frequent. Wood chips began to fly everywhere. The juice began to evaporate. The ironwood treant let out a deep roar, mixed with the piercing screams of the killer insects. It began to ripple back and forth across the chaotic battlefield. Above, Yanfeiyu kept a close eye on the situation on the battlefield. When the swarm of war insects surged into the treant formation, his brows furrowed noticeably. But gradually it relaxed again. Raise your head. He looked at Qin Tian, who had a calm expression on his face. A consciousness was transmitted. You seem completely unconcerned about the war? From beginning to end. Qin Tian paid no attention to the fighting below, even compared to the ironwood treants. At this point, the casualty rate of the war bugs was much higher. I didn't even bother to take a look. His gaze. It seems to keep falling on me. The outcome is already decided, why bother about a predetermined result? Qin Tian said. Humph, at least you have some self-awareness, but I have to admit, your race is indeed quite strong. It's alright. Huh? Getting a little too cocky? I meant a little, you get it? Yanfeiyu raised an eyebrow. You're right. Hee, the previous battles did not cause me any losses. This battle, however, has caused me to lose some of my tribe. You should be proud of that. Okay, I'll brag about it after this is over. Yanfeiyu hadn't expected the other party to become so obedient and sensible. So much so that he couldn't respond to many of the teasing remarks he had prepared. Feeling bored, he simply spoke up. Forget it, this is pointless. You might as well surrender. I do not want to surrender. Why? Do you still expect some miracle to happen? Yanfeiyu pointed amusedly to the battlefield below. The situation is very clear. More than half of your insects are dead, and I still have nearly 5,000 treants. What's the point of continuing to fight? Surrendering is too humiliating. Face? Losing to me is already a huge loss of face for you. Yanfeiyu snorted dismissively. But I didn't want to waste any more breath on him. Half an hour later. Finally, Yanfeiyu looked impatient. All the insects in the field died. You won. Nonsense! Yanfeiyu glanced disdainfully at Qin Tian, who had spoken up across from him. He seemed too lazy to waste words with this defeated opponent. Then why don't you detach yourself from consciousness? Why not leave? Qin Tian slowly drifted over, arriving in front of Yanfeiyu. Stare into the other person's eyes. A slight smile curved the corners of her lips. Road. You. What are you waiting for? Chapter 64. A dragon's roar shakes the heavens, piercing through the azure sky. Chapter 64. A dragon's roar shakes the heavens, piercing through the azure sky. What are you waiting for? Isn't it all over? What is a TV host supposed to do? Inside the venue outside. Seeing the battlefield scene where the outcome was already decided. Then we noticed that the host hadn't announced the results yet. Some people couldn't help but start arguing. Among them, the students from the College of Botany were the most enthusiastic. They clearly won. Why haven't they announced their victory yet? Inside a private room on the second floor. The instructors at the Botanical College were also somewhat puzzled. Only the instructors from the nearby Zerg Academy, including the Zerg Academy contestants off stage. At this moment, they all wore thoughtful expressions. Gentlemen. The noise was getting louder and louder. The host on stage had no choice but to pick up the microphone and loudly explain. The battle is not yet decided. According to the regulations of the competition, the Beast Academy has 2,000 participating creatures. The College of Botany has 6,000 students. The Zerg Academy costs up to 10,000. That was just a seeded player from the Zerg Academy. Only 5,000 participated in the war. So, the number of insects you deployed was not 10,000. Above the battlefield, Yan Feiyu's expression suddenly changed. He was just waiting for the system's judgment. During battle, a battlefield system specifically designed for large-scale competitions. In addition to detecting the racial information of both sides involved in the war, it will also send a win/loss notification after the event ends. It's like a referee on the battlefield. But he never received a notification. Seeing the smile on Qin Tian's face again, he glanced down at the mountain of dead insects. Yan Feiyu finally understood the problem. Before he entered, the other side had already set up their formation. A dark, dense swarm of insects. He had no time to carefully check the quantity of the other party's goods. Moreover, several thousand and 10,000. The difference is not significant. Not to mention inside the venue. Those are the viewers watching the screen from the outside. It is impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye alone. Only a battlefield system can perform a detailed inventory. Then it is displayed on the instrument screen, which can only be seen by the host. Yan Feiyu's expression darkened slightly. Staring at Qin Tian, who was so close at hand, he said angrily, "Are you kidding me?" Qin Tian smiled but remained silent. "Humph, so what if you're holding back? I still have 4,000 trance, defeating you is more than enough. Indeed, with 5,000 war insects, I originally thought I could wipe out at least half of your race." Qin Tian suppressed his smile and sighed helplessly. 5,000? Yan Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. The sense of urgency that had just arisen in my heart immediately dissipated. He chuckled softly. "What, you still have hope of winning? Who wants to lose when they can win? Ha, you think you're worthy? Alright, I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Let's finish off the rest of your bugs and end this sooner." Good. As soon as he finished speaking, from inside the Mars tunnel, one by one, the destroyer insects slowly spread their wings and flew out. It is also an upgraded version evolved by incorporating certain frost dragon genetic components. However, no other savage beast genes were incorporated. Therefore, it only increases the body's strength and the hardness of bone spurs. It did not change the original external structure or attack methods. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The thousands of destroyer zerglings that had just assembled. A wave of reinforced bone spurs poured down from the sky. "Prepare for the enemy! Raise your shields! You idiots! Raise your shields! Quick!" Yan Feiyu didn't have time to be shocked by the exaggerated size of the other group of creatures. In the midst of the panic, he hurriedly spread his will and commands. It's obvious. He did not usually train his races to defend against aerial attacks. Therefore, the group of ironwood tree people reacted somewhat slowly. Almost all of them were exposed to the rain of bone spurs. Bang! Bang! Boom! In a short time, a deafening sound erupted. Some of the bone spikes struck the tree man's chest, which was covered in iron, and broke into pieces. Some shots hit the Trent's weaker head, knocking it down. A very lucky few managed to pierce the tree man's eye socket directly. A wave of attacks. Let more than half of the ironwood tree men be killed or injured before the remaining survivors could reassemble. One by one, the Slayer warbugs, closely following the bone spikes, spun down. Is it over? Yan Feiyu stared in disbelief at the pile of flesh and corpses scattered on the ground below. The battle came suddenly. The ending was also quite unexpected. Almost there. He had just given the order to raise the shields. Then we saw those enormous creatures swooping down in suicidal attacks. Hee. Ha. He was stunned for a long time, seeing that nearly 1,000 tree people still survived on the battlefield. Yan Feiyu laughed. The laughter grew louder and more manic. Laughing loudly, pointing at Qin Tian in front of him. Haha, so what if you had a backup plan, Qin? You still got defeated by me. When it comes to strength, sheer numbers are always a joke. An insect is an insect. Even if it evolves into an enormous size, so what? Just a pile of garbage. If we hadn't been caught off guard, my treants wouldn't have had time to raise their shields, and with your trash. As they talked, Yan Feiyu finally realized what was going on. The voice unconsciously weakened. His face grew increasingly gloomy. He stared intently at Qin Tian, whose lips still held a slight smile. He gritted his teeth and almost squeezed out a few words. You have less than 10,000 creatures participating in the battle. Hee. Qin Tian smiled. I'm not pretending anymore. That's enough. Do you know? I'm enjoying the look on your face right now. It seems to allow me to appreciate things more clearly. Qin Tian moved forward a little more. They were less than a finger's width away from Yan Feiyu's furious, almost distorted face. Your repeated mockery. Your endless, tireless mockery. Completely disregarding our feelings. Completely ignoring our frustration. Do you really think our Zerg Academy is without anyone? Do you really think we're easy to bully? As the one who jumps the most enthusiastically among you. You think, would I be content to simply crush them with a single wave of power like before? Wouldn't that be too easy on you? Giving you hope time and time again. Time and time again, I'll drag you down to the bottom. At last, I'll shatter all your hopes. To plunge you completely into the abyss. It will make you feel the chilling despair. Roar. After speaking, a series of earth-shattering dragon roars, piercing the sky. Chapter 65 The Ultimate Battle. 1 against 2. Chapter 65 The Ultimate Battle. A one-on-one duel between two people in the penthouse box. The game of chess between Lin Tianyang and Duan Yuding has been paused. The two walk to the floor-to-ceiling window, staring intently at the screen. The Slayer warbugs appeared with a fierce and menacing aura. Then, a dragon's roar resounded. Seeing groups of giant dragons pouring out of the spatial passage. The two were even more startled. His eyes kept flickering. His expression kept changing. At the same time, other top-floor private rooms. And inside the numerous private rooms on the lower level. From the special envoy of the capital to the old minister of rights. From the heads of large and small families. They all gathered at the window. His eyes were fixed on the giant dragons on the screen. After a moment of astonishment, a complex and serious expression appeared on everyone's face. Some storms. Some secrets. Ordinary people may have already forgotten. But as a local powerful figure, how could they not take it to heart? How could we dare to be careless? Even. Many people came specifically for this reason. The huge venue. Complete silence. Everyone stared in horror at the giant dragon on the light screen. Unlike the other family heads upstairs, each with their own agendas. They were simply stunned. This year's big competition. The vast majority of people came for the two great Warcraft civilizations. Especially the dragon race. Everyone wanted to see the legendary dragon race in person. But unexpectedly, in the group stage alone, surprisingly, a dragon-like creature appeared. Whoa! After a brief silence. Excited cheers. A surging cry. The entire venue instantly erupted in excitement. On the battlefield, Yan Feiyu was completely terrified. He stared at the dragons in terror, as if he were a statue. They even forgot to breathe and forgot to think. At the same time, they also forgot to command their subordinate races to fight. In fact, there's no need to struggle at all. If we say, the 10-meter-tall ironwood tree was like a child in front of those annihilator insects. So, at this moment, beneath the massive dragons, some reaching hundreds of meters in length, they were like a group of tiny ants. Its massive body lunged down, covering everything in its path. 3 sharp whip tails, like steel chains, pierced and tore through the ironwood tree's formidable defense, which it takes great pride in. It was as fragile as a piece of paper or tattered cotton. The whole body, along with their thick shields, which are shaped like door panels. In an instant they were all crushed into countless flying wood chips and fragments. On the high platform outside, the host who received the system notification of win or loss. Then, with a startled look, he glanced at the ferocious dragons roaring and shaking the heavens on the screen. Pick up the microphone. With a trembling voice, he announced, Qin Tian from the Insect Clan Academy, victory! In the rear battle room, Qin Tian, who had withdrawn from consciousness. He glanced at Yan Feiyu, who was sitting opposite him with a blank expression. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He got up and went straight down from the platform. They came off the field, where Qin Tian's gaze swept across. The group of people from the Botanical College finally put away their arrogant attitude. They all lowered their heads deeply. Even that beautiful ancient-level female student. Under the lingering power of the dragon, she subconsciously looked away, unable to meet his gaze. Haha, Brother Qin is mighty. With Brother Qin here, so what if we are all wiped out and defeated? There is only Brother Qin. That's enough. The Zerg Academy players burst into laughter. Dean Ma and the instructors were in the private room upstairs. The gloom on his face vanished instantly. No matter how much frustration, no matter how much anger, no matter how urgent. At that moment, it all came out. All that remained was a thoroughly exhilarating and heartfelt sense of comfort and excitement. The noisy meeting room. The situation gradually calmed down as the next battle began. A dozen minutes later, the 4th round, consisting of 6 battles across the 3 groups, has concluded. The group stage has now come to an end. The 6 players who qualified. Apart from Qin Tian, the dark horse in the 3rd group. The other 2 seeded players advanced as expected. The remaining 3 ordinary contestants who advanced were all from the Beast Academy. 2 of them are 6th generation. The other is the 5 dynasties. That Yan Feiyu is truly a pity. Yes, he should have had a great chance of qualifying. With his Ironwood Tree Man, he could easily defeat at least the 5th generation of the first group. You can only say he was incredibly unlucky to run into a dragon. There was much discussion in the room. Most people felt sorry for Yan Feiyu. After Yan Feiyu stepped down, his condition was far more depressed than when he was the chubby bear. He sat there blankly, as if he had lost his soul. Qin Tian turned his head and glanced at it. Honestly, putting aside personal disputes, to be fair, it's him. Or perhaps people from the Zerg Academy. I felt the same way. The strength of the Ironwood Tree Man is evident to all. They were trained by Yan Feiyu to be comparable to a regular heavy armored legion. Place it in any group. They can easily secure a qualifying spot. Even against the other 2 seeded players, they are not without a fighting chance. But they encountered an opponent they couldn't possibly defeat. They have lost their qualification. It also ruined his promising future. He missed out on the position of Governor General, which held immense power. Before taking office and on the battlefield, Yan Feiyu kept mocking Qin Tian for his bad luck. Little did they know, he himself was truly the unluckiest person ever. Begin the 2nd phase of the battle for supremacy. With the host's voice, the venue returned to silence. Because there are fewer people. Also for the sake of fairness, the first round of the championship will adopt a cross-challenge format. The seeded players from each group will challenge the regular players from the next group in turn. 3 winners advance. In the 2nd round, 1 person will be chosen from the 3. In the 3rd round, the final qualifier will challenge the final challenger, the Fire Phoenix clan of the Warcraft civilization. The rules are simple and clear. It did indeed ensure the greatest possible fairness. This can prevent the strongest seeded players from being eliminated early. Only, the battle has not yet begun. The 3 ordinary contestants in the audience all stood up and immediately announced their defeat. But this is understandable. All 3 were from the Beast Academy. He challenged his own seeded player during the internal competition. And the seeded players from the College of Plant Sciences. Their ancient race has a combat power of over 150,000. Almost twice as many as them. That's 3 times their number again. There was absolutely no need to fight. As for the dragons in the Zerg Academy, would you go on stage and humiliate yourself? The first round was skipped peacefully. It is impossible to clearly judge the strength of the 3 seeded players in the second round. Therefore, it is still a random matching. A short while later. Matching complete. First match of the second round. Savage Beast Academy Shutianhao vs Zerg Academy Qin Tian. Red Scaled Ape Clan vs Parasite Clan. Under the spotlight. Qin Tian got up and climbed onto the high platform. Just as they were about to enter the battle room. After thinking about it, Qin Tian turned around and stood in front of the host. Sir, is there any problem you have? The host immediately bowed slightly and asked with a smile. I'd like to ask, can the 2 matches be combined into one? Merge one? The host didn't seem to understand. But they will soon realize it. He exclaimed in surprise. Does your excellency mean you wish to challenge the other 2 simultaneously? Right. I can't make that decision myself. Please wait a moment while I consult with my superiors. The host's face twitched. He immediately summoned a staff member from the audience. He gave a few instructions. Then the staff member was seen running upstairs quickly. Not long after, the staff member returned and nodded to the host. Everyone! At the request of the party concerned. It also received the approval of the special envoy, the minister, and the city garrison commander. So, some adjustments were made to the second round of the championship battle. The host is holding a microphone. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but glance at Qin Tian's back as he walked towards the battle room. With a sigh of regret, he continued loudly. 2 matches in the second round. They will be combined into one. By Qin Tian of the Zerg Academy. Simultaneously challenge Shutianhao from the Beast Academy and Zhong Yinxue from the Plant Academy. Chapter 66 A Thousand-Headed Dragon. This battle is enough. Chapter 66 A Thousand-Headed Dragon. This battle is enough. Whoosh! As soon as the host finished speaking, this immediately caused a sensation throughout the venue. 1 against 2? Has he gone mad? Isn't he underestimating his opponent? The Crimson Scaled Ape Beast is famous for its steel-like bones and immense strength. And there are ancient-level tree beings, which are far superior to the ironwood tree being from before. You can't be so absolute. After all, they are dragons. It's just that it's as obvious as an insected carapace, so it can't be a real dragon or a magical beast. That's right. In melee combat alone, those dragon creatures would never be able to defeat the 2 top races. A commotion erupted downstairs. The people in the private rooms upstairs were also astonished. But many people quickly realized what was happening. The outcome of this battle is hard to predict. Don't forget they are the Zerg. What happened to the Zerg? According to the competition rules, the Beast Academy can only send 2,000 soldiers, while the Plant Academy can send 6,000. And the Zerg Academy has as many as 10,000. 10,000 dragons. Upon thinking of this, everyone's eyelids twitched involuntarily. However, a look of excitement and anticipation immediately emerged from among them. Haha, this battle is going to be interesting. 2,000 Crimson Scaled Ape Beasts, plus 6,000 ancient-level Treants, totaling 8,000. Facing 10,000 Zerg dragons. The outcome is truly unpredictable, compared to the excitement and anticipation of others. Everyone from the Zerg Academy appeared uneasy. Especially Dean Ma and a group of instructors. They couldn't understand why Qin Tian would abandon the steady and methodical approach. One-on-one. Not to mention crushing. The chances of winning are still very high. It's advisable to take risks against 2 opponents. Even a slight numerical advantage cannot guarantee a high chance of victory. But things have come to this point. They could only pray in silence. In the light screen image, The creatures from all three races began to swarm out of the spatial portal. The upper right corner of the screen. The three sets of numbers then began to jump and increase wildly. Ever since the blunder Qin Tian caused during the group stage. The host then specifically displayed the number of races representing each side in the battle. Everyone subconsciously stared at the fluctuating numbers. However, to everyone's surprise, not long after, the number representing the number of people in Qin Tian's race, it suddenly stopped. It stopped at 900. Only 900 dragons? 900 against 8,000? The difference is just too big. How are we supposed to fight this? In an instant, everyone froze. The expressions of Dean Ma and the group of instructors. In an instant, it turned completely gray and lost all its luster. On the battlefield, one after another, ferocious red-scaled apes roared and leaped out of the spatial passage. General appearance. It's like an ape magnified countless times. Broad and thick palms. Both feet on the ground. Its mouth has fangs. But unlike apes, a powerful and robust body, tens of meters tall as a mountain peak. It's not covered by hair. Instead, there were layers of dense, crimson iron armor scales. Not far away, in the other passage, one after another, the tree people were quickly filing out. Like Yan Feiyu's ironwood tree man before. These tree people were exceptionally clean. There wasn't a single extra branch on its body. The facial features are also clearer. It can display a wide range of expressions. His arms transformed into two sharp blades. They resemble two daggers. It's not very big. It's only about 7 or 8 meters long. In front of that group of majestic dragons or those giant apes beside them, they could all be described as extremely thin and small. But he is extremely agile. It seems that the more plant species evolve, the more rigid the body becomes, the more it will exhibit characteristics that are the opposite of its initial rigidity. Above the passageway, Shi Tianhao and Zhong Yanxuan naturally came together. Qin Tian arrogantly proposed to fight two opponents at once. Neither of them felt the slightest bit ashamed or angry. Instead, they secretly rejoiced. The powerful dragon race. It is a taboo in the hearts of all creators of biological civilizations. Even a dragon-like creature. In a one-on-one situation, no one was confident that they could win. I'll take care of holding them off from the front. You find the right opportunity to attack from the flank. Shi Tianhao spoke up. His crimson scale-8 beasts are renowned for their strength and defense. Especially defensive capabilities. It is enough to rank it among the top 10 in the entire biological civilization system. Compared to Yan Feiyu's ironwood tree man. Just like the difference between an egg and a stone. Good. Zhong Yanxuan nodded in agreement. He then asked, their dragon can fly. Do you have a way to counter it? My crimson scale ape is a terrestrial species. How could I possibly have a way to counter it? Your abyss treant doesn't have any means of attacking airborne targets either? Yes, but my race's evolutionary path is towards agile melee combat, and I'm relatively weak in ranged attacks. Alright, it's fine. Let's just wait for him to attack. The key question is, are you sure your crimson-scaled ape can hold them off? Don't worry, as long as those dragons dare to come down, they will never be able to fly back, unless they can drag a creature weighing tens of tons, but that's not realistic. Anyway, you need to be quick and order those abyssal treants to attack their weak points, such as their eyes. With their respective races fully assembled, the two had to end their discussion on battle strategy early. They turned and looked across at each other. The next moment, the two of them were stunned again. So little? From a distance, the group of dragons flying in the air was not very large. Rare quantity. It is perfectly distinguishable with the naked eye. There are definitely not tens of thousands. It's less than 1/10. The two exchanged a glance. Shi Tianhao sent a thought to Qin Tian with a puzzled expression. Are you sure you don't want to send more dragons into the war? 1,000 dragons are enough. Oh. Shi Tianhao chuckled. They didn't reply further. Turning to Zhong Yanxue beside him, he said awkwardly. He really doesn't take us seriously. He thinks he can defeat us with just 1,000 dragons? Wouldn't it be better to underestimate our opponent? Haha, indeed, I've always been unsure how to deal with tens of thousands of dragons, but with 1,000. He'd better send them out in batches like this. Yes, send out a batch and we'll wipe them out. We'll win after 10 rounds. Opposite. Qin Tian, who had just finished transmitting his consciousness. He looked down at the group of dragons beneath him with a hint of helplessness. He wasn't deliberately showing off. He also wanted to send more dragons to participate in the war. But that's all the family has to offer. In half a month, a total of 800 adult whip-tailed dinosaurs were hatched, including the first batch of 100. In total, it's actually less than 1,000. But, just like he just said, that's enough. Roar! Under Qin Tian's will, the dragons roared in unison and spread their wings. Its 100-meter-long body cast patches of shadow on the ground. Roar! The giant apes below, showing no sign of weakness, thumped their chests and let out fierce howls. He stood upright, tilted his head back, and stared intently at the charging dragon. Their mission is not to fight. It's a check. Grab the dragon and drag it down. Create an opportunity for the abyss treant beside you to deliver the fatal blow. Chapter 67: A complete crush. Sweeping away everything. Chapter 67: A complete rout. The battlefield is utterly annihilated. One after another, giant apes faced the charging dragon horde. They were eager to try their hand at it. However, what awaits them? It wasn't the body of a dragon pouncing down. Instead, it was a continuous stream of fiery dragon breath, like molten lava. In the blink of an eye, the entire earth was then transformed into a sea of fire. The giant ape's screams and howls pierced the sky. The mountain-like body collapsed with a crash and rolled back and forth. Countless abyssal treants were transformed into balls of fire. It kept making crackling and popping sounds as it burned. Disperse! Scatter! Intense fluctuations of will surged from Shi Tianhao and Zhong Yanxue. The two men's faces were ashen and terrifyingly gloomy. Who would have thought? The opponent's dragon. It can actually breathe dragon breath like a real dragon? Before the war, they then mixed their respective races together. Beneath each giant ape, 2 or 3 abyss treants gathered there. Originally intended to facilitate the hunt for dragons. But under the sudden burst of dragon's breath and flames, they became each other's graveyard. Dense quantity. Not only did it amplify the damage, it even fueled the fire. One by one, the tree men were set ablaze. Like piles of burning firewood, it spread wildly and rampantly. At the same time, it was also constantly roasting the giant apes around it. Those crimson scale apes have incredibly strong defenses. Tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. They can't burn through their scales in such a short time? Qin Tian stared in amazement at the tall figures in the sea of fire. Although it was somewhat unexpected. However, the terrifyingly high temperature transmitted through the scales still caused the giant ape to suffer excruciating pain and scream repeatedly. It's like having countless red-hot irons covering your skin. Some giant apes rolled on the ground. He even started scratching his body frantically. It seemed to want to tear off the scalding hot scales. A chaotic and tragic scene. It's almost unbearable to look at. Tree form! Strangle! Zhong Yanxue unleashed a powerful will. Her originally beautiful and fair face, at this moment, so grotesque it was almost distorted. The abyssal treants escaped the inferno. They immediately took root and grew into towering trees. One by one, roots broke through the soil. Like a swift serpent, a giant dragon sweeps into the sky. But as she said before, its weakness lies in ranged attacks. The roots that shoot into the sky are as thin as ropes. Trying to imprison a giant dragon is almost a pipe dream. Even if it gets tangled in some roots, the dragon could incinerate everything with a single breath of its breath. It's just a death throes. Qin Tian paid no attention to the tree-like tree beings that had already been targeted by the whiptail dragon. He seemed rather bored and listless. He proposed a 1-against-2 confrontation. It's not that he's arrogant. It wasn't that he underestimated his opponent. The facts are as they are before our eyes. A terrestrial species without entire capabilities. A natural restraint is equivalent to the existence of an accelerant. 1 battle and 2 battles. What's the difference? Outsiders believe that Whiptail Dragon is not a true magical beast-type dragon. They can only fight like wild beasts, relying on close-quarters combat. Yes. They're not wrong. But who says that non-monster species can't unleash magic? At least, it can unleash similar magic, or a similar dragon's breath. The first host that the parasite protozoan parasitizes. They are those fiery golden beetles that can breathe fire. Subsequently, the habitat of a hatchling population of adult whiptail dinosaurs. They even took over the lava river that only cancer could set foot in. In the blue sun star, the dozen or so gaps in the imperial city wall that disappeared completely vaporized. It was the masterpiece of the whiptail dragon's flaming breath. Otherwise, how could the killer insects possibly scale the towering city walls and storm into the city so easily? The earth is burning. The flames are raging. The thick black smoke almost completely obscured the entire battlefield. In the dim light, all that could be seen were the occasional silhouettes of giant dragons passing by, and streams of red flames cascading down. When the smoke and dust cleared, the entire land seemed to have been thoroughly washed clean. What catches the eye? There were no charred corpses. There were no trees emitting blue smoke. All living things and vegetation. Under the continuous, raging flames spewed out by the dragon, it all turned into dust that filled the sky and drifted away with the wind. A huge venue. It fell into a prolonged silence. Even if the battlefield scene on the light screen disappears and becomes a black screen, everyone still instinctively stared at it. The host on the high platform also became a sculpture. Qin Tian, who had been waiting for quite some time. I couldn't help but go over and remind him, and that's when he came to his senses. They hastily announced the results of the battle. Under the host's words. The silent meeting room. Finally, some sounds began to gradually return. The younger generation is truly formidable. A tiny insectoid race has actually evolved to such a terrifying level. Not a dragon, but no different from a real dragon. But that's where it ends. Indeed, although the Fire Phoenix clan has not yet evolved to its next generation and its original combat strength is only a few 100,000, its strength lies in magical attacks. Most importantly, they are naturally immune to fire damage, which makes them the natural enemy of those Zerg dragons. There's no point in fighting anymore, they'll probably just concede. What a pity for such a talented person. If it were in previous years, he would have easily won the championship title and been the champion. The exciting, evenly matched battle that I had imagined did not take place. It's inevitable that people will feel slightly disappointed. But the one-sided slaughter. It evoked awe in everyone, while also prompting some sighs of admiration. The audience. The students from the College of Botany remained silent. They didn't even dare to make eye contact with the people from the Zerg Academy next door. Before the war, they held on to their hope of winning and tried to keep a straight face. But unexpectedly, the ending was so tragically unbearable. The flames of those dragons. Not only did it obliterate everything on the battlefield, it also shattered the last shred of pride they had left. How happily they laughed back then. The slaps that landed on their faces at that moment were incredibly loud. Facing the silent stares of the group of Zerg trainees beside him, it made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Under great torment, many people simply got up and left in a disheveled state. Old Ma, congratulations! With such talent, your Zerg Academy will surely soar to great heights and become renowned. In the private room on the second floor, where they had been immersed for a long time, Zhao Ming's hearty voice rang out. Hee hee, just lucky, just lucky. Dean Ma responded with a reserved tone. He then glanced sideways at the location of the Botanical Academy on the other side. Feeling the gazes fixed on me, Dean Wang could only force a strained smile. She said softly, her lips trembling. Dean Ma, congratulations. Hey Lao Wang, I thought it was true when you said you could go toe-to-toe with the two great monster civilizations. The difference is really something. The same words. The same tone. Dean Ma sent it back intact. Upon hearing this, Dean Wang's face instantly turned a deep liver color. The other instructors from the Botanical College turned away in utter shame and indignation. A group of Zerg Academy instructors burst out laughing. Even Su Jian couldn't help but reveal a hearty smile and genuine satisfaction. He turned his head to look at Qin Tian, who was taking the stage below. This final battle. Brother Qin will probably choose to surrender. Su Jian muttered to himself. But it doesn't matter anyway. To have reached this point, to achieve such an impressive record, it has far exceeded his expectations. Amidst the quiet regret of everyone in the hall, and in Su Jian's satisfied gaze, Qin Tian taking the stage, he actually walked straight into the battle room. Sidelines. As the final character in the battle for supremacy, Duan Yuding gracefully lifted her dress and walked onto the high platform. After entering the battle room, she looked at Qin Tian, who had entered the room first. Her pearly teeth parted slightly. He opened his mouth and laughed. Young Master Qin's race is truly an eye-opener. I admire him greatly. You flatter me, Mississippi. Compared to your magical beast civilization, it is nothing. Qin Tian responded with a laugh. I initially thought it was just polite talk between the two sides before the battle. Unexpectedly, Duan Yuding nodded directly and said, What you say is absolutely right, young master. There is indeed a huge gap between us. These words caught Qin Tian off guard. Just like what Yan Feiyu said when he mocked him before. They're really pushing their luck. It's a polite exchange of compliments and humility among the participants. You actually took advantage of the situation and climbed up the ladder. Did you really believe it? Hee, young master, please don't misunderstand. My daughter's words were not meant to be disrespectful or mocking in the slightest. Duan Yuding chuckled softly. Then he asked, Does the young master know anything about the Fire Phoenix clan? I know a little bit about it. Then you should know, young master, that the Fire Phoenix clan is immune to all fire attribute attacks. Your dragon cannot harm me in the slightest, therefore. So you want me to just admit defeat? No, sir, you've misunderstood again. What I mean is that I surrender. I'll gladly relinquish the title of Baron. Chapter 68 Ultimate Showdown. The Battle of Dragon and Phoenix. Chapter 68 Ultimate Showdown. The long-lasting battle between the dragon and the phoenix is now shrouded in darkness. This fueled the increasingly heated discussions among the audience. But soon, the battlefield scene suddenly flashed on the screen. This caused the entire venue to freeze in an instant. Within the battlefield, Duan Yuding stood gracefully in midair, hesitating for a moment. She couldn't help but send a thought to Qin Tian on the other side. Does the young master truly intend to abandon the readily attainable title and insist on fighting? Thank you for your kindness, miss, but I don't like owing favors. Please do your best otherwise. The following words. Qin Tian didn't continue. The implication is that, even if you deliberately let the water go, I wouldn't present that situation either. Although the other party had not explicitly stated why they were giving up their titles so readily. But it's nothing more than an attempt to win them over. Today you've received this free title. I have to go to the Duan family tomorrow. He was willing to risk his life for the Duan family. All along, Qin Tian was trying to avoid becoming a tool manipulated by powerful families. How could it possibly falter at this time? Right. Status. He doesn't care about anyone's charity. Want to? Just take it yourself. All right then. A hint of disappointment flashed across Duan Yuding's face. However, he felt no resentment or anger towards Qin Tian for being ungrateful. Even if the other party stops here. The position of Commander-in-Chief of the Inspectorate he obtained was enough to put him on par with the Duan family. Not to mention. And what about the added advantage of his identity? Giant birds with fiery red feathers and wingspans reaching hundreds of meters. They began to slowly fly out from the space passage below. The appearance of a fire phoenix. It is extremely similar to the phoenix that Qin Tian knows. But it lacked the auspicious and peaceful aura of a phoenix. Instead, it was filled with a violent atmosphere. His eyes were like those of an eagle. His entire body radiated immense magical power. With each flap of the wings, this can create a visible heat wave. Wherever the body passed, heat and thick smoke filled the air. It was as if the air itself had been steamed and boiled. No wonder they are among the top 10 magical beast races. He has such an imposing presence just by making his entrance. True strength. Qin Tian was secretly alarmed. I'm not panicking. Inside the passage below, one after another, whip-tailed dragons are spreading their wings and flying out. Having just experienced World War I, the whip-tailed dinosaurs did not appear tired or listless at all. This is due to the time difference between the outside world and the planet. I've been dawdling outside for almost half an hour. More than 7 days have passed on the planet. Whiptail Dragon has already recovered from the losses incurred in the previous battle. Moreover, the main force in this battle was not the Whiptail Dragon. Soon, from behind the Whiptail Dragon, one after another, devouring dragons began to appear, their bodies covered with tiny, semicircular scales. Competition rules. The number of warcraft participating in the battle is 500. Qin Tian had no intention of using numbers to bully the few. They only selected 500 whiptail dragons and 500 devouring dragons to fight. Compared to the Zerg civilization's upper limit of 10,000. That's already quite fair. Chirp! Accompanied by a high-pitched phoenix cry. 500 fire phoenixes swarmed over. Opposite. Under Qin Tian's will. The 500 devouring dragons that led the charge quickly met them. After closing the distance, the fire phoenix hovered in midair, with the wings flapping violently. Fireballs the size of cartwheels condensed in the air ahead. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, amidst another burst of rapid phoenix cries, huge fireballs filled the sky, leaving long trails behind them. It emitted a series of sharp sonic booms as it attacked the devouring dragons. Like a cannonball speed. A dense, terrifying number. It instantly engulfed the entire space in front of it. What happened? Duan Yuding frowned slightly. The audience watching from the sidelines were also quite bewildered. There was no scream as expected. There was not even a single scene of a dragon being injured and falling. Countless exploding fireballs slammed into the swarm of giant dragons. Not even a single spark was ignited. That is, as the fireball gradually died down, Duan Yuding quickly saw the scene that made her scalp tingle. The layers of semicircular dragon scales that originally covered those dragons. They all stood up at that moment. Like gaping, enormous mouths. It forms a dense array of dark holes. The fireball that landed on it flowed slowly into it like melting snow. Dissolution? No! It's absorption! As a creator who deals with Warcraft all day long, Duan Yuding immediately understood the principle behind it. Immediately afterwards, her eyes narrowed. Suddenly, all the dragons opened their mouths wide. One after another, explosive fireballs of similar size to the previous ones shot out from its mouth. How is that possible? Duan Yuding was horrified. It immediately floats forward a distance. Upon closer inspection, the dragon they were facing had been discovered. It was clearly different from the group of giant dragons with 3 whip-like tails in the distance. Besides the scales covering its entire body, it's also a bit smaller. Most importantly, Duan Yuding could clearly feel it. The fireball that the dragon just spewed contained a rich magical aura. Absorbing and reflecting magic, huh? Duan Yuding's expression darkened slightly. The will and command were unleashed in an instant. Spear of Flame! The Fire Phoenix clan, just baptized by the exploding fireball. It also remained completely undamaged. Phoenix is immune to fire damage. Especially fire magic. It's like the most natural tonic to them. In midair, giant spears, each as thick as an arm and burning with raging flames, quickly took shape. However, the same scene unfolded once again. The flaming spear was blocked and absorbed by the holes in the dragon's scales. It was then sprayed out again. Duan Yuding bit her lip tightly. He immediately ignored everything and shouted again in a low voice. Explosive flame technique! Fire and thunder explosion! Flame storm! Fire domain! Off the field. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the image of flames shooting into the sky on the light screen. Everyone looked bewildered and shocked. At the beginning, both sides unleashed massive amounts of fire magic at each other. It gradually became a regional outbreak. Now, the entire battlefield has simply turned into a raging inferno. The key point is, when the flames died down, both biological groups were completely intact. They could understand the fire phoenix beast. But those dragons are also immune to fire damage? They can also cast magic? Aren't they Zerg? Are they Warcraft? The same question arose in the minds of almost everyone. Inside the top-floor private box, the old minister stood by the window and asked, for what seemed like the umpteenth time, "Could there be a mistake? Are those dragons really not magical beasts?" The group of family heads remained silent. People who previously assured that they would not make mistakes. Faced with scenes that repeatedly defied their understanding, they no longer dared to boast that they were absolutely without fault. The city lord had no choice. I could only wave and call the staff outside the door for what seemed like the umpteenth time. The staff member numbly accepted the order, went downstairs, and quickly walked towards the opposite platform. Not long after, numbly I returned. It gave the exact same answer as before. "My lords, after further in-depth testing by the battlefield system, the giant dragons that Qin Tian from the Zerg Academy were indeed Zerg creatures." Chapter 69: The Final Battle of the Champions. A Duel of the Dragons. Chapter 69: The Final Battle of the Champions. The twin dragons battle for supremacy above the battlefield. A look of contentment appeared on Qin Tian's face. The other party used every means at their disposal. It even unleashed fire-based domain magic comparable to forbidden spells. Not only did it fail to devour the dragon in the slightest. On the contrary, with the rapid depletion of magic power, the group of fire phoenixes all showed clear signs of fatigue. It's like someone punching cotton, unable to cause any damage. I even exhausted myself. If it weren't for the Phoenix clan's innate special fire immunity, this battle should have ended long ago. We can annihilate them all simply by reflecting their magic, Qin Tian thought to himself. The dominant race on Ice Crystal Star is the Ice Demon Beast. It can only absorb and reflect ice magic. The Devouring Dragon, which has fused with the Ice Demon's genes, it can absorb and reflect magic of almost any type. This is not surprising at all. Magic is composed of magical elements. Magical elements are also a type of energy, with the Ice Demon gene as a foundation. Is it ice magic or fire magic? What's the difference? Essentially, both represent the ultimate use of energy. The only regret: the Devouring Dragon has no magic power. The only way to deflect a magical attack is to use the absorbed magical energy, unable to retaliate with the same intensity as the Ice Demon. Opposite. Duan Yuding was unwilling to accept it. The thought of giving up flashed through my mind, but the idea was quickly forgotten. She gently bit her lip, unleashing a killing intent towards the flock of fire phoenixes. Magic is ineffective. Then, let's fight hand to hand. Want to struggle a little longer? Qin Tian shook his head slightly. At his behest, 500 whiptail dragons poised to pounce. They immediately spread their wings and went to meet them. Roar! Chirp! The next instant, a deafening roar. A piercing, high-pitched cry. It echoed across the sky in an instant. The dragon and the phoenix are two species that can be considered the most powerful in biological civilization. They collided violently. A primal, bloody battle unfolded in the sky. Dragon feet and phoenix claws. Dragon head and phoenix beak. They all transformed into deadly weapons, pouring down on each other's bodies. In a short time, above the chaotic battlefield, dragon blood splashed. Phoenix feathers scattered. Occasionally, one can see two dragons and phoenixes intertwined and falling downwards. Some perished together, but more whiptail dragons took flight again. The power of Warcraft. It lies in their terrifying magical attacks. Just like the Crimson Scale Ape and Abyss Treant that Qin Tian had dealt with before. If it were Fire Phoenix under Duan Yuding's command, it will only be easier. A large-scale fire spell can wipe it out. But having lost its most powerful magical reliance, their physique is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary wild beasts. They are nowhere near comparable to the dragon race. Inherited the powerful physical body of the dragon race. It has also evolved 3 sharp whip-like tails suitable for close combat. How could a fire phoenix possibly be a match for a whip-tailed dragon? Finally, after losing more than 100 fire phoenixes, Duan Yuding gave up her futile struggle, staring at Qin Tian in the distance. A consciousness was tragically transmitted. I surrender! In fact, from the moment the order to charge was given, Duan Yuding realized this outcome. She could not and dared not exhaust all 500 fire phoenixes. The more powerful the Warcraft civilization race, the lower the fertility. The smaller the ethnic group size, the better. 3 whole months. It has been on the planet for nearly 100 years. Her Fire Phoenix clan is still in the primitive stage. The entire population is only 1,000. Once more than half is lost, subsequent evolution will be even more distant. A slight misstep could even lead to the risk of extinction of the entire population. The tournament rules stipulate that the Warcraft civilization can only participate with 500 units. That's the reason. Furthermore, the outcome was already quite clear. Unwilling to accept the obsession in his heart. There's no need to increase casualties unnecessarily. Withdrawal consciousness. Duan Yuding looked at the man in front of her. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. No wonder he refused the title that was offered to him. They are fully capable of competing for it. Why bother delivering it yourself? After regaining his senses, seeing Qin Tian get up to leave, Duan Yuding quickly spoke up. Young master, wait! What is it? That? Duan Yuding pursed her red lips. A blush suddenly appeared on Baiji's cheeks. After hesitating for a while, as if summoning immense courage, she lowered her eyes slightly and said shyly. Tinger and the young master of the Lin family were just playing along. There was no romantic relationship between them, let alone any physical intimacy. Oh, Qin Tian responded. He opened the door to the battle room and went out. Duan Yuding's red lips parted slightly. They stood there stunned. Having already spoken so bluntly, disregarding any sense of propriety. He's so clueless about romance. Just like that, he left? My God! He really won? For a Zerg civilization to defeat a Warcraft civilization is truly unprecedented. And it's the Phoenix clan, ranked among the top 10 in the Warcraft civilization. Absolutely unprecedented. This battle is worthy of being recorded in history. I heard the gasps of amazement from the surrounding crowd. A group of Zerg Academy contestants. Everyone was so excited that their faces flushed red. Although they were eliminated in the first round of the group stage. But they were glorious in defeat. Because of their graduating class. They created a miracle of the weak defeating the strong. This rewrote the Zerg's century-long history of weakness. More importantly, it gave everyone hope. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but recall the time when they first entered the department. Instructor Su's admonition. There are no inherently inferior civilizations, only lazy and weak creators. As long as you work hard, anything is possible. And now, they witnessed this possibility firsthand. They rested for half an hour. Amid the expectant and excited gazes of tens of thousands of people, Qin Tian and Lin Tianyang, dressed in white, stepped onto the high platform. The final championship battle of the tournament. A clash of dragons. They're both dragons, who will win? I think Lin Tianyang has a better chance of winning. After all, the demon dragon is a genuine dragon creature. Even the Fire Phoenix, a true member of the Phoenix clan, was defeated. How can you compare them? The Fire Phoenix clan is only in its primitive form, while the Demon Dragon clan has evolved a generation and its combat power is nearly 300,000. Furthermore, putting magic aside, in terms of melee combat alone, the physique of the demonic dragon is no less than that of those insected dragons. Don't forget that the Zerg have a numerical advantage. How big can his advantage be? Can he really field tens of thousands of animals? That makes sense. If they have evolved to a level comparable to dragons, their population size certainly won't be too large. Even if 1,000 of them were to fight like we just did, it would still be a 2-on-1 situation. Anyway, there's a chance of a fight, so it'll be even for both of them. Discussions and debates arose among the audience. Having learned from the lessons of the previous matches, no one was foolish enough to confidently predict who would win or lose. Brother Qin's race is truly astonishing. I admire him greatly. Inside the battle room, Lin Tianyang laughed loudly. Similar wording. Similar compliments. This made Qin Tian frown slightly. Hesitate slightly. He still spoke. If I said that I cannot compare to your dragon race, would you nod in agreement? Then, you'll admit defeat and surrender, handing over the championship title and the Viscount's rank? Well, Lin Tianyang was stunned. They quickly understood. He shook his head and laughed. If my guess is correct, the Duan family intends to win over Brother Qin with the title of Baron? Yes. Brother Qin refused. Right. So. Lin Tianyang smiled nonchalantly and said, Since Brother Qin does not want to accept charity, why would I do something so disliked? Of course, my Lin family is certainly willing to recruit someone as talented as Brother Qin. To be honest, my trip to Linen was solely for Brother Qin's sake. However, after seeing you today, I have given up on the idea of recruiting you. Given Brother Qin's character, he would certainly not be willing to live under someone else's roof. Therefore, Brother Qin, you can rest assured that I will do my utmost in this battle. Whether we win or lose, we don't need to take it to heart. Let's just treat it as a normal exchange of skills. Afterwards, if Brother Qin thinks highly of me and the Lin family, I would be extremely fortunate. If they don't like it, then the Lin family is simply not fortunate enough to have it. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. He truly hadn't expected the other party to be so straightforward and frank, without any attempt at concealment. I never expected that. A young master from a prominent family with an extraordinary status in the royal city. A creator of the mighty dragon race, ranked among the top 10 in the Warcraft civilization. In front of him. They're adopting such a humble attitude. Low too. It doesn't evoke any feelings of disgust or aversion in people. That's for the best, let's begin. Brother Qin, please. Please. Chapter 70. First place in the grand competition. Granting of titles and land. Chapter 70. First place in the grand competition. On the battlefield where titles and lands were bestowed. In the spatial passage. The two giant dragons began to fly out one after the other. So this is the legendary demon dragon clan? This body. It looks so much like a real dragon. Qin Tian stared in awe at the creature in the distance. Although I had read about the dragon race in the library before. I've seen related illustrations in the catalog. But seeing living things with one's own eyes. It still surprised him greatly, and made him extremely envious. The frost dragon on Ice Crystal Star. In Qin Tian's eyes? In reality it is no different from a winged lizard. And those demonic dragons on the other side. That truly aligns with his aesthetic. The entire body resembled a dragon, or a python. It was also more than twice the size of the whiptail dragon. It is over 200 meters long. It has 2 horns on its head, a long beard hanging from its mouth, a snake's neck, eagle's claws, tiger's paws, and ox's ears. Its body is covered in dragon scales, as black as ink. If it weren't for the 2 enormous pairs of wings that really ruined the atmosphere. It really is almost identical to the Eastern dragon. But, as I watched, Qin Tian's brows gradually furrowed. At last, I had no choice but to send a questioning inquiry to Lin Tianyang in the distance. Is this what you call an all-out battle? The dragons that appeared earlier were all right. Each one exuded a fierce aura, strong and majestic, yet possessed immense magical power. But the remaining dragons. It's not apparent from the surface. However, upon closer inspection, it is not difficult to discover that its magic has faded, its energy is waning, and it is filled with an air of old age. Some of them were noticeably smaller, and showed no signs of ferocity whatsoever. There was even a hint of panic and fear in his eyes. So, besides the 100 demonic dragons among them, the rest were all old, weak, sick, disabled, and deformed. What does Brother Qin mean? Lin Tianyang first conveyed a sense of doubt. Then, as if he understood what Qin Tian meant, he realized. He laughed and said, Doesn't this better demonstrate Lin's determination to do everything in his power? The dragon race has a poor reproduction rate and a very small population. I have almost exhausted my savings for this battle. You see, I even sent out old dragons and dragons that were not yet adults. Regarding this explanation, Qin Tian would never believe it. The dragon race is indeed very poor at reproduction. But the dragon race is an exception. According to the records of the creators of the dragon civilization that has emerged over the past century, even the smallest dragon clan has over 2,000 members. This is the number of adult dragons excluding the old and young. If you do this, I won't accept your favor. Brother Qin, you jest. What talk of sentimentality here? Come, let's settle this once and for all. Unless all my demonic dragons are destroyed, I will never admit defeat. Qin Tian pondered for a moment. There was no choice but to issue a command of will. Below, all the Zerg dragons have come out in full force. No cooperation. Complete disorder. They all rush forward in a swarm. Unlike Lin Tianyang. For this battle, he really played all his cards. There are 857 whiptail dragons remaining after the battle with the Fire Phoenix. In addition, there were 3 batches of 1,800 devouring dragons and blue-spotted dragons that multiplied over half a month. A total of 4,457. The demon dragon race is a rare type of dark elemental magical beast. The magic released was also of the dark attribute. Qin Tian could not guarantee that the devouring dragon could absorb this special magical energy. Therefore, the blue-spotted dragon was specially evolved by fusing the genes of the eagle beast, the main race of the azure wood star. Powerful injury recovery ability. This allows the blue-spotted dragon to possess extremely strong endurance in combat. But no need for it anymore, since the other party has made it clear that they want to give it away. Anyway, I can't lose no matter how I play. Above the battlefield, the 2 dragon clans flew up and down continuously. Their massive bodies became entangled. They fought their way from the sky to the ground. They fought from the ground to the high sky. The dragon roared. Blood splattered. On the scene, it can be described as extremely bloody and intense. But the dragon never used magic. Only close-quarters combat. It is roughly equivalent to the whiptail dragon. This kind of battle, it's really hard to lose, as both dragons fell to their deaths from time to time. Just as Lin Tianyang said, he did indeed fight until the last dragon. Congratulations, Brother Qin, on winning first place in the competition. Congratulations. Congratulations. Just exited consciousness. Then I heard Lin Tianyang's congratulatory voice from across the room. Qin Tian stared at the other person speechlessly. A short while later, he emphasized again. I won't accept your favor. What are you saying? My demonic dragons were almost all dead, and I only managed to kill 100 of Brother Qin's giant dragons. How can you talk about feelings? Faced with Lin Tianyang's serious-sounding nonsense, Qin Tian was both annoyed and amused. He had assumed the other person was truly as refined and humble as before. He had the demeanor of a polite and gentlemanly man. Unexpectedly, this guy is actually completely shameless. Forced delivery. The key is that you can't actually get angry. It's like someone giving you a gift. It's fine if you don't care. Could it possibly give rise to anger or resentment? Off the field, it had already completely boiled over. In fact, from the start to the end of the battle, a fierce battle. The strong visual impact. The audience's voices were almost constantly heard, especially as Qin Tian walked out of the battle room. This caused the entire scene to erupt in another round of cheers that were loud enough to pierce eardrums. Good! Ha! Inside the private room on the second floor, Su Jian slammed his hand on the railing in front of the window. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dean Ma, along with the other Zerg Academy instructors, was trembling with excitement. They were extremely satisfied with just third place. Winning second place brought them immense joy. Unexpectedly, Qin Tian was able to go even further. We won first place. Win first place. That is a Viscount title, which is many times more noble than a Baron. This was something they never dared to imagine before. From today onwards, we can no longer address him by his given name. That's right, of course. Lord Qin, please accept my bow. Ahem, no need for formalities. Go away, what's it to you? Ha! A group of Zerg Academy instructors were playing around like children. Everyone's face was filled with barely suppressed excitement. He remains silent until he makes a stunning statement. With this one person, a century of weakness can be overcome in a single day. Sigh, why isn't our plant college as lucky as us? With such achievements, the Zerg Academy will likely rise to a position far above ours in the future. Not to mention you, even our Beast Academy has to step aside. The instructors from the Plant Academy and the Beast Academy all sighed in amazement. Even Zhao Meng looked on with envy. Previous champions of the competition. Although they were all taken in by the Beast Academy. But that was just a Baron. How could he possibly compare to a viscount? Dean Wang would occasionally glance at Dean Ma, who was not far away. The previous shame and anger were gone from his eyes. They dared not harbor any more jealousy or resentment. A viscount was born. There is a Zerg academy under the protection of a viscount. How could he possibly provoke them? The enthusiastic atmosphere lasted for quite some time. It wasn't until the old minister, dressed in his official robes, and the special envoy from the capital led a group of officials and heads of households onto the high platform that the ceremony was held. This gradually quieted down the venue, according to past practice. Next, to be witnessed by tens of thousands of spectators, the ceremony of bestowing a title was performed. Originally, according to the ancient rites of the Great Xia dynasty, we respectfully receive the imperial edict. One must be clean and tidy. Incense must also be burned and an altar set up. But the Great Xia dynasty already existed in name only. All etiquette and rules should be simplified as much as possible. The old minister came before Qin Tian. He held up a golden imperial edict. A solemn shout. Imperial edict from the Emperor of Great Xia. Qin Tian took a step back and knelt down. Lin Tianyang behind him also knelt down. At the same time, inside and outside the stadium, everyone left their seats. He bowed and knelt before the old minister who appeared on the screen. A chorus of shouts. Long live the king! 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 The century-long decline of imperial power. The people of the four countries have long since come to recognize only their own princes, not any emperor. In their eyes, the so-called imperial edict, completely equivalent to the king's decree. It was indeed a royal decree. It was just a formality, disguised as an imperial edict. The old minister was used to it. It seems they didn't hear these outrageous remarks at all. He didn't even blink. He remained solemn. He slowly unfolded the imperial edict in his hand. Recite. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Linen Academy, with its long history of over a century, has served the nation by selecting talented individuals, thus contributing greatly to the country. I am deeply gratified. Under. It was a long series of preludes. Nothing more than. The three major academies of Linen City were praised in a standardized manner. In Qin Tian's ears, it's like listening to a report from a past life. The preceding long paragraph of standard wording. You can use it for anything. The real difference. It lies in the final reward. On the day of the grand competition, Qin Tian of the Zerg Academy, victorious in every battle, bravely won the championship. He is truly a talent of the empire and a pillar of the nation. Therefore, Qin Tian of the Zerg Academy is hereby awarded the title of champion in the grand competition. He is hereby appointed prefect of Wuhan Commandery. He is hereby granted the title of Earl of Wuhan. His fief is Wuhan Commandery. This is the imperial decree. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience was stunned. Isn't the champion of the grand competition a viscount? How come it suddenly went up another level? He became a count? Qin Tian's heart skipped a beat. This was something he never expected. You should know. Regarding titles, the kingdom of Pingxi has always been extremely stingy. Annual competitions. Linen City has only one barren at the highest rank. The other four cities were merely viscounts, one rank higher. This year, due to two Warcraft civilizations, Linen City was temporarily granted the same treatment as the other four cities under the king's decree. Besides, in this peaceful era, there are almost no ways to obtain a title. Viscount. The fiefdom is one county. And the earl. That's an entire prefecture. This is equivalent to a province in Qin Tian's understanding. The two are not even in the same league. Lord Wuhan, receive the imperial decree. The old minister stepped forward and whispered a reminder. Your subject Qin Tian thanks your majesty for your great kindness. Qin Tian spread his hands out and raised them above his head. The old minister handed the imperial edict to Qin Tian. He then flattered her in a fawning manner. My lord, please rise. Qin Tian stood up. He raised the imperial edict, turned around, and looked around. In a short time, after a brief silence in the meeting room, in an instant a roar of excitement erupted, several times more fervent than before. Congratulations, Marquis Wuhan! Your Excellency is truly awe-inspiring. Congratulations, Marquis Wuhan! Your Excellency is truly awe-inspiring. Congratulations, Marquis Wuhan! Your Excellency is truly awe-inspiring. Chapter 71 Establishing a Government Office and Military Headquarters. The clan heads congratulate each other. Chapter 71 Establishing a Government and Building a Military Headquarters. The head of the family, Qi, celebrated the establishment of a government headquarters within the inner city of Linen. Outside a newly built mansion. 2 Zerg Academy students. He was wiping the plaque of the Marquis of Wuhan's residence that had just been hung up. There were some other students nearby. Large red bouquets woven from silk are tied to the 2 stone lions in front of the gate. Outside the house. It was filled with a noisy and bustling crowd. In the distance, various horse-drawn carriages were arriving in an endless stream. In the house, several female students were helping Qin Tian change his clothes. What he was wearing? It is the noble robes of earls inherited from the old system of the great Xia dynasty. She wore a long shirt underneath. She wore a black overcoat. Gold thread trimming. Adorned with silver threads. A solemn texture. It subtly dispelled a slight childishness on Qin Tian's face. The overall impression is one of solemnity and authority. Uncle, everything is ready. Fatty Xiong appeared outside the door. Suddenly, he saw Qin Tian inside the room, dressed in the count's robe. This immediately made him subconsciously suppress the slight impatience on his face and replace it with a respectful expression. Okay, I'm coming right now. Qin Tian waved his slightly oversized sleeves and walked out. Outside, Zerg Academy students were busy everywhere. The Earl, a graduate of his own academy, is about to establish his own residence. Many students were eager to help. Fortunately, they were there. This saved Qin Tian, who was temporarily without any officials, a lot of trouble. Lord! Lord! Along the way, everyone stopped and bowed to Qin Tian in greeting. Those who helped out in the palace. In addition to students of this academy. Naturally, a group of instructors were also present. Near the gate of the mansion, several long tables were set up. Dean Ma was standing to one side with several instructors. On the table at the very front, there was a blank red gift book lying there. Su Jian sat behind his desk, pen in hand. Upon seeing Qin Tian arrive, he immediately said, "My lord, it's almost time. We've been waiting for you. Let's begin." Qin Tian walked to the table and said, "Clang!" Jiang Yuanyan, the young master of the Jiang family, who had transformed into a doorman, struck the gong in his hand. As the former Minister of Rights, who was standing at the forefront of the crowd outside the gate, entered the mansion. Shout loudly. "The minister has arrived! Ha ha ha, congratulations! Congratulations on the auspicious opening of the Marquis of Wuhan's residence! I wish you good health and happiness!" The old minister laughed heartily. A servant immediately stepped forward and presented several blue gold cards tied with red flowers. "Your Excellency's congratulatory gift is 500,000 taels of gold." Dean Ma announced the song loudly. He accepted the gold card with both hands. He handed it to the instructor behind him and placed it in the prepared gift box. Su Jian then began to write a note. "Thank you, sir. Please come in." Qin Tian responded by cupping his hands in greeting. "The royal envoy has arrived. Congratulations on establishing your new residence, Your Excellency. May Your Excellency be blessed with good fortune and health." The special envoy, who was not much older than the old minister, waved to the servants behind him. "Your Excellency's gift is 500,000 taels of gold." "Thank you, please." After greeting the special envoy, Qin Tian then turned and entered the mansion. The entire city of Linen. Those who deserve his personal welcome. There are only these 2. A figure representing the nominal emperor of the great Xia dynasty. Another representative is the Prince of Pingxi. Lin Tianyang, the young master of the Lin family of Wangqing, has arrived. His gift is 400,000 gold coins, plus an additional land deed. The chief inspector of the censorate has arrived. A gift of 400,000 taels of gold, plus 10 luminous pearls. The city garrison commander of Linen has arrived. I am sending a congratulatory gift of 300,000 taels of gold, plus 500 servants. The Duan family patriarch has arrived. His gifts are 300,000 taels of gold and a pair of jade and coral. The head of the Qin family has arrived. His gifts include 300,000 taels of gold and 1,000 bolts of brocade. The announcements of congratulatory gifts continued for more than half an hour before finally stopping. Inside the hall and in the courtyard, the dozens of tables set up for the banquet were almost all occupied, with Lord Qin, the host, signaling the start of the banquet. Amidst the flattery of various wealthy patriarchs, high-ranking officials, and numerous other officials, starting with the old minister, they toasted the Earl one by one. Except for the two special envoys, Qin Tian had no choice but to drink it all to give them face. The rest were basically just a perfunctory dab on the lips. Even so, after a banquet, Qin Tian was still feeling dizzy and lightheaded from drinking. I went to bed early after the party ended. I didn't wake up until noon the next day. Yesterday's gift list included 500 servants sent by the city magistrate's office, since it can be given as a congratulatory gift. She was definitely not an ordinary maid or servant who had just been sold into servitude to a wealthy family, and didn't know the rules. Instead, they all underwent rigorous training. Just like in their previous lives, they possessed skilled professional abilities such as maternity nurses and caregivers. They all performed their roles very well today. Lord Bo got up. There were maids waiting outside the door to serve them. After washing up, the exquisite meal has also been served. After finishing the meal, Qin Tian returned to the hall. While drinking the after-meal tea served by the maid, he casually flipped through the gift list that Su Jian had presented yesterday. The gift money was not much. The prices range from 100,000 to 500,000. This doesn't mean that those wealthy and influential families are stingy. There are two special envoys representing the emperor and princes, with a cap of 500,000. How dare they overstep their bounds? However, everyone received a separate gift. All kinds of rare treasures, silks and satins are available. It must be said, when a person gains status and power, those who want to curry favor with you, it can be said that it can arrange your clothing, food, housing and transportation in a very clear and organized way. At this time, Fatty Xiong walked into the hall yawning. He was so busy yesterday that he stayed at home. Brother Qin, good morning. Damn, I was exhausted yesterday. Seeing Qin Tian at the top, Fatty Xiong greeted them and plopped down in a chair. But very soon, he suddenly realized something and stood up in a state of fear and trepidation. Upon seeing this, Qin Tian simply smiled, sipping the tea in his cup. Road. It's already been acted out. Well, Fatty Xiong grinned sheepishly. He did indeed have the intention of bringing the two sides closer. He deliberately acted very casually. But it's impossible to say that you're without any setbacks or fears. Today is different from the past. The person who used to call him brother, he is now a count who is about to take charge of a prefecture. The difference in status between the two, just like the difference between an ordinary citizen and the creator. By the way, you must have had a hard day yesterday. Qin Tian put down his teacup and said, there weren't enough staff in the manor yesterday. Dean Ma and instructors like Su Jian were busy welcoming and seeing off guests. Fatty Xiong, who was closest to Lord Qin, he practically became the head butler of the Earl's mansion. Busy inside and out, handling all sorts of trivial matters. I'm really exhausted. His body was noticeably looser and more flabby. It's not hard work, it's not difficult. It's my blessing to be able to serve Lord Earl. Fatty Xiong hurriedly bent down and said, go to the treasury and take 20,000 taels of gold later. Thank you, Your Excellency. Fatty Xiong did not refuse. Rewards from superiors to subordinates. Unlike gifts between friends, refusing to accept it is disrespectful and ungrateful. And there must have been over 100 students who came to help yesterday, right? Reporting to Your Excellency, there are a total of 182 people. Okay, this afternoon you'll have to make another trip and deliver 5,000 gold coins to each person. Also, after thinking about it, Qin Tian continued, give another 500,000 to Instructor Su for the deans and other instructors' salaries. As for how to allocate it, let him decide for himself. Yes, Lord. Fatty Xiong accepted the order and withdrew. Outside the door, a servant came in and reported, My lord, the young master of the Lin family has come to request an audience. Lin Tianyang, please come in. Soon. Led by a servant. Lin Tianyang, dressed in white, entered the mansion. Lord Fukang. Brother Lin, please. Qin Tian stood up to greet him. The guests and hosts took their seats. Qin Tian spoke. Thank you very much for your generous gift yesterday, Brother Lin. A mere few 100,000 taels of gold. Why should your excellency express your gratitude? Oh, your excellency is referring to the land deed of the Earl's mansion? Then there's even less reason to express gratitude. The mansion was originally a reward from the imperial court, and the land deed just happened to be kept by me. Yesterday, I really didn't have anything else to offer, so I shamelessly presented the land deed as a congratulatory gift. I hope your excellency will forgive my rudeness. Brother Lin, you're too kind. The entire Earl's mansion occupies 4 or 5 acres of land. Again, it's in the inner city where land is incredibly valuable. The mansion has everything from small bridges and flowing water to pavilions and terraces. There are hundreds of large and small houses. The decoration is extremely elegant and luxurious. In terms of cost, at least tens of millions. Pingxi Kingdom has long suffered from cold and poverty. Even a dignified earl who established his own household only symbolically bestowed 500,000 gold. How could the imperial court possibly spend so much? However, seeing that the other party was pretending to be stupid, Qin Tian didn't dwell on the matter. He then turned to look at Lin Tianyang. Asked, Brother Lin, did you already know? Know what? Manor. A fiefdom? Lord, you mean your fiefdom, Wuhan County? Good. Qin Tian turned to the servants outside the door. Someone bring me the map! Someone bring me the map! The capital city. Inside the residence of the Inspector General of Jinbei Kingdom, Fan Yixian ordered his subordinates to retrieve a map of the Great Xia Kingdom. Hang it on the wall directly in front of the hall. In the hall, the inspectors from the other 3 kingdoms were also seated there. Gentlemen, I'm sure you all know why I've gathered you here today. The Central Plains have been left untouched for a century due to border issues. My king believes it is time to make a decision. Fan Yixian reached out and emphasized the location of the capital city on the map. They also drew a circle around a region surrounding the capital. The Great Xia imperial power declined over a century. In total, 13 states were almost entirely divided up by the 4 major vassal states. Among them, Jinbei Kingdom and Pingxi Kingdom have the largest territories, each occupying 4 states. The strongest force. A vast, sparsely populated, and harsh western region. Anong Kingdom and Jingnan Kingdom each occupy 2 provinces. But they are all extremely wealthy. The remaining state. It is the central state, where the capital of the Great Xia dynasty is located. Because it is located in the Central Plains, in the heart of the 4 kingdoms. It is a strategic location that military strategists must contend for. It is said that whoever controls this province controls the entire country. Regarding the question of how to demarcate the boundaries for the division of Zhongzhou, the 4 countries remain deadlocked and continue their disputes. And under mutual restraint, we cannot rashly start a national war. So it was put aside. For a century, the 4 countries intentionally ignored the issue of the Central Plains border. They all tacitly agreed to be located between their own country's border and the capital. A prefecture was established. Civil officials were appointed to govern the area. No troops were stationed there. In the 4 countries, although Pingxi Kingdom was the weakest, but the old prince was always weak but not cowardly and extremely fierce. The names of the 3 cities, Zhuxian City, Shimo City, and Mai City, which are all places where the Creator gathered, are a testament to this. So, this prefecture is located between the border of Pingxi Kingdom and the capital. The old prince upheld his fierce and unyielding spirit. Name it. Wuhan. Chapter 72. The building is about to collapse. A storm is brewing. Chapter 72. The building is about to collapse. A storm is brewing, my lords. What are your thoughts on the Central Plains? Inside the residence of the Inspector General of the capital, Fan Yixian glanced at the 3 people present and asked, My Pingxi Kingdom still maintains the same intention. Aside from the area within a few miles of the capital, the remaining land in Zhongzhou will be divided equally among the 4 kingdoms. Fu Wahai spoke first. Before Fan Yixian could speak, Gray, whose temper was always impatient, immediately said in a cold voice. What a joke! Since ancient times, the capable have always been rewarded. How can they be divided equally? My Jingnan kingdom is powerful enough to take 50%. Fart! Upon hearing this, Guo Wenzu immediately objected. He angrily rebuked. Your Jingnan kingdom demands 50%. Where does that leave my Anong kingdom? Are you suggesting that my country and Jinbei kingdom share the remaining meager half of the land? Humph! If you're not happy, let's fight! How much we eat depends on our own abilities. Fine, let's fight. Are you scared of me? Guo Wenzu was not intimidated at all. In this day and age, a nation's comprehensive national strength. It is far from the ancient times when it depended solely on the amount of soldiers, horses, money, and provisions. Most of them. We need to look at the strength and number of domestic creators. Among the three great civilizations, Anong Kingdom uniquely possesses a branch of technological civilization. The number of creators ranks second. It ranks only below the Pingxi Kingdom, a gathering place for biological civilization. However, their strength is far superior to that of extraordinary civilizations. There are countless kinds of technological weapons, in addition to the vast wealth accumulated over a century. Even though its national strength is somewhat inferior to that of Jinbei Kingdom and Jingnan Kingdom. But it's really not that bad. Fu Wenhai sat to one side, like an old monk in deep meditation, silent and detached from worldly affairs. Even though Guo Wenzu just excluded the entire Pingxi Kingdom, he couldn't bring himself to say anything indignant. A weak nation has no diplomacy. With such national strength, what can he do? Certainly, if it were the strong-willed old prince here, they will definitely slam their fists on the table and rise up in protest. Like Guo Wenzu, who made the arrogant statement, I'll fight if you want, who's afraid of who? But how could he disregard the safety of the nation for the sake of a moment's anger? Pingxi Kingdom was very poor. No money, no food. The creator is also the weakest of all biological civilizations. Once war breaks out, he wasn't surprised that his country was destroyed by someone else. First place. Fan Yixian picked up her teacup and blew on it. I savored it slowly. I deliberately waited for the atmosphere to become tense for a while. Only then did he put down his teacup and play the role of peacemaker. He spoke seriously. My lords, please do not act rashly. A national war has far-reaching implications. It is not something to be taken lightly. The great Xia dynasty has enjoyed 100 years of peace and prosperity, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Once war breaks out, it will inevitably harm the common people and cause great suffering to the people. This can only be considered a last resort with no other options. Fan Yixian didn't rule out the possibility of a definitive answer. In fact, for Jinbei Kingdom and Jingnan Kingdom, dividing the territory by force is the best option. Both countries are the strongest nations in the world today. It is located in both the north and south, without border disturbances. Naturally, there are no conflicts of interest. But nation wars are not simply a matter of you fighting your own battles and me fighting my own. To force a war, outmatched, the kingdom of Pingxi and the kingdom of Anong will inevitably form an alliance and stick together for mutual support. If the two great powers were truly determined to form an alliance, that would be fine. But that's simply unrealistic. If Pingxi Kingdom and Anong Kingdom were to launch a pincer attack on one of them, the other country will simply sit back and watch the two sides fight. If necessary, they might even secretly fuel the fire and add fuel to the fire. They might even launch a war to destroy a nation. Let's form a three-nation alliance and destroy one of the three nations first. Neither of the two major powers can guarantee that they can extricate themselves from the situation. In a situation where two weak nations turn their spearheads against each other, no one should lightly declare war. This is why the Central Plains remained stagnant for a century. As Fan Yixian said, war should only be used as a last resort when negotiations fail and there are no other options. Does Lord Fan have a better plan? Fu Wenhai aptly offered a latter. As a special envoy of a country, if you don't even have this much insight, wouldn't you have wasted your life? The best course of action. Fan does indeed have one. Fan Yixian gave Fu Wenhai an approving look. He continued. The world today. The power of a nation largely belongs to the creator within its own borders. So, for a corner of the land. It is better to mobilize troops and send them to fight each other, which would only waste the country's strength. Why not unleash the power of the creators of all nations and wage a small-scale battle? The victor gains territory, the loser loses territory. It's perfectly reasonable. What do you all think? Fu Wenhai frowned upon hearing this. Gray and Guo Wenzu also had their brows furrowed. Is Fan Darren joking? This is what you call the best course of action. The two looked at Fan Yixian with suspicion. The creator is the foundation of every nation. A large number of deaths would inevitably cause serious damage and endanger the foundation of the nation. Since that's the case, why not just have a decisive battle to unify the two sides? Hee. Fan was indeed joking. It would be unwise to risk the life of the creator over a mere dispute over territory. Therefore, Fan has an even better plan. Obviously, Fan Yixian wasn't that naive. This was a suggestion that none of the three kingdoms could accept. This statement is mainly to lay the groundwork. Fan Yixian glanced at the three people staring at her. They didn't wait for anyone to build a ladder. He stated frankly, the best strategy is a contest between the civilizations of the creator race. At the time, each country sends out the strongest among its creators. Within the planet, they command their respective races to fight to the death. The same principle applies. The winner gains land, and the loser loses land. It's just the loss of some organisms. That is, it will not have any effect on the creator himself. This also solves a problem that has plagued our four countries for a century. Does anyone have any objections? After Fan Yixian finished speaking, then someone else spoke first. Now that things have come to this, Fan will no longer try to cover it up. This is the decision that our country can come up with that best suits the current national situation and the interests of all countries. The Central Plains. My king has no intention of delaying this any longer. And it has been explicitly instructed. Either the countries agree. The only option left is a national war. Before you all express your opinions, I must offer a word of advice. Once the national war begins, what's done is done. What's done is done. Inside the Marquis of Wu's residence, Qin Tian pointed to Wuhan County, which was sandwiched between the border of Pingxi Kingdom and the capital city on the map. Looking at Lin Tianyang, he said, You mean, even if I resign from my position as prefect, it won't work? Your Excellency is joking. The royal decree has been issued, and there are tens of thousands of witnesses. How can it be done as one pleases or not? Ha, you really didn't know beforehand? My lord, although my Lin family is large and powerful, with businesses all over the country, my father is the current Grand Secretary, and my Lin family holds 3 of the 8 chief inspectors in the royal city. My eldest sister is the king's most beloved princess, and the stepmother of the only princess in the country. All right, I know your Lin family wields immense power in the government. Qin Tian interrupted Lin Tianyang's endless rambling. What I, Lin, am trying to say is that no matter how powerful the Lin family is, they are not gods after all. How could they possibly know the king's sudden decision? Perhaps the king issued 2 royal edicts. One was an almost public announcement of the viscountship and the fiefdom of Ji County, which was not a secret at least in the upper circles. The other was a secret edict, such as when the Earl won the championship, a secret edict would be issued. In short, if I, Lin, knew, what would you do if you found out? Then I'll definitely feel more at ease giving it away. Qin Tian. Actually, it can't be considered a gift, Lord. To be frank, even if I go all out, my chances of winning are at most 50-50, and possibly even lower. Lin Tianyang said this without the slightest hint of humility. That battle. 500 demonic dragons faced off against more than 4,000 insected dragons. The chances of winning are extremely slim. Rather than fighting to the death and suffering a crushing defeat, why not just give up and admit defeat? You can still earn some goodwill. Seeing that, Qin Tian ignored him. It seems that in order to remedy the situation, Lin Tianyang quickly added, But rest assured, my lord, if I had known in advance, I would have informed you and would not have let you take on such a hot potato. Now, there's another one to this. Qin Tian took a deep breath. He forced back the profanities that were about to spill from his mouth. The world, after a long period of unity, will inevitably divide. After a long period of division, it will inevitably unite. This is the general trend. The great Xia dynasty enjoyed a century of peace. The era of the Creator has also developed for a century. It had actually reached the point where it should have collapsed long ago. This is also why he is so eager to seek a higher position. Before the building collapsed. At the very least, one must possess a certain amount of external power that belongs to oneself. But once a war of unification breaks out, the prefectures and cities established by various states within the Central Plains will inevitably bear the brunt. If given a few years to patiently develop, having possessed enough of the original source, a sufficient number of Zerg creatures were summoned in batches. Let alone a mere Wuhan prefecture. Even if they went to the capital and kicked that puppet emperor off the throne. So what if you personally ignited the fuse of the four-nation war? But right now, everything is still in its infancy. He was thus forced into the clutches of these four coveted nations. My lord, there is no need to worry too much. Everything has two sides. You might as well think more about the good side. Forget it, what's done is done, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. By the way, what's your purpose in coming here? Oh, I almost forgot, I came here specifically to deliver a gift to the Earl. Lin Tianyang reached out and patted it. An elderly man with a kind face, who was over 50 years old, walked in from outside the door. Lord Fukang. The old man bowed to Qin Tian. I noticed that the Earl's mansion has many servants and men, but it lacks a steward in charge. Lin Tianyang pointed at the old man. This man is the steward of my household, named Uncle Wang. He is honest, upright, and exceptionally capable. Please accept him, Your Excellency. Housekeeper? Lord Qin gave Lin Tianyang a meaningful look. A short while later, he nodded and said, Okay, thank you. If Lord Bo has anything to say, he can convey it through Uncle Wang. Good. Then I, Lin, will not bother you any longer. After watching Lin Tianyang get up and leave, Qin Tian looked at the old man standing bowing before him. From this day forward, you shall be the grand steward of the Earl's mansion. This old servant thanks you for your kindness, Lord. Okay, go and get to work. Yes, Lord. I watched the old man's retreating figure. Qin Tian's fingers tapped rapidly on the table unconsciously. So, that Prince Pingxi. Still clinging to my reputation as a demon? Is it a test? Or are you absolutely certain? Regardless. All of this gave him a vague sense that the building was about to collapse, and a storm was about to break. If it weren't for the imminent battle, how could Pingxi Kingdom possibly allow someone who might be a demon to join them? Should they be pushed to the front lines? After thinking for a long time, Qin Tian sank into his consciousness. Enter Mars. Welcome, Sovereign! The Queen Mother's voice came. Qin Tian didn't waste any words with him. He spoke directly. I need to evolve a batch of humanoid creatures. Chapter 73 Humanoid Creatures. External Guards. Chapter 73 Humanoid Creatures. Humanoid Guardians from the outside world? The Queen Mother seemed not to understand the meaning behind the Sovereign's words. A hint of doubt appeared in the enormous dragon's eyes. The dragon tilted its head slightly, appearing to be deep in thought. After a moment, the Queen Mother raised her head. He tentatively sent a questioning thought to Qin Tian. Not specific words. Instead, it is a blurry image of a humanoid creature. Back then on Blue Sun Star, Qin Tian once captured several humans and threw them onto Mars. After failing to obtain the source, he threw the corpse to the Queen Mother. Therefore, the Queen Mother's gene pool contains human gene sequences. Qin Tian closed his eyes. Observe carefully the images that appear in your consciousness. In the picture, the human silhouette is very prominent. It has a head, arms, legs, and other structures. But the Queen Mother may be trying to increase their fighting strength. It instinctively fused with some insect genes. Its feet transformed into sharp, blade-like legs, resembling those of a killer insect. The flat hands also resemble sharp blades. No! The insect-like features are too obvious! Qin Tian opened his eyes and shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the image disappeared. Soon, the Queen Mother sent out another image. It still doesn't work. The Zerg's carapace is not needed on their skin. We communicated repeatedly several times. A human body, at least superficially perfect, finally took shape in Qin Tian's consciousness. After the breeding order was issued, Qin Tian opened the system interface. Planet name Mars. Civilized race, parasitic insect race. Evolutionary stages, 4th generation evolution. Population size, 387,221 individuals. Planetary origin, 132895. Auxiliary function, God-level deduction technique. The evolutionary index of a parasite population. It remains a 4th generation evolutionary form from the whip-tailed dragon stage. The devourer dragon and the blue-spotted dragon evolved later. It's just about proliferating generations. It is not an evolutionary generation. To reach the next level, the next generation's combat power must be more than twice that of the whip-tailed dragon. That is, the minimum standard is 400,000 combat power. The size of the entire ethnic group. Compared to half a month ago. Instead of increasing, it decreased. During this period, various species were needed to incubate the competition. This led to a temporary halt in the reproduction of the population. In addition to the more than 50,000 camel-carrying insects that are dedicated to serving the queen and caring for the larvae. The second-generation killer insects have been continuously weakened by driving away the beast hordes on Beast Planet. Nearly 50,000 heads were lost. There is about 300,000 left. After the internal competition, the third-generation Slayer Warbug. They've been doing reconnaissance missions from the sidelines. However, more than 28,000 remain. The 3 major dragon creatures. The Fire Phoenix and Demon Dragon races suffered some losses in the grand battle. However, more information is being added later. In 3 pits not far from the Queen Mother. It contains thousands of dragon eggs of whiptail dragon, devourer dragon, and blue-spotted dragon. The egg-laying and growth cycles of dragon creatures are far too long. This can't be rushed. As for the upgraded versions of the Killer Bug and the Annihilator Bug, not many hatched before the competition. All of it was consumed in a few battles. Qin Tian had no intention of continuing to reproduce and replace the 2 original races. The reason is nothing more than incorporating dragon genes. This results in a breeding cycle that takes more than a year. Its combat power is only 1 or 2 times higher than that of the 3rd generation Striker Warbug. It is difficult to achieve scale in the short term, especially when the source of resources is gradually decreasing. He cannot put the cart before the horse and blindly pursue superior combat strength. 1 month. A full 30 years on the planet. The source only increased by a little over 5,000. On average. It takes 2 days to obtain a little bit on the planet. We must now accelerate the efficiency of acquiring the source. Let's develop Aoki Star. There are also issues regarding the future evolutionary direction of the entire parasitic insect race and the division of individual populations. These all need to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. He pondered for a moment. Qin Tian cleared his mind of these thoughts. He looked at a white insect egg, about the size of a person, that had just been laid by the Queen Mother. The most urgent task now is, the first priority is to increase the external influence that truly belongs to us. In particular, they were about to set off for their fiefdom of Wuhan County. He needs to strengthen his absolute security even more. No matter how well things develop on the planet. If you can't even guarantee your own safety, what else is there to talk about? In fact, all the efforts of the Creator on the planet. It was originally intended to better serve the outside world. This is the identity of a demon. Qin Tian glanced at the spatial passage of the beast star. I couldn't help but grit my teeth. If it weren't for that Qin bastard's massacre 100 years ago. He doesn't need to worry about so much anymore. With the current hundreds of thousands of sources. Even if it cannot support the summoning of millions of war insects. You can also prioritize summoning a small group of Zerg creatures to protect yourself. But under this title, he can only be like an ordinary creator. Summon a creature first. The key point is, even if you summon the most powerful whiptail dragon among the parasitic insectids, it is also far from reaching the safety threshold in Qin Tian's mind. And he also urgently needs a group of subordinates he can trust and use. So, they evolved a group of humanoid bodyguards who were absolutely loyal to them. That became one of the few options available. To break free from consciousness. Qin Tian ate a simple dinner, and then immediately went back to the planet. The consciousness has just manifested. He immediately received feedback from his mother in his mind. At the same time, they also saw a human male standing beside the Queen Mother. So fast? Qin Tian was slightly surprised. It took no more than half an hour. That is, 1 week on the planet. The humanoid insect egg that the Queen Mother laid has now hatched and grown. Dominate! The male human was facing Qin Tian. He knelt on one knee and performed a human ritual. Stand up. Qin Tian floated down. He carefully looked around and examined it thoroughly. Human males are completely naked. Square face. Its silhouette is powerful and resolute. His muscles were so prominent and strong that it was almost excessive. And that enormous mass. Qin Tian glanced at it speechlessly. He casually summoned a killer war insect. He pointed to the male humans. Under its will, the man and the insect immediately charged at each other. Just one glance. The male human was violently thrown away. One of the arms was even severed by the war insect's sharp forelimbs. As expected, it's still too weak. The physical attributes of the human race, no matter how strong, and ultimately they can't compare to the war insects designed specifically for killing. Qin Tian shook his head slightly. The insects, which wanted to continue their attack, were driven away by the shouts. She flashed to the front of the male human. One of his arms was severed. Suffering such a severe blow, he didn't even frown the slightest bit. He immediately got up without saying a word. Qin Tian lowered his gaze. It landed on the wound on the other person's arm. Inside the body. It really is the structure of an insect. On the surface, this humanoid creature is indistinguishable from humans. But at the arm's severed point, what is revealed is the skeletal structure unique to insects. Simply put, they are insected creatures disguised in human bodies. At this point, Qin Tian was not surprised at all. Otherwise, how could the growth cycle be so fast? How could the pain from the injury be so low? In this way, the previous idea is no longer feasible. Qin Tian sighed. He waved. Let the killer insects end that human man's short and insignificant life. With the Empress's abilities, Qin Tian believed it was entirely possible to give birth to a kind of, regardless of external characteristics or internal organs, they can all remain organisms that are almost indistinguishable from humans. But humans cannot survive on Mars. It is estimated that they will die immediately after hatching. Not to mention, what's the point of summoning more ordinary, weak humans? Is this a waste of our resources? And then there are the insected humanoids who wear human skin, like the male human we just saw. Their combat strength is definitely stronger than that of ordinary humans. He could barely fulfill the duties of a temporary bodyguard. But if a large number are summoned to the outside world, encountering some danger, injury and death will be inevitable. It is easy for outsiders to discover its inhuman nature. This aroused suspicion among the foreign nations regarding their identity as demons. Rather than that, why not just summon some Zerg creatures? At last. So we still have to rely on the human soldiers on Blue Sun Star. Qin Tian frowned deeply. Well-trained soldiers? To reach a certain scale, their combat power is definitely far superior to that of ordinary humans. And thousands upon thousands were summoned. And you don't have to worry about leakage issues. The only trouble, it's about loyalty. Dominate! I sense your distress. Qin Tian looked at his mother, the Empress, who was watching him. How could my emotions be so clearly expressed unintentionally? He hesitated for a moment. Qin Tian spoke. I'm thinking about how to control the life and death of some ordinary species. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion appeared in the Queen Mother's eyes. It wasn't the same kind of confusion as before. Instead, it seemed as if they were wondering why the ruler would be troubled by such a thing. The next moment, the Queen Mother's body twitched. A single egg was laid at the tail end. No. To be precise, it was a large cluster of insect eggs. Each one is only the size of a grain of rice. This is... Qin Tian looked over. Soon, he suddenly realized. He then gave a wry smile and sighed helplessly. Or perhaps they're a bit too close to the situation to see it clearly. just as the Queen Mother was confused. Why would I be bothered by controlling the life and death of other species? How could I possibly worry about such a trivial matter? After all, his dominant civilization and race. But it's a parasitic insectoid race. Chapter 74 Companion Creatures. Summoning a Dragon. Chapter 74 Companion Creatures. Summoning a giant dragon to host the insect race. The most basic ability. It is parasitism. It coexists with the host. And using parasites as a medium. In a single thought. To control and hold the life and death of its host. Is it that difficult? Ironically, I had worried about this for so long. It's true what they say, the darkest place is under the lamp. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. He looked at the cluster of insect eggs that the Queen Mother had laid. These eggs should be the primordial forms of the parasite. Or rather, it is a deeper level of degradation. It is much older than the worms first seen on Mars. If these ancient parasite eggs are used as a medium, can control the life and death of others. So, can it be done directly from the outside world? Qin Tian suddenly thought of another possibility. He immediately sent a message of inquiry to the Queen Mother. After receiving an affirmative answer, Qin Tian did not hesitate. An incubation order was immediately issued. At the same time, the order was then relayed. Using the previous human body as a template again. Mix in as many frost dragon genes as possible. In addition, further enhance its resilience by incorporating certain components of Eaglebreast genes. Let's just merge them. The specific combinations and choices are up to you. In short, give me the complete gene sequences of the entire race. A batch of the most powerful humanoid creatures has been hatched. Qin Tian simply gave up interfering. Fusion genes. This is not child's play. It's not something you can just mix and match randomly. It is possible that the two genes are incompatible. Or there may be rejection. He just opens his mouth and gives random, incoherent orders. I'm afraid it might backfire. Ultimately, this resulted in a useless deformity. Give it to the Queen Mother. That will give you the best results. All you need to do is provide it with a human body. In terms of quantity, first, reproduce to 50 people. Summon large numbers of humanoid creatures to serve as ordinary soldiers. Death would likely attract attention. But he summoned a small number as his personal bodyguards. There are still no problems. When it really comes down to sending the personal guards to fight on the front lines, do we still need to worry about this damn demonic identity? I will obey the will of the sovereign. The Queen Mother closed her dragon eyes. His body then began to tremble. Qin Tian did not stay on the planet for long. Returned to the outside world immediately. They found a spacious area in the backyard of the mansion. Stand in the middle position. Then his consciousness sank back to Mars. They darted to the whip-tailed dragon's habitat. Under his gaze, a whip-tailed dragon immediately flapped its wings and took flight. It hovered in the air ahead. Qin Tian glanced at the giant dragon that was about to be summoned. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated. Begin to carefully perceive your body in the outside world. Summon creatures. Its principle. It's similar to fighting or invading other planets. First, we need a coordinate point. Then open the corresponding spatial channel. The difference is, the two require almost completely different origins. The fusion stone is the medium for communicating with the planets. It's like a central hub. It connects billions of planets in the vast star field. Therefore, between planets, there is already a stable connection between them, normally closed. When using instruments or crystal balls to sense the coordinates of the other party's planet. Consume a little more of the planet's essence to open a relative spatial channel. It's like a closed door. The creator only needs to expend a little effort to reach out and open this door. However, there is no passage to the outside world. The fusion stone is stored in the capital city of the Great Xia dynasty on an outer planet. It can also be understood as the planet merged by the creator with the planet in which he himself lives. They belong to two different planes of existence. There are coordinates. No passage. The only option is to force it open. Furthermore, the passageway is unstable and extremely chaotic. It was filled with all sorts of violent energy turbulence. Even the dragons, the most physically powerful creatures in biological civilization. There was no way to resist the strangulation of the turbulent currents. So, this requires a massive amount of planetary origin as support. Gradually, under Qin Tian's deliberate perception, in my mind, a blurry figure standing in the courtyard slowly appeared. Buzz! The next moment, as Qin Tian's will erupted, the vast Martian origin was rapidly detached from Mars. Powerful energy fluctuations. This creates a series of strong vibrations in the air. To the naked eye, it was as if thick fog suddenly rose from the surface of Mars. They rapidly converged in front of Qin Tian. This forms a massive primordial gas mass. Vast energy. In the air. Start squeezing inwards. Start stirring and tearing wildly. Like a piece of white paper that has been torn apart. A tiny crack was gradually torn open in the air. Outside the crack, Qin Tian's true form, standing with his eyes closed, was faintly visible. The original fog-like gas mass. It was immediately divided into two. One of the streams flowed in like water through the crack. They kept forcibly widening and expanding the cracks. The other stream flowed towards the whip-tailed dragon. It completely enveloped it. Receive! Qin Tian transmitted a will. The whip-tailed dragon quickly folded its wings and curled up its massive body. The outer protective shield then rapidly compresses inward. It continued until it pressed against the body of the whip-tailed dragon, which was curled up in a ball. It's still too big. This consumption. Qin Tian looked at the giant sphere in front of him with a pained expression. He summoned the system and stared at the rapidly decreasing source value on the interface. Meanwhile, it continuously channeled its primal energy into the protective shield surrounding the whip-tailed dragon's body. The essence required to summon creatures. Primarily used to protect the fundamental protective shield of living organisms. As for the point of breaking through the expansion space crack, it is almost negligible. Therefore, size of the organism. This will determine how much of the source energy is consumed. Intelligent races in extraordinary and technological civilizations. Small size. Extremely low consumption. However, the planet's original energy is usually nearly depleted, while the planet of biological civilization is rich in resources. But its body is huge. The consumption of vital energy is extremely terrifying. Based on the explorations and practices of some creators over the past century. A creature as large as a whip-tailed dragon. Even if you curl up to minimize your volume, the original protective shield formed. At least half of the planet's original essence must be extracted to condense and strengthen it. Otherwise, it would be easily torn apart by the violent turbulence within the crack. This caused the organisms inside to die. The summoning failed. Converted to numbers. Mars originally had more than 80,000 primordial elements. In other words, the price of summoning a whip-tailed dragon. A staggering 40,000 units of origin energy. 3 months. Nearly a century on the planet. In total, we obtained about 50,000 units of primordial energy. That cost 40,000 in one go. Qin Tian couldn't help but feel sorry for him. With continuous investment of the source, the protective shield is getting denser. Once the minimum standard is met, Qin Tian immediately cut off the source of the transmission. Ahead, the whip-tailed dragon's form completely disappeared. Instead, it is a massive, black sphere brimming with energy. On the other side, the spatial rift has also expanded to a sufficiently large extent. Qin Tian had a thought. The giant black sphere immediately swelled like a rubber ball. It was instantly propelled into the crack passage. Outside world. The backyard of the Earl's mansion. A huge black shadow shot out rapidly from the crack in the sky. Only a thin layer of the original protective shield remained. It then shattered and dissipated. The whip-tailed dragon, which had been curled up inside, stretched out its body. It landed behind Qin Tian's main body. Roar! The whip-tailed dragon's wings were outstretched. Raised the dragon's head. He roared to the sky. The high-pitched and long dragon roar. Sweeping out. Rippling across the silent night sky of Linen City. It lasted for a long time. Chapter 75 The Dragon Guard. The Parasitic Queen. Chapter 75 The Dragon Guards. The parasitic queen's continuous dragon roars. It pierced the night sky of Linen City. It also shattered everyone's beautiful dreams. The heads of various families. The leaders of the various forces. Even the 2 special envoys who are still staying and have not yet left. They were all startled awake and quickly walked to the door. They looked in surprise in the direction from which the dragon's roar came. Not long after, countless people in black. They leaped rapidly from the various mansions. They turned into streaks of afterimages in the night. Inside the Marquis of Wu's residence. Almost at the same time as the dragon's roar sounded, Uncle Wang then appeared outside the back gate. The servants and men in the mansion were not much slower. They then appeared in various parts of the backyard. They stared wide-eyed at the 100-meter-long dragon in the courtyard. There was shock. There was horror. More. My legs were still trembling instinctively. But no one left out of fear. Even as the dragon let out a threatening growl. They only instinctively took a few steps back in fear. Let's turn our attention back to the Earl standing in front of the dragon. In the courtyard, Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes. His gaze swept across the surroundings. His body trembled immediately. He seemed somewhat physically exhausted and lacking in energy. One hand on his forehead. He braced himself against the dragon's head, which had just lowered itself, to steady himself. Uncle! It's nothing. I just summoned a creature and my consciousness is too depleted. I'll be fine after a night's rest. Everyone, you can go now. Qin Tian waved his hand. This stopped Uncle Wang from helping him up. He also waved away several maids who wanted to come forward to serve him. Turn around. He left the backyard, trembling. The newly summoned whiptail dragon followed closely behind. They stood guard closely behind them. Back in the bedroom, Qin Tian closed the door. The fatigue on his face disappeared. His hunched body straightened up. Summoning creatures does indeed drain the creator's consciousness. After all, the consciousness of the creator is merged with the planet. The origin is the core energy of a planet. In other words, the two complement each other. Once the source is consumed in excess, this will inevitably have some impact on the consciousness of the creator. However, Mars currently has a total of over 130,000 primordial atoms. A reduction of 40,000. It's far from enough to make him that seriously ill. Through the crack in the door, Qin Tian coldly stared at Wang Bo and a group of servants who had not yet dispersed in the distance. Those people. So they're still thinking about my identity as a demon lord? You want to see me? Is it really possible to summon hundreds of dragons with a wave of the hand? He had a demon title on his head. In addition, the competition was too dazzling. How could they ignore themselves? How could they dare to take their eyes off themselves? For example, Wang Bo. Was this really a thoughtful gesture from Lin Tianyang? Of course. Lin Tianyang's deliberate reminder before leaving. This is tantamount to explicitly revealing Wang Bo's identity. This person was appointed as a mediator between the Lin family and the Earl's mansion. At the same time, it's a fact that everyone is well aware of. But what about the servants? These people were all gifts sent by the city lord. One can imagine how many hidden centuries are mixed in among them, and how many people from various major families are involved. All of this. Qin Tian knew what was going on. Since you accepted it so generously, this is tantamount to tacitly condoning this spying behavior. They didn't take it to heart. Anyway, once he summoned the creature that would accompany him. After further expanding and strengthening their own capabilities, these small fish and shrimp can't make any waves. But for some reason, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw pairs of people staring at me. It felt like being surrounded by enemies. This suddenly made Qin Tian feel a deep sense of loneliness. Perhaps this feeling has lasted for a year. It's just that these feelings are usually buried deep inside. At this moment, all the emotions stirred by the scene erupted. In this world, he has no family. No relatives. Only myself. The whip-tailed dragon guarding the courtyard outside the gate. It seemed to sense the ruler's dejected mood. A low, muffled sound came from behind. Oh. A smile appeared on Qin Tian's lips. He looked out at the pair of enormous dragon eyes that were fixed on him. The intense loneliness in my heart was immediately dispelled. They might be eager to summon creatures to accompany them, in addition to strengthening their own security. More importantly, it's about seeking companionship. Although they are insectoids, they have no emotions. But they will always be with me. They will never betray themselves. Turning back to the bed, Qin Tian slowly fell asleep. A giant dragon guards the outside. A strong sense of security. Even if you let it sleep soundly. A smile still lingered on his face. Compared to Lord Qin's peaceful sleep, the city of linen, shrouded in darkness, appeared incredibly busy. That dragon's roar. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. In the uncle's house, figures flashed by from time to time. Normally, there were some weak maids and lowly servants. They all transformed into nimble black shadows. Some climbed over the high wall. Some walked on the rooftop. Each at its fastest speed. He then relayed what he had just witnessed. Roar! The next morning, a dragon's roar echoed once again from the Earl's residence. The whip-tailed dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. On it, Qin Tian lowered his body slightly. Turning his head to look down at the increasingly smaller city of linen, he saw. Feeling the cool, strong wind blowing in my face, I felt an indescribable sense of joy. Manifesting a consciousness on the planet to confront the insected creatures under its command. You can personally ride a giant dragon and soar through the sky. The feeling is always different. Until it tilted upwards and flew to a certain height. The whip-tailed dragon then slowed down. It exhibits a parallel and stable flight attitude. Qin Tian, who was sitting on its back, shifted his body slightly. During a violent takeoff, two of the three whip-like tails of the whip-tailed dragon extend forward. The interlacing and overlapping structures form a structure similar to a seatbelt. Qin Tian was securely pinned to his back. At this time, he felt a little uncomfortable from the tightness. The next moment, without waiting for Qin Tian to give the order, there was no conscious communication either. The whip-tailed dragon immediately loosened its grip on the whip-tail. Hee hee. What a perfect understanding! Qin Tian chuckled softly. He gently stroked the cool carapace on the back of the whip-tailed dragon in front of him. The creator summoned his creatures to the outside world. It seems that a stronger bond can be formed with it. It even achieved a kind of spiritual resonance. A dozen minutes later, the whip-tailed dragon landed in a deep mountain. Its massive body descended. It crushed a large area of trees and vegetation. A fierce aura emanated from his entire body. It startled all the birds and beasts in the area in an instant. Early in the morning, I rode the whip-tailed dragon away from the mansion. Besides experiencing the thrill of flying. Most importantly, Qin Tian sensed the information within the planet sink into consciousness. As the consciousness of the creator gradually manifested above the forbidden zone on Mars, all the insects below immediately lowered their bodies. Dominate! Dominate! Located on the side of the Queen Mother, a large group of men and women knelt on the ground and greeted them respectfully. Qin Tian flashed past. I sized up the 50 men among them. Compared to the human who reproduced earlier, these people were not particularly strong. But its body is covered with patterns that resemble black dragon scales. Lighter color. It's like a faint, barely noticeable tattoo. Dragon race genes, huh? Qin Tian thought of the group of demonic dragons under Lin Tianyang's command. During the grand competition, after each battle, he hardly needs to give any orders. The war bugs or whip-tailed dragons under your command will drag back a portion of the enemy species' corpses. In his eyes, these are competitions. In the simple mindset of Zerg creatures, it is a series of hunts for survival. After the hunt, they drag away their spoils. This is their instinct. Soon, Qin Tian then received confirmation from his mother. The 50 men in front of them. It is based on dragon genes. It evolved by combining some savage beast and insect genes. Qin Tian didn't pay much attention to the dragon guards he planned to summon. Instead, he immediately went to the only woman kneeling in the room. The woman had fair skin. Her facial features perfectly fit the description of beautiful. However, her temperament is not as delicate and weak as that of ordinary human women. Instead, it was filled with a sense of aloofness and coldness. Like a queen on high above. It was so striking that one dared not look up at it. Even Qin Tian, the ruler, was in his presence. It also gave him a feeling that strangers should not approach. This is not disrespect. Rather, it is because they are born this way. This is what Qin Tian asked his mother yesterday. And after receiving confirmation from the Queen Mother. One of the derivatives of commands. Humanoid creatures evolved entirely from Zerg genes. Think about it a little. Combined with her unique abilities. And an innate, aloof, and arrogant temperament. Qin Tian named it Parasite Queen. Chapter 76 External Clone. Terrifying Royal Guard. Chapter 76 External Clone. The Terrifying Royal Guard's Parasitic Queen's Abilities. There is only one. It looks very much like the Queen Mother. But it's not as powerful as the Queen Mother. Procreation! I will obey the will of the sovereign! The Parasite Queen bowed slightly. A cold and indifferent response followed. Then spread your hands out and place them steadily on your abdomen. On a smooth, flat belly. A tremor gradually appeared at the navel area. Not long after. Then a small clump of white rice grain-sized insect eggs was expelled from it. Obviously. This is not a scar left by the umbilical cord falling off like in humans. It is a special cavity that evolved specifically for laying eggs. Fine. It's still within acceptable limits. Qin Tian let out a soft sigh. He had been genuinely worried that the parasitic queen would lay eggs like humans. He turned around. Where his gaze swept. The 50 dragon guards immediately stood up. This face. Why does it feel so familiar? Qin Tian was taken aback. Just now, the group of demonic dragon guards knelt down and bowed their heads, so their faces could not be seen. As he stood up, it immediately gave him a sense of déjà vu. Soon, Qin Tian realized something. Instinctively, she reached out and gently touched her face. He then frowned slightly and glanced at the Queen Mother below. So, did it evolve based on my appearance? The Creator's form is a manifestation of the planet's origin. Under normal circumstances, the creatures on the planet will only perceive the will of the Creator. It is impossible to see the Creator himself using visual senses. But the second-generation Queen Mother. It seems like I can see myself. At least, there will be a general outline. This happened when the second-generation Queen hatched and faced herself. Qin Tian had a clear understanding of this. Upon closer inspection, some places are noticeably different. It can be seen from a distance. He really does look remarkably like me. Qin Tian's eye observed carefully. Think about it a little. He still didn't blame his mother for acting on her own initiative. They didn't even try to eliminate these clones. Everything has two sides. It's a mixed bag. Summon these people out. It can indeed easily cause some unnecessary trouble. But it cannot be denied that it will certainly play a crucial role at certain times. He waved his hand and summoned a killer war insect. At Qin Tian's behest, the two sides immediately turned on each other and started fighting. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Under Qin Tian's astonished gaze, he was thrown out of the air. It wasn't the dragon guards I had imagined. They did not receive orders from the ruler. The battle between the man and the insect did not stop. The dragon guard rushed forward quickly. The war insect, which had just landed and hadn't even had a chance to turn over, was firmly pinned to the ground. Both fists swung down rapidly. It almost created streaks of afterimages. In no time at all, the killer insect's entire body was reduced to a pile of minced meat. That strong? Qin Tian flashed to the front of the demonic dragon guard. Like the parasite queen, the dragon guard exuded a cold and stern aura. His face held a stern expression. A brief battle. His facial expression remained unchanged throughout. Pity. The human body is still too weak. Qin Tian looked at the blood-soaked back of the demon dragon guard's hand. It was covered with many wounds. This should have been during the attack on the killer war bug. Wounded by the sharp spikes covering the body of the war insect. Otherwise, if the dragon guard's outer defenses are strong enough, or provide a weapon strong enough to break through the war insect's carapace, Qin Tian had no doubt that a one-hit kill would occur. A short while later, Qin Tian summoned 10 more killer war insects. After a brief struggle, Qin Tian was very satisfied with the result. 1 against 10. The dragon guards easily wiped out a swarm of war insects. In addition to the dozen or so cuts on his chest and back, he didn't even show the slightest sign of exhaustion or panting. This immediately piqued Qin Tian's interest. Why not just bring in a whiptail dragon? It expressed its intention to attack. Roar! The whiptail dragon roared. Its enormous body lunged down. Below, the dragon guards remained calm. There was not the slightest bit of fear. A pair of calm and steady eyes, like those of an eagle. With a sharp, cold glint in its eyes, he stared intently at the colossal object in the sky, which was countless times larger than himself. The next moment, the demon dragon guard leaped into the air with a powerful push of his feet. He raised both fists and took the initiative to meet the attack. Boom! Then came an even louder explosion than before. Watching as he was flung away like a cannonball by the whiptail dragon, it slammed down again onto the dragon guards who were stuck in the deep pit on the ground. The expectant look in Qin Tian's eyes slowly faded. A bitter smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. It's still too presumptuous. Limited by the external human body. No matter how strong the dragon guards are, it also has its limits. How could it possibly be a match for a whiptail dragon with a combat power of 200,000? Qin Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the pit, he had thought the dragon's personal guards were dead. He actually managed to get up again, albeit shakily. Such immense power. Even a single war insect would be smashed into mincemeat. Qin Tian stared wide-eyed in surprise. But, having taken this blow, the dragon guards were indeed badly injured, if not killed. His entire body was covered in blood, a truly gruesome sight. The skin on my back was completely shaved off. The dark gray muscles underneath were exposed. No wonder it has such a strong vitality. Besides the external human skin, these internal muscles probably evolved from the fusion of red scale ape genes. The bones are certainly not from the genes of ordinary human beings. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to withstand such a powerful impact without breaking and shattering. And this regenerative ability must be due to the genes of the griffin. Qin Tian came up behind the demon dragon guard. In a short moment, the large wounds on his back have stopped bleeding and are beginning to scab over slowly. Pfft. Just then, a sharp whiptail suddenly pierced through his chest. It emerged from behind the dragon's bodyguard. Qin Tian was startled by the sudden commotion. I came to my senses. His face immediately darkened. I was just focused on observation and analysis. They completely forgot to give the whiptail dragon the order to stop. For insected creatures, the will of the ruler is above all else. A kill order was given. Until death do us part. Within their limited thinking. But they lack the wisdom to read between the lines. They will not give their opponents any chance to catch their breath. Suffering this fatal blow, the dragon guard's body trembled violently. His head slowly lowered. He was hanging on the end of the whip. However, in the next moment, the dragon guards slowly raised their heads again. A surge of immense energy erupted from his body. The human pupils, which are originally round. At this moment, his pupils had completely transformed into vertical pupils, just like those of the dragon race. The dark dragon patterns on his body gradually became visible. In the blink of an eye, layer upon layer of dragon scales, seemingly real, piled up. Roar. A series of deep roars, like those of a ferocious beast. The sounds kept coming from the throats of the dragon guards. He stared coldly at the whip-tailed dragon in front of him. Both hands grabbed the whip's tail at your chest. The body muscles tensed up. A sudden burst of power. Then, under Qin Tian's completely bewildered gaze, the enormous whip-tailed dragon's entire body was propelled by its power. The dragon guards spun rapidly in place, causing the dragon to spin around at high speed. Huge size. Rapid speed. It exploded with a series of whistling sonic booms. Call out! This is fucking ridiculous! Qin Tian's eyes trembled. His gaze remained fixed on the whip-tailed dragon, which had been thrown far away. An image of a child lifting an elephant involuntarily comes to mind. In a short time, my heart surged like waves. Silence lingered for a long time. Chapter 77 The Earl returns the gift. A body-strengthening elixir. Chapter 77 Lord returns the gift. Body-strengthening elixir. No wonder he suddenly became so vigorous. It turns out it came at the cost of lives. It activated the hidden dragon genes within me. Qin Tian closed the species information on the system interface. The dragon guards, though human in appearance. But in the end, they are insected creatures born from the Queen Mother. Or rather, it belongs to a special branch of the parasite species. Naturally, there is data and information similar to that of the killer worm and the annihilator worm. Information displayed. The dragon guard's combat strength is not high. Only 30,000. But it possesses an incredibly powerful ability. Sacrifice. The external human physical framework. It simply cannot withstand the power of the dragon's genes erupting. Therefore, during evolution, the Queen Mother buried the dragon's genes within her body in a latent form. Once activated, it's equivalent to draining bodily functions and burning one's life force. Also, the immense force can also damage organs composed of genes from other species within the body. It's like an irreversible, one-time burst skill. Ultimately, they will inevitably face death. The time of survival. It depends on how much of the dragon's genetic power the dragon guards activate. It can increase combat power tenfold and last for several seconds. It can also be slightly extended to last for 10 minutes, or even longer. On the ground below, the dragon guard had already fallen and was lifeless. Already severely injured and on the verge of death. The force that just sent the whiptail dragon flying. It drained and burned away what little life he had left. Buzz! With Qin Tian's will, a vast amount of primordial energy rose once again on Mars. The remaining 49 dragon guards and one parasitic queen. They all sat on the ground, hugging their knees and shrinking their bodies. Streams of primordial energy then floated over. On the outside of each person's body. This forms individual protective shields, each only a few tens of centimeters in diameter. According to records, such a small size as humans. Summoning one person out will only cost a maximum of 500 origin points. Compared to Whiptail Dragon. Wow, the difference is amazing. Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh. However, even a mere few hundred points of origin. Even for extraordinary and technologically advanced civilizations, this is a luxury. According to statistics over the past century, both of these are great civilizations. The planet's fundamental resources are all depleted. The highest is no more than 1,000. It is said that the origin of the planet of intelligent races has dried up. The fundamental reason is the emergence of intelligent races. While the origins of biological civilization are numerous. But no one would be foolish enough to deliberately summon smaller species in order to gain a numerical advantage. Moreover, the quantity isn't really that large. It usually takes a year and a half or even longer to develop. Evolve the species under your command to a certain limit. The first summoning attempt will only be made after maximizing combat power. As for the Zerg civilization, does it consume its own essence to summon a bunch of primitive insects to expand the number of ordinary insects in the outside world? In the air, the spatial crack has been widened to a sufficient extent. Qin Tian's gaze swept over. One by one, the primal shields began to rise. Outside world. The whip-tailed dragon lies prone in the spatial rift above. One after another, black orbs brimming with energy shot out rapidly. One by one, the dragon guards fell to the ground from the shattered protective barrier. They immediately scattered around. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, fully alert. Even with a whip-tailed dragon present, there is absolutely no danger in the surrounding area. But protecting their master is their instinct. Not to mention, they came to the outside world. Their bond with the ruler is even deeper. It reached a level of near-perfect harmony with the mind, much like the whip-tailed dragon. At the instant of leaving the spatial rift, they then perceived the thoughts and intentions of the ruler. At the same time, they also gained a deeper understanding of their responsibilities. Not long after, the space rift closed. Qin Tian opened his eyes. Looking around at the group of dragon guards and the parasitic queen, He pointed to the package he had prepared beforehand on the back of the whip-tailed dragon. "There are clothes inside, put them on." "Yes, Lord." Upon hearing this, a look of enjoyment appeared on Qin Tian's face. This feeling of almost being connected on a spiritual level is truly, truly comforting. He didn't even need to give any special instructions. The subordinates naturally changed their way of addressing him and stopped calling him Master. After everyone had finished dressing, Qin Tian, along with the parasite queen, mounted the whip-tailed dragon. He glanced again at the group of dragon guards who were smearing mud on their faces to cover their features. He shook his head and smiled. He didn't bother to say anything more. Returning to Linen City, Qin Tian did not return to the mansion. Instead, he took the parasite queen for a tour of the city. They went into a shop called Lingdan Pavilion. Generally speaking, for this kind of business, they are mostly businesses from a large family in Jinbei Kingdom. They sell health-strengthening pills or longevity pills. Certainly, in Qin Tian's view, these seemingly expensive elixirs. In reality, it's no different from the gene I remember. Peace of mind is far more important than practical results. Inside the shop, upon seeing guests arrive, a waiter immediately came forward. The short, stout shopkeeper was sitting behind the counter doing accounts. I looked up and glanced up. His body trembled. He hurriedly got up, put on a big smile, and invited Qin Tian and the other person into the inner hall. Obviously, he was probably one of the tens of thousands of spectators at the competition a few days ago. "I've met Qin Tian, this newly promoted earl." After instructing the servants to serve tea, the short, stout shopkeeper stood bowing to one side. With a smile, he asked, "My lord, are you here to buy elixirs?" If your excellency desires any elixir, simply send a servant to give the order, and I will personally deliver it to your residence." "There's no need for you to do this, your excellency. I need to refine a batch of special elixirs." "Refine?" The shopkeeper was slightly taken aback. Then, with a hint of difficulty, "You flatter me, sir. Our shop only sells elixirs, we do not refine them." "Is that so?" Qin Tian picked up his teacup and took a small sip. That was all. The parasitic queen standing behind her stepped forward. She coldly reached out and grabbed the shopkeeper by the neck, lifting him up directly. With his other hand, he took out a tiny insect egg, about the size of a grain of rice. The short, stout shopkeeper instinctively tried to struggle, but their weak strength was utterly powerless to resist in the slightest. The parasite queen forcibly pried open the shopkeeper's mouth. They put the insect eggs in. They didn't care whether the other person swallowed it or not. These ancient parasite eggs are so tender they practically melt in your mouth. The growth cycle is extremely short. In less than a few minutes, the parasite queen then threw the short, fat shopkeeper to the ground. Turning around, he said, "My lord, my child has awakened." Qin Tian nodded. "Put down the teacup in your hand. Close your eyes and immerse your consciousness into the swarm of insects." As the darkness before their eyes disappeared, intertwined points of light began to flicker in the dim space. Not many. There are only a few dozen. This is the external swarm consciousness network. The light spots inside vary in brightness and intensity. The brightest of them all is definitely the whip-tailed dragon. The large group that had gathered together were clearly the dragon's personal guards. The remaining, faintly glowing star drifted alone in the distance. It must be the parasite queen. Qin Tian projected his consciousness over there. Without attachment, it continued to penetrate deeper. Within this ever-expanding spot of light, it has another small dark space. There was only one dim, almost invisible point of light inside. Implantation into consciousness. In the blink of an eye, a scene came into view. In the picture, Qin Tian saw himself. I saw the aloof parasitic queen standing to the side. Moreover, it's not as bleak as when you first entered the perspective of the war bug. On the contrary, it is very clear. It is basically the same as what you see with the naked eye. It even made Qin Tian feel a sense of panic and helplessness. So, is this the shopkeeper's true feeling? Even after learning about the parasite queen's abilities on the way. But experiencing it firsthand still surprised him slightly. He withdrew from consciousness. Qin Tian glanced at the parasitic queen. having received the Lord's instruction. The parasite queen immediately closed her eyes. Soon, the panic on the shopkeeper's face faded. It was replaced by a stillness like stagnant water. Hee hee. Qin Tian stood up with a smile. Arriving in front of the shopkeeper. Slightly lower your body. He asked again. Now, can we refine a batch of special elixirs? I will obey the will of the sovereign. It was evening. Qin Tian, who had spent the entire day at the Spirit Pill Pavilion. They returned to the mansion. Lord Wang Bo, who had been summoned, entered the hall. He bowed to Qin Tian to greet him. Yes, I'm in a good mood today. I went out for a walk and bought some things along the way. Qin Tian pointed to a large box placed at his feet. The box was filled with small porcelain bottles, each about the size of a thumb. These are health-strengthening pills from the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Everyone has been working hard lately. Distribute them, 1 bottle for each person. Yes, Your Excellency. Thank you for your reward, Your Excellency. In addition, Qin Tian then pointed to an even larger box on the other side. Those are elixirs for prolonging life. All the prominent families who came to offer their congratulations on the day the government was established. There are also wealthy merchant families who paid their respects but were not qualified to attend the banquet. Tomorrow, send someone to deliver 5 bottles to each household, and 10 bottles to each household. Consider this my return gift. Chapter 78 Taking Control of the Earl's Mansion. The Desolate Land. Chapter 78 Taking Control of the Earl's Mansion. A Deadly Night in the Desolate Land. Qin Tian sat in front of the bed. Submerge your consciousness into the swarm network. The light spot representing the parasite queen. It is no longer as dim as it was at the beginning. The dazzling light it emitted. It almost completely obscured the brilliance of the whip-tailed dragon. Compared to before, it has also increased in size considerably. Inside, there are countless sparkling points of light. Qin Tian attached his consciousness to these points of light one by one. Different scenes began to appear in my field of vision. Some were completely dark. The parasitic host should be resting. Some continued to move around. The familiar scenes inside the mansion kept changing. Some remained still. And his gaze would sometimes close and sometimes suddenly open. They might be the night watch maids or servants who are dozing off. Also, Qin Tian also discovered many dark perspectives belonging to insects. The image appears to be moving slowly. The image then shifted to the faces of the servants, who were gradually climbing onto the bed and falling asleep. Then it crawled in through the ears and nose. The parasite eggs don't just passively become ingested by humans to become parasitic. At a certain time, they will also hatch at the optimal time and actively seek out the nearest host. In short, as long as you accept Lord Qin's elixir, they would never escape the fate of being parasitized. This parasitic growth is very strong. But there are still too many restrictions. After observing for a while, Qin Tian withdrew from consciousness. First, the host larvae cannot be directly manipulated. The only way to indirectly control the host is for the parasitic queen to drive the larvae to suppress the host's consciousness. In Qin Tian's understanding, similar to how larvae block certain brain nerves in the host to seize control of the body. However, this would inevitably cause great harm to the host. This was also confirmed by the parasite queen. Just like controlling the manager of the Spirit Pill Pavilion. If this happens a few more times, he'll be completely ruined. Secondly, parasitism is not undetectable. Putting aside other things, only cultivators and magicians summoned by the creator of Jinbei Kingdom and Jinyan Kingdom. There are countless methods and means to detect it. It can even easily detect abnormalities within the injured parasitic host. There is also the technological equipment from Anong. It must be said, the technological development of Anong is highly distorted. The vast majority of its technological facilities were summoned from within the planet by the creator. Then, based on this, we can conduct further in-depth research. For example, the exploration system that was bound to the planet before the creator merged with it is a good example. Such high technology can be developed. However, it cannot even achieve the most basic system interconnection. Otherwise, during the grand competition, why should the deans of each college manually submit the racial evolution data of the participating colleges? Under sharing, all combat strength stats are clearly displayed. There will never be a situation where people estimate combat strength based on evolutionary generations. But even with technological gaps and limitations in technical conditions, Qin Tian believed that there was still a medical device available to check physical conditions. Anyway, control measures should be used as sparingly as possible. Otherwise, there are too many lunatics caused by controlling their bodies. To raise people's awareness, this will lead to large-scale physical examinations. We discovered that many people's bodies were being controlled by parasites. The resulting panic and anger can be imagined. Once all 4 countries investigate together, tracing the source back to ourselves. Qin Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that by then I'll not only have my title of demon confirmed. I guess we should add an anti-humanity prefix to it. In fact, parasitism is far from being inhumane. Unless commanded by the will of the ruler. The host larvae are just like ordinary parasites. The small amount of nutrients absorbed will not have any effect on the host. The 2 sides will simply coexist. But people don't care about that. Under the endless rage, in the end, he will only be hated and attacked by everyone. Currently, it can only be used as a monitoring method. And it cannot be too rampant and spread to the other 3 kingdoms. The kingdom of Pingxi has no qualms about it. It can quickly create a nationwide intelligence system. Undeniably, among the creatures summoned by the creator of biological civilization, there must be some extraordinary individuals with an incredibly keen sense of smell. But, firstly, the quantity will inevitably be scarce. Secondly, so what if you notice it? They're just a bunch of speechless, inarticulate fools. The next day, Qin Tian went out. They brought back the 49 dragon guards who had arrived the previous night. Everyone was fully armed, wearing a ghost face mask. He was clad in armor, wore a cloak on his back, and had a long sword at his waist. Combined with his sharp eyes and cold demeanor, it gives you a chill down your spine with just one glance. The mask was purchased from a shop. The weapons and armor were selected from the armory in Linen City. When the Earl intervened, the city lord would not and dare not refuse to give them face. Furthermore, the Earl's residence has a quota of soldiers. All the necessary supplies should have been provided by the Linen City Armory. Back at the mansion, Wang Bo and his servants were astonished to see a group of black dragon guards. Qin Tian casually offered a reason. As for whether to believe or not, he didn't care at all. Overnight, the host larvae have completed their parasitism. The entire Earl's mansion was now under his absolute control. The parasitic queen monitors everyone's every move around the clock through her larvae. If anyone shows any unusual behavior or dares to send messages outwards, they will be brought under control. Or, they simply ordered the larvae to devour its brain. Kill it directly. With enough power. Within his own mansion. Qin Tian wouldn't stoop to the point of being on thin ice. From this day forward, you 2 are responsible for protecting the parasite queen. Follow at all times and be at their command. Qin Tian pointed to 2 of the black dragon guards. Yes, Your Excellency. After the 2 left, Qin Tian waved his hand. A group of black dragon guards immediately scattered in all directions. They began to take over the defense of the entire mansion. Besides the 2 of them protecting Qin Tian, the ruler, every step of the way, another 10 people were assigned to guard the perimeter at a distance of 100 meters around the perimeter. The rest were scattered throughout the mansion. Finally, we can focus on developing our tribe and acquiring our origins. With the parasitic queen's parasitic surveillance, in addition to the combat strength of the black dragon guards. At least, in this small city of Linen, no force will be able to threaten the Earl's mansion. Qin Tian took out the crystal ball he had bought on his way back home. A total of 4. The planet is entirely populated by level 4 magical beast races. They are Earth element, Saturn rings. Water attribute, Water spirit star. Wind attribute, Wind star. Metallic attribute, Venus. Qin Tian originally wanted to buy some planets with rare magical attributes. For example, Lin Tianyang's kind of dark planet. However, there are not many planets that have been merged with their creators. Even fewer remained after they fell. Unless it's in a city like Xian or the royal city where the Warcraft civilization is concentrated. It's almost impossible to buy one in places like Linen. Sink into consciousness. Qin Tian communicated with one of the crystal balls. With a swarm of destroyer insects that had been ordered to assemble beforehand. Enter the spatial passage that has opened ahead. Outside the passage, it is a lush and green grassland. The air was thick with moisture. It should be that water attribute planet called Water Spirit Star. Qin Tian looked around. He then frowned. Something just doesn't feel right. Soon, he then realized what was happening. It seemed a little too quiet around us. Outside the passage exit, we didn't see a single living creature. It was like a desolate, lifeless place. Wrong. I checked it before buying it. I remember there used to be a large group of water-type magical beasts living here. Qin Tian controlled his consciousness to float upwards. What catches the eye? On the grassland? Not a single magical beast was seen. There. The vegetation didn't seem to be this lush before. Qin Tian looked at the area not far from the passage. That area and the ground extending thereafter. It is covered with patches of dark green aquatic plants that are over 10 centimeters tall. It stretches as far as the eye can see. It resembles a green ocean. The grass at the passageway was only a few centimeters high. This creates a very stark contrast. Most importantly, Qin Tian looked at the swarm of insects. At this moment, the first few Slayer Zerglings to emerge. They all huddled together and stopped moving. And he stared intently at the seemingly empty green ocean in front of him. As if, what are they afraid of? Chapter 79 Bizarre Species. Unlimited Troop Production. Chapter 79 Bizarre Species. The infinite multitude of soldiers, the war bugs can be described with the word fear. Perhaps that's a bit inappropriate. Under the will of the sovereign, the swarm of insects is fearless and undaunted by death. But there was no command from the ruler. Every living thing has the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. Obviously, the striker insect probably sensed the danger. But there's clearly nothing down there. Qin Tian floated down. On the ground formed by aquatic plants, a layer of shallow water, about half a finger deep, had accumulated. On this water-rich planet with a high humidity level. This is perfectly normal. Like the striker Zergling. In just this short moment, water droplets were dripping from the outer shell of the carapace. Most importantly, the water was crystal clear. There is no source of crisis. Enter! Qin Tian summoned a war insect. Squeak! The destroyer war bug, which was just moments ago hesitant and fearful. The instant Qin Tian issued his will. As if they had been given stimulants. It roared to the sky, spread its wings, and fiercely pounced forward. Qin Tian's gaze was fixed on the figure of the war insect. Initial. There was nothing unusual. Until Qin Tian ordered the Slayer war bug to descend to a certain altitude. Suddenly, ripples spread across the water. The next moment, splash! The water surfaced in front of the war bug. Like a towering, monstrous wave. The entire water layer suddenly rose and then rolled back. It completely enveloped the fighter insects in midair. Not liquid water? Qin Tian frowned. The giant wave did not, as one might expect, cascade down through the war insect's body. Instead, it presents a state of momentary stillness. And fast curing. It rapidly coalesces into an amber-like structure. What the hell is this? Qin Tian looked at the towering giant amber with a strange expression. This should be a type of living organism. But such a bizarre ability. It's really beyond human imagination. As time goes by, the amber looks as if it has been baked at a high temperature. It is getting drier and drier. Gradually, tiny cracks appeared on the amber. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger. Final. Bang! A crisp sound. The entire enormous amber. The destroyer Zerg trapped inside collapsed with a deafening roar. It shattered into pieces scattered all over the ground. A short while later, the amber fragments gradually melted away. Unlike before, it was not as thin as water. Instead, it forms clumps of viscous substance. They began to wriggle and stick together. Finally, it solidified into a transparent, jelly-like creature, resembling slime. Breakdown? No. It's about division and integration. Qin Tian was slightly taken aback. Immediately attach your consciousness to a Slayer warbug. Command the warbugs to approach slowly, facing an increasingly close enemy. The slime turned around and glanced at it. I wasn't flustered at all when it happened. He slowly finished eating the food in his mouth. Water was gushing from one side of her body. Not long after, it then turned back into clear water. Qin Tian controlled the Slayer warbug to land on the ground and continue forward. Stop outside the area covered by shallow water. Try to get the warbug to stick out its long beak. Everything ahead remained calm and normal. No attack as expected occurred. Qin Tian no longer hesitated. Immediately order the Slayer insect to drink a mouthful of water at the edge. Smack! Before flying back to the passage, the Slayer warbug spits out the water from its mouth. Perhaps it has separated from its original form. This small clump of water has solidified somewhat. It kept wriggling on the ground like mud. This thing. Is it too strong or too weak? Exit the warbug consciousness. Qin Tian curiously floated down to take a look. To say it's strong. Even the weakest creature. It is also possible to easily remove a part of its body, just like this. You could say it's weak. Once you venture deeper, it transforms into shallow water. Covered by the water it stirred up. There is almost no chance of survival. Water will flow into the body through the body's orifices. Then it kills its prey by rapidly solidifying and fragmenting. Genes capable of division. Regarding the evolution of the warbug, it doesn't seem to be working. But it can be considered an extremely special and rare gene. The order was given to take one of the Slayer warbugs back to the slime organization. After conveying the will to explore in other directions to the airborne war insect swarm, Qin Tian returned to Mars. Communication opened up space portals to 3 more warcraft planets. After assigning the reconnaissance tasks, Qin Tian flashed back into the penalty area. He looked down at a woman standing beside the Queen Mother. Dominate! Qin Tian responded. Without saying much, a direct burst of willpower draws upon the essence of Mars to open a spatial passage to the outside world. The woman, curled up in a ball and enveloped in primal energy, was sent out. They have taken control of the Earl's mansion. He doesn't need to do what he did before. They specifically seek out remote, secluded mountains to summon their creatures. Back to the outside world. Qin Tian looked at the woman who had just gotten up from the ground. He commanded. Set off immediately for Wuhan County. Do everything in your power to spread your children's love. I hope that before I set off for my fiefdom, to have complete control over every single blade of grass and tree there. Woman. It was before Qin Tian left yesterday. The second parasitic queen who commanded the mother queen to reproduce. After speaking, Qin Tian summoned 5 demon dragon guards. It conveyed the will to protect the parasitic queen and travel together to Wuhan County. If it weren't for safety reasons, he has no need to summon any more parasitic queens. Firstly, 1 parasitic queen is more than enough for now. Secondly, just like what's right in front of us, this will inevitably reduce their already limited defensive resources. The parasite queen is not a combat species that evolved specifically for killing. It's okay for dealing with ordinary people. They are no match for the creatures that accompany the creator. In case of death, the parasitic larvae it breeds will become uncontrollable, unless the ruler intervenes and takes control. But that's not realistic. Qin Tian couldn't possibly spend all his time monitoring the Zerg network to gather intelligence. Qin Tian suddenly had a feeling. He immediately sank into consciousness and entered Mars. Welcome to you, Lord. What is it? Qin Tian flashed to the sky above the Empress and asked. Just now outside. He sensed the strong fluctuations in the Queen Mother's consciousness. The voice that came through had a distinct tremor. This is the first time. Reporting to the Lord. Slave, I have found a way to accelerate the reproduction of our race. The Queen Mother raised the dragon's head. His eyes shone with an undisguised excitement. In fact, the Queen Mother never stopped experimenting with fusion and modulation of gene sequences. This allows them to evolve a higher-level next generation to improve reproductive efficiency. Even if the price is its demise. The Zerg will not allow two queens to coexist. The next generation is born. This foreshadows the inevitable elimination of the previous generation of queen mothers. But the Zerg do not have the concept of living a life of compromise. In their cognitive understanding, only through the continuation and development of the entire ethnic group. The next generation of queen mother, huh? No, no! Master! This slave may have discovered a new path for development. The queen mother seemed so excited that she was almost incoherent. He lowered his head and looked in front of him. Qin Tian followed his mother's gaze. I saw that transparent, viscous mass wriggling, he said in astonishment. The slime organization? Yes, Overlord. The genes of this species are very likely to enable our race to achieve continuous development that spans more than 2 generations. The Queen Mother stopped speaking. An extremely complex message of consciousness was transmitted. Hiss! After digesting this information, Qin Tian's eyes widened suddenly. Breathing almost froze. If all goes well. Just as the Queen Mother conveyed. The only thing that came to his mind was only 4 words. Unlimited unit production. Chapter 80 The Queen of the Insect Clan. Dividing the Central Plains. Chapter 80 The Queen of the Insect Clan. Dividing the skies above the Central Plains Forbidden Zone. Qin Tian closed his eyes. I forcibly calmed my surging emotions. From the moment the Zerg were born, the problem of slow population growth. It was constantly troubling him. But regarding this, he was at a loss. The unique consciousness network of the parasitic insectids. This determines their uniqueness. All individuals are concentrated in one network. Obey the will of the one and only supreme ruler. In the original primitive system, the ruler of the entire tribe is the queen who procreates. But the supreme nature of the creator. Qin Tian succeeded the Empress Dowager as her successor. To become the new ruler. The queen then became just an ordinary reproductive mother in the tribe. When Qin Tian left the planet, all swarm consciousness will return to the queen. To improve the reproductive efficiency of the population. In addition to evolving into the next generation of queens at a higher level. The only solution is to increase the number of queens. But this clearly goes against the swarm's soul will. If Qin Tian forcibly reproduces multiple queens, once we leave the planet, the swarm's consciousness cannot be transferred or unified. This will cause extreme chaos and even collapse. This was originally an incurable disease. However, to Qin Tian's utter surprise, the bizarre genes of a slime. It completely altered the unique structural system of the parasitic insectid race. Unlimited unit production! Infinite reproduction! Qin Tian stared at a huge white insect egg that the Queen Mother had just laid. If all goes well, the entire population can expand infinitely in a short period of time. This is not just idle talk. It's not an exaggeration. Time is passing quickly. I don't know how long I've been waiting. Under Qin Tian's expectant gaze, and in the Mother Queen's troubled gaze. In the insect den, a hybrid insect slowly crawled out. It has a body structure similar to the killer insect, but it would be several times larger. And it drags a huge belly behind its tail. Is it feasible? Qin Tian looked at his mother, the Empress. Your Majesty, this servant does not know. Qin Tian nodded. I didn't ask any further questions. This was, after all, a completely new attempt by the Queen Mother to break the established system of the clan for the first time. Whether it can be successful or not, we'll have to wait and see what the killer queen spawns next. This queen is a single insectoid mother that evolved from the Mother Queen. To be precise, it's just a simple cultivation room. They lack the ability of the Queen Mother to absorb and integrate genes and to nurture and propagate their race. Otherwise, that would be considered a ruler at the level of a Queen Mother. It only provides the nutrients needed for the eggs to grow. Just like Qin Tian's understanding of surrogacy. The Queen Mother's body trembled. An undeveloped killer war bug embryo was expelled. Upon receiving the order, the queen insect immediately stepped forward. Quickly swallow the embryo into your mouth. The culture chamber is inserted into the body. I don't know how long I waited. Finally, the queen began laying killer eggs. A few days later, insect eggs hatch. A larva emerged. Call. At the moment the larvae hatch, Qin Tian let out a long sigh of relief. The queen mother also showed a hint of relaxation after being tense. The man and the dragon exchanged a glance. It was a success. The single point of consciousness that had just appeared in the swarm network. There was no rejection whatsoever. They blended in naturally into the group. The war insect embryo that was swallowed by the queen insect. It is the product of the queen mother's fusion with slime genes. It has extremely strong ability to split and replicate. Almost as long as there is an unlimited supply of nutrients. It can then divide rapidly without limit. New embryos are formed. Then it gradually grows into an egg. The queen produces about 1,000 eggs per day. 1 month later, the first batch of 1,000 killer war insects has completed their growth. Every day after that, there will be 1,000 war insects. 1 year. That's 330,000. Qin Tian's eyebrows twitched wildly. In fact, disregarding the evolutionary level of the queen mother, the biggest factor hindering the development of an ethnic group, it's not the growth period for the war bugs. Rather, it refers to the gestation period of the queen mother. Everything in the world has its own laws of development. Even the most evolved species. It is also impossible to directly erase the gestation process. It will only reduce and shorten. For example, the previous queen mother bred a batch of war insect eggs. It takes about a month for the eggs to slowly mature inside the body. The second generation queen, however, can withstand even greater energy consumption. The duration has been increased to 10 days. But splitting is different from gestation. It can almost be done continuously and without interruption. Most importantly, unlike the queen mother, the queen insect is not subject to a single limitation. They could absolutely continue to reproduce as a special ethnic group. A single queen can increase the number of warrior insects by 330,000 per year. Once the scale increases, it will achieve millions, tens of millions, or even more per day. A growth rate that is simply immeasurable. Thinking of this, Qin Tian immediately relayed the order to his mother, the Empress. Propagate the third generation of exterminator queens with all our might. The first queen was just an experiment. The experiment was successful. With this template, there will be no problems after the various branch groups of insects evolve. I will obey the will of the sovereign. The queen mother closed her dragon eyes and began to reproduce. Qin Tian glanced at the currently somewhat empty restricted area. One can imagine. Several days later. Several years on the planet. The sheer size of the ethnic groups here must be terrifying. Rapid increase in quantity. In addition, the queen insect consumed a huge amount of resources. This means a massive amount of food. But this is precisely the problem that Qin Tian is least worried about. Planets outside every open space passage outside the restricted zone. The city will be its food supply base. Outside world. The Earl's mansion. Qin Tian had just opened his eyes. Then I saw the parasite queen standing solemnly to one side. Originally, I was in a great mood because of the development of the community. It vanished instantly. The parasite queen constantly monitors each host through its parasitic larvae. Primary responsibility. Of course, it's for the safety of the ruler. Anything involving terms such as Qin Tian, Earl, or Earl's mansion. The parasitic queen will immediately possess the larva's vision. The entire conversation was monitored and watched in real time. If it is harmless, it will be automatically filtered. But now that the parasite queen has appeared in front of him, this means that the matter at least affected their own interests. Even life-threatening. Explain. Qin Tian frowned and spoke. My lord, the special envoys from the four kingdoms gathered in the capital a few days ago, intending to divide up the central plains. To divide up the central plains? Yes, I have basically confirmed this matter, but I have not yet found out the specific form it will take. Them. Qin Tian ignored what the parasite queen said next. Stand up. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the parasitic queen in front of him. Road. You want a share of my land? Chapter 81. The War of Four Nations. Tech Planet. Chapter 81: The War of Four Kingdoms. The Technological Planet and the Wuhan Prefecture's Fiefdom. Qin Tian was initially resistant. But as Lin Tianyang said, it has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the Emperor is far away. I can finally relax a little. Regarding security issues, now that we have the Whiptail Dragon and the Demon Dragon Guard. In addition, the Parasitic Queen's vast intelligence network is gradually expanding. Even if a national war really breaks out, this is enough to receive advance notice and evacuate safely. And now that the four countries are sitting at the negotiating table, this indicates that the chances of war breaking out are rather slim. The benefits of the fiefdom of Wuhan Commandery. This made it even more prominent, magnified countless times. Far from the capital region of Shikoku, the entire Wuhan Prefecture, under the control of the Parasitic Queen, he could have been even more unrestrained. Summon more Dragon Guards. Or a Dragon Guard legion of hundreds of thousands. Even. Why not just summon the Zerg Queen? They multiplied into an overwhelming swarm of insects that wiped out the four kingdoms. My lord, Lin Tianyang requests an audience. A servant reported this. Oh, what a coincidence. I just thought of him, and he showed up. Qin Tian waved his hand. Not long after, Lin Tianyang came into view. I don't know if this guy is trying to show off. Or does he really have obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness? Every time I saw him, he was dressed in a pristine white outfit, without a speck of dust on him. In the sunlight, it was so bright it was almost blinding. Uncle. Lin Tianyang paused outside the door. He looked at the masked soldier in armor who was blocking his way. The Demon Dragon Guards took over the defense of the Earl's mansion. Even the servants and slaves who were parasitized were not allowed to. No one may approach within 10 steps of the ruler, let alone an outsider. Please come in. Until Qin Tian's voice came. The soldiers with the grimaces then stepped aside to let them pass. After entering the door, looking at the two identically dressed, masked guards standing behind Qin Tian, he felt the two pairs of cold, persistent gazes fixed on him. Lin Tianyang felt a chill run down his spine, especially as he got closer to Qin Tian. The increasingly intense chill. Lin Tianyang had no choice but to stop from a great distance. He forced a smile and bowed, saying, Lord Bo, congratulations. Oh? What's there to be happy about? Qin Tian gestured to the chair, indicating that it was safe to sit down. I have received information that the four kingdoms will not engage in a large-scale conflict over the Central Plains, and there will be no war for at least the next 2 or 3 years. Is the news true? Of course, otherwise why would Mr. Lin have come here so rashly? Lin Tianyang said confidently. The division of the Central Plains will likely be decided by the four nations through a race war within the planet, with the creation of their creators. Racial war? Qin Tian glanced at the Parasite Queen beside him. The Parasite Queen nodded slightly. So, it has been parasitized. But they didn't receive that message. This only proves one thing. Lin Tianyang arrived immediately after receiving the news. It has to be said. Qin Tianxin greatly admired Lin Tianyang. Assess the situation and act accordingly. Moreover, they are well versed in people's hearts. I know I dislike those overt and covert schemes. Then you can be straightforward with yourself, without hiding anything, and open your heart. He has an upright and honest image. His words and actions were just like those during the imperial examination and the day after he established his residence. They even made it clear when sending an undercover agent. They knew that trying to win them over wouldn't work. So they changed their approach to making friends. And he was always extremely attentive without any ulterior motives. The fact that they immediately sent a report upon learning of the news from Zhongzhou speaks volumes. Certainly. All of this is based on having enough qualifications to make connections. Having lost his count status. Without the title of demon. Without the dazzling facade of a promising future. It's nothing. He was a young master from a prestigious royal family, a creator of the Demon Dragon clan. Why would someone with nothing better to do than fawn over you? Are you sure? Qin Tian asked. That's roughly right. This was Jinbei Kingdom's proposal, and Jing'an Kingdom also agreed. Our country and An'an Kingdom basically have no right to object, Unless they want to start a national war, but that's impossible. We're still going through the official negotiation process, and the specific date and method haven't been decided yet. Thank you for informing me, Brother Lin. You're too kind, my lord. It's nothing, no need for thanks. Lin Tianyang forced a smile. He glanced at the two masked soldiers. He immediately stood up, cupped his hands, and said, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't bother you any longer. He was constantly being stared at by two cold, sharp eyes. It made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Take care, Brother Lin. I watched Lin Tianyang leave. Qin Tian reached up and rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. Technological civilization. There are also magical civilizations and immortal cultivation civilizations. This? How should we fight? As expected. In fact, there is absolutely no possibility of any unexpected events. The kingdom of Pingxi is doomed to defeat various high-powered weapons and technological civilization. Defeating biological civilizations is like child's play. Not to mention those magicians and cultivators whose individual combat power is terrifying, capable of destroying the world with a wave of their hand. The best outcome. 1 or 2 cities fell in Pingxi Kingdom. Or it is highly likely that they will withdraw from the struggle for territory in Zhongzhou. This means that the Wuan commandery, which had barely been in his hands, was now his fiefdom. That's all. Even if I play myself, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Their previous population size would probably have been crushed. Now that we have a queen, things are a bit better. We can grow to a certain size, but we can only struggle a little. Qin Tian thought helplessly. This is not about boosting the morale of others. The 4 kingdoms are divided into territories according to the races under the Creator's command. It will definitely be a gathering of the strongest. The problem is, it had only been a little over 3 months since he merged with the planet. Less than a century has passed on the planet. How could they possibly compare to a race that has integrated with other planets for decades and developed for tens of thousands of years? There is absolutely no comparison between them. If the development time is similar, he can rest easy without any psychological pressure. Or, not to mention tens of thousands of years. Even if you give him 1,000 years to develop. Given the Zerg's current terrifying reproduction rate, it's not far-fetched to simply wipe out the entire planet of those ancient races. My lord, Hanlin Xiong requests an audience. Qin Tian waved for his servants to bring in Fatty Xiong. Compared to the previous Lin Tianyang, faced with the fixed gazes of the 2 dragon guards, Fatty Xiong was even more pathetic. My legs started trembling as soon as I entered the room. This is not an exaggeration. The dragon guard is a fusion of various insectoid and savage genes. It is also blessed with powerful dragon genes. The feeling it gives people. It's like a ferocious beast that could pounce and devour anyone at any moment. And that is indeed the case. For all those who are close to the sovereign, the dragon guards always held their sword hilts. My whole body is tense. They have taken steps to block any factors that could potentially endanger the ruler. Uncle Fukang. Oh, it's been a while, you've gained quite a bit of weight. Qin Tian laughed. Ever since I finished the task of receiving the reward he assigned me. Qin Tian deliberately distanced himself from Fatty Xiong. It's not that Qin Tian is heartless. Others are busy doing things for you. Once it's over, they ignore the person. He did this precisely to cultivate that connection. Given his status and title, most people who get involved will not have a good ending. Moreover, those who can get close to him, it also requires paying a certain price. Thank you for your kind words, Your Excellency. Don't stand, sit down. Uncle Xie. Fatty Bear straightened his body. His buttocks probably only touched the chair surface. His face showed a hesitant, awkward expression, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Just say what's on your mind. You know I don't like beating around the bush. Yes, Lord. Fatty Bear licked his slightly dry lips. A little more dawdling. Qin Tian said with an open face. Lord, I want to work at the Lord's residence. Qin Tian was stunned for a moment. He was just thinking about this. Fatty, you should know a little bit about this, so are you sure you want to come with me? I want to follow Lord Earl and make a name for myself. Actually, it would be good if you could get a good job after you graduate. After saying that, Qin Tian felt that it was a bit too ruthless. Moreover, the household does indeed need someone as skilled in financial management as Fatty Xiong. We can't leave all the mundane matters to our personal dragon guards. He paused for a moment. He added, In that case, you should think it over carefully. If you really want to come, I won't refuse. Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. Oh, right, there's something I really need you to do for me. Please give your orders, Lord. Uncle Ben wants to purchase some technologically advanced and extraordinary civilization planets. I've been searching in Linen City for several days, but haven't found anything suitable. A technological planet? Before Qin Tian could finish speaking, Fatty Xiong. He then spoke first. My lord, my father went to Anong Kingdom a few days ago and brought back one. He originally intended to sell it to the Planetary Merchant Guild to make a profit. If you need it, please wait a moment, I will be right back. Half an hour later, Fatty Bear brought back a dark green crystal ball. My lord, my father told me that this is a human planet, and its technology seems to be at level 3. However, I haven't had a chance to go and see it yet, so I don't know if it's true. Yes, you can ask Steward Wang to take the money from the treasury yourself. Yes, Lord. After the fat man left, Qin Tian immediately sank his consciousness back to Mars. Communication has opened up a spatial channel. Unlike biological civilization. According to the classification, Level 3 technological civilization. We've almost entered space and begun exploring the universe. According to Qin Tian's understanding. Not much different from the previous life. It might even be higher. Chapter 82 Cosmic Creatures. I want to get my hands. Chapter 82 Cosmic Creature. I want to get it outside the restricted area. Before a newly opened spatial passage, Qin Tian turned to look at the destroyer war bugs soaring in the air. He glanced again at the slayer war insects that were entering and leaving the beast planet. At last, they decided to abandon the idea of carrying war insects. Planets with intelligent races are different from planets with biological life. They were suddenly confronted with a colossal monster beyond their comprehension. This will inevitably plunge the entire world into panic. This could raise alarm and cause unforeseen trouble for oneself. Outside the passage, it is a mountain forest. It's not a desolate mountain wilderness. It seems to be in the suburbs. At the edge of sight, you can clearly see towering skyscrapers rising up. Crimson Star. As expected, Xing lives up to its name. Qin Tian gazed at the red buildings in his line of sight. Just like biological civilization. Whether it's technology or extraordinary civilization, planet names are chosen by the creator according to his own preferences. Or it could be arbitrarily chosen based on planetary features. While looking around, Qin Tian suddenly heard a faint, melodious laugh. They floated towards the direction of the sound. On the north side of a small hill, Qin Tian saw two people cuddling together. So it's the human race from Crimson Star. Qin Tian curiously approached the two of them from the front. It is affected by various factors such as the planet's geographical environment. Between intelligent races, it is rare to find humans on Blue Sun Star who are not so different from those on the outside world, like those on Great Xia. According to the creator's definition, generally, as long as there is a head on one shoulder, hands and feet, facial features are quite similar. They can all be collectively referred to as the human race. Take these two for example. Despite being 2 meters tall, she was incredibly slender. His skin was like red-hot iron. No hair. His forehead was high and prominent. The eyes are like a normal person squinting, forming a slit. The nose is also only about the size of a thumb. There is a hole on top. But their male and female characteristics are very similar to those of humans. Moreover, judging from their arm-in-arm posture, and the woman's coy, shy, murmuring facial expressions, it's easy to see. These two people. Oh? Is it being adjusted? Judging from the man's hand movements. If I had arrived a few minutes later, the two are probably about to get straight to the point. Qin Tian looked up towards the direction of the spatial passage. Squeak! A suppressed, sharp screech. This interrupted the man below from making any further moves. Far away, A swarm of killer war insects rushed in. 2 of them pounced. The 2 unfortunate wild couples, who had burst into terrified screams, were forcibly dragged towards the passage. Disperse! Qin Tian unleashed a wisp of his will. The remaining killer insects immediately scattered. Conduct a small-scale sweep around the passageway. After a moment, all the war bugs returned. After confirming that there are no other potential risks, Qin Tian controlled his consciousness to drift toward the city in his line of sight. Gradually, some vehicles began to appear on the ground. It was very similar to the car Qin Tian remembered. But it has no wheels. It flies just centimeters above the ground. It resembles a magnetic levitation device. Perhaps it is also related to the roads paved with red materials. We followed the road into the city. Everywhere you look, there is a constant flow of traffic. The streets were also teeming with people. Some of them, looking hurried, were probably on their way to work. Some walked slowly, as if strolling leisurely. Basically, the lives of humans are largely the same. After observing the surroundings for half a day, Qin Tian left the city. Similar to plant civilization, a branch of biological civilization, the difference in strength between different levels of technological civilization is also significant. According to the classification of creators of technological civilization, any planet that has developed technology can be called a Type 1 technological civilization. A Level 2 technological civilization must at least develop powerful and lethal weapons. For example, the nuclear weapons in Qin Tian's memory. Separated from the planet they live on. Begin exploring outer space. It is the minimum standard of a third-level technological civilization. The next level up is Level 4 technological civilization. That means having the ability to colonize other planets. So, from only the external part, it's difficult to tell how advanced the technology on this planet really is. Only by deploying a large-scale war bug. Only then can we get a rough estimate. But there is one thing Qin Tian is certain of. This crimson star. It should lean towards gene technology. Because in many high-rise buildings, which resemble research labs, he saw a large number of images of various gene structures. Return to Mars. The passage has been closed. Qin Tian flashed into the restricted area. Not far from the Queen Mother, a group of enormous creatures were lying there. Countless camel-carrying insects. They are dragging animal carcasses back and forth to feed the animals. It looks like a scene of extreme busy activity. Except for the initial killer queen. There are also the annihilator queens that the Queen Mother has bred during this period. It was several sizes larger than the war bug. A huge belly also extends from the tail. At this moment, they are all slightly wriggling. One by one, the war insect eggs are being produced rapidly. In terms of speed, it is clearly no match for the killer queen on the other side. How many eggs can the third-generation Slayer war bug lay per day? Reporting to the Lord, we can produce 408 per day. Only 400 or so? Qin Tianhua did the calculations. Soon, the slight dissatisfaction that had just arisen in his heart immediately subsided. The 2-month growth cycle of the striker war bug remains unchanged, with the queen insect relentlessly working. Every day 2 months later, all will add 408 Slayer Zerglings. That's over 130,000 a year. 10 queen insects. Planet year. More than 1.3 million new Slayer insects can be added from the outside world every day. In addition, there is a daily production of 330,000 killer warbugs. That's enough for now. A large number of queens hatch and reproduce into exterminator Zerg. It was to develop Aoki Star and quickly obtain the source. This allows them to summon insected creatures to protect themselves. However, since the 4 countries are unlikely to engage in a war in the near future, that way, you won't need too many people. Currently, external forces are sufficient to ensure one's safety. Too much. On the contrary, it is easy to cause trouble. Unless one can instantly summon insected creatures powerful enough to overwhelm the 4 nations. Think about it a little. Qin Tian spoke to the Empress Dowager. Suspend the breeding of the Slayer Queen. The other 3 major dragon species. Each species reproduces 1 queen insect. The rest of the time, utilize all the stored genes. A completely new species has evolved. Combat strength is the priority, and reproductive efficiency is secondary. In addition, it would be best to evolve a few more war insects with special abilities. Qin Tian thought for a moment. 2 more sentences were added. There's no need to rush. We must find the optimal solution for the entire gene pool. Fusion genes. Evolution of new species. It's not about randomly combining genes. It was the Queen Mother who first experimented with the compilation within her body. The result after thousands and thousands of failures. For example, the killer war bug. Imagine it's the successful product of the 1000th attempt to fuse several genes. Subsequent experiments. It is possible that a species that is stronger in every way may emerge. However, because the killer war bug was the first successful case, they were then kept by the Queen Mother and became a member of the tribe. Continue to reproduce queen insects. This will inevitably delay the evolutionary process. Only by focusing our efforts can we evolve a new generation with even greater combat power more quickly. The 4 Nations Race War. Qin Tian decided to try and make an effort. Although it's a bit of a pipe dream given the Zerg's current strength. But after all, it concerns his own fiefdom. Furthermore, the territory we had just acquired is gone. What was the point of his 3 months of hard work? What a joke! If the 4 countries were to break out into a war, that would be one thing. If it's a hot potato, just throw it away. The key point is, war is highly unlikely. Moreover, Wuhan County has an excellent geographical location. The heart of Great Xia. The center of the 4 countries. It is a place of constant warfare. Later, when they possess sufficient power, you can hit wherever you want. Wouldn't that be uncomfortable? Development has been arranged. Qin Tian flashed into the space passage of the Myriad Beast star. It floated in. Under the big tree not far outside the passage. The rock still lives there. They have basically made it their nest. Oh, Creator, you've finally arrived. Oh. Qin Tian chuckled softly. I didn't pay attention to the resentment in the other person's words. They were confined to a certain area by a few slayer insectids all day long. He is a person. None of them will feel good. He didn't go crazy and cause trouble everywhere. It is already extremely rare and precious that they only complain a few times. Qin Tian drifted down, arriving at eye level with the rock leaning against the tree trunk. He opened his mouth and said, I want to know everything about that cosmic creature. Didn't you say you didn't need it? The rock tilted its head and gave Qin Tian a strange look. Then her eyelids drooped. Besides, so what if you know? Do you intend to take advantage of it? Upon hearing this, Qin Tian nodded very seriously. Road. Right. You're right. I really intend to do it. Chapter 83 Obtaining its genes. Not impossible. Chapter 83 Obtaining its genes. Not impossible. Ha ha. That's hilarious. You get it? Ha. After a moment of stunned silence, the rock frantically pounded the ground with its wings and laughed loudly. The emanating fluctuations of consciousness were almost manic. But as the slayer insect slowly descended, the rock stopped laughing. Its wings stopped flapping. Then it raised its head and looked at Qin Tian. Are you kidding me? What do you think? Qin Tian's tone became slightly more forceful. Although it's a bit of wishful thinking. But this was the only one he could think of. It could be before the 4-nation war begins. A method to dramatically enhance the overall strength of the race and contend with those powerful immortal cultivation technology civilizations. Given the current development efficiency of the parasitic Zerg. Unless the 4-nation negotiations can be postponed for another year or 2. There might still be a tiny chance of winning. Otherwise, there is absolutely no hope. If I told you, would you summon me out? The rock blinked its eyes and asked with a look of intense anticipation. I will consider it. Oh, then that's impossible. You know the answer already? Qin Tian, too lazy to argue, spoke frankly. Actually, based on Qian's nature within the Great Rock, summoning them out shouldn't be a deliberate act of spreading the secrets of their origin. For over 100 years. It has been on the planet for over 36,000 years. Such a long time. Alone on a planet shrouded in the shadow of death. For an average person, He had long since given up hope and committed suicide. But this guy has endured it and survived to this day. One can imagine how terrifying his perseverance. How resilient is his character. The determination to live. How intense it was. They have held out for tens of thousands of years. Finally, an opportunity has arrived. Such a person. How could someone who has just escaped death do something that would lead them to their doom? Of course. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Qin Tian was unwilling to take that risk. To put it another way, even if Qin was unaware of this secret, he has no obligation to waste his resources to help him see the light of day again. The two were not familiar with each other. We've only known each other for a short time. Conversely, the rock can live peacefully on this planet of 10,000 beasts. There's no need to worry or be afraid when facing that cosmic creature on Thundercloud Star. That was already the greatest mercy he could show. We should be even more grateful to them. After a moment of silence, as if bestowing an appointment, the rock spoke. What do you want to know? Everything. Qin Tian couldn't hold back any longer. Okay, what I know is that one day more than 100 years ago, when I attached my consciousness to the rock spirit bird to check on a newly discovered group of magical beasts, that cosmic creature appeared, spat at the planet, and then I was gone, losing contact with my external body. That's it. Otherwise what? Did you think I fought that cosmic creature for days and nights before being defeated? I mean... Qin Tian took a deep breath. I barely managed to suppress the urge to smash this thing to death. Road. Its physical characteristics. Its abilities. Is it possible for it to leave Thundercloud Star? The rock shifted its body slightly. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Road. I don't know about its body. Over the years, I've traveled all over the planet countless times, but I've never seen its full form. Anyway, it's very big. As for ability, didn't you see it too? What kind of powerful attack do you think it would use against creatures like us, which are not even ants? Oh no, we don't even have the authority to make it do anything. Just like you said before, it's already a natural disaster if someone just sneezes at us because their nose is itchy. At last. It's sleeping, or rather, hibernating. In the tens of thousands of years before you came, it woke up less than 10 times in total. It will probably sleep for another hundreds of thousands of years. Don't you even know what a rock is? Qin Tian sighed inwardly. But it wasn't surprising. It really is. The difference between the two is too great. They're not even in the same league. Planetary beings stood before them. Like a mayfly compared to the stars. The probability of killing the opponent. It's not much different from destroying a cultivation planet that has been developing for hundreds of thousands of years with the Zerg at this stage. But Qin Tian managed to barely achieve his goal for this trip. Knowing that cosmic being wouldn't leave. Or perhaps it's enough that he won't leave Lei Yun's star during his lifetime. They couldn't handle it before the Four Kingdoms War. One day, the Zerg will evolve into a space species. It's not too late to try it out later. Before leaving, Qin Tian seemed to have thought of something. Turning back, he looked curiously at the rock and asked, How have you survived for tens of thousands of years? He didn't believe that the body of the rock could survive for tens of thousands of years. Even a celestial beast wouldn't be likely to be one. What's more, it has degenerated into a monster-like creature. This is already the 358th generation. Understood. Qin Tian nodded. Simply put, Qin may have relied on the generations of the rock to reproduce. They survived by transferring their consciousness from the mother to the offspring. How to do it? Qin Tian hadn't tried it and didn't know. However, it's not impossible when you think about it. Return to Mars? Qin Tian flashed into the restricted area. I checked on the Empress's condition. The dragon's eyes were still tightly closed. The body remained still. The plundering of the planet over the past century. The Queen Mother's body contains countless genes from various insectids, savage beasts, and magical creatures. A combination of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of genes. Almost astronomical figures. It's not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Next generation war bugs. Its combat power should be slightly higher than that of the whiptail dragon. But it lacks the genes of more powerful organisms. I doubt it will be much better. Whether it can advance to the 5th generation evolved form with a combat power of 400,000 is a question. Even if a certain number of numerical advantages can be formed by the support of a large queen, it would also be difficult for them to defeat a cultivation civilization that has been developing for tens of thousands of years. The same applies to technological civilization. The time difference is too great. At most. Thinking of this, Qin Tian was suddenly taken aback. Immediately, his eyes lit up and his face showed surprise. Because he probably thought of one. A way to kill that alien creature. At least, it can cause severe damage. At worst, there shouldn't be any problem with getting injured. And he, just a little bit,